time, weather, and...
Get away from my truck! Who are you? I don't want to buy truck! Get away!
Case that... Nefarious...
Requesting permission to land. Permission granted.
Scientology's kryptonite is connection. They focus so hard on disconnection.
Why, Karen?
What's the Church of Scientology so afraid of?
This is
SPTV.
There really is nothing Scientology can do about this phenomenon.
The Scientology arbitration procedure is merely a witch trial.
Scientologists believe that anyone who criticizes the church is a suppressive person.
Shelley Miscavige is a very real person, and she is very missing.
When you stop people's lives and families, I'll stop too.
Hi everyone, and welcome. My name is Clearwater Chad. Thanks for joining us on Sea Org Day. We're not here to celebrate Sea Org Day today. We're here to support Liz Ferris to help to get her father, Bob, out of the Sea Org. We're going to be here for the next 10 hours to raise money for Liz to help to get the funds for her father, Bob, to get out of the Sea Org. Thank you for your support. And now, here is Denver Steve-O.
Hey, Chad, how you doing today?
Good. How you doing, Steve-O?
It's I'm doing well. It's definitely a day of thought and introspection, and a day that we're going to have one heck of a good time bringing everybody together to help Bob.
Absolutely.
Without a doubt.
Okay. And here is Marilyn Honig. Hey, Marilyn.
Hello, everybody. Hi.
How you doing, Marilyn?
I'm doing great. I am stoked and excited, and I'm ready for the long haul. We're here for 10 hours to show support to Liz and help her dad, and all of us are just coming around her, and it's going to be a great day, night, and we've got an amazing lineup of so many people that are here to support Liz. So I'm really excited. Thanks for everybody joining us.
Absolutely. And now here's Juliana Bittencourt.
Hello, everybody. Hi from Clearwater, Brazil. How are things in all the other Clearwaters in the world?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Clearwater, amazing.
Yeah, Clearwater, amazing. That's like the Kenergy from the Barbie movie. It's all the Kenergy. We're all Clearwatery.
we're all going clear water today.
Happy Sea Org Day.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
I think it's so interesting that we picked this date and it just happened to be Sea Org Day, and we're trying to get to somebody who's still in the Sea Org. What a nice date nice way to celebrate from outside of the Sea Org than to try to get somebody out of the Sea Org, and more people hopefully too, but hopefully Bob Ferris soon.
Yep.
And welcome everybody. Thanks for joining us.
Yes. Hello. So we're just saying hi to some new friends and older friends and younger friends and Pete Jensen.
New faces and old faces and new faces.
Thank you everyone for joining us. 5A and Joe, good evening from London. Nice.
Oh, there's our friend John Sostowski, and I see Free Xenu Project.
Oh, yes.
To Lone Water Dinosaur. To Lone Water. I got the water.
Lone Water Dinosaur.
The Lone Water Dinosaur. To Lone Dinosaur 13.
Degraded Daughters of Dianetics. We'll be seeing them soon. And our fabulous guest of honor, Liz, will be on very soon. Mark Turi, hello.
Hey, Mark.
Hello, everybody.
Oh.
Something.
I see Gino Dean in there.
Yeah. Hi, Sarasota
Jerry.
Daniel.
Nice. I'm in the start.
Told him Clearwater.
We started a bunch of hellos. We wanted to say hello to everybody, but we might not Yay, Children of
Children of
Scientology.
Scientology.
With us later on.
Yes.
And who else is there?
Oh,
Linda Golan, Hazy Nation.
Freezing New Nation. Freezing
okay.
it.
I gotta say hi. I gotta say hi to somebody. I want to do it a little bit
Mena,
different.
I see you, Mena. You're not invisible. Ah!
Oh, wow. Nice.
Thank you, John, for this, Mr. Bildall. And you saw the video of Apollo. It scared him. But
I like
even
how
Mike
he says
likes him.
Southern Clearwater Ski.
John also inspired me to get this. My little David
nice.
Miscavige.
Nice.
My real life size. Ah.
Definitely.
let me turn this off.
Do we say hi to Clearwater Claire? Hi, Clearwater Claire.
Clearwater Claire.
Sweet Goldie. Mwah.
The Commodore is sending us to the hole, you guys.
Someone want to pop up some greetings while I'm unstarring the ones we already did?
Sure.
All right.
Yeah, I can do that. So here it is.
LRH.
Nice.
Hey,
With
Aaron.
pleasure, sir.
Chad, Aaron has a question for you.
This is Chad-a-thon. This is a 24-hour stream. No, 10 hours, but
we're not nuts, folks.
Goldie,
just a little bit crazy.
A lot of people, everybody, lots of beautiful faces. That
Thank you.
I did. I saw Goldie riding that train.
Yep.
There you go. Oh, she was riding the train too. Oh boy,
She's riding that TC train all the way to victory for Bob Ferris, right?
There you go.
We are riding that train. Hi, Michelle.
Grandpa Poopy, Michelle. All right.
Nice.
So what do we have planned for today, you guys?
All right. So, as Chad so eloquently mentioned, we are here to support Liz Ferris in her quest to get to her dad. As many of you know, and it's in the description of all of our channel event on YouTube here. We are supporting her, trying to help her financially and just emotionally, and just give her so much good vibes and anything, prayers, whatever you believe in. We are going to just come around her, show her how much we love her, and we have some amazing guests coming on, an all-star lineup of some of your favorite, maybe not all of your favorite, but they're all favorites. We've got Aaron and Claire and a whole bunch of them. We will introduce them as they come in. And the reason we have certain SPTV creators coming on is they all either grew up with either Liz, Elysia, or Vanessa, or they know Bob Ferris. They knew Bob Ferris. They know Liz, and so they're coming on to tell their stories, to support Liz, and we've got some special surprises too, even maybe a little quiz. So stay with us. Stick with us as much as you can. You can come in and out. We're here for 10 whole hours, so it's going to be awesome. So I'm really excited. Everybody stay hydrated.
Please. Yeah. Have your coffees ready.
We've got Osa. Everyone say hi to Osa. And
hi, Osa.
It is Sea Org Day. And I just want to say to Osa, you know what? Out here in the real world, say Bob Ferris, yes. Out here in the real world, every day is better than Sea Org Day. So come on out. We will help you.
Last Wednesday, my friends Nick and Lisa left the Sea Org, and they are, of course, fictitious Sea Org members who I started talking to during Xenu Nation last week. They left instead of having to stand in front of David Miscavige and read all the dirty, nasty things that I had made them say to him. So again, if that's what it takes to our watchers, to our OSO watchers, for us to just say naughty, dirty things that you do not want to stand in front of David Miscavige and repeat, knowing that he will probably slap you or worse. We were more than happy to do that. But the truth of the matter is just get out. We've, the Aftermath Foundation is here to help. We are here to help. Even us crazy us notorious never-ins are here to help. So just leave, call us, email us, do whatever you need to do, but just get out of there. In fact, speaking of support, this is my bad transition into it. Juliana, how can we today during this Chad-a-thon support Liz? And well, how can we support Liz?
Good thing you asked, Chivo. Thank you. Well, I think the moderators and also us, we're going to be throwing links throughout the show. But mainly, Liz has 2 links. One is GoFundMe, which I will occasionally put up on screen here. You have a QR code there on the corner on top of my name at the moment, but it'll always be there, but it'll be on top of whatever is there, which sometimes will be nothing. But the link is also in the description of the video, and then she also has a Venmo account that you can donate to.
Sweet. And very 21st century to have a QR code.
Oh, and
everybody just grab your phones and go bloop. And
that's so easy, right?
It's so easy. So easy.
QR codes make everything so much
such
easier.
A fan of the QR code.
And Steve-O, just before we introduce our next co-stars, co-hosts, I saw a couple of people here saying that they had never seen that OSA cup or mug, or you had Marilyn, I think, had an OSA cup. Well,
really?
Yeah, what is that?
Oh,
I've
my!
seen that before.
I've seen that before too. In fact, I'm really excited to let you guys know this. We've just updated the address to it's changed. You can go to denverstevo-shop.fourthwall.com. That's there's a lot to be said there. Go to denverstevo.com.
Aren't you fancy?
Yes, as of last night, you can just type in www.denverstevo.com into your browser, and it's going to take you to Denver Stevo's fancy merchandise, which will eventually be even more of a Denver Stevo all-in-one website. But for now, it's just the merch. You can get those fancy OSA smells like poo cups, although you can't really read the smells like poo, which makes it look really cool when you're wearing that big old OSA shirt and other Scientologists are going, oh, look, it's OSA. I'm going to go talk to them. And then they realize, then they don't realize that you're there to get them out. Yeah. But there's also the Xenu, let me do it the right way, Xenu Nation line of stuff, which is actually where we're quickly expanding. We'll have clothing out here soon in the Xeno Nation line, and oh shoot, I have nothing here that promotes it except for sweet me. There's our fancy, sexy I slept with Steve-O line. So grab your pillows, grab your t-shirt dresses, grab your dream journals, whatever you're looking for to memorialize your time sleeping with Steve-O. But all of those are available at denverstevo.com. So swing on over, grab those. The OSA line is selling like hotcakes. I don't want anybody to miss out. We also, for those first 50, which is about down to the next 13 or 14 transactions, you get 15% off of your entire purchase. So swing on over. But I'm not one to promote, not on a day like today. It's Sea Org Day, and I'm not Sea Org. It's Save Liz Ferris, save Liz Ferris too, but more importantly, save Bob Ferris from the evil clutches of Gold Base. Let's get him out, and today's the day for that. So what was that? I'm sorry, Marilyn. I was talking.
I was just going to say, speaking of merch,
merch.
There are Bob Ferris t-shirts and mugs and mouse pads and I think a few stickers. There you go. Yeah. So that's on the Blown for Good fourth wall. I'm not sure if we have the link handy, but I'm sure the mods will get those up. And
Yes.
The proceeds goes to the cause
To
that
Liz.
we are, to Liz to help in the fight to save her dad. So
yes,
get
Great
your
cause. Yeah.
Yeah, today's the day.
Thing I was gonna say that I forgot about that too.
Today's the day.
Thank
If you're buying merch, swing on over to the Blown for Good merch store and definitely
Please.
pick up your Save Bob Ferris merch, because all of the proceeds to that are going to this cause as well. So.
Oh, good.
And if you don't need to buy merch, if you don't need to super chat, if you don't need any of that, your money is very, very welcome on that QR code over there helping the GoFundMe. We're going to be popping that throughout the show. I'm not going to leave it there the whole time, but I'll put it back up.
In fact, do us a favor, sorry, I did not prep this with anybody here. Just because, do us a favor, don't do super chats today. Super chats are going, super chats always go to the individual channels. This is not.
And YouTube.
And YouTube, right? YouTube gets 30%. This is not a formal fundraiser because it doesn't line up with all of what YouTube says it has to be a formal fundraiser, like Surge's fundraiser was the other week. So all of this, so there is part of this money ends up going to YouTube, and so do us a favor. If you've got questions, just in big letters at the beginning of your chat, just type question. Same thing if you've got comments, or just type comment. Just let's not waste the money on a YouTube. Let's not waste the money on a super chat, where again 30% of it ends up going to YouTube. Take that money if you want to send a super chat. Send a non-super chat with the word question in front of it instead, and then just submit $5, $10, whatever you were going to spend on that super chat. Just submit that. Just give that right to Liz, right to the QR code, or let's just make sure that money goes to where it needs to go, as opposed to getting spent on the corporations. So,
good point, Steve-O.
That's great, Steve-O. Thank you.
Yeah.
And whatever channel you're watching from, just so you know, the Degraded Daughters of Dianetics, who are coming up soon with Liz, they're streaming also the entire 10-hour Chad-a-thon from their channel. Also, if you haven't subscribed to them, please hop on over and subscribe and like. And if you'd like to do so, you can hop from channel to channel and like the event, because that pushes it out to the top of the queue. Subscribe to all of us would be wonderful. And our guests are also going to be streaming. Some of them will be streaming while they're on live with us. So just show your support in that way to the different channel creators. And yes, today is all about Liz and her dad and anyone else that is in the Sea Org, in Scientology, in staff. You've heard the stories. You're going to hear more stories today. And we just want to, whether you're never in, an ex-cult member, an ex-Scientologist, we all want to band together for one cause today. So thank you all for being here. If you can't give to the GoFundMe or the merch or the Venmo, just please stick with us as much as you can and just show your support and your love for Liz.
Yep.
All right. Should we introduce our co-hosts, and then she'll introduce our guest of honor?
Oh my God, we're going to actually start this thing?
Yeah, we've been talking for too long.
Holy
I'd
hell.
like to introduce that I like to call on screen here our beautiful Degraded Daughters of Dianetics, Vanessa and Elysia.
Woo.
Hello.
How are you?
What a beautiful day we have today.
So
Don't
much
we?
fun. And
Thank
on
you
Sea
for
Org
having
Day.
us. Yes, we love you guys so much. I thought, we come from this background. We could start with a little word definition of the Sea Org. And then also the significance of the Sea Org Day, and then bring on our beautiful Liz.
That's great.
So Liz is a former Sea Org member. Elysia and I grew up public, so we had a bit of a different experience. A lot of people you guys are seeing are former Sea Org members. So I just thought I would read the definition of Sea Org. So in 1968, the Sea Org became a goodwill. This is from L. Ron Hubbard, okay? So just know it's not me saying this, it's L. Ron Hubbard. Then in 1968, the Sea Org became a goodwill activity and an efficient administrative arm of Scientology. The Sea Org runs the advanced organizations and is the custodian of clear and OT processing, interesting word, materials. Ron's Journal, 1968. Definition 2, it's the organization which functions at the high level of confront and standard. Its purpose is to get ethics in on the planet and eventually the universe. This organization operates with a fleet of ships dedicated to this purpose around the world. Being mobile and separate from the pull of land is an absolute necessity to accomplish its plans, missions, and purpose to get ethics in. So if that's not the definition of an extremist group, I don't quite know what is. But let me tell you about Sea Org Day so we can really just honor what we're doing today, because we didn't even plan it this way. We found out it was Sea Org Day, and it just seems to be the best thing.
So fitting.
Hail Xenu.
Yeah, I mean, this is like just some wild stuff. I don't even know how to explain how cool it is, actually. So they all usually get a day at Disneyland. That's what I remember, is if you had your stats up, it's the day that you get to enjoy life. It's kind of sad. It's the one day. But today's the day that they have to probably sit there, and maybe somebody walked in and said, no Disneyland for you. And that's sad. And that's not our fault. We're out here sharing our truths. It's that structure's fault. So besides the 4 main holidays in Scientology, there are a number of additional days when lesser celebrations are held. Sea Org Day is the celebration of which is largely limited to its members, providing a time for them, among other activities, to publicly renew their commitment to Scientology, the billion-year covenant for Sea Org members. So I wanted to today publicly renew our support for Bob and Liz Ferris, and that Bob deserves a day off, okay? So can we bring on Liz and...
Absolutely.
Totally.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, Liz.
Welcome.
How are you?
Great. Thanks for
Good.
being
How are you?
Yeah.
I'm pretty good. I got my little sparkles on. I got my headband on.
Vanessa
I
does
got
too. Awesome.
We got
Nice.
these when Liz was in town and we were looking for her dad the first time, and nobody knew what was going on, but it was their first time going to West Hollywood for Pride, her and her partner, and it was just such a beautiful thing. And they brought these back for me, and we were like, hey, this is our
Are you
fancy
wearing
day.
the same-
And I have a goldenrod dress on, you guys.
Oh.
Wow.
Nice.
Nice.
I was gonna wear.
Perfect.
I was gonna wear a goldenrod dress, but I was a little scared that it would have been a little too snug.
We don't mind.
Oh, now I see yours, V.
Thank
The same,
you.
the headband.
Yes, I have my
I saw the
headband. I have my
yeah.
goldenrod. We're celebrating today, and I even have
Beautiful.
outfit changes for later. So you guys are
Ooh.
Nice.
Wardrobe
in for some-
change.
in for some SP fashion today.
Nice.
Nice. Hi, Elysia. Elysia. I'm
Hi,
sorry.
how are
I say it
you,
wrong.
Marilyn? How are you?
Good.
So
Thank
good
you
to
for-
see you.
Yeah. So, Elysia, if I'm not mistaken, you are the one who introduced all of us to Liz originally. I mean, as far as
Originally.
us.
Yeah, we started
yeah.
talking like 3-4 months ago, and me and Liz
Yeah.
talked first, and then her dad popped up as the question. And then going out to go see what was going on became on the table, and that's when she connected with Vanessa, because Vanessa is closer. I'm not in the same state. And so that's when they connected. And so it's really sweet because we all know each other and have our own little relationships, and then relationships all together as well. So it's
And
so
it all
beautiful.
started because Elysia and I decided to speak up. I mean, literally, Liz
Yep.
watched our channel and thought, I really feel comfortable with these women and their stories, and I'm going to reach out. And that to me is like, why
Beautiful.
wouldn't you start a channel if you're ready? Go for it. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Well,
very
Yeah.
organic. It's all very organically
Yeah.
happened. And who would have thought 3-4 months ago? V, would you have thought?
No, not at all. We couldn't have almost scripted our debut better. Honestly, it's like not something I wanted to do. I almost said no. Like I was terrified too. Oh, thank you, witness. I was so scared. And then I had to think about it. And then I was like, I've been training for this though. Like I do peer support. Who could better go with a survivor of PTSD to the location that they have nightmares about to do a welfare check on their father? Like who could be more prepared? I'm certified in that. And why I just did what I thought needed to be done. Liz, tell them what happened after that though.
So after my emotional breakdown there, it was well, I stayed in control. Which part are you referring to?
No, you didn't. I mean, you don't have to call it emotional breakdown. You showed emotion. That's why I shook my head.
And it wasn't like it was just an overrun of emotion. It was just a bombardment of emotion that I was not prepared for. And because she was there, because everybody was there, I was able to remain calm, think of a happy, just get through this. And because of everyone there, I mean, I did get emotionally overwhelmed, but at the same time, we've got to get through this. And I'm working on all my feelers.
And we got you. We're here to help you out, even from afar. But
and I want to say too what they say about, like Leah always says about, they created these warriors. I mean, I swear, first of all, somewhere in the tech is the key to get out, because they teach you just enough to learn it and battle, because you know yourself and you know your other side that you're battling or whatever. But when we came home also, something I find amazing is that we find so much strength in each other. Like I didn't care about the attacks on me, but when they happened to Liz, I got mad. And same with, Elysia, when she sees that what's happening to me, maybe it's not happening to her. And or if it is, maybe we don't even care. We're used to it. But when it happens to one of us, we just,
we rally.
Stop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like what may start to be like, all right, I tried my best, turns into, all right, you want to fight? Let's do this. Let's stand up tall. Let's scream it from the hilltops. I'm, gay walking up a hill to start screaming, let's go.
As evidenced by every single person who freaking just responded to my text and said, yes, I'll be there for Liz today. And that cast of people who are up today, who came to support you and who are going to be here, is the most strongest, most beautiful people I know, because they've been through it and they're here for you. And there's nothing that Scientology can stand up to with that. Nothing.
Yeah.
I'm
and that's the point.
Yeah. It is really
possible.
beautiful.
It is very possible today.
It's so organically grown, and everyone is so supportive. And we've said this, and we will keep saying it. There are so many amazing relationships that you will make once you leave with people that understand and speak the same lingo. I mean, Liz, me and you were texting. You were supporting me when I was doing something that I was like a little nervous of. And you were there for me. And then when it came to you, I was like, hey, I don't know if I can be there, but I'm holding your hand, and record everything, have all the evidence so you know what happened and that you can relook at it later. Because, when you're in fight or flight or trauma, we don't always hear everything as it's happening or remember everything. And I'm so happy that V was able to go with you and that you guys have such a beautiful bond, and how many people are coming on today to support you. I hope one day that Bob Ferris will see this. That is my hope.
I hope so too.
One day he will watch this and see how much love there is from everybody. People that are never.
And I'm right. The never ends. Like, thank you. So I'm looking above, like it's the Brady Bunch connection. It's, the amount of love is astronomical. The support has been amazing, and it made a person that never thought they'd stand up and fight be like, all right, my feet are planted. Let's go. Like, I played basketball too. I played softball. Go ahead and bring it on. So it's all about, let's do this.
Yep.
And we're going to do it as long as everyone unites.
Yeah, right. I agree.
How does it go, Steve-O? Oh yeah, I like that.
How come mine doesn't look
Come
like
on,
a heart
Chad.
and everybody else
Chad.
All
Come
right,
on,
all right. I don't
Chad.
know how to do it though. I mean,
Come on, it's a heart.
Just look. See,
All right.
see together.
Not a circle.
You, Chad.
I don't know how to
Just
do it.
the
Nice,
ARC
Steve-O.
triangle.
We're all
You're doing the
in
ARC,
this
buddy.
together.
Claw.
There we go.
Yeah.
Going
All
back
right,
to hold
well,
my
yeah.
Oh my God! Did you just do it like a dinosaur?
He was
It's
clawing
because
it.
Chad's heart is like a dinosaur heart filled
Yeah.
with love.
Now let's
But I
make Mini
feel the
Chad
same.
do it.
Mini
Do the heart,
Chad.
Mini
Oh,
Chad.
Chad.
I'm sorry. He doesn't have any fingers.
I feel that
Give him some
Mini Chad
fingers.
feels the same way until Bob gets out.
Okay.
That's right.
Put Mini Chad
Okay.
into the screen, into the frame.
Oh, trying
Yeah.
to. He's on
There
top
we
of my
go.
He's
typewriter.
close. He's close.
He's
There
on
we
top
go.
of my
Yeah, there you go.
typewriter.
Hi, Mini Chad.
Hey, little
He's the
Chad.
most popular,
Hi,
never
buddy.
in.
I know.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Definitely.
Do we have our guest backstage, or do I need to hop off and?
Yeah, we have a
Oh.
guest backstage already. I was gonna say,
Can we
introduce?
introduce our special
yeah.
friend?
Yes.
Please
Absolutely.
do, and I'll bring him in.
Our first OG. Yes.
Yes.
Whoop,
So this
whoop.
is somebody who just really supported us from day one and didn't ask questions. He heard what we were doing and was like, I got you. You can literally FaceTime me when you're at the gate. And that's the kind of support that we need. Liz.
Yes. So I would like there's so much of me that wants to do the whole ba-da-da-da-da-da-da, and a round of applause goes to Jackson.
Me?
We love Jackson.
Hi, Jackson.
I was just sitting here stupidly wondering who it was you're talking about.
Oh.
Always you, Jackson. Always you.
An amazing human.
Oh, Jackson,
And-
we love you so much.
Oh,
And it's the
Like, I
little
don't even know
comments.
you, and I love you. Your videos are
It's
just
the little comments that get to you, where he gives you some information and then he closes it with, "Are you okay, sweetheart?" And you're just like, "That's the nicest thing a man has ever said."
It's so
You know,
pretty and nice to see people openly express emotion. We're not super used to it. So it's something that is really comforting, because when people are just open with us, we're like, oh, finally. And just like you never ends, like you're pretty good at showing tears if you need to. And we're not always used to that. So.
Not me.
But even I'm very emotional and all of that, but Jackson still has a special place in my heart. Just the emotion, there's something about Jackson. There's something
It's
about
the cheeks. I'm telling you, it's the cheeks. It's that rosacea cheeks. Where
It's
you're
very,
like,
very
"Hey."
genuine and
It's his kind
beautiful.
eyes, his kind heart, and his demeanor that is so calming. I love it.
And he checks on you.
And
I
he's
mean, he's a
supportive.
busy man, and he wants to make sure that everybody's okay. And
Oh, I
that's,
like this
we
comment.
need that.
Kim D, hi. Hi, Kim D, hi. She says Jackson
Aw.
speaks in hugs.
True.
That's how I feel. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you, everybody. I don't know what to say. I'm just me.
And we love you for you.
Living a life like you guys do. So, yeah.
Absolutely.
The sweetest.
You are honestly, the one thing that we can always relate to is that we've been through hell and back. And it's about going back through those memories and finding out how strong we can be at the other end. And so you've become so strong that it's almost like there's a beacon of hope that we're, with what we need to do, whether it's therapy, anything else, we're going to get to be that strong. I'm going to get to my dad out. It's not about the short game. It's about the long game. And they're going to throw shit at us, and we've got to just keep standing on.
Oh, yeah. Shit is definitely the word. Yes. Sorry if it looks like I'm not staring at it's awkward looking at a little green dot on my computer here. So.
You're fine.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
for
fine,
all of
you're
us. It's not really face to face, right?
Well, yeah, it's spirit to spirit, more like.
Beautiful.
So yeah, hello. Don't let me take up all the time here.
No, we want to hear from you.
We're here for you now.
Yeah.
Well, what do I say? It's let's see, it's about 75, almost 80 here in Portland, Oregon.
No, Jackson. We want the dirt. So
Oh.
when we walked up to the the thing and we did everything, the first call we made was to Jackson to find out how it had really gone, because they were hiding from us. It was as if they put on SP PPE. And Jackson, and having that person who has had the guts to walk away and then tell us, this is what happened. And actually, they were not expecting you guys. I think you just made a killer move just because they didn't know what to do. They weren't even waiting to set you up, right? So there were certain like things that were insider information for us that was just the most helpful. So you knew what we were walking into, right? I just want to hear a bit about that.
Well, I mean, that's, you know, I wasn't there on the ground. So I just have a grain of salt involvement in the real work that was being done there at the gate. But I really felt bad about these girls not realizing the actual environment that they were walking into. So that's what started me reaching out to help them to understand, going there with a good volume of water, you're not going to be able to tinkle anywhere. They purposely set that front gate up by design to have no available public land to anybody showing up at their gate. So it was easy. And that was, you know, I was involved in that original design of the property. So literally figuring out by surveying the land where the property line was and placing the wrought iron fence on the property line and the pavers that were out there in the driveway, that was an easy visual for you guys to understand. Once you cross the property line into private property, that gives them the leverage. You know, it was just the whole aspect. How should you guys approach it? You know, what's the best way? Don't drive out there in a car. You know, and Osa is sitting here listening. This is everything that was going on. We caught you with your pants down on that day.
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
Tell Jackson how much water I brought, Liz. Because of
you brought a lot.
Yeah. Yes.
I was like, we're going out to the desert. I need all these. I even brought like a if you get lost, this is how you purify water thing. Like this is what we did.
Stick a straw in the stream.
Wow.
Never know.
Well, and it was just you know, not going out there, not realizing all this. You think just like anywhere else, you're going to a restaurant, you're going to park in the parking lot, walk up to the door and conduct your business. Well, in this case, it's by design set up so you can't conduct your business, and it's put in the leverage of the church to tell you to get the hell out of here. And that's all they insist with. So, you know, having experienced that for years and years and years and helped develop the procedures to do it, I thought I'd help you all out. It was a fun day. It was interesting. I could see how labored the ladies and Jeff were with the whole effort. I know they certainly didn't expect the amount of work they suddenly found themselves with, to then also include the emotional aspect of it, because that was a tremendous burden. Yeah. So, yeah, I just think there was a number of us at play putting together this whole well-prepared for plan to deal with the best that we could. So,
Pete, I did my Girl Scouts at the Ash show downstairs. It was only Scientologists, little girls doing the brownies and stuff. So they try to make everything seem as normal as possible. Like I could be like, yeah, I'm a Girl Scout, but it was just us and a bunch of Scientology moms. Kind of, it's a trip, but I am a Girl Scout. I think Jackson's probably like a Boy Scout at heart too. That's why we were so prepared, huh?
Yeah.
I was not.
No.
Yeah, no, it was quite interesting, the response we got back at them. I just thought, again, proof in the pudding of how creative they get. And but it's yucky, it's dirty.
And how nasty.
Yeah, it's nasty creative. It's not, you know, anywhere near, let's see what we can do. Maybe there's something we can do to work this out. No, it literally, short of saying the obvious, get the fuck out of here, we don't want you to fuck here language. Mm-hmm. But it would have led to that, you know, I don't know. I just feel we caught them with their pants down.
Well,
because I almost would have had more respect if they had said something instead of hiding and cowering like.
Yeah, it's just shocking. I mean, any other human being outside the confines of those fences is, you look for another human being, it's like, sure, let me see if I can find them for you or find her. And they actually go through the effort and find it and, oh, here you go. Shake hands. But no, That's just the
I mean,
vicious
we had to
ugliness.
stand in cactus, and
Yeah.
that was where we had to wait.
And
so
that
we
was
didn't
by
get hit
design.
Yeah, so we didn't get hit
Yeah.
by a car. And Jackson was the one who told me, yeah, that was by design. And I
Yeah.
thought, how clever.
Yeah, all the way up to the curb. That whole section of dirt from the fence to the curb, all the dirt was filled in with cactus, so people cannot stand in it. And, you know, that's a little trick at your own home. If you want to protect your home outside your windows around your house, put rose bushes or cactus or thorny bushes. People won't try to enter your home through your windows. Just by humans' desire to not get pricked, you know.
Wow.
Believe me, it's just those.
Yeah,
those
the cactus
simple-
out there would hurt.
Oh yeah, and there's plenty of it. So it wasn't like we just planted one that would happily take up 5 square feet. We planted 10 in 5 square feet just to make it dense. And because it was available up on the hillside, so the Saturday rentals projects would go up there and transplant it, dig it up and bring it down. And anyways, that's just, you know, them
I
going
don't think
into
that
this.
when you installed it, you were thinking, I'm going to keep a woman from seeing her father who she thought was dead for 19 years. That's kind of the point. It's like you're keeping people out, but you didn't really realize that the barbed wire was for the people on the inside when you were doing it, right?
Yeah, and let's talk about that barbed wire, because people talk about the razor wire and the barbed wire. When the whole security system was designed, when I first got to the base in '82, there was hardly any fencing around the property. And L. Ron Hubbard himself had given a directive advice that he did not want fences. Until over $40,000 of equipment were stolen from one of the outbuildings, and overnight. I don't know the backstory how that came about, but it was stolen, and then it was decided we will put fencing in. But the fencing was to be low profile and not in your face, and not in your face, and it purposely did not want it to look like a prison camp. Funny language, but so a lot of homework was done by myself and 2 other guards at the time, looking for razor wire or something we could put on top of the fence that did not make it look like your typical chain link with the barbed wire stretch across the 3 layers. He did not want that. So a lot of money and effort was spent on putting in chain link fence that blended in with the field of view from a distance. You can't get away from seeing a fence when you're right on it, but when you step back, it kind of just blends into the view and it almost looks like there's no fencing there. So all the perimeter fencing is black vinyl coated chain link. And that's what the purpose, so it just looks like it blends in. So how do we avoid people getting on top? Well, a lot of homework was done, and we discovered this stuff called ultra barrier, which is this angulated stainless steel strips with these punched out spikes that come out of it, and then you can get them in 2, 4, or 8-inch lengths. And we chose the 4 or 6-inch length, but we bought a shit ton of it, and it was installed around the entire perimeter. And we actually had one time where it was truly put to the test, where CHP, or the Highway Patrol and San Jacinto PD, were chasing some bank robbers, and they got in an accident down near the G units. G units meaning grounds units or whatever, but it was where we that was, you probably heard stories of where Tom Cruise the Flood went across the highway, so it was at the eastern end of the property. Anyways, I went running down there as a volunteer firefighter to help with the traffic collision, only to discover that it was a high-speed chase. The criminals crashed. They hopped out of the car and hopped over my fence into the property. So the basis of this story is my fence did its job in that it created an injury without killing anybody, and that's what brought these bank robbers to their knees, is that once they hopped the fence, ran into the property, they were so injured by the stab wounds to their abdomen and their inner thighs from having hopped my fence, it rendered them useless, and they gave up and surrendered. We turned them over to the police. But that would be just an example of why we chose to do that. Is we didn't want to kill anybody, but we wanted to protect ourselves. And initially, the fence was put there to protect ourselves. But over the years, as we discovered, people started blowing on their own. They get their interrogations and discovered how they left, how the ideas set in their mind. Got the whole story, so we can go back and fix these weaknesses in the security system. Such as if you know, we didn't realize at the time when we put the fence in, you know, there's trees and obstacles, natural obstacles in the way, and sometimes you'd be forced to remove a tree, but in most cases, you would put the fence around the tree. Well, if on the inside of the fence is the tree's right there at the fence line, you can simply climb the tree and hop over the fence undetected from inside out.
Okay.
So when we found out some staff members realized that, and that's how they left, we would go out there and put ultra barriers, string it all through the trees. So if they started climbing the trees, they would be met with the ultra barrier, and then we would string these I don't know, I guess I called them lace lines, that we would string it from the ultra barrier or the tree down directly to one of my fence shakers, so it would pick up vibrations and then set the fence shaker off. If that makes sense.
Jackson, we have a question here from Exiled New Yorker. Are there any deer or anything around there?
No, not out there. It's not around Golden Era. There would have been the property through Happy Valley through the Indian Reservation. You probably heard about that facility, but not where we were. There may have. Well, actually, I'll take that back. Not like you would think, where they'd come wandering down and eat the flowers and fruit off of our trees. They may have been up on the mountain. The mountain behind the property out there at Gilman was called North Mountain. So we didn't see them that often, but yeah, there was wildlife out there, mountain lions.
I also just want to note that Jackson thought he was doing the right thing by doing this.
Yeah.
Right.
And
course, yeah.
if you just join the conversation and you hear this, just so everybody knows, until the second that you realize that this is not saving the planet, you really are willing to do anything. Including go retrieve people like this kind man did himself and bring them back. And I think that shows the pressure that Liz's dad is under right now.
Yeah.
Did anyone die or get injured trying to escape?
Injured, yeah, but nothing significant. But just, because they're out there at nighttime, you can't see your hand in front of your face if there's no moon. So them tripping over stuff was likely, and scratching the stuff, but nothing major. While escaping, some people dug underneath the chain link fence like a dog would to dig themselves out. So we put the chain link fence down into the ground 3 or 4 feet.
Wow. Yeah, I heard that.
Not only did I personally do that, but we had teams doing that on our Saturday renos. Just an example.
Yeah, because it's, people want to say it's a volunteer basis. When you're putting fences down in the ground so people can't dig their way out, when you're putting barbed wire and, things that can cut on the top, you're not giving people a chance. That's not keeping people from coming in. That's keeping people from going out.
Right.
So no, it is no longer.
Can they even call 911, Jackson?
No.
Okay, that's...
No, they being the property, they can. It's set up at reception as the receptionist, but not any staff member through the hundreds of phones that are scattered throughout the entire property. Not one of the phones could you pick up and just simply hit the 3 digits 911 and report a fire if you were faced with it. You would just hit dead air if you tried 911. You'd have to hit 9 to get an outside line. If you tried to hit 911 after, wouldn't take anywhere.
And that's why Jackson and I, when we hang up, we say, if you need help, call 911.
Yeah.
Because we're citizens of America and we can call 911. And we have to remind ourselves sometimes.
Right.
Yeah, it's really batshit crazy stuff. The idea of us being volunteers, I never once was informed of that, nor did I ever believe that that's what I was there for. I mean, this is a lifetime commitment. The only volunteer activity that I did was as a firefighter out there for the local community. That I did. When you're responding to your call, I was very self-aware of the fact that I'm doing this as a volunteer.
Right.
Never once coming back or to the base or getting up that morning am I going, here comes another volunteer day of mine, and I got a year ahead of me and another year. I've done 14 years of volunteerism here in the Sea Organization. No. No. So it's a stupid idea. It's a justified legal separation of, these guys were never committed staff. They were there on their own volition and their own choice as volunteers.
Prison of the mind.
Excuse my French, but just go fuck yourself. I was not there as a volunteer. And,
pretty much.
To say otherwise just proves the stupidity of the crap coming out of their mouths. And again, there's another aspect of the vicious cruelty that's at play. I mean, anyways, so much to be said.
Someone's comment was run like a Nazi concentration or something like that. I didn't see it. But, to answer that question, yes, you muster at a certain time. You're to stand a certain way. You have your job. And if you don't do your job, you're given rice and beans and you're considered a down stat, which puts you in lower conditions. Now, lower conditions in Scientology is basically, can I please beg your forgiveness for something that you're saying I did to you, but I may not feel that way, but it's because my stats were plummeting that I am asking for your forgiveness and not doing my job.
Yeah. Yeah, the conditions was always something that was constantly at play that you were judged off of, and therefore, based off of that judgment, would determine how you were treated as a staff member. Even if you were considered to be in an upper state of condition, a higher state of condition, such as normal or above consistently, that would eventually work against you, and that people would think there's something wrong. There's something odd at play here. Let's look into them, look for any imperfection, and then nail them for it and bring them down into a lower state. Now, these conditions, again, is something designed and defined by L. Ron Hubbard is what your physical environment, your how your life stands at the time. And I guess a way to relate it to you is if, you can either be living a life where all your bills are paid up, you don't have a basket full of laundry to do, your car's washed, everything's in order in your life. That would be considered normal. If suddenly the laundry starts stacking up, you start down trending to a lower state based off of this condition, the state of condition in your personal life that L. Ron Hubbard defined. So, I have found since leaving that there's nothing wrong with having a couple of baskets of laundry stacked up. Mm-hmm. I'm not an emergency or somebody who's in doubt, or I'm a liability to somebody else. It's just, it is what it is. But in the group, that's what was labeled. You had to live, the compulsion and motivation was always to live an idyllic, perfect life.
Jackson, tell them what you have to do to get out of liability. It's actually
Jesus
really
Christ.
Embarrassing.
Well, imagine you're already working a job or held accountable for getting up and reporting to duty at 8:30 a.m. and you can't go to bed till sometime after 11. And then you find yourself in trouble with the group and you're in a lower condition. Well, you have to go through to prove your loyalty and your commitment to fixing what was wrong with you. You had to go through extraordinary efforts and prove it and present it to the group to gain their approval and acceptance back in it. Mm-hmm. So a liability, let's just give an example as a carpenter, at a carpenter woodworking company. If you were walking along and while one of the table saws are working and you're carrying a metal pipe and you trip and it falls from your hand, gets caught up in the blade and puts that machine out of order, and that company can now no longer cut wood. Well, you're a liability to that group, that construction woodworking company, because of what you did. So the company will pay for having the machine done, but in the Sea Org, you have to pay to get that machine fixed out of your money, out of your own pocket somehow. And of course, we had thousands of dollars available to us in all of our bank accounts. And you would have to pay for that, get it fixed, take responsibility for the lack of income that the company did not, with their downtime, because now they're not making money. And so that you would be held accountable for that. And every aspect held accountable. So you have to figure out what you got to do to make up the damage, present it to the group, and in the case
present it to the group, you have to walk around and tell everybody what you did, how you made it up, and have them agree to let you back in.
Yeah, if there's 100 staff members, you had to get 51 of those people saying, yes, we accept you back in the group based off of what you presented to us. And only then could you be upgraded to the next condition. If you got only 49 that said yes and 52 that said, or 51 that said no, you'd have to reevaluate that condition and figure out what it is to gain 51 yes and 49 no's, you know? So, but, you know, of course, ideally you'd go, yeah, I got 80% of it or 90%, you know, you would feel better about yourself. But minimally, that the first call of duty when you're in such a condition is you would stay up all night just to prove that I gave up my sleep time to go sweep the floors or do the dishes and relieve the galley crew of extra work to, you know, allow them to get more sleep. I mean, that's literally how you would present yourself. I did this to allow someone to get more sleep, or I did that to relieve. It's just like, what the frickety frack. And over a course of time, it just, the idea of working through your sleep. Uh-oh. Sorry, I didn't expect that. How's that? Did you guys hear that?
It's all right.
Oh,
Yeah, you're fine.
You're popular. It's okay.
You're fine.
And it eventually presenting in your presented liability formula and asking everyone's acceptance back into the group, it's just like people like, yeah, you stayed up all night. Who gives a shit? We all do that. I stayed up late for the last 3 nights, and I'm not in a lower condition. So what's any different than you having done it as an effort to get back in good standing with the groups? I'm hoping this makes sense to you guys.
It's the self-sacrifice that's just expected. That's why, Bob just, you know, if somebody is, there's all this pressure, you're expected to self-sacrifice.
Extreme pressure. Yeah.
Yeah, your self-care is not taken into account. It's just your loyalty.
No, oh God, no. Because if all of a sudden you jumping into a volcano to somehow get the permission of the group's forgiveness, you would do it. You would do the worst case scenario. You want me to scrub the toilet? Oh, with the toothbrush? You got it. I will do it. Let's do this.
Yeah.
Can't tell you how many times I scrubbed the entryway to like right by where the mess hall is and the ethics office, scrubbed it with like hands and knees, scrubbing it.
I'm not sure our listening viewers can understand the fact that there's a modern day organization that makes you go through making up the damage you have done. I mean, I guess the only way you can relate it to is if your kid did something, got arrested, or did something wrong as a child, and you're trying to figure out what kind of discipline to add to them. You know, what is that? Send them to the room. They don't have TV for that night or something. Time out. You know,
but even then, Jackson, you're talking about an accident, falling.
I know. Yeah.
And that's what's so wild. It's not even.
It's not a choice. Yeah, it's not a bad choice.
Yeah, there's no choice in the matter. It's you instantaneously absorb that degraded feeling that I'm in trouble and I got to get out and no one's around to help you. I mean, there's internal ways to help you. I mean, they do offer you can go through this internal corrective path, and where you voluntarily, there's a voluntary effort where you can go to the qualifications division and get help by somebody. You can reread a policy letter that maybe there's something I didn't understand it, and use that as your bullshit excuse to get out of your condition. Mm-hmm. He goes, yeah, I didn't understand the keeping Scientology working policy, and you go, ding, 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 that sounds good in my liability form, so I'll go word clear it. And I'll method 9 word clear. That's even a deeper effort to try to understand something. Wow. And go, hey, this is what I did. This is what I did. And it took me 8 hours and I still got my job done and whatever. It's just the crazy efforts. It's really hard to compare it to an everyday common life of your normal human being on planet Earth. Even prisoners in today's world, they get their sentencing and they go to prison, and most of them just sit in their cell. Well, we would be expected to figure out how we're going to repaint that cell without any supplies. Right. Get the paint off, get it scrubbed down to the original concrete, and do it the standard way of repainting a wall, you know, but nobody would offer you any supplies, and you'd have to figure out yourself how to negotiate getting the tools, negotiate getting the supplies, cleaning up the paint, legally getting rid of the paint as waste, and then figuring out how you're going to buy the paint and how much paint. You see, that's just the shit that you got to go through as a Sea Org member.
Insanity. Right.
And then during your meal times, you give up your meal times to go around and disrupt your other Sea Org members' time by having them reading your liability folder while they're eating. And it wasn't uncommon because you'd go make copies, because to maximize your efforts, you would make 40 copies of this so you can go around and leave it at 40 different people and get one signature, and one time there's 40 signatures. So doing the math, the more signatures you can get done, the better. And people would even criticize you for did you pay for all these copies, or did the org pay for you Xeroxing all those?
So there's always something wrong. No matter how hard you try, it seems like you're always in the wrong.
It's always you, never Scientology.
Yeah,
never.
Yeah.
Always.
But if you do something good,
it's expected.
Good happen in life.
Right.
No, they'll take the credit for it.
Well, I will tell you this:
you were on course.
You know, undeniably, I did get acknowledged for doing something good once, and this was born after this idea came to my mind of, at the time, the life orientation course, for those of you familiar with, it was a course that L. Ron Hubbard designed to help an individual figure out what his hat in life is, what drives you to who you want to be. If you want to be a doctor, you want to be a film director, you want to be a tow truck driver, you want to be a concrete truck driver, you want to be a researcher, whatever. The life orientation course helps orientate you to life to then figure out what it is you want to do. So, when I did that, I remember realizing myself, I'd already realized this early on in my life, but my hat in life is to help people. So I was already a volunteer firefighter at the time, and there was a pretty major accident not far from the property that I took myself and the guards down to deal with, and we had to run a little routine securing traffic to get the scene secure before the engine rolls up, and have everything pretty well on hand until I had an ambulance available to transport these people. So I decided, COB deserves some good news on his plate. So I put together this whole debrief on what happened on this incident, and my guards that were involved, and how the good results from the victim of the accident, and what she had to say when she was transported, and being thankful. That's just natural human stuff. So I figured he can use some good news. So I put together this whole package. I submitted pictures with it, and then we had a base briefing where he comes down on Saturdays. And at the beginning of the base briefing, all the base staff there, 800-900 people, and he's standing there up front, and he pulls out this goldenrod, which you probably all have heard of goldenrod. Mm-hmm. And not all goldenrods were negative, but it was 99.9% of them were, but in rare cases you would get a good goldenrod where it was being declared as an ethics directive, and that, the following people are hereby commended and promoted. And I was like, what the hell? He listed out myself and my guards, and he read out the whole write-up that I gave him to all the base staff, and I became a Sea Org officer at that point, where he promoted that to me. And I think one other of my guards. But we got this public announcement that we did good, and here's the result of having done good. So I can't say there was never a time, but I did get promoted.
He was just straight dispensing your existence.
Yeah.
Whether it was going to be good or bad. And when you say COB, you mean David Miscavige, correct?
Yeah, that's a self-assigned title, by the way. Nora and L. Ron Hubbard's written works was there's a title in the Sea Organization or in Scientology that somebody can attain the position of chairman of the board. It is my understanding through the word on the grapevine at the base at the time that Dave was always admirable of Frank Sinatra and that whole clique out there in Vegas.
Yeah.
How Frank Sinatra himself...
The Rat Pack.
Yeah, the Rat Pack, and that time era, how he was considered chairman of the board just as a social default identity that they gave him. There was this board that existed that never existed. But these board of musicians that had a major influence in Vegas, they gave Frank Sinatra the title of chairman of the board. And then
you mean the mob, right? The Rat
Pack.
Yeah.
The unspoken in your face mob, yes. But that was my understanding, and never in the writings and works of L. Ron Hubbard was there anything saying this is a job or position that is hereby designated and anybody can be assigned. Yeah, that was Dave Miscavige's self. Just like this ecclesiastical leader. I'm sure Dave spent months trying to figure out how to properly pronounce that word, let alone know what it was. And that was just language that came out in the public eye through some Corinne Powell or some attorney responding to some legal lawsuit that how dare you come after her. What should we put here? What should we put here? Oh, put ecclesiastical there, you know? So they released this public statement of our ecclesiastical label. And Dave probably for the first time was like, what's this? And that means the highest, religious order. Hey, it sounds great to me, call me the ecclesiastical leader. It literally is fucking bullshit that he is even an ecclesiastical leader. He's not even a leader of any, whatever. He's not even a leader of himself. It's just, what the hell?
Sorry, Jackson, that was literally me texting you because I was trying to send Nora the link again because she will be here any moment.
Oh,
yeah. Having a little thing. But I literally accidentally texted Jackson and I heard it go off. So I was like, it's just me. Don't worry, you're not.
She's taking her responsibility right now, guys.
Can we take some
somebody
questions, Jackson, before?
I was going to say, we must have some, yeah.
Yeah, we have some. Yeah.
All right.
Marilyn or...
Sure. Okay, here we go. From Jeff. Question, Jackson. Did you have any fire apparatus on the base proper?
No, and as a matter of fact, during my tenure there, I was, because of my attainment as a fire apparatus engineer, which was kind of significant for me as a firefighter, but the base themselves knew my attainments as a volunteer firefighter. They started telling me that we should look into obtaining and owning our own fire apparatus, and that's our own department. I kept telling them, no, you're batshit crazy. The obligations and responsibilities we'd be taking on, we'd never be able to uphold, and we'd just look like foolish idiots. Like the Three Stooges running around with this fire engine. We thinking we're saving the planet, and the outside world's going, what a bunch of fucking idiots. Just because they got money, they bought themselves a fire engine. It would be an insult to the fire service. After I left, Danny Dunnigan, who's in security, we called him Done It Again because he always did something and he done it again. He went to my captain at the station soliciting him, hey, we're here to get recommendation from you of a type of fire apparatus we are interested in buying for our property. So he was like, I just spoke to him this last week about it, last Thursday, as a matter of fact, my captain, and he gave me the whole lowdown of, I gave him this direction. I told him to do this and do that. And this is my recommendation. They went back and they did the complete opposite, bought this huge aerial ladder, just an aerial ladder truck, 75-foot snorkel truck, and it just sits there, and it's like a seamstress, and I always use this as a reference, but it's like a seamstress buying a fire engine and thinking she knows everything about it, or they know everything about it, and it just sits there and starts rotting because nobody knows how to run it. But they got a fire engine. So that was just
You're
so
probably
serious.
the only one who brought any professionalism to that position.
I would believe so. I mean, there were some guys that, introduced their own, but I truly recognized at one time that waking up to OSHA regulations and going, hey, we need to get these safety standards put into play and get these people educated on this. The electricians, becoming more aware of the high voltage at play and what's the do's and not do's, and talking to the chief electrician and stuff. Yeah, I mean, I can proudly say that I was somebody that started instituting that, whereas before they just would trip across haphazardly how to deal with stuff and do stuff. There's another question there.
So what question you want to take? Do you see any? How about the Sea Org? Can we do the Sea Org one before we bring our next amazing
Well, someone's
guest?
asking.
What was it? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
There was someone just brought up another one, but I was just about to list off one I was seeing. So since today is Sea Org Day, Jackson, do you have any funny memories? Well, yeah. I remember one Sea Org Day when and I would say this is probably in 1990, 89, 91, 92. where we went on full on out on the base, where we got jet skis for the newly developed lake. We had all these games, these tug of war games. I think there was watermelon or pie eating contest. There was nothing. And then we also had these months long preparations for these team games, basketball games, softball games, and I think volleyball games, to where teams were built up and people were spending their dinner times and lunch times going out practicing soccer or volleyball or, you know, whatever. But we were all excited. There's going to be the one group of executives against another group of executives, and there was a lot of natural, what do you call it? You know, not harassing, but what do you do? It's
competition.
Like Dodgers against the Giants. You know, there was a lot of that going on. And then the day came where those games, a lot of rivalries, and it was really fun. We were really looking forward to it. Well, I also wanted to get my guards involved, so I got it set up to we had use of the jet skis on the lake before the staff started their day at 9. So we had an hour of use before the crew had, and I ended up, one of my guards ran into my leg and pinched from the nose of his jet skis into my jet skis and gave me this just short of, he probably got, the impact was so hard that it was probably just like a half a pound short of actually breaking my femur. The impact was so hard, I had this deep, deep, deep contusion. And I was like, holy smokes, what a way to piss in my own cornflakes for the day. And I walked around, I was in so much pain, my whole leg turned black and blue. And I had to walk around in pain, but it was kind of humorous to me. At least we had a great fun. That whole day was fun. All these competitions that we had, a lot of rivalries finally got to work themselves out. Somebody else got injured that day. And it just was strange in how people, there was no organization. There was kind of an idea there was organization. When we got out there, we don't have fun that much, so we didn't know how to have fun safely. And these significant injuries would result. Someone get rope burns, like major rope burns on both their hands from the tug of wars, because everybody would be giving it all. No one thought about providing everybody with gloves.
Right.
You know. Well, somebody just changed things up. I don't know what happened there, but
we're gonna bring Nora in soon.
Somebody was asking if there's a donate button, so I put the QR code there on the corner.
Yeah.
And then
I see.
I
Boy,
changed
we're all
it
fancy
just so it
up in
wasn't
here.
Right, so
just so it
scan
wasn't on
that.
top of me.
Yeah.
And the moderators
I
are putting up the links to
There.
the GoFundMe. And
There's the
Yep, you
QR
got
code.
it. Yeah.
If you can't see it.
I know, it's crazy.
There you go.
There you
Opposite.
go. Ding, ding, ding.
There you
That's
go.
hard. This is hard to do.
It's part,
maybe?
it's part of my responsibility for
No,
being
I didn't
assigned
get it.
down here in the lower right-hand corner. I got to point out the
Thank you.
And Liz, there she is.
So Liz, can you introduce our next guest, since it's someone that you know and you were in charge of the guest list because you and Vanessa?
Well, let us say goodbye before you bring her on. We're going to be popping in and out through the day. Everybody's going to be popping in and out through the day. This is going to be the most fun Sea Org day you guys have ever had in your life. We have this is just a preview of all the incredible people who we have on. I'll be on, Liz will be on, Elysia will be on. All the hosts are going to be here all day long. And then we just have lovely people coming in and out. So Liz is staying. I think Jackson had something to do, right, Jackson?
Well, I got Mark and Janice a little later, but well, it doesn't mean that
That
I'm
means I get to see you again?
Yeah. I was going to quickly answer just because Mark will put the question out here.
There was another question that you wanted to answer.
Please stay, Jackson. I just wanted to say goodbye. So
I just want
Alicia's popping off.
And I just wanted to get also our next guest in, and then if you guys don't mind sharing.
Oh yeah, I'll stay around.
Then you can answer your question, and then we can have all fun together. I'm gonna have to get myself a new cup of coffee too.
I got to start making sure all of our guests are actually ready for today. So I'll be behind the scenes. Text me if you guys need anything.
Very good.
Love you.
Real quick,
Love
I'll
you
answer
guys.
this
Love
question
you.
that Mark
Vanessa made my life a lot easier
Redano
this
was
time around.
asking. What firearms and tactical gear did Scientology security use at the base you were running?
Hey, hang on, Jackson, just a second. I'm sorry. Can I just bring our next guest in?
We
and
just
then
want to
we'll-
bring
we'll
Nora
pop
in because she's been waiting in the
She's
wings.
been waiting.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
Bring
Nora.
Here she comes. She's ready. She's ready.
I just pulled her in now.
You're
Hi,
here.
my love.
Hello, everybody. Hey, Jackson.
Hey, Nora. So
Jackson
quickly,
and I are neighbors.
The only.
So
Everybody's been waiting. No, I'm just kidding. Nobody cares.
What-
I'm just
We've
kidding.
all been
Happy,
waiting.
happy
We all
Sea Org
care.
Day, everybody.
Happy
Happy
St.
Sea
Bob.
Org Day.
Happy Sea Org.
So Jackson, you were explaining something?
well, yeah, they just wanted to respectfully answer this gentleman's question.
Yeah.
No,
Go ahead,
answer
Julia.
the firearms
I'm gonna
question
ask-
because
I'm
you know
gonna
about
ask
the
Marilyn.
int-based ones.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask Marilyn to just control the questions while I go get myself another cup of coffee.
Sure.
Sure.
And then you can
Fine.
put the
Coffee.
question on the screen, and I'll be back.
The nectar of life.
I'm
So,
just looking for it.
An answer to the question of what firearms and tactical gear did Scientology security use at the base you were running? Well, when I first got into security in 1982, the only thing that's the security had itself was we had 45 caliber pistols. We had about 6 or 7 of those. We had 6 to 8 12 gauge shotguns, and then at the time we had these high power rifles called H&K 91s, and those were 308 caliber. They're large caliber assault rifles that had little bipods at the end off the rifle end of the gun that you could sit there like it looks like a military gun, and a 30 round clip. Those things were a fucking blast to shoot. I'll tell you, we used to shoot them up in the hill and see these little puffs of dust up there because the caliber would get up that range and go that range. So that's all we ever did shooting. But when the laws changed for California on possession of such guns, I personally saw to it that we got rid of them. We sold them, and some gentlemen in Texas turned around, used that money, and at the direction of one of our private investigators, we did buy a professional high-powered sniper rifle that all the snipers and all law enforcement and anybody in that industry would seek out and buy. So we bought a high-power a sniper rifle that was also 308, and it had a very expensive scope on it. And we bought Premier rounds, if anybody know what that is. When you buy ammunition, you can get a general mixed. Anyways, it's prime rounds are much more expensive. It's like premium gasoline. You get your regular grade, then you get premium grade. Well, we got premium grade fire ammunition, and that's about it. And we also had bulletproof vests. And
Oh, yeah.
yeah, because that became a concern over time, but we didn't get those until we actually had people drive by shooting at us.
So is this sniper rifle the rifle that we hear of that was hidden up in the mountains?
There was never once did I have a gun up at that Eagle booth, and nor was there ever a rifle up on the hill. That was a story that got kicked around from Dave Miscavige himself, and that one of my security guards who set the hill on fire, at the end of his shift early morning, he decided to go take a deuce in the weeds. And once he was done, he was going to light his toilet paper on fire. And at that elevation on the hill, if you know anything about weather patterns, there's always a thermal layer happening. So if you see a column of smoke go up in the air, and you'll see a column of smoke go up and then it flattens out, that's the thermal barrier, the thermal layer, where the temperatures change and difference. Well, at that elevation on the hill he was in 75 to almost 80 degree temperature, where went down at the booth it was in the mid 60s to lower 60s. So he was in good fire conditions up there, and he decided to torch off his toilet paper, and he set the hill on fire. And he got security checked, interrogated from it, and in the course of that interrogation, it came up that he would sit with the binoculars and look at Dave and follow him around the property. And Dave translated it into, I told you that people are spying on me, and he had me in his crosshairs the whole time. And then it ruined the guy's life.
Yeah.
And
Somebody's a little bit paranoid.
Yeah, and there never once I had that rifle secured that only 3 people had the keys to, and it was under security alarms that even if it was accessed, nobody even knew that it almost existed. So even Dave himself. But we had it for our own defense, so we could sit there and pick people off the mountains that are coming after to try to take Scientology out. I mean, that is a proper security concern. You know, when you're going to defend against threats, you think about those kind of things and how you're going to prepare yourself against them. But yeah, I'm sorry.
Shit hit the fan. He couldn't wash his hands.
Yeah.
He was on fire. So I'm going to go with no.
Just to disabuse people, the idea, no, there never was. I had a 12 gauge up there once to protect the guard because one night he was sitting there and a mountain lion crossed right in front of the little slit. And it laid down right there in front of him. He had to sit there and be like, I got a mountain lion sitting in front of me. And the first thing I had to get up to that guard was a couple of rolls of toilet paper after that experience. And then I got a 12 gauge shotgun up there for his own means to keep himself safe, to protect against the mountain. So that's the only... During my tenure there, up until 96, there was never, ever a high-power rifle sitting up on that hill.
Okay.
Never. So I hope that disabused people. So
yeah, thank you for clarifying that. Absolutely.
Yeah. Is it my belief that they could have done it and would have done it afterwards? Well, they took the guard away from that position and put a high-powered camera, pan-tilt zoom camera up there. So because they were running out of manpower, so now they have just a pan-tilt zoom camera up there replacing a human.
Sure.
So I'm sure that they don't have a Breaking Bad scenario set up in the trunk of a car that you can activate with a remote control. If anybody saw Breaking Bad, when I saw that, it's like, wow, that's a Sea Org arrangement going on right there. Wow. But anyways, I hope that answered that question. I'm sorry, Nora. We still need to soak in you're joining our
it's all good.
Little happy club.
Jackson,
here.
you have so many stories, my friend. One day we'll get together, me and you, and we'll just tell some crazy wackadoodle stories
and you know,
together.
we need to create some merch for Nora where she says, well, you know, my story begins like this, and she's always, it's like it's just something I've noticed in your highlighter.
That's because I'm a California girl. That's just straight
well,
up.
There
Cali.
you go. It is. That's
what am I gonna say? I own it.
It just was. I was laughing my ass off one day where you're trying to explain something. And you were saying more likes than the topic at hand, and it's like, we got to create a T-shirt for this.
Hey, at least you don't have a thing that's like, don't you know? Don't you know that?
Yeah,
she's
don't you know, Margie? Yeah.
Oh, now you made me remember. I'm trying to remember. Do y'all remember? Liz, do you remember the girl that was? Oh crap, Anamika. She was a reg, I believe, in the actual reg office, and it's gonna break my brain. She got married. I was a bridesmaid in her wedding. Anyway, we used to do a whole like Midwest thing forever. And I used to call her Pam and she called me Barb. And we would just sit there and be like, hey, Pam, how you doing? Don't you know? How you been today? And she's like, hey, Barb. And we would talk to each other like this, like back and forth. Oh, yeah, you know, it's been really bad today. The reg office is just down. Our stats are way down. You know, it's just like in the garbage can. And oh, no. And one day we had been doing this for like 10 minutes. And I went up to the course room and I was like, okay, everybody, it's time to start course now, don't you know? And I couldn't drop the accent for the life of me. I was like, squeeze the cans there. Okay. It was really bad. He's like, are you from Wisconsin? And I was like, no, definitely not. I'm from California.
No, I was answering a question.
She was
grabbing on us. Who's changing the screen layout? And I said I was.
I did it
because I'm trying to.
It wasn't me.
I am going to dip out to make a quick phone call to return that early ringy dingy that was happening.
Okay.
And then I'll come back to y'all.
Thank you for joining us.
Right, Jackson. I heard your face.
What is it? Right? That's how you remember the chat.
How is it, Chad?
Kids do that thing with their fingers.
I could draw.
Oh yeah.
I could draw it.
Right? Yeah.
You can draw it.
You can draw it. Chad's going to draw it.
Yeah, Chad can draw it. Okay.
His crowns have
I like this one, Nora.
Okay.
This is a very complex
Now, Jackson got to tell a fun Sea Org day. Oh, I don't know how to do that.
Yes.
That's where it got.
I knew it. And I said, I'm going to do it. And then I lost it.
So Jackson told a fun Sea Org Day story. So I want to say that Sea Org Day was a bag of lies. Like they recruited me with Sea Org Day when I was a young kid because I said specifically I didn't want to join the Sea Org because I was a basketball player at the time. And I was like, well, I don't want to give up basketball. And they were like, well, we have an Olympics that we do every year. And all of the orgs compete in this tremendous Olympics, and we only pick our most elite athletes to compete in this, dynamic Olympics that we practice for all year for all of the sports. And, if you're telling me you're as good as you are at basketball, you've been playing since you were 7 and now you're in high school and, you're already on the varsity team, you could be our star basketball player on our Olympic team for Sea Org Day. It's international. We have international players. So this is great. This is perfect for us because you could be the captain of the basketball team. And I was like, oh, well, this is even more important than I could captain this team. There's no practice. There's no time to get to, form a team for any of these sports that are played. Mostly it's tug of war. There's a huge tug of war that takes place. Some football. There is maybe some basketball thrown together for 3 seconds. People pick teams at the last second. And then I'm trying to think, maybe people play volleyball. Which one are you talking about? Was there a softball ever? Maybe some softball, and then that's it. Then the big thing that happened, and it got canceled like the third Sea Org Day that I went in, most of the women would be like, shopping! And they would just show up at Sea Org Day for the little muster that happened, and then they would break off and go shopping, or they would just go to the beach and get tan, or as what would happen with all the Sea Org members, because we're all indoor people. And so they would just get incredibly sunburnt because they would just fall asleep on the beach. They would put one layer of sunscreen on, flip over, and then just get lobsterized. Then they would all show back up for the dinner that had a talent show. I'll put that in gigantic air quotes. That was awful. People telling a comedy routine that was roasting their captain or something, that the captain would sit there and be just taking notes, that they would get an ethics thing. People getting outrageously drunk for one night only that was allowed. It was the 2 times a year we were allowed to have alcohol. Sea Org Day and the Bosun's Party, which happened at Christmas time. And then after 3 years, we weren't allowed to have alcohol anymore. And I'll never forget, I got called down to the LRH comms office, Liz's old office, to talk to the deputy LRH comm. What was his name, Liz? The guy with reddish hair. What was his butt?
Dusty Dallas? No.
No.
Dallas?
The guy, he came in and out a little bit. He was really pale reddish hair, reddish blonde hair. But anyway, I worked with him to find the references on why we shouldn't have alcohol one year. And I remember I got so much shit because as a word clearer, I had to find the reasons why alcohol should be banned at Sea Org Day and the Bosun's Party. And so I found every reference and the definitions of why alcohol was bad for you as a thetan, and as a spiritual being, and why LRH was specifically banning alcohol. However, LRH also said in many different ways throughout that, it built camaraderie. He would give his C members rum and all this stuff. And so it was all conflicting. In one hand, he would say, don't drink because it smashes all your whole track and pictures together and it fucked you up. And then on the other hand, you would say, oh, no, it's, yay, Sea Org, sea people.
Obey the laws of the land.
Drunken sailors,
Exactly. So it was we couldn't let loose anymore. And people were mad at me because I had found all these references and stuff. And so ruined Sea Org Day. It was the one time a year that legitimately we could go and party and have a good time. And mainly that happened because of a Sea Org, the Celebrity Center Gala. All of the INT guys had come down and we were bartending for them. And so you're talking David Miscavige, everybody. And they had all gotten outrageously drunk. And so we had seen them be drunk and party. And that was out PR and black PR to see upper echelon. And we were just little peons and seeing them have a good time, you know, and that was like verboten because we're not supposed to mix and match, right? So like things like that would happen all the time. On Friday nights we'd go, remember when we'd go to like Universal, Liz, and just go to the movies? That was fun. We'd just all take off Friday night and go to the movies.
Yeah. And then it was like we had this whole team until we were forced to see The General's Daughter. That
God,
fucked my shit up.
Because it was a John Travolta film. So we were all like, everybody was like, let's go. And so we were all ordered to go see The General's Daughter because we got to support JT, got to support our guy. And this is not have all of you seen this movie? Have all of you seen this film? No knock on, and I never knock John Travolta as an actor or anything like that. There's very few of his films that I find really stupid. This is actually, as a film, a good film. And his acting is good in the film. However, trigger warning, there's a lot of essay in the film. It's about essay, and it is a very intense film, which we did not know that going into this film that the movie was about. We were not allowed to see a trailer or anything prior to going to the film. So like we didn't know anything other than John Travolta's in the movie.
Yeah, I remember
ordered
thinking
to go see Eyes Wide Shut. However,
but I
we knew what that one was
remember.
about.
I know, but on General's Daughter, as unenlightened as I was, because again, we weren't allowed to see previews. We'd see the billboard ads and stuff, like going to the Bronson or the Wilcox. But then all of a sudden, it was like, oh, we're sitting here. It's going to be about a man and his daughter.
Military, yes, Liz.
As bad as you think it is,
it's very
it was horrific. It's right up there with what the fuck what.
Well, and for anybody, and I hate to break the news, there are plenty of women in the Sea Org who have a more than one incident of SA from their spouse, from other people, and that is never handled appropriately in the Sea Org or in Scientology, period. Do we have to pay for our own movie tickets? Yes, we did. There's only been like one time in the history of the Sea Org that I know of where Tom Cruise set up a viewing of one of his films. Other than that, here's one true fact. When Battlefield Earth came out, Sea Org members were forced to go see that multiple times in the theater to make it a blockbuster hit. In fact, they almost got the RPF when I was on the RPF, because I was on the RPF when that came out, to go see. They were so desperate for people to see that in the theater that they almost bust the RPF over. And then they were like, that's a bridge too far. Because mostly they were afraid we were going to like escape.
Get away.
They weren't afraid we were going to hate the movie so much that we would take off from the theater. They were just like, this is a moment where it's dark and we're in black and gray. They wouldn't be able to see us enough that we would just run out of the theater.
That would have been kind of good, though.
I still remember the day that I was like, I've had it. I'm tapped. And I ran out the back door, where everybody gets picked up for the shuttle to go home. I ran out the back door at a light brisk, and immediately I go right, and I'm heading towards Franklin. And then all of a sudden I'm like, nope, we're going to go left. We're going straight to Hollywood. I'm going to Mann's Chinese Theater. Fuck this.
Right.
No, like, I remember I was a lot younger. I probably couldn't hop over as many fences as I did then. But I remember, like, I was just like, I'm done. I'm spent. They followed me all the way around for 5 hours until finally I was so fucking exhausted that I was just, okay, damn. All right, let's go back. Fuck this shit, because I can't keep running. Like, I am not an Olympian.
No, I think every time that we end up blowing the unauthorized leave. What's ironic about that is that you're told you can leave anytime you want. You don't have to stay. You just have to leave legally. That's what they want you to do. They want you to leave legally. Do it the right way. Just do it the right way. Just come back and let's do it the right way, because we don't want you to get declared. Because that would just be it would just be so bad for your family. Just come back so that you can get sec checked and do it the right way. So the first time that you ever blow, you're like, oh, okay, that makes sense. I don't want to lose my family. I don't want to lose my friends. Okay, I'll do it the right way. So like the first time I blew the Sea Org, it was after I'd gotten trained at Flag, and things like that. And like, the first time I actually tried to leave the Sea Org, I knew rewind all of that. The first time I knew I wanted to leave, it was after my dad had passed away. He passed away suddenly on a Thursday after 2 of a massive heart attack, went through a whole shebang. And I got what I know now is like severely depressed. I was in a total depression, wanted to die, like the whole gamut. And, I kept feeling like I was going to run away. So I decided I'm going to put myself on a leaving staff routing form. Like this is the logical thing to do. And there's an actual routing form that you can do. And I was in HCO at the time, which is the Hubbard Communications Office. And per all of the Hubbard policy letters, you're not supposed to tell anybody that you want to leave staff except like the Hubbard area secretary and like the ethics officer. Those are the only 2 people that you're supposed to tell that you want to leave the Sea Org. And that person happened to be my boss at the time. So I was like, okay. So the next day I went in and I wrote out the routing form, and I put myself on this routing form, and I thought, this is the right way to do it. Like, I'll put myself on the routing form. I'll start the routing form and I will just do this. And I wrote out the routing form. I put it on her desk, and I wrote her a note, and I said, can we please discuss this in the morning? Like, I really, why I wanted to do it. The next day I came in, and the CO somehow, instead of talking to her, instead of talking to me, she went directly to him, which is like 2 bosses above her. Okay. And I was nobody at the time. I was the recruiter or something. Like I wasn't even a big wig. I wasn't a big deal. He came up to me and tore up the routing form in front of my face and said, fuck you. You are never leaving here. Who do you think you are putting yourself on this routing form? This is bullshit. And just told me, like, you're not going anywhere. And I was like, what? Like, you can't leave here. You're not leaving here. And I was just like, how am I? That's what you're supposed.
But you can leave at any time. That's what they say all the time.
So,
no one's
it's
being
like,
held
even
against
though
their
there's
will.
the routing form and it has steps on it, and I was doing the steps, at that moment, I was like, there's no escape. And so the next time I just ran away, and it was like being in the CIA. I stole a car from my mom's house. I waited for them to come home, and I felt really bad. I left her a note on a card. She thought somebody stole it. So they called the police and everything. Then they got my note later. Then they had to call the insurance company back and be like, oh, just kidding. My daughter borrowed the car. I didn't realize she left me a note. And so then they were freaking out. They figured I went to my grandparents' house. I called her later and I was like, you can't stop me. And then, she ended up meeting me in Northern California. And then I ended up coming back, because I didn't want her to get in trouble, because like I knew it would mess her up. And I spent 3-4 months on, doing hard labor until they were like, okay, you got to go back on the job. And it was just like this cycle over and over. I ran away a couple more times, and then I ended up on the RPF. I ran away a couple times from there. And then finally, left in spectacular fashion by trying to unalive myself. That was the only way. And then even doing that, the RPFIC came to the hotel where they were holding me with sirens blaring on a little security car that he borrowed, and looked me dead in the eye and said, so are you going to knock off all this case on post and come back and finish up this program or what? literally, even in that moment, wasn't going
inhumane.
to let me leave. And there was a piece of me in that moment, guys, where a part of my soul was still saying, you got to go back. You got to go back.
Yeah.
And I somehow had strength to just go, no, Alex, I'm done. Like I gathered strength to say that. And he said, I like had my arm on the windshield, the like window, and he shoved my arm off and he was like, fine, fuck you. And then he like peeled out and drove away. But I was like, I was scared at that moment. Like I didn't know what was going to happen to me. And the next day, one of the security guys came and picked me up. We got my stuff, and then he just took me to HGB. They made me like stare in the camera and say, I'll never say anything bad about Scientology. I mean, I don't consider that I'm saying anything bad about Scientology because people are like, well, aren't you saying bad stuff? I'm like, no, I'm just saying truth. These are just facts. This is just like,
yeah, it's not anything.
If you look at it from
is
Scientology
it bad? Yes.
terms, this is a knowledge report about Scientology. It's time, place, form, and event of what happened. That's a knowledge report. Time, place, form, and event of what happened in Scientology. And then he took me to my parents' house and just like literally took the shit out of out of his trunk and drove away. And that's it. And then it took me like 2 weeks to get the $400 that was my severance pay. And I had to go back to Celebrity Center. They made me come back to Celebrity Center to collect my $400. They wouldn't let me go inside the building. James Richardson, the security chief, met me outside with a newspaper tucked under his arm. And he was like, were you followed here? And I'm like, only you guys are following me. Was I followed here? Then he hands me the newspaper like this. And then he's like, walks away. And I was like, weren't you supposed to give me the check? He's like, look in the newspaper. And I was like, it's like the check was in the newspaper, like we're in a spy novel.
What is this?
And I was like, what?
It wasn't that scene from All the President's Men?
Right? Thank you.
Right? Yeah. And for me, they drove me. So as broken as I was, James Richardson drives me all the way from Los Angeles to Sacramento, pulls my mom into her apartment. And I'm hysterically crying. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Am I about to say goodbye to my mother? They're not letting me out of the vehicle. Bitch, I get car sick. I'm hoping I vomit on you. Like,
that would have been great.
Yeah, but I'm like, what is going on? You're crying profusely because you don't understand. And then all of a sudden they get you your stuff. They don't hand it to you nicely. And most of the time, like I'm missing years of pictures that I took there.
Yep.
You know, my camera film was exposed. Like I got maybe a third of my stuff back, maybe. So no. And then when they drop you off in such a way that you're fucking broken.
Yeah.
And then my mom's like, get your TRs in, get your TRs in. And I'm just like, so I was broken for like a month. Like a month, I cried all the time because you don't know. Like, am I going to be able to talk to my friends again? Like, is this the end? Like, you guys pushed me. Like, I was pushed to the point of, you know what? Dying seems like a better fucking option than doing this. Because if I have to keep digging holes for the rest of my fucking life, you know, not getting an amount of food that will sustain you, you know, you're getting the bare fucking minimum. Let's talk about an 800 calorie diet with a 200-pound person. Like, I gotta remain fluffy. It's the fluff everybody loves. Don't try to make me super skinny because
it's devastating how many stores are similar.
I wouldn't know where to go shopping for skinny. I'm just saying.
Oh, Jackson's back.
Nice.
No, I feel you.
Welcome
I feel
back.
you on that, Liz. It's just. I mean, what you know, the thing about it is that like you stayed at Celebrity Center and they just sort of like held you hostage there. And what I find interesting about that is that like they, when everything happened for me, they couldn't fucking get me out of Celebrity Center fast enough. They just were like so panicked about it. They sent me and Austin out of Celebrity Center over to the RPF. Now she ended up graduating and going back because you probably worked with her after she graduated because you were there because you were there from
I didn't leave till
95.
2000.
So you left in 2000.
Yeah, I left when I was 20.
Okay, so you left in 2000.
Correct.
2000. What month in 2000?
I want to say September because it was
Okay,
really pretty,
so
but I think it was September.
Okay, so I got RPF'd in March of 2000. So I was on the RPF, and then you were probably on decks at that time doing mess work. So they RPF'd me, and then they were just fucking with you the whole time, and then just shipped you out because they were like, we're not doing this again. Because by that time, I was on the RPF. 3 months later, they sent Austin to the RPF, and then they were just having you dig ditches because they were like, we're not sending 3 people to the RPF because we're not paying that whole huge amount of money they were paying per month, $12.50, guys. They were paying us per week, which after taxes came out to $11.32 per week that we were getting paid. So, and I want to remind everybody that with $11.32 that would tape, they would tape the change to the back of your paycheck. You were expected to buy all of your toiletries. Okay. So if, as a woman, you had to buy all of your hygiene products. That meant your shampoo, conditioner, your deodorant, and all of your feminine needs. Okay. So if you had to buy tampons, pads, that's on you. With $11.32. And then if you wanted something special, like a Coca-Cola or a cookie, they charged you for that in the canteen. A whole $2 per Coke, or $1 for those cookies, or 75 cents for them chips. So your $11.32 didn't get you too far. And then if you had a medical emergency, okay, we were all on the poor bus, so we had to go fill out all these great forms at the fantastic medical facilities known as USC Medical Center or UCLA Medical Center, way up in all of you, to fill out all the forms to say that we were incredibly poor, because we were, and we couldn't afford no medical care. So give us medical care for free, which is fine. However, asterisk, we had to ride the bus to get there. So we had to pay for that ourselves. Okay. So you had to save all your money to somehow get on the bus, which then took, if you had to go to all of you, 2.5, 3 hours to get from the pack base all the way up to Sylmar to all of you.
What was that type of mic that Aaron said we should all have, E?
This one.
The Shure.
The
Shure. The M7.
So when you backed your mouth away from it, all we heard was this. Ladies and gentlemen.
And Nora, I wanted to kick
Back
in
of
there,
the mic.
Nora. You say that we got $12 and whatever a week. We always.
That's on the RPF.
Well, yeah, that's the RPF, but
Yeah.
people refer to we only got $50 a week.
Yeah.
That is only like maybe 4 or 5 weeks out of a given year. That,
For sure.
never
when
once
we got paid.
was it consistent
When we got paid.
every week. And also, Nora, I just want to throw in a funny here. Are you going with the bike ride tonight?
What bike ride?
The naked bike ride.
Oh, honey. Jackson, come on now. I didn't do these titties are not flying out in Portland for everybody.
We can get a crane. We can get a crane. We'll postulate it, Nora. We got the crane.
Yeah, I know.
I was gonna go. I'm gonna do a
These
remote
are
because
two toddlers here, and they would just be like flying.
It's like tetherball. Tetherball.
These are
my God.
property of my wife.
See, this
They're
I didn't
not for
plan to
all
be part of the
Portland.
conversation, but I was gonna do a live remote. I was gonna drive on my cell phone and have my mic duct taped to my steering wheel, my handlebars,
Duct
doing the
tape to
naked bike ride.
something. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah.
That is something we do here in Portland.
Yeah.
We do it's a legit naked bike ride, and
Every
people
year.
are totally naked. It's the one time a year. I mean, technically, legally in most states, to be not naked. And I did see this one time. What was the name of guys? What was the name of the it wasn't like it was like a little store right across from PAC that was nestled in there, that one little
George's General.
Yeah,
George's General. I saw a person once go into George's General, a woman who just had like Band-Aids over her nipples, just literal Band-Aids and no top, just Band-Aids here on her nips. And I was like, what? And then somebody explained to me that in California, you just have to have nipples
Just the
covered.
nipples have to be covered.
And then you're legally dressed. And it's the same in Oregon. If your nips are covered, then you're not considered
covered.
topless.
Yeah.
You're covered. And I've seen women walk around like that. And I'm like, you are brave. That is, you go, girl. I can't. That's just not. That's
Yeah,
not for me.
That's not in my wheelhouse.
I don't leave the house without a bra on. Like even if I'm going to walk my dogs in the
Oh my
morning.
God,
I
this
don't.
is going
I'm
way
not-
beyond. Way beyond I was expecting. This is
People
awesome.
are donating though. People are donating.
This is a woman thing because
donating.
realistically, I'm the same way.
For the
I
parade
literally have left the house a few times without a bra on. Sorry. And the few times that I've left, I'm like, oh my God, this is over the shoulder boulder holder. Where's my tit sling? Oh my God, I'm gonna knock my teeth out.
Beaches.
Throw it over.
No full beaches.
Has everybody noticed that it's only the gay ladies here openly speaking about their dinglies?
I'm openly speaking.
Oh, I got some good moves.
Yeah.
Right?
Denver,
moves.
Yeah,
We're
this
here
is
for
freaking
support.
awesome.
You just get
Guys,
In fact, I'm in a naked
Chad is
Peloton
very
tonight.
quiet.
Yeah, Juliana.
guys, I'd like to get to some comments and questions here because we have our
Yes.
next guest. It's not her time yet, but she's already waiting in the wings, getting ready, getting prepped. So I'm like, okay. I'd just like to go through some comments. I have one here from my mom that I'd like to say. It has
Oh,
nothing to do
wow.
with the thing,
Hi,
but it's
Mom.
my mom, so I'm gonna put
Excellent.
my mom on the screen.
Oh, wow.
My mom says,
Tanya.
Ju, dá alô pro Marcelo, tô de aniversário. Feliz aniversário, Celo. Te amo. That's
And
my
how do you pronounce her
Por
name?
favor.
How do you pronounce her name?
my mom's Tanya.
Tanya. Oh.
Tanya.
And what does that
Tanya.
translate to?
Yes, please.
Say hello to Marcelo, who's my cousin. It's his birthday, so my mom
Oh,
is at a
happy
birthday
birthday,
party.
Marcelo.
Happy birthday,
He speaks English, by the way. I spoke Portuguese because the message was in Portuguese, but Marcelo
Yes.
has lived in the U.S. to speak. So happy birthday, Celo!
That is
Happy
freaking awesome.
birthday.
How
Absolutely.
do you
happy
say that in
birthday.
Portuguese? I know that was all Portuguese, but how do you say that in Portuguese?
Feliz
Happy birthday.
aniversário. Feliz aniversário.
Feliz de aniversário.
Feliz
Feliz.
aniversário.
Aniversário.
It's like anniversary, but aniversário.
Can you
So,
say
Aniversário.
can you say hey Jackson in your native tongue just so I can hear what it sounds like?
Jackson is just Jackson because it's the name in English,
man,
but I can say
like
"Oh,
ketchup."
Jackson. I can say
Ketchup.
Jackson instead of Jackson. I can say Jackson.
Hola,
Oh, Jackson.
Jackson.
Oh, Jackson.
Jackson.
It's like ketchup.
Jackson.
Ketchup doesn't exist in any language except for English.
But
And
then
that was my
we
favorite
pronounce
thing.
it
That
ketchup.
Yeah. ketchup. I love
We
it.
pronounce it differently.
Oh.
We just put
I
it
just-
into the sounds of the
We
language.
could
love
always
that
do the
stuff.
je suis est homosexual.
Oh,
That's French.
Yeah, it is.
yeah.
We have a lot of questions here. I'm sorry, guys,
Let's
we're
do
not
it.
going to be able to get to all the questions. I'm looking for
Rapid
Shoot as many
fire.
as you can.
questions that
Go,
are
go, go.
but there's a lot, and then now I don't
We'll
even
do
know
a
anymore.
rapid
And Marilyn
fire.
left. I'm gonna ask Steve-O to see questions. Okay, I want to.
What am I
get
doing?
this
What
one
am I
very
doing?
Quickly.
I'm here. I'm here.
How are we donating?
This one's gonna keep coming up. So how are we
So-
donating? The GoFundMe account?
Yes.
The GoFundMe, it's also listed with my Venmo account because I'm not very electronical. Sorry. So the Venmo is listed. Everything is kept in detail oriented. But you also have a choice if you don't want to use GoFundMe because they do get a small percentage, but it's a super small, like itty bitty teeny weeny titty committee small. And then, yeah.
Where's our
Okay,
cool?
so-
Where's our cool thing?
I'm gonna do it. I
QR
have to
code went
hide
away.
it. I have to hide. Yeah,
Right
the
there.
comment goes on top
At
of
the
this.
bottom.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
So the
Over
QR
there.
code is for the GoFundMe,
Right.
and the Venmo is in the description. There you go, Liz. You got it. Jackson
Yeah.
already knows the drill.
Yeah.
And that's not
I
even the
think I
below
do.
drill.
So and again, folks, I had asked at the beginning of the Chad-a-thon. Let's forego super chats, super stickers, any of those today because first things first. If you did a super chat on my channel, it would go to my channel. Then I'd be splitting it off, and that's not a problem. We're all for that. We're all good with that part. But YouTube takes a bunch, and YouTube doesn't take a small percentage. YouTube takes a substantial chunk.
30%, yeah.
So don't do super
30%.
chats. Yeah, don't do super chats. Don't do super stickers. Do the QR code or do the
Up there.
link to the Venmo.
The
One of
Venmo.
the right over there. Under past Liz
You-
there from my finger. But donate that way because that's the way that the most money is going to
That's
get.
the way. I
I
like
like
it.
it. So you do it
And,
that.
our
That-
sweet Goldie says, I haven't worn one in years. Worn
Oh,
one.
a bra. A bra.
Bra.
A
This
bra.
is the conversation we've had before.
Goldie.
She lets the
Oh.
girls free.
This is the
Go,
conversation
girl.
Nora is
Might also be why there's no
all of us
pictures of
had before.
Goldies around. Come on, Goldie.
No pictures of
Look
Goldies.
the guy
Goldies.
up.
Our good
No, that-
friend,
Oh, thank you.
This
look
is
here,
awesome.
Jonas Apple says, comment for Nora. I love that part of the documentary
Miriam.
Apostle Alex did. It was so powerful and touching. You should be reading it. But thanks for sharing your story. You're so strong and awesome.
Thank you.
We love Nora.
It's called hair product. That's what makes it strong and awesome.
And I
Steve, you want to take a look at
today,
the
just for
start
you,
comments?
Liz, I do see there's a
Oh,
question here.
start comments? Yeah.
Somebody was
Just
asking,
take a look if there's anything you want to bring up.
what's the latest update about Bob Ferris? Do you want to? Let's just.
So the latest update-
Liz, I just want to say we got to watch what we do communicate to OSA.
Yes.
For our
So
plan to
the
be
latest
effective.
update, without giving too much information, the latest update is we're not giving up. So
That is
we have to mind our
wholeheartedly
P's and Q's. We've got to sit there and swing to the heavens and hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. And we just have to keep swinging, whether it's flying down there, flying back, flying down there, flying back. Like, we're going to do this little dance. And, you know, again, if anybody has family, you want to be on the DL, please let us know so we can start your DL project.
And I would
And
like
also,
to
we're not going to stop talking about it, Jackson.
No.
That's the update for OSA.
Yeah.
We're not going to stop talking, and people out there aren't going to stop calling.
Well, more
we're not gonna
importantly,
stop
we're
calling
not
about
going to
Bob,
stop.
and we're not going to stop calling about Kendrick. We're not going to stop calling about all the people that
Yeah.
are in there.
No,
That's the real deal. We're not
talk
going to
is-
stop calling.
Talk is talk, but we are actually not going to stop doing something about it. And
That's right.
I know, Liz, you know this, but you know, first of all, OSA, sorry you're missing Sea Org Day, having to sit here and listen and watch in. But
Missing the
Hi, everybody.
Olympics.
Sorry you missed the org day.
yeah, there are truly some people that are incredibly dedicated to supporting Liz and navigating her effort. I'll just leave it at that. But Liz knows who specifically the folks I'm talking about. Yeah, maybe they're not responding as fast as we like, but nonetheless, it's an incredible
We all got help.
level of involvement. Pretty
But
incredible.
also, if you're tuning in and you happen to have, you know, your non-alcoholic brewski next to you, just sad pandaing your way through Sea Org Day today, then listen up. Look at this panel here. Look at these 3 XSO members here sitting here, and of course Elysia, who left Scientology. Look at all these ex-Scientologists here. We are out. We are in our homes. We are thriving in the real world. Okay. And here's the deal. You can leave Scientology and you can have a life that exists outside of that little tiny world that you're in. And it's amazing.
It's
okay.
amazing.
And here's the other deal. I want you to know, A, you're not going to die. The whole world isn't going to collapse because you leave the org that you're in. And no one is going to hate you. Okay. There is an entire world of X's out here that are waiting to help you. The Aftermath Foundation is here to help you. There's an entire real world here that is waiting for you, because all of the things that we held in our heart, that like the world would literally collapse, Scientology would collapse, all these things, none of that is true, because I left in 2002. Did Scientology stop going? No. Did the world stop spinning? Absolutely not. Nothing bad happened to anybody that I knew.
I know, Laura. I keep calling you
right?
Nora. I'm like, but
That's
it's
okay.
Nora.
Right.
So Nora's amazing.
All of us only got better.
Free will is amazing.
After we left.
Yeah,
It
come
is
out
amazing.
And enjoy
So-
the naked bike ride with us too. You know, you can even do that.
We can totally do that as the next fundraiser.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, you don't have to jump
talk to my
into
other
that deep end of a pool right away. That might be a little bit much. Like, you know, baby
Toes
steps.
in the water,
Baby
toes in the
steps.
water.
Well, yeah.
Just dip a baby toe in. But you know what I mean?
Get
Like,
a little sunburn.
there's so much out here that you haven't experienced because you've been told everything out here is bad. And it's just not It's really not the case. And so I want you to know, like, if you're listening in and, you know, we got like a notification, I'm not going to drop a name of a Scientology celebrity who's also a second gen, but I want to say this to everybody who's dipping their toe in the water and like looking and lurking and thinking about this, okay? And like maybe checking groups and checking things. Here's the situation. It's okay. You don't necessarily have to like follow, okay? All of us, instead of blocking, we're not blocking anybody. We're not blocking you on Twitter or Facebook or Snapchat or TikTok or YouTube or anywhere. Please listen. Watch our YouTubes. Watch the TikToks. Watch the Instagrams. Listen and absorb. And listen, all of our emails are on our YouTubes. All of our emails are everywhere. Contact us. Okay, you can contact us anonymously from anywhere, and we are open to conversations. Okay, because we want to help you to understand this side of, you know,
Reality,
what it's like on the other side here. Yeah,
we'll
because
walk you through
we
it.
know what it's like. We know what it's like over there, and we know what it's like to try and really make the walk to the other side. It's hard. It is extremely hard
But we'll be
to
there.
do that.
We'll hold your hand.
We're
We'll
here for
support
you.
you. We are here literally because Liz reached out to me and Vanessa 3 months ago.
Yeah,
that's why we're here.
Mhm.
Just to
And-
make
and
this
Nora and
really
I have
clear.
a-
And we chatted, and she was there for me.
Liz
when
and I are like
was
this.
needing it.
We're
and we're
Don't
like
touch
sisters.
my pretty rainbow.
I love
That's
you,
right.
Liz.
And
I told you. It doesn't
I
matter
love
if this
Liz
all
so
ends
much.
tomorrow. I'm proud
And we're all
of
here
this.
for
I'm
Bob.
proud of you.
And we're
Proud
all
of
here for
everyone.
Bob because
Absolutely.
I'm here
We
for
are.
Bob because I lost my dad in 95. And if I had an opportunity right now to reunite with him for even a moment, for 1 second, I would give all the money. I would give everything.
Yeah, I would
in the
give up
world.
everything for 5 minutes with my Nana. If I can get my dad
Yeah.
face to face, then there is no way that he cannot see, look, they did this. They did this. I'm not making it up. Here you go. Here's your proof. Told your family
Yeah.
this. Hello, man up. If he doesn't want to man up, he wants to stay, then we'll get another parent out. We'll get another sister, brother, aunt, uncle. I don't care anymore.
Even if it's a seed
But-
that's planted and someone doesn't leave for a year or 2 years, we all know it takes people the time it takes them to decompress
Absolutely.
and to get their gears going.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, the
just
most
think
important thing is that we allow people to walk out of there voluntarily, like they say that they can, of their own free will. So if people want to leave the property, because Jackson has explained it, Mark's explained it, Claire's explained it, that you're not allowed to literally walk off of any property, whether it's that Gold Base, Celebrity Center, Liz and I experienced that, Celebrity Center, Pack Base, anywhere without full written permission and like a mini security check to go anywhere. Okay. No one should be in that position when they are working somewhere. I want all of you just to think about your job. Okay. The job that you go to willingly to get paid, and that you may kind of like, but you get up every day to go there because you need money, because you need food and these kinds of things, and pay your rent and stuff like that, right? If that job told you one day, like, you know what, in order to go home to where you live, you're going to need to sit down and make sure that you're clean and that you are, without sin. And also, I want you to write like just a little request to us, a formal request to go home every night. And we're going to do these checks every night to make sure that you haven't sinned against us before you go home. And if you aren't clean, we're just not going to let you off this property. Would you stay at that job?
You owe
Probably
the
not.
staff. Just be thankful that
Right?
you're not at the
No.
ant base where you actually have to hop the
Yeah.
fence and figure out how to get
Sure.
out. Whereas in
Right.
Los Angeles or any other sea organization, you can simply put
Walk.
the keyboard down, put the mouse down, get out of your chair, and walk out the door. And literally,
Yeah.
5 minutes later, you will have somebody listening, willing to help you. How do you navigate this now confusing world you've walked into? Because you're going to have what I didn't have and what plenty of my other homies didn't have, which is immediate help. And
Right.
you'll,
Absolutely.
I comically will say you will be sitting having at a 5-star restaurant having a great frickin' meal for the first time in the longest time this
Yeah.
very night.
Absolutely.
If you simply just exercised
Reach out.
what has always entertained you in the back of your mind, what it would be like, when should I and when can I and can I make the plunge of just plunging and walking out that door. And this isn't, this is just simply you. Scientology is Scientology. Everybody can believe what they choose to believe. Unfortunately, the Scientology Sea organization world has been made very toxic. And what you are seeing is really seeing a very toxic environment. And your family out here loves you. There's people out here who will love you. There's a world that will totally support you. And you keep hearing this, saying the same thing over and over, and you're having to sit there, type it all up, and forward it in the reports. Yeah, Jackson and Nora and Liz keep saying how easy it is to leave, but this is what they're promoting. And as you're typing, you're going, should I, shouldn't I, should I, shouldn't I? You can do it. Finish your report, finish sending today's debrief up to Dave and to whoever needs to know, and then just log off so you can keep your security in. Don't leave your computer open. And you don't get assigned treason, but you walk out and
come have dinner with an SP.
You will help. You will be helped.
Y'all comment. What do you think would be the best place? Like, what would be the best food to take somebody to eat if they're just getting out?
Whatever they want to do.
Where would you go? I want you guys to comment.
If they want to go,
I want to see what people think.
Yeah, if they want to go to Doritos Schnitzel.
Where would you take
Doritos Schnitzel. They want to go to
Los Angeles.
They want to go to Costco and get a hot dog and a Pepsi.
My God. Little
then
pizza.
We'll go.
Steak dinner. I love Liz. You're a girl after my heart.
Surf and turf.
I think so too.
I'll take
Hey guys, I do hate to interrupt. I have a few things I have to do real quick, but I will be right back. I will be back on.
Okay. And I was gonna actually hate to interrupt too, because we have Liz Gale waiting in the wings.
One Liz for another.
Liz,
We'll see you later, Liz.
Gonna find you. See, Liz.
And hi, Liz.
There's lovely.
Get you, Liz.
There's lovely Liz.
Liz.
Hello, welcome.
Hi, beautiful. I loved your comment. Steak dinner would be my thought too.
Yeah.
I think. Oh, there you go. You're unmuted. Yeah.
So I just want to fanboy for a really quick second. This entire panel, I have never gotten to be with you folks. So Elysia, Nora, Jackson, my hero Jackson, and Liz, and the other Liz who just left, Vanessa. This is all. I'm giddy today, and I just want to say I'm way giddy today. So I love you all. So yay!
And we have a lot more coming.
I know. I'm so excited for the whole day.
You all, thank you for putting this together. This is
amazing.
So kind of you all. We so
Hey, Lizzie.
appreciate you.
Hey, you know who started all of this?
Out there in Dallas.
Who started all of this? You know who one day turned on his camera and said, "I'm going to be on for 10 hours to raise funds for the Aftermath Foundation. You're welcome to join me."
Thanks, Chad.
Clearwater Chad. Clearwater Chad.
Thanks, guys.
He's
both of them.
And I can tell you,
Chad was born. Yeah.
Both Chads.
I can tell you, Steve.
He's having a little coloring party up there.
Yep. I too have slept. I too have slept with Steve-O. I have fallen asleep with your little ambiance and your crickets and all that. It actually led to me downloading some other sound bites. It's like, wow, this is actually kind of cool. I didn't realize you just truly, you leave your camera live and you got the sounds of crickets and I've added wind.
Got the lights,
and,
absolutely.
But I've officially slept with Steve-O. So,
Jackson.
Steven's really getting around. You're really out too deep, buddy.
I'm a slut. What can I say? I'm a slut.
I'm gonna put Steve on the spot here now. I think you gotta send Jackson some "I Slept with Steve-O" merch.
I think I'm going to. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh,
he has officially
Jackson
left.
will rock that.
Oh yeah.
I'll send you the good stuff. Don't worry. I won't embarrass you.
Only top tier.
No t-shirt dresses. Trust me.
Yeah. No cutouts for
any guy.
No nipple cutouts or nothing. Just
No.
straight up t-shirt.
No. I got you covered.
You can make those modifications yourself.
Yeah, Liz, are you going to the naked bike ride tonight? I mean, going to join Nora and I? No,
that's what, I'm not going. That was his first question to me. Am I going to the naked bike ride? Like, that is not. There's a very niche group of Portlandiers that go to the naked bike, and Liz is a native Oregonian, and she doesn't go to the naked bike ride.
I like to cheer them on as they go by.
Right? She's like, good job, guys.
You know, the person that I shaved my head for, she actually came up from Southern California because she had she had the double what do you call that?
Mastectomy.
Yeah, mastectomy, and she came up and partook in the naked bike ride. I didn't do it with her, but I'm just saying.
Nipple tassels. There you go.
Anyways, it's just
It is
Liz.
a
We were
thing.
talking about it because it's our local.
Those
It's that
are
one day a year is happening tonight, and
But I think more people come up for the naked bike ride than actual naked native
go on there.
Oregonians.
But
I
if
think
you say
people
you're gonna
do-
go, will Osa go there just to watch?
It
and
is.
see?
It's like a
You
whole free the
should.
booth.
Because
does that
believe me,
mean
I'm
Osa
out.
has to get
They'll
naked
show
on a
you.
bike?
You should
Yeah,
totally
no,
do
full
it.
on naked.
Yeah, no, it's fully naked and people ride their bicycles. Now, I will say there is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Liz, I think there's a higher percentage of women participating in this than men.
Yeah.
And maybe there are some men.
There are, and you don't actually have to be fully naked to participate.
Right.
Many people choose
Mostly it's
to wear a
topless.
bottom.
So
Yeah.
you could make sure your giblets and goodies are.
I will
But
say
there
I'm.
are a percentage of some men that just are full Monty on that bicycle, and
great.
Lord help us. And
But
it's
I-
usually the older. I'm gonna be honest. It's usually older men.
Yeah.
It's usually like
Oh, sure.
70-year-old men
They
that are just
probably
out
give no
there
shit.
And they
fully
wait for the
nude,
weather.
just like
Right. And they wait for the weather to cool down a little bit.
Yeah.
Just to
Yeah.
kind of make
Oh,
sure.
that's nice of them.
Because
I
you
will
know
say
what?
it.
Sweat.
Because the
with
chain
nothing.
spokes, yeah.
I'm certainly out there looking to see if any of my Starbucks baristas are out there, or my what is the other place?
I don't get time off for that, Jackson. This is, trust me, as a former Starbucks shift supervisor, I can tell you, you don't get no PTO for that. You don't got time for that.
Yeah.
You barely got time to be sick
Well,
at Starbucks.
I'm
You're
saying for
crazy.
those who you see when you go through the Dutch Brothers or Starbucks,
Oh yeah.
you know, they just tend to be. I hope you're on the bike ride this weekend. Anyways, that's a funny. That's a funny.
Nora, I'm sorry, I just saw a question for you that I wanted to have found
Okay.
earlier. If you wanna
Do I
read
know
it?
how Pam is doing? Oh, from Div 6 last time I saw her, she actually got shipped to the London org. Oh, that Pam. Oh my goodness. I do not know how Pam is doing. I have not heard anything about her for the longest time. Yeah, no clue. I haven't seen her since I went to the RPF. The last I heard was that she wasn't doing well, that she had gotten shipped probably to like the old people house. There is a house on Fountain Avenue where they put the like people who cannot do work anymore. And then they just like, there's no retirement. Like there's no old age home for SEERG members. There's no retirement plan. So either if somebody gets like severely ill, they kick them out. And then if somebody doesn't have like any family or something like that or whatever, they will put them in this place, which is the MLO house, Medical Liaison Officer house. And they just basically stick them there until they die. And Aaron did like just a very short part of one video where he was talking about, you know, awful practices of things that they do to elderly people in the Sea Org. Because when they know somebody is just basically going to die or drop the body, as they like to say in Scientology, because, you know, nobody dies, really. They don't die. We don't celebrate that. We don't, you know, they just come back because everybody comes back. They will do horrible things to elderly Sea Org members, like just take out massive amounts of credit cards in their name and run those up. Because they're going to die anyway. It doesn't matter. They don't have any family. And just, you know, spend all the money on the bridge and things like that. And then when they die, it doesn't matter. It just gets written off. Just credit card fraud and
The
terrible
most
things.
ethical group on the world.
It's like putting an old horse out to pasture.
Yeah.
They're just like, bye.
Basically.
Good
Yeah,
luck. I
you-
hope you don't live too long and you're not too expensive.
You got your work
I mean, as
hours
an
out
ex-
of this person,
yeah.
and let's
Yeah.
put them out to pasture and give them the cheap
As an
grass.
example, Catherine Spolino's parents are in that house right now. A good friend of mine who I trained with at Flag apparently is there. She's young. She's barely in her 40s and apparently is in that house right now. And I don't have a way to contact her. I wish I did. So people with any sort of like incurable disease end up there. They don't end up in a proper medical facility. So Pam may have ended up there. She was already in her 60s when we knew her, or maybe just like she was, you know, may have just been my age. You know, everybody was old when we were there. But yeah, she already
Alex-
had like some sort of heart condition. Yeah.
Alex asked, what's Pam's last name? If she was in London org, maybe he can help locate her.
Alex, I'm going to think on that. and then I will get back to you. I'll text you later.
And hey, Liz. So, what are you bringing to the party today, girl? I haven't seen or talked to you for a while. What's going on out there in your neck of the woods? And yeah. Hey, Liz.
I'm bringing the whole party. No.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited about your quiz.
I'm like nerding out on these quizzes. I did bring a quiz. We can start it if you guys want.
Oh, okay. I wasn't aware of that.
Would you mind
I just wanted to hear.
I am going to drop off because that is my time. I'm going to let Liz shine.
Thank you, Nora.
Yeah, plus I got to be
love
going
you, Liz.
soon.
I'm going to see you soon.
You can stay a little longer if you want.
Love
It's just when we have more people that we need to rotate. But it's up to you. But thank you very much for
It's
joining
all right.
us.
I love you guys. Jackson,
Love you.
I will talk to you later too.
Bye, Nora. Thank you for supporting. We appreciate you.
There's Chad.
Look at Chad. Chad's for the heart.
He was trying to do the hand thing. So he did it.
Chad does things his own ways. Am I right? You guys know I'm right. You
I
guys know
love
I
it.
did it.
I love it, Chad.
Pulled out
You
his
guys know he's
crayons.
right, Chad
That's
did it.
awesome. Looks like he did it with crayons too. That's
I
really
did.
cool.
Of
Yeah,
course
right
it
on,
is.
buddy.
Crayons and typewriter. That's
Yeah.
Chad.
Yep.
Thank you, Nora.
Thank you,
very
Nora.
much.
Nora, if you need a
Great.
crane tonight, you just holler and we'll use our SQ powers. Boo, we got you. We got the
Right,
titties
I gotta
too. We got
postulate
you.
it. I gotta
Front,
postulate
back,
it into
whatever you
being.
need. We're gonna
All green lights
postulate
for
that.
the
my
naked
God.
Brett.
Hey,
Green lights.
Go for it. Let Osa go sit there and look for you. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Love it.
So, I just before we get to that, I would like for you to contextualize a little bit, Liz, because you said you're nerding out with the quizzes, but I know that there's a reason why you've been doing quizzes and all of that, which I hear is a book that's coming out soon.
That
Am I
is
right?
so- yes, that is true. My my memoir, Confessions of an Ex-Scientologist Pothead, will be coming out. Pre-order, I think, will be next week. I'll update everybody. But it'll be available on Amazon very soon. And I have a quiz in my book. I love it. I love the old school like Cosmo quizzes. I don't know if you did those back in the day where it was like, who am I gonna marry or whatever. But these are about cults. So I have 10 quizzes and they're all just about cults, cult psychology, Scientology a lot. And I made a special one for today for Liz Ferris. Called Hey Scientology, Who's Your Daddy?
Are you ready to play this?
I think so. You
Okay, I
guys
have a
haven't seen
question.
any of the answers, right?
I accidentally saw the first one just because it was testing
No, I
on the
didn't.
thing, but I'm not gonna be on camera because I was hoping Steve would be able to control the slides because I think he has 2 monitors. I don't, so I won't be able to see you guys if I'm doing the
Aw.
slides, but I'll be able to hear you, and you just needed to cue me when to change the slides.
Okay.
So everybody in
You
chat
can
wants to
think
play
so.
along, and you guys, and is that for everybody, or is that only for Never Ends, or is that for
Who?
the
The
quiz?
quizzes? This,
Yeah.
this is for anybody. Yeah.
Okay,
it's
because
gonna
I
be
think
about-
ex-Org members have
We'll
enough
try not
language
to
there,
be.
but
Yeah. We'll try to give
We'll
others a
see.
chance.
We'll see.
we'll see. Okay, so
Yeah.
yeah, but I won't be on screen. I won't be looking at the screen. So
That makes me
you
sad.
guys, let me see if I can do this.
So can we get
No,
help
that's
from
not
the
what I
chat?
want. No, this is what I want.
Yes,
No,
absolutely, Marilyn.
Okay.
this is what I want. I
There are
think.
multiple
Chad and I-
choices.
Chad's coloring.
Look at Chad.
Guys, caught me.
Okay, let me see if I can do this. Oh, I could have. Ooh, wait a minute. I think I can do something else here.
I think you might be able to share. So because we're talking about Liz Ferris's father, I tried to make this focused on fatherhood in Scientology and fathers in Scientology. So hence the
Good idea.
Who's Your Daddy?
Very smart.
Oh, I should have seen this earlier. I'm not going to be able to do that now because there's a way to present slides instead of the screen.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you guys for 2 minutes. I'm going to put this back like this. You guys can talk for 2 more minutes and I'll be.
Well, I was going to say that Steve Britton said regarding the naked bike ride, there are those who should and those who shouldn't. Far too often, those who shouldn't do and those who should don't.
I
I
saw
don't
that.
know.
That's freaking awesome.
Anybody with a body should just be naked if they want.
I
to,
know.
in
That's.
my opinion.
It's so fun to have fun with something that, yeah, it's just having fun. So,
It's almost more fun to watch the naked bike ride than be in the naked bike ride.
I'm sure.
Then you see
Like
it's
spectating.
Like, yeah.
I remember I used to do route work really late at night, very early morning, and it was after, I guess, midnight, driving along and come around the corner, and there is a naked girl standing there on the corner on a bike ride, just like looking around, waiting to cross the street. And I'm like, oh yeah, it's naked bike ride night. But it's just, it's just part of the culture. It's what keeps Portland weird. And yeah, so back to that. Liz, you had said to your title, did your family have a pot farm out there or something, or?
Cannabis was a huge part of the final falling out with my family. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
On our timber ranch, there was not enough timber left. Like it had been logged, and there was there's going to be a 20-year gap. And so in Oregon, we had just done medical marijuana. And so I and my now husband got into that. But we were my parents basically said, if you have one cannabis plant here, we won't be here.
Oh, wow.
And I kind of called their bluff, and then they left. And I talk about this in my book a little bit too, because it's like some people say, well, you picked cannabis over your own family. And I say, well, I don't think anybody should have the right to tell somebody else what they can do with their life. If you're doing something that you're passionate about, it's legal and, safe.
Right.
And so.
Well, I never realized that. I just.
Yeah. So
knowing.
For me, that final thing.
Again, sorry about the ringy dingy.
Ring-a-ding-ding.
If anybody knows anything about a true Oregonian, if you have land, especially out towards Liz's Way or Southern Oregon, there's a likelihood that the family's investing in that new industry. And it's it's a beautifully regulated and beautiful industry. I mean, it's affording so many, not only simply jobs, but actually a newer. What is this world happening here of mine?
SPK.
Yeah. And I am an Oregonian. My family came across on the Oregon Trail and homesteaded that original plot of land. And, there we go.
Oh, there it is. Wow. I'm going to have to back out because that's my next video knocking on my door.
Okay.
But thank you for
for
Liz.
joining us, Jackson.
Yeah,
I
may be back. You all have fun.
Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jackson.
Bye-bye.
Happy Sea Org Day.
Same to you guys. Happy Sea Org Day.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, so here we go.
All right. Are we ready to rock and roll?
I'm almost free. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Scientology Daddy Quiz. Please give yourself 1 point for each correct answer, because at the end we're going to have a ranking. Are we ready? Next slide,
So
please.
we're not supposed to read to say the answer. We're just supposed to mentally count it.
No. Say the answer. We'll find out each answer after each question, but you get a point for each correct answer you get.
All right. Got it. Okay. Let's see.
All right. Hey, Scientology, who's your daddy? This quiz is for you, Liz and Bob Ferris. May you reunite one day soon. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. Keeps going.
That's
All right. Question number 1. How many children did Scientology founder L. Ron Hubbard have? This is the answer. We're
The
going
answer,
backwards.
yeah.
This is me being the pothead that I said I was. Keep going.
That's why I said
one more. No. We're going to go backwards.
It's
sorry,
out of
guys.
order.
The whole
Oh,
thing
hang
or
on.
just this one?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to look through the whole thing to. Let me see.
My mistake.
This one is out of order, so we know the answer already. Yeah, no, this one is right.
Are the other ones in order?
But I'm looking at. I'm sort of looking at the answers now.
I probably just screwed this one up.
Yeah, I think it's just that one. I'm not gonna look at everything, but I think it's just that one.
All right. Well,
Okay, so everybody gets a point for that one.
That's right.
7 kids.
You had 7 children.
Kids.
Oh, wow.
All right.
Married 3 times. Oh, that might be a question.
There you go. L. Ron Hubbard Jr., Catherine, Alexis, Diana, Quentin, Suzette, and Arthur. That's an actual picture of L. Ron Hubbard with 4 of his children right there, and Mary Sue.
Nice.
All right, let's move on to one that's actually going to give us a challenge. All right, how many times was Scientology founder L. Ron Hubbard married? 3, 7, 1, or 2?
2.
3.
He never had a second
3.
wife.
Yeah, he never had a second wife.
He never had a second wife. Only a first wife and a third wife.
Oh, Aaron.
That's right. She disappeared. She
Yeah,
doesn't
right.
exist. All right, it was 3. First,
Guys,
he married
just-
Polly Grubb. She filed for divorce on the grounds of desertion and non-support because he married his second wife, who Scientology doesn't say exists, Sarah. And he was overlapping those marriages for a year. Now she divorced him, saying that he had given her extreme cruelty, great mental anguish, and physical suffering. He kidnapped their daughter, took her to Cuba, and Sarah had to fight like hell to get her daughter back. Then he married Mary Sue. Mary Sue stayed with him for a very long time, even went to prison for him. And did you know that after he died, L. Ron Hubbard in 86, Mary Sue went on to live till 2002 in Hollywood, California. She never gave an interview, and she died from breast cancer. So who got it right? Everybody?
Yeah, guys, we have somebody else here that's waiting backstage. That's a pop-in. That's somebody who was like gonna pop in at any time.
Throw them in.
Do you want to pop in the middle of a quiz? Special
Yeah.
guest?
Yeah. We're wild and party
I'd say
animals.
you should.
Oh,
Hey,
another wild party animal.
Yay!
Welcome.
Hey, Aaron.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Chad's got a nice drawing up there.
Aaron, you're not allowed to answer these questions. You know too much.
All right. I won't.
Do you know this one, Aaron? Do you know what L. Ron Hubbard's dad's name was? Was it James, Thomas, Harry, or Hank?
I actually don't know. I would just be guessing.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, so you're allowed to play then. I have no idea.
I think we're all gonna guess on this one.
I'd say Hank, like Hank Hill.
Let's see what does the chat have to say. C?
Thomas.
Somebody said C. Harry.
I'll say James since she said Thomas and they said Hank.
It's Harry.
Oh, Harry. L. Ron Hubbard was an only child, and Harry was in the Navy, which is probably why L. Ron Hubbard was obsessed with all these Navy things, and hence the Sea Org. So he grew up as a Navy brat. How many kids does current Scientology leader David Miscavige have?
I want to say 3. No, he has none. I want to say
None,
he
he doesn't believe in children.
I was thinking Ron Miscavige.
He hates children.
He doesn't believe in children.
He doesn't have the time.
He doesn't. He really doesn't. He was also the person who put the no kids rule into the Sea Org. So it'd be probably hypocritical. I think he knew how deplorable the situation was that he just wouldn't have kids and put them in there personally. But thank goodness he has no children. Can you imagine? Can you imagine being that kid?
That's a great point. I had always just been running with the idea that, of course, he never had kids because you couldn't. But he was in the Sea Org during the time when you could. So he totally could have had kids.
Yeah, and if we go by Scientology's own standards of the tone scale, his non-interest in children, his disgust of children is actually very down tone.
That's true.
So he's slacking. But then again, I think he's also saving lives by not having children.
Oh man,
Hey, Chad.
I messed this up.
Okay, next question.
There's a bonus fact here first. There's this bonus fact here.
Oh yeah. There's.
You want to read it out?
Yeah, his
It
wife,
sure
where's
is.
Shelley? David Miscavige's wife has been missing for over 15 years. Pretty hard to raise children when you send your wife away, also. And would you trust a leader whose wife was missing? Is anybody? I mean, I think everybody should know that. This man is selling technology on how to make your family better. He doesn't even have a family.
Tom Cruise makes his wives disappear, but in a totally different way.
I was going to say he has Tom Cruise.
I guess so. I wish they would just call themselves a couple and just come out because
And just get over it.
Yeah, right.
Get over with it.
Yeah.
All right. So how many of LRH's kids are alive today? Do you guys know?
No idea. Think about that.
I think it was
Yeah,
5.
7.
No.
Could be all
Not-
7,
Not all
5,
7.
2, or
No,
3.
definitely not all 7.
I'm gonna go.
I'm gonna say 5.
It's either
Five.
5
no
or
idea.
3. I'll go with 3 since other people are saying 5.
I'll say 5.
I think it's 3.
I think it's
People
3.
are saying 2 a lot in chat. 2.
Wow.
Oh, I'm not
3.
even looking at chat.
3. Arthur, Suzette,
3.
and Diana are still alive. And at least 2 of them are living in California. Yeah. How many of his LRH's kids are Scientologists today? All of them? Let's say the ones, I guess, yeah. None of them? 3 out of 7 or 1 out of 7? The great L. Ron Hubbard. How many of his kids actually are Scientologists?
1.
Say 1.
1. I'd say 1.
Yeah. Go on to the next slide. You are right. It is Diana. And they seem to wheel her out, or I shouldn't say wheel, what's the word? Bring her out for some special PR moves sometimes, but you don't really see much of her. Side note, I have not listened to this album. Apparently she's a musician. You can find her album on Amazon.
Interesting.
Wow.
You know, my middle name is named after her.
Oh. You need
I have
the
a fun
album.
fact. I have a fun fact about Diana.
Yeah.
Yes.
Even her own daughter, who was born in the Sea Org, has left Scientology. So, like,
Good for her.
so does Diana have any family whatsoever still in Scientology? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. And it's hard to tell. Is she a prisoner or is she really just?
Yeah, that's what I was also
It's
thinking.
hard to know.
Is
It's
she
hard to
wanting to stay there and be there?
Yeah, exactly.
Welcome back,
Crazy.
Steve-O.
Hey, Steve-O.
Hey, Steve.
All right, what happened to
Glad to be
Quentin
back.
Hubbard?
Thank you.
Hey, Steve.
Oh, this is a sad one.
Oh, this is sad. Yeah.
Did he win the lottery? Did he unalive himself? Does he run Scientology or is he a doctor?
I'm laughing at the options, not at the answer.
I know, wouldn't it be great?
Yeah.
He unalived
that's sad.
himself. He was found unconscious in a car with a hose in the tailpipe of his window. And he was also gay. So most people think that his existence as L. Ron Hubbard's one of his youngest sons was so insufferable because of who he was that he offed himself. So just another reason that Scientology is a scam.
Yeah.
Another fun fact.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure, and other people would know better than I've been told that Quentin was a class 12 auditor on the Apollo. And so it's one of these things where, and I'm told everybody knew he was gay.
Mm-hmm.
And so you go, so what was going through L. Ron Hubbard's mind? As like we've heard that he was disgusted with Quentin for his gayness and whatever, but yet he still had to be a class 12 auditor on the ship and associate. Like it's just strange, right?
Yeah, but I think that this is what I think. I think he was probably trying to use that Scientology to like cure him. Right. Because that's the attitude that I've heard and seen is like, oh, well, it's okay if you're gay. We'll fix you. And so maybe he was trying to do something like that. I read the quote that L. Ron Hubbard said when he found out that Quentin had died. And it was something along the lines of like, this guy's making trouble for me. Like,
Stupid
problem.
effing kid.
Giving
or
me
the
problem.
stupid kid.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You didn't
And
know
so-
that he was deceived.
You know, they say keep your enemies closest to you. Maybe he was just trying to like control Quentin by putting him up the bridge, and then
I wonder if he was
it's
jealous
interesting.
of them too.
Well,
Everyone
it's interesting
loved
because
Quentin, from what I've heard.
it's another thing that tends to indicate L. Ron Hubbard actually believed his own bullshit. If he actually thought his bullshit could ungay Quentin.
that's true.
Yeah.
Or he just wanted him close and in session, so he was controlled.
That could be. That totally.
I
could
don't
be.
know. It's hard to think like L. Ron Hubbard. It's really hard to put myself in that mental space.
Did he put his children in high positions as like a PR thing too? Like these are my kids and they're doing so great because.
Well, yeah, but
I
early
invented
on,
Scientology.
Yes, early on he did that. He had L. Ron Hubbard Jr. working very closely with him, and that ended in disaster.
Yeah,
because
I
when
saw
L. Ron,
those stuff.
when L. Ron Hubbard went into hiding, his son tried to take over and was suing him and telling the whole world. You can see it on YouTube that he did drugs, and they were doing. I forget what kind, but they were doing hallucinogens to come up with these past life history of man, the origin stories of humans and Earth. That it was all a drug-induced occult trance.
Liz, do you happen to know if was Suzette ever in the Sea Org? Was she ever like an exec like Diana is? Do you know?
I do not know. I do know that she is still alive today, living in the LA area, and she's.
What about Arthur? Was he ever? I mean, he had to have been in the Sea Org as a kid, right? Like, I just don't even know. Do you happen to know?
I do not know. The old pictures I've seen though, they were all raised at St. Hill. So
right.
Of the youngest four, Mary Sue's children, I should say, were all raised at St. Hill. So if they had gotten out, what a testament to them, because they would have been indoctrinated since they were very, very young and probably given special treatment, they could have been high-ranking members. But I believe that first incident with his oldest child, L. Ron Hubbard Jr., probably soured him to having his children be in the public, because if they did something bad, it was a direct reflection of L. Ron Hubbard himself. And he's still oh my goodness, an egomaniac that I don't know that his narcissism would have allowed him to be that vulnerable.
Right.
So I don't know. That's what I think. Weird. Okay, next question, por favor. True or false? Scientology teaches marriage and family courses based on L. Ron Hubbard's technology. A man that was accused of bigamy abuse, married 3 times, had a child commit suicide, and only has 1 left.
True.
How to Save Your Marriage was his booklet, right?
Yeah.
They have so many. These were just the first ones that I could find. Having a happy baby, successfully parenting teens and tweens, creating a successful marriage, and successfully raising children. Hey, Tom Cruise, I think you're missing a few, doing a few courses.
I heard the original title was How to Save Your Third Marriage.
Yeah.
They
You really
redid
did.
that.
Where's
By
the happy
throwing your
divorce?
wife under the bus and letting her go to prison.
Put her in seclusion
Exactly.
after she
Yeah.
goes to jail for you.
Exactly.
That too.
Actually, can we go back to that last slide for just
Oh,
a second?
sure. I'm sorry.
I think I'm probably preaching to the choir here, but I just want to highlight how actually bonkers and insane it is that Scientology is continuing to sell these courses. These are introductory courses. So when Scientology says we're not expensive, anybody can afford us. These are the courses that they're talking about. And so they cost what, $50, $75. And when you go in, you think that Scientology has the answers to these, raising children, having tweens, all this stuff. But you just got to check your source. It's all coming from a man who was married multiple times. Every single wife he had, he did dirty. So I just want to bitch about that for a second.
How to successfully parent tweens and teens must end with routing your child into the Sea Org.
Yeah. Or unaliving because.
Oh.
Or you could ship them off to a boarding school.
Yeah, exactly. And this having a happy baby thing is really, really, really frustrating to me. So I don't know if you guys know this, but I have my degree in early childhood education and child and family studies. So the age of 0 to 5, I've come to be very passionate about. I think that who we are, how we trust, so much of what we believe is really solidified in those first 5 years. And so we're very vulnerable. And some of these, I don't know if you guys know what an R factor is. It's called like a reality factor where you're like telling somebody how it is, And part of that's, I don't know if it's in this course, but it's like you just tell a baby like, you're okay as a solution to their crying. Like you're in a crib, you're in a new body, like you're fine. And that compassion is just very devoid of that. Makes me feel
very
sad. Yeah. Yeah.
Because you're a mom now. Yeah. And a human with feelings.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was
an
always
education.
with feelings.
Yeah. They didn't like it very much.
No. All right. Where is Scientology's top secret gold base located? You guys probably all know this.
Yeah.
South Africa.
Arizona. It's in California.
California.
And this is where Liz Ferris, back to Liz Ferris. This is where Liz Ferris's father, Bob, is. And this facility. Now, I have never been there. Is this the one with the razor wire? Like
Jackson was describing it. Oh my God. It sounds like prison.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's razor wire at the top all around that compound. And gosh, I don't know.
And they dig barriers underneath the ground so that they can't dig out either. So that, oh my God, it's insane. But it's in Hemet, but not quite Hemet, right, Aaron? It's like
so the actual like all the cities that you normally hear thrown around are cities that the base is near, but like the actual city is Gilman Hot Springs, California.
Oh, Google or Wikipedia told me it was San
Jacinto. It's Riverside County. It's near Hemet. It's near San Jacinto or in San Jacinto. But Gilman Hot Springs is actually the location.
None of the towns want to claim it, right?
Well, if I could be mistaken, but I believe the base itself almost has, like, it used to be called Gilman Hot Springs before Scientology bought it. So it's not that the base is within Gilman Hot Springs. I think it is Gilman Hot Springs.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes me think there's a hot springs there, and I'm like,
no, there used to be.
Let's go. Let's vacation at Gold.
Right? Didn't they exploit
buy
the
it
hot
and turn
springs?
it into an Airbnb?
That would be cool.
I like it.
So this whole compound, now, like I said, I've never been here. This is a picture from the internet. But you can see there's a lot of buildings. People, from what I understand, can go there, stay there, and essentially never leave the property.
Aaron actually did a video with Mark Hadley going over. There's a YouTube video of a drone flyby And
Yes.
Aaron and Mark actually
Yeah.
talked about all the
Yeah.
buildings, and Mark describes very interesting. If anybody
Wonderful.
hasn't seen that, if anybody's interested to see, yeah.
For sure. Maybe we'll catch Bob working out there. All right. What year was Liz Ferris told her father Bob had passed away? Does anybody know this? Was it 1997, 2004, 2011, 2021?
I think it's B. Yeah, I think it's
Probably B.
2004.
B seems right.
Let's check it out. It was.
Wow.
It was. Now, correct me if I'm wrong here, because Liz Ferris was told one day that her father was dead. She called up to talk to her dad that she had been having weekly conversations with. Please jump in if I'm getting anything wrong here. And she's like, hey, can I talk to my dad? And they said, oh, sorry, your dad died. She was like, oh, that's really sad. She grieved. She went on with her life. And then 17 years, was it 17, 19, whatever it is, years later, she gets a call saying, hey, your dad is missing? Or how do we find him? For money?
Freeloader debt.
Freeloader debt. I see. And that must have really confused her.
And then she said, I thought he was dead. And then they hung up.
And then they hung up on her.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
She said, are you
19
collecting?
years.
She said she thought they were collecting on dead people, and that's why she was confused. She didn't assume he was alive, I don't think, from what I remember. I think she
Right. She thought the
they
policy
had changed the policy. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is actually really interesting to think about. So if you left the Sea Org, now wait, whoa, do you get a freeloader debt for dying? Like if you came back to the Sea Org in your next life and you're like, hey, I'm back. They're like, you owe us all this stuff? Or is that what it's like, clean slated again?
That's actually, well, the answer to your question is no, but it does raise a good point, right? Because if you come back next lifetime, theoretically, they don't go, hey, first you got to pay us for what you did last lifetime. But if you leave the Sea Org and you want to go back in the Sea Org, they make you pay your debt off before you come back in.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's so insane. Do you know, everybody in my family pretty much went into the Sea Org very young and then left. So freeloader debts are like, everybody has college debt. Everybody in my family has
freeloader debt.
Yeah. And sadly, you know, so many times like my parents or my aunts and uncles will pay on behalf of their children because they don't want their child to miss out on Scientology. And, you know, this has put such a financial strain. Like we're talking $30,000, $70,000. These are for people who joined the Sea Org at 14 or 13 and left at 20. And they are charged for everything they did as a minor. And if they had extra stuff done. So when I was on staff, I broke up with my boyfriend and I have some attachment issues. So I went into auditing. And so when I left after 6 months, I had a bill for $4,000 when I left CC. And that's nothing. That's peanuts compared to a lot of people. It's pretty good for 6 months. But they tell you you can't go back. You can't do any more Scientology. And if you believe in that, they're holding your entire salvation over your head, which is so asinine. And I think it just goes to show what their priorities really are. Money.
Money. Always money.
Money. Okay, I think we have like 2 more questions.
I want to say hello to my fellow Brazilian. Hi, Koi Karine.
Hi,
Karine.
Karine?
I just get so excited when I see Karine on chat because I feel like I'm not alone. Yeah, Karine. I say
Love
Karine
it.
because she's Brazilian. So
I love it. That's
let's
great.
go. Next one.
I think we might have spoiled the next one. How many years of Liz's life has her father been missing and believed dead? Look at that cute little girl with her daddy.
Wow.
Right.
19.
19.
B. When in doubt, choose B.
Yeah, I know, right? I think that's like some weird psychological thing. It was too many D's. I changed them, probably all the B's. And I don't know. Look, my dad died when I was young, actually passed away. And I used to dream at night about like it was an accident or like a mistake and he's really alive and he'll come back. Maybe it's, Marilyn's nodding. Maybe you've had a similar experience.
My
with
mom
someone.
passed away when I was 5. Yeah.
Same thing. And so now that this is actually really happening to Liz Ferris, I can't help but like want to support her, want to get on that train because it's an opportunity. I think that so many cult survivors, so many people who've lost somebody young, so many people that just wished they could get that one more day with that person they love. It's like a chance for us to help somebody do that. It's never going to happen for me. My family's long gone, but it could really happen for her. So it's inspiring.
Yeah, and the fact that they're like, he's alive, but you can't see him. Oh, I mean, it's like your dream is to find out that your loved one is alive, and then just holding it. Oh my God, it's just the cruel. It's just one cruelty after another, after another.
Trauma on top of trauma on top of trauma. When you think
Yes.
it's bad enough,
avalanche.
it's worse.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I think they're lying to him. They're lying to him about her.
We
Probably.
think so too. We think so too.
The only chance is like to get them together without us, without the SP, without OSA, and just see what's left of that just very human connection of a father to a child. I really hope that she gets that opportunity.
Now, do you think he has tried to leave because of the freeloader debt? I mean, was he trying to route out? Was he trying to escape? Did he blow? What?
It sounds like he blew or tried to.
Yeah.
Aaron, you might know more.
It certainly seems to me that the only reason for them to be making phone calls like that is to find out where he might have gone. And the fact that Liz's mom, I'm sorry, Liz, the fact that Liz's mom said she had a similar phone call about 10 years earlier, it definitely seems to me like he's attempted to blow a few times.
Yeah, and sadly, having grown up in this myself, you can be strong and you can leave, and then that weakness kind of creeps back in because those very early beliefs about yourself or about I need Scientology, I'm going to fail without it, or you just bump into a regular human emotion. Being a human's hard, and Scientology tells you like you don't have to feel any of those things. You'll be fine. You don't have to feel angry. You don't have to feel pain. You don't have to feel sadness. Come with us. And so when those feelings creep in on you, it can be very easy to go back to what you know. So I wouldn't be surprised if Bob Ferris has been in and out and in and out. Sadly, when he was out, he either didn't know he could reach out to his daughter, or I don't know what he was thinking. But next time he's out, he needs to Google himself.
He's been in for 50 years.
Yeah, and that's like similar to my parents.
That's all they know.
Yeah, and it's almost like a fracture. I know how hard it was for me, and it took me, 2 decades. And so some people don't have that much time. Like somebody like, for my example, my parents are very diehard true believers, and I had to walk away and say, I'm never going to change your mind. And the minute that you start to question Scientology is going to be so hard and so painful for you that your entire life is going to fall apart and you're going to fracture into a million pieces. And if you do that on your own, I'm here for you to pick it up, but I'm not going to make you go through that. That's on you.
It's brutal.
It is brutal. Anyway, I think we have like 2 more questions.
I'm going to have to jump, guys, for an interview, but if I can come back in later, I'll come back in.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thanks for your support.
Thanks for joining.
See you later.
Thanks, Aaron. Okay, let's go next.
All right. What will the funds from the Save Bob Ferris fundraiser be used for? A, transportation to and from Gold Base. B, legal counsel. C, investigations. D, ongoing support. Or E, all of the above.
All of the above.
Yes.
That's right. And this is, again, just a reminder that when you guys donate to the Venmo or the GoFundMe, this is what it's going to be used for. Liz needs to be able to have her face and her body presentable to her father probably over and over again, and go down there so that he knows it's real. He starts to feel safe. And like, that takes time, that takes money. And there's not just the money aspect of it, like to have a fundraiser like this, and even $1, $5, it gives the energy support. These are very emotional times for Liz. I'm speaking on her behalf. Maybe I shouldn't, but not just the money of it, but like the emotional support there, and just showing up for her is priceless. So you might think it's only a few bucks, but the effect you're having is worth far more than that.
So much more. I agree.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Ooh.
Look at your score.
I
Did anybody
didn't
keep
count.
No worries. If
We're
anybody
all winners.
Okay, let's wait for the chat to see. Did anybody out there, do you want to, I don't know if you guys want to share, or should I just show the slides? Or
It's fine. Just show the slide. No worries.
Okay.
All right. If you got 0 to 4 points, premature papa, you're just beginning to peel back the enigmatic layers of L. Ron Hubbard's fatherly fuckery. keep at it. The rabbit hole runs deep. If you got 5 to 9 points, yes, fuckery. This is an official term.
It's a word.
It is.
I love it.
Fatherly fuckery.
Fatherly fuckery. That should have been the name of this quiz. 5 to 9 points. You're a decent daddy. You're digging into the Hubbard psyche and uncovering knowledge, parenting nuggets with your finesse. Prepare to be disgusted the more you learn.
True that.
And the real winners, 10 to 12 points. Scientology's savvy sire. I think I spelled savvy wrong. You know more about being a dad than L. Ron Hubbard, Xenu, and David Miscavige put together. Nice work. Just don't walk in their footsteps if you can help it. I don't know why, but and then here's a link. If you go back to, I had so much fun.
That's fun.
It's great.
You
I
did.
don't know why. I loved it so much. And then I was like, that baby's screwed.
I know. Because don't you choose your parents in Scientology? Like you're a Thetan, like flying around. I think I choose Xenu. Even
I was going to say Xenu gets a bad rap here.
Yeah,
I know, right? Out of the choices here, I think I'd go with Xenu as well. You know, I actually grew up not just believing that I was a past life Scientologist, but I grew up believing I was a very specific past life Scientologist. I grew up understanding that I was my own grandmother.
Oh boy, pressure of that.
The grandmother who got my entire family into Scientology in the 1950s. And it has taken me so long to come to terms. But if you'd asked me 10 years ago, it's like, well, if I was her and I got my whole family into Scientology, then I should only be mad at myself for doing that. And so, yeah, it's very strange.
It's very confusing.
Very, very confusing.
So your grandmother passed away before you were born?
Yes.
Okay. So you came back as your grandmother.
Yeah.
And you're still blaming yourself for your bad acts.
You know, I don't know if I'm really blaming myself.
She's
okay. Well,
taking accountability. She's working her way back into the group right
No,
now.
it's a fair question, but I feel the responsibility now to get my family out. Because I think, well,
that's fair.
If I got them in, I'll get them out.
So you're a third gen, but and third gens are very rare. And right. And I just want to commend you two and Aaron and everybody that was on that were parents for breaking the cycle. Right, Elysia, we're always talking about that, breaking the cycle. Because I escaped from a cult with my kids, and I was a second gen, so I'm a parent of three.
You're parenting in a way that you were not parented, and so you're learning it completely on the fly on your own.
Yeah, making a lot of mistakes, but
trying
my darndest.
The fact that you're here is amazing. That's why everyone loves you. Hey, Kelly. Hey, beautiful.
Helicopter, another second gen, another survivor, another survivor.
Yeah. So just to finish up the slide here, we had the last slide.
Oh, right.
You had the link, right?
I don't think it's a live link on your screen. You probably have to go.
But
Yep.
But you can copy that and paste it.
Yeah.
Or
let
me remove this. How do I do this now? Or where is it? Where is it? Here. There's a QR code.
Is it under me? Am I mirrored? I don't know.
That's right under Liz.
All right. Nice. Well, and hopefully you guys enjoyed this quiz. I mean, I like to have fun and I like to make jokes, but at the end of the day, we are here for Liz.
Somebody said they're too easy.
Well, I'm going easy on you. I don't want to come in hard.
No, I like it easy.
I have 10 full quizzes like this that I'm going to do on lives on my channel. I'm going to have Chris Shelton. Aaron's going to come on.
Nice.
Lisa, we'll have some fun with it, but they'll get harder and harder. One of them will be the Scientology master quiz, and I dare you to try it. I dare you.
Oh no. There's like the levels for Never Ends. There's the levels for the ex public or an ex Sea Org. You know, like I think there's.
And there's a few about psychology, specifically about psychology. I know, like I said, I'm an early childhood educator, so I really like things that are visual and interactive. And
happy Chatter Day.
I like this, Kelly. Happy Chatter Day.
Well, guys, I think that's almost my time.
This has been
told
great.
my children I'd be here for an hour.
Okay. You're welcome to stay longer if you want to. If you want to chat a little while
Plenty
longer.
of little spaces. Yeah.
Steve of Maryland, if you guys want to take a look at the start questions, I don't know if there's anything specific for Liz, but maybe there's something that she could answer, unless she has to go right now.
No, I'll stick around for sure.
If there isn't anything specific for Liz, get some in there right now, folks.
Really
There you
good.
go. That's
Hey,
your chance.
Liz,
That's
I've
your
got
chance.
one. Did your parents think that any of your kids, because they were still in the
That's for the
picture when
other
you had
Liz.
your kids, did they think that your kids were other Scientologists?
That's for Liz Ferris. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
sorry. I didn't read it. I just saw Liz.
I know it's confusing. So many Liz's around here. To answer your question, Elysia, I do not know. I do not know. I do know that the day that I told my parents I was pregnant, I came home and said, "Hey, guess what? I'm pregnant." And they weren't thrilled. It was a surprise, and I was 22. So I'll give them a little leeway for that. But my stepfather told my now husband, first time he'd ever met him, told him, "Your child will be a Scientologist, whether you like it or not."
It's so aggressive.
Yeah, very, very, very aggressive.
Yeah.
Of course, a huge red flag. Yeah. But so I don't know. I don't know what they thought he was gonna be like before he was born, but they certainly had plans for him after he was born. And sadly, that moment was a big red flag, a big moment for me when I realized that I'm not gonna be able to trust my own parents with my child.
Yeah.
You know, and as a mom, I think just as a human being, like that's a really sad thing to realize. But it's also it's also an important step in leaving a high control group or leaving an unsafe situation. Because I don't know about for you guys, but I was abused so much and I didn't leave. I was trouble and I talked back, but I didn't actually leave. But when the idea of that happening to my child, I just was
can't.
never, no.
That-
And the idea of him walking in my brother's footsteps was so incredibly scary to me. Because I'm like, they would raise him the same way my brother was raised by the book. So anyway, huge rabbit hole, but I'm sure glad that my kids were not exposed to that. And Marilyn, I'm sure that you worked so hard to get your kids
So hard.
to a safe place too. Congratulations. Good
You're a
job.
great
It took
mama.
a while, but you know that mama bear inside of me, and I know with both of you ladies as well, is that you can take a lot of abuse, but when you see your kids going through it, it's like, no, okay, that's enough.
Yep. Yeah,
exactly.
Has to be some distance there. Yeah. No.
Liz, on a little lighter note, do you prefer sativa or indica? Indisa. I don't know how to pronounce that one.
Indica.
Indica. Thank you.
That's not my preference. That's just how you pronounce it. Honestly, I like a sativa. Sativas are a little more high energy, a little more creative, and the indicas are more pain, more relaxing. So I definitely am the kind of person who likes to smoke a bowl and go do things. So if you see me out in the world, watch out. No, just kidding.
Good for you.
Naked bike ride tonight.
Yeah.
That's right.
That whole naked bike ride is going to come down the road. We're in Portland, Oregon, in a huge puff of smoke.
Oh, yeah.
Alicia says Drew Barrymore. Yeah, I get that a lot.
I see
I
that.
do. I see it.
I get that a lot. I grew up watching Drew Barrymore too. We both have kind of a sideways talk.
You're both adorable.
Hey, if you know Drew Barrymore, tell her to have me on her show. We'll talk about my
Oh, that would be
adorable.
cool.
Very, very lovable.
Totally see that.
Kat Andy would like to know, what is that giant cup? What brand is that giant cup of yours?
It's Walmart brand. It literally is Walmart brand. Means
That's funny. There you go.
But it works. It's fine.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Steve Britton would like to know, Liz, when you grow up not knowing any different, you think it's normality. So why would you leave? Oh, that's kind of a question and kind of a comedy question.
Kind of a common, yeah.
Yeah. Well, and this is why, high control groups in general don't want their second gens to be educated. They don't want them to leave the group or be exposed to outside things. And then you have this very high level of control. So it's like keeps going round and round. But if you crack that cycle and you see the outside world at all, it falls, the facade falls apart pretty quickly because they're full of crap.
Totally full of crap.
Here's a more, I don't know, Scientology question from Lone Dinosaur 13. Why do you have to sign a billion-year contract every life? Why doesn't anyone ever claim to have already worked 1,000,000 years? Anyone?
That's a good question.
I just think they haven't met the right smartass yet. I think that should be, if you guys are out there, do it.
You couldn't have done the a million years because Scientology has only been around for 70.
True.
So we could say that you have 70 off your billion years.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what how it would go if you walked back in. They'd be like, okay, we'll knock 80 years off your billion. But yeah, what good does that do?
If you were Jack Parsons in a previous life, would you get some time off, or would you just get booted because of the whole
Booted.
Booted. Yeah, I think booted too. I think they'd be like, you know too much.
Do they count 1953 as the official start of Scientology? I mean, you were a Scientologist in your former life, could you be? Or no? It just started in 1953.
Well, see, my grandma got into Dianetics before Scientology started. So I think there's a few years there that if you really wanted to be, by the book, you could go and say, well, I was a Dianetic auditor in 1951.
Oh, so
and they'd be like, okay, fine, you get 2 more years.
But then I just thought of something else. It shouldn't even be how long Scientology or even Dianetics has been around. It should be how long the Sea Org has been around, the billion-year contract.
Exactly.
That's true.
So it's even less time than 7 years, right?
Yeah. Wow. There's like a lot of lawyering that has to happen on these.
Right.
Returning people.
Deep thoughts on their past lives and billion-year contracts.
That's right. Ooh, here's a good one. Do you think LRH was so homophobic because he was trying to suppress that he was gay himself because it was illegal to be LGBTQ plus, a term that didn't even exist back then, in most countries when he was alive?
Can I answer this?
Yes.
Of course. All right. If you go back to L. Ron Hubbard's affirmations, is anybody familiar with these? He had some journals way back before Scientology, and he would write affirmations. So affirmations are positive statements about yourself that you're trying to manifest, essentially. One of them, yes, postulate. One of them was about how he was like such a virile man. Like it gave me the impression that he was compensating for the fact that he could not perform in the way that he wanted to perform. You also have him with the Commodore's messengers, right? This is a group of very young girls who are constantly surrounding him, dressing him, massaging him, feeding him, emptying his ashtrays, making him drinks, ironing his shirts, literally like down low, putting his shoes and socks onto his body. Now, because of my family history and what I know about Scientology, I've always wondered, was he a creep? Was he, a creep? Why else would you want all these young girls around you? Long story short, I think that he was impotent. I think that because none of these girls have claimed abuse. They could, I've even asked several of these old timers, like, tell me the truth. Was he a creep? And they're like, no, not really. He was nothing. He was nothing. Right. So that's what I think. I think at the end of his life that he just had like no drive really toward that whatsoever. So I don't think that it was about him being LGBTQ. I think it was just the control and the embarrassment that like his son was or people around him were and the risk that could put his empire in. That's my long answer to that question.
Yeah.
Boom.
Great answer.
I don't think he was either. I just think he let's just demonstrate it. He just wanted the image that he was surrounded by women and could if he wanted to,
And if you think about the time in which he was born, and the way the society was, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Very true.
Still gross.
Very true. Hey, Marilyn.
Absolutely, it is.
TAH has sent you a crochet pattern, just so you know.
Okay, thanks.
Good update. Good update. Here's a great question from Mariana. How can one donate? I'm a bit late. Mariana, there are 2 ways to donate, and our mods are in all of the channels are doing a wonderful job of posting those links. So one, you can donate directly to Liz Ferris's Venmo account. If you do that, and that is being published via the links in chat. If you do donate directly to her Venmo account, there are, and you do that whole I'm a friend thing, blah, blah, blah. There are no nothing is being taken out of that, right? That's all. Essentially, you give $5 is going directly to Liz for.
There's a tiny service fee, but
Is there a tiny service fee? I'm sorry.
for Venmo.
Yeah, I thought there wasn't for
Depends.
Venmo.
If you select a transfer of a
Yeah, it
longer
depends.
transfer, then you don't have to.
Right. It goes in- right into your
that's
bank
right.
account. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. It's how fast you send it. Or you can also donate. Oh, comment go away. Comment
There
go
we
away. Okay, so there's the link to the
Well,
to the
wait, no.
GoFundMe.
Oh, you want to show this? Okay.
Yes, but also over there, I'll get that right one of these days. Down under Liz, there is
The other
there's-
side, Liz.
Wait, it's under Liz.
What?
There you go.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
I don't know.
is-
I see a mirror.
Whichever,
Yeah,
right?
so weird.
It's the QR code. So scan the QR. Just scan the QR code on your phone. Do the whole QR code thingy, and that'll take you right to the GoFundMe, and you can donate there at the GoFundMe as well. So there is a tiny little service charge there, but it's so much less than if you were to donate through a super chat through YouTube. So, which is why we're saying, regardless of what channel you're on, regardless of where you're watching, don't do a super chat or a super sticker today. Just let's forego those and go right to the GoFundMe or the Venmo to get the money directly to Liz. So that makes the most sense. So those are the ways you can donate, and we will keep repeating those throughout the day, knowing people are hopping on and hopping off. So.
And not this Liz Ferris.
Liz Ferris.
Liz Ferris,
Yes. Yes.
Very
You can
confused.
give me
Sorry,
your
Liz
money.
Gale, you ain't getting no money today.
Oh no. Wah.
Sorry.
I have 2 Liz's and two Surges now.
Yeah.
Two surges, about 400 marks. Yeah, it's crazy.
Oh yeah. No, the
Yeah.
marks have multiplied. The Chads are multiplying too.
Yes, right. It's a verified
Wait.
fact.
I know 2 Chads. Are there more Chads?
They're multiplying.
Oh,
I don't
good
know. There
Lord.
might be a third one,
Yeah.
at any time now.
A mini
right.
Chad. That's going to be. Marilyn, are you making a mini Chad?
Ooh, I want to put this up. Thank you.
That's a good idea. He needs a little doll. The
Yep.
doll needs
I
a
want to
doll.
put this because I'm very proud of myself for that. I'm sorry.
Marilyn. The doll needs a doll. I love that idea.
Like sort of like the Russian.
Yes. And then that one has a doll, and then that one has a doll.
Yeah.
Oh, throw up TH's chat really quick again. It sounds like, because we've had issues in the past trying with
code worked
folks
better than
outside of the
anything else
US
I've
and how they try to donate. So yeah, the QR code is
Nice.
working better in Canada.
Canada.
Hey, Australians, Europeans, give that a try. Let us know what. Donate in multiple ways if you're outside of the US, just to let us know what's the best way to donate.
I couldn't access Venmo from Brazil, and I was testing the links yesterday. I was telling everybody, "Oh, Venmo's not working," and then they're like, "Yeah, it is." I'm like, I don't see anything." I kept getting an error. So maybe it's maybe it doesn't work in Brazil. I don't know. How do I?
Interesting.
I'm lost now. Yeah, but GoFundMe, the GoFundMe thing does.
So great question from Elysia here. Back to our Elysia RT. Didn't he have a 3-way for his sex magic days? I think we're talking about the younger days versus the older days. And in the older bad teeth, more obese LRH days, he was probably wishing that Viagra had been created. And it wasn't working yet. But I think in the younger days, he was probably still doing okay. So, I mean,
Well, he was involved with actual sex magic with Jack Parsons.
Right.
And, Pasadena. And he did, it was him, Jack Parsons, and L. Ron Hubbard and Sarah Northrup, who was Jack Parsons' girlfriend. And L. Ron Hubbard stole her, if you want to think about
along with the
women like
boat.
that. Along with the boat. Yeah, they went into business together, and he just screwed Jack Parsons over, took his woman, took his money, just screwed him over in true L. Ron Hubbard fashion. But it depends. Okay, I'm going to get a little specific here. It depends what you describe as a 3-way, because apparently I learned this the other day. They were not all physically together. It was Jack Parsons and him over Sarah. So just in case you wanted the details, you wanted to
Thank you.
lock that away in your bank, your memory bank.
This is what we refer to as a devil's 3-way.
There you go. Exactly. Exactly. And they were trying to make a moon child. And actually, somebody commented on one of my TikToks the other day that blew my mind. They said Suri Cruise, Tom Cruise's child, was actually made in a similar fashion, trying to reincarnate L. Ron Hubbard.
Oh, no way. Get out of here. I've heard rumors that Tom might not have been her dad or
conspiracies.
Maybe, yeah.
Conspiracy
But I
theories.
don't know.
Oh, I think that he must be her father because they look so.
They look alike.
They look alike. Yeah. And you know, that whole Katie Holmes thing, I swear she is like my low-key hero. Because the way that she got out of Scientology, the class and grace and plan that she executed gave me so much hope. So really, truly, so much hope that like this beautiful person who got wrapped into it was able to get out. I don't know. It just, I thought she'd be stuck forever. I thought
She has a great dad. Her dad is a 12 out of that list there.
Yeah.
Her father is a divorce attorney, and yeah, they nailed him to
And-
the wall. I mean,
And you know,
good dad.
yes, and you know the day she married Tom Cruise, he was starting that paperwork. He was like, "This guy's crazy. I am not." Because wasn't he a divorce lawyer? And I heard that their prenup
for
was
her.
like a ton of banker boxes, just papers and papers and papers. But here's the thing: whatever she knows and whatever Nicole Kidman knows is so powerful that within the church they talk crap, but they don't publicly attack either of those women. So whatever those women know about Tom Cruise, who's very close to David Miscavige, is obviously something very powerful. Have you seen the photograph of David Miscavige and Tom Cruise on the matching motorcycles?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Little
I got
12-year-old.
I got single white female vibes from that. Do you remember that movie? There was like a woman who tried to like take over another woman's life, and she took over her friend and stole her boyfriend and cut her hair like her. I feel like David Miscavige is just single white femaling Tom Cruise. He like wants to be him so badly. But I think David Miscavige is richer than Tom Cruise.
I believe that.
Yeah.
Too bad that all his money comes from abuse. Not
Well, I
that Tom
was
Cruise
gonna-
doesn't
yeah.
abuse people, but he works.
Right.
There for,
Yeah.
you know,
And all the money that's not really his, but is his.
Right. I think
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
It
yeah,
definitely has
exactly.
more cash at his disposal.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
And no shame in the game. Tom and David, if you guys want to come out and you want to like get married and register, we'll all be there at your wedding. We'll
It'd be
all
cute.
support you. It'll be fine. Come on out.
Okay, is this? Oh, look, Jeffrey. Hey,
Jeffrey Augustine.
I saw the comment. I was gonna say, is this true? And then I saw it was from Jeffrey. I'm like, oh, then it is. Yeah.
That looks like polyamory to me. And this is not a judgment. Like everybody should be able to live their own life. But if you are taking another person on your honeymoon with you, whether they're have legally part of your marriage, they're a part of your marriage.
Yeah.
They're part of your marriage.
So for anyone who's doing the dishes or driving or something, we'll read it. The Scientology Money Project, which is the none other than Jeffrey Augustine, Tom Cruise and Katie Holmes' honeymoon on a yacht. Little baby Davey Miscavige went along with them on their honeymoon. I love saying little baby Davey's fake name. It's like my favorite phrase.
Right. And
I'm
did you
gonna
hear all those
crochet
collect-
one.
dishes just drop when you read that? All those dishes just dropped.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. I mean, I've heard of somebody taking their mother on their honeymoon with them, and I thought that was, pretty
far.
bad.
Yeah.
But like to bring David Miscavige, what did that conversation look like? Oh, hey babe, you know that honeymoon? Like he's gonna come with us. Wait, what? What? He's gonna sleep in the bed with me. You're gonna sleep on the couch, Katie.
I remember the interview with Matt Lauer, and I remember the creepy parts of the interview too. But there were the cutaways because Katie was there. She was sitting, just off to the side, and she just looked at that point. She just looked so in love, and this is wonderful, and things are great. And oh my God, just how that had to change so freaking fast.
Yeah. Love bombed her. I mean, he was a huge movie star.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
she was a young actress. Like that's prime picking for the manipulation.
And she was taller than him.
Yeah. Well, who isn't?
Yeah, I know.
But
David Miscavige.
Yeah. Boom, boom, boom.
Ah.
Oh, good, Evo. Yeah.
Good one.
Anyway, well, on that beautiful note, and no hate to anybody who's short. All bodies are beautiful. Not a joke. It's true.
This is true.
On that note, I'm gonna take my leave. It's my
Thank you
family
so
day
much.
today.
I'm also going to leave too because I have to leave in like 10-15 minutes. We have kids stuff tonight too.
I know,
I wanted to
kids
stay on as long because I'm fangirling over all these cool
Thank
guests.
you.
And I'll be back
So
on
good.
later. I have so much love.
Yeah.
Thank you.
See you
Thank you.
later,
Thank you, Liz.
Alicia.
You're amazing. We love you. And thank you
Thank
guys
you
so,
both.
so much for putting
Thank
this
you both.
together.
Much love, ML.
You're
ML.
you're
Right.
invited
ML
on the
always.
Nutty Never Ends whenever, but we just want you to
Whenever.
know we
We are
appreciate
so
you.
appreciative of
We
you guys
love
for
you.
hosting
We
this and for
appreciate
everybody for coming on. Liz, I hope you know how loved you are. Like Liz Ferris, I hope you know, and I hope one day Bob sees this and he understands and sees that there's so much love and support in the world. Like, come on out. Come on out. You can enjoy life. We'll take
Yeah.
you for a dinner wherever you want to go. We'll take you for multiple dinners, matter of fact, because you'll be out. You go to dinner anytime you want. It's a fun thing, guys.
It is.
Do all
It's
that. So thank you guys for hosting. I'll be back on later.
Yeah, we'll see you later.
I'll see you,
Thank you
see
so
you
much,
later.
Liz.
Thank you so
I'm gonna
much,
bail
Bye,
out.
Liz.
Bye, everybody.
That was awesome, Liz.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
No, everybody.
Bye bye, guys.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Here we are.
Wow.
There we go.
Hey,
Do you want to leave
guys.
the QR code on top of you?
That QR code on me is fine. That's perfect.
Okay, I'm gonna leave it there.
So OSA folk, those who are watching, those who have to pass this on tonight, sneak a copy, send an email, do whatever you need to over to Bob. Get Bob the message. And I know it's 10 hours. You probably have to break it up into a couple, maybe throw it on a thumb drive, whatever. Get it to Bob. Let him know the message. Let him know Liz loves him. And quite honestly, we all love him and we all want him out. And we're doing this all for he and his daughter to be back together. So anyway,
Absolutely.
yeah. So thank you to Liz Gale. Thank you to Elysia.
Should have
Thank you
said
to
something.
Jackson, who's been here. Did I cut somebody off? Did I? I'm sorry. if I
No,
did.
I did something stupid.
Oh,
I disconnected Liz and Jackson before telling their audience that I was going to disconnect them because we might need the extra spots. So I'm sorry.
Well, Jackson, Liz, we love you both.
No, but it's not. Yeah, no, they know that, but it's
I know.
because of the people that were in the chats, and I just disconnected them and didn't say
Oh,
anything.
oops. Yeah.
I am so sorry.
We can
if
only
you-
have so many.
Oh.
Yeah.
But I was gonna say
You
I
have
should have
to let
said
people
something
know.
like, "I'm gonna have to disconnect these people here because we might need the extra room." I need a break, guys. I'll be back.
Okay,
Sounds good.
no problem.
Sounds good.
Because I'm upset.
Back, let's all take off. Chad, you got this covered. Little Chad, you got this covered for the next
Yeah,
half hour or
we'll do
so.
some
Yeah.
I'll be back. No, I'll be back
Okay.
soon. I'm
all
I'm
good.
sorry.
Yeah, we all got to rotate breaks for sure, guys.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Say Bob Ferris. Say Bob Ferris. Look at me.
Nice.
Look at one. There's
Yay, nice shirt.
one there. There's one there, and there's one there. There we go.
Nice.
Sorry. Do you notice when Jackson was here, we both had the green hats on? I mean, it was I was really fanboying because I like dressed like Jackson did today. So it was really
That's
made me
cool.
feel
Mini
good.
Jackson.
I was Mini Jackson. That's I don't want to insult Jackson there.
I love his stories.
He might be mini me, but our old friend Burke Wyndon Fire says Katie Holmes was like a real life reverse Taken movie where one day she just got up and unkidnapped herself and her kid like a badass, no doubt, or her child like a badass, no doubt. I also want to say I think if as much of this creepiness is the creepy bewitching stuff that is all going on that is actually that it potentially could be in that case Siri Cruz will be the ultimate destruction of Scientology. Once she's like 30, it's just going to all crumble and she is going to be the destruction of it. I truly believe. I have no doubt that while Katie and Nicole and the other one, the first one, what's her name? Help me, guys. What was
Nicole
the first?
Kidman?
No, the one before her.
Mimi Rogers.
Mimi Rogers.
Yeah.
I think if all of them have these little like we can't talk about it things, I'm willing to bet that Siri doesn't have one of those, and that one day Siri's just going to come out, vomit it all, and all the cards are going to come tumbling down if we're unable to resolve things before then. But I think Siri is the beast master in all of this. So.
All right. Well, I wasn't going to make our guest of honor wait, so I just popped her in the middle of the Siri cruise. Hey, welcome back, darling. You're back with us.
Hey, everybody.
Hey.
Yeah, I can hear you. So I figured I'd hop back on. I haven't gotten a lot of time with you guys, so I figured I would hop back on and say hey to you. I haven't got to really meet you, Mr. Clearwater Chad. We've chit-chatted a few times in Messenger. Marilyn, you know I've chit-chatted with you. I love you.
Oh, yes.
I don't do that right either, so I just go
way back.
But, you know, I appreciate everything that's happening today. Denver Steve-O, like, you remind me of the show Jackass. Like, any moment you're going to pull out a practical joke or a prank. I think you have that kind of sense of humor. Like,
I keep you guessing.
Like pulling cards out of your mouth and you're just like...
It might be there. It might not be. I don't know.
It might be a skill you have.
Maybe.
It is.
Maybe.
I may have to laugh.
Ooh.
He is definitely a joker.
Ooh, if I can make that happen, I'll take that.
We had some
Do
questions.
you guys have any questions? Yeah, either like the three of you. Do you have any questions for me? I know that we've gotten stuff, but I wouldn't mind answering questions.
I have a question. Where is your sparkles? Where are your sparkles?
Oh, the sparkles.
It was starting to pull my hair.
Oh.
It was. I don't have a lot of hair. It's only on top, but it was starting to pull on my hair, and I'm like,
that's okay. You
can
have
pull
enough
it, but
sparkle.
not like that.
You naturally sparkle. You do.
Thank you.
Liz is back. Reese, can we donate to any channel today? And it goes to Liz and Bob. There is let's see if it's still there, the QR code right next to Liz there. And we also have the links to the GoFundMe and the Venmo being shared by our fabulous mods. And you can always go on Blown for Good and buy some merch. Oh, there's the sparkles.
Yay, sparkles.
We're trying to do it in such a way it doesn't pull my hair.
Yeah, so Reese, I think I think we've answered the question since you've been on. There's my Kelly Clarkson. Oh, Kelly Clarkson. But I think we've answered that in a few times since you first posted the question. But don't do super chats, don't do super stickers, don't donate to any specific channel today. Please donate either to the QR code that's over by Liz there. Or to Liz's Venmo, which is also being posted through the chats. Post one of those two ways because those have the absolute least amounts of little fees and whatnots that go along with them, and all of that money gets directly to Liz, as opposed to if you donated to my channel. Say you donated $5. Well, first things first, 30% of that gets taken off and goes right to YouTube. And then the remaining amount of that, then it's like, oh, which ones of the super chats did I get during this, and then wait a month to get it and then send it over. It's just a pain. So donate directly to either the QR code, which is directly to the GoFundMe, or to Liz's Venmo, and she gets those immediately, or very close to immediately, much quicker than it would be through a super chat. So we're saying no super chats, no super stickers, none of that. Once everything is done and you have comments, don't do the super thankses because all that bad. Just keep using the QR code or keep going to the Venmo account, and those are the best ways.
Right. And speaking of Liz sparkling, Joel McCoy, he's such a sweetheart.
Love Joel.
Does anyone else notice how good Liz is today? She has such a bright light in her. Every time I see her, she's better. I think she's becoming herself before our eyes. She will do great things.
You are
doing great things.
That's great.
That's my plan. We could all unite together and, whether it's a never in, an in, second gen, third gen, whatever generation, first gen, it doesn't matter. If we can all unite, we all have a very similar story, then we can at least team up and actually get some motion going. because the overall goal is to get the people inside to realize that they don't have to be in a prison camp. They don't have to get up at a certain time. Well, work 12 hours for $45 an hour or $45, a week, or $50, whatever it may be. You can afford a pack of cigarettes. You can afford to, you want to sleep in? Do it. You don't want to sleep on a cot for the rest of your life? That's also,
$7 to get to 3,500. That's awesome. And that was just about a minute ago. So
thank you for the math, Terry
do
Ray.
it. Thank you, Terry Ray. Nice. We're gonna
I don't do math. I grew up in public
make
school.
that $5,000 goal, and we're gonna you grew up
I
public
love that.
school.
Hey, now I can't judge public school because you know what? I went to both. I went to LRH private school, and one of the schools I went to was Pinewood Academy. I got in trouble all the time. Can't tell you how many times I had to get on my hands and knees and scrub tiles for a 10 by 10 space. But public school for me, the people were shitty, but I loved the books.
Yeah, you're very smart and very studious, and you love to learn. That's great.
Yep.
You are dangerous. You're a force to be reckoned with, because not only were you, taught to be tough in the TRs, but you also have a lot of intelligence and a lot of stick-to-itiveness. And I mean, they better watch out.
That's right.
That's
I'm
right.
excited.
All together.
I'm excited for
United,
the future.
we will get them to fall. United, we will.
That's right. And
what about you, Chad? Do you have any questions?
Well, it seems like when it's a good idea, you can't really talk about your your specific.
Yeah, I can't really talk about where we stand right now. I would love to.
Yeah.
Right.
But there has to be certain things that are kept close to the hip because, let's be real. Hi, Osa. I'm sorry. You got a really bad Sea Org day.
No, I'm all for that. Not
guys, if you leave today, you can have your own Sea Org day tomorrow. You guys can go to Disney. You guys can do whatever you need to. Just leave today. Just go.
Absolutely. And guess what? You can do whatever you want. Obey the laws of the land. You will have fun. It'll be hard at first, but you know what? We got a whole team ready to back you in getting out.
That's right.
Yep. And we're not going to quit until everyone that wants to be out is out.
That's right.
Yeah. Everybody that wants to be out will get you out. If you don't want to get out, then at least you're making the fiscal choice. You're not being beaten into that choice. Your family's not being told you're dead, even though some of us have had that amazing luxury. Let's be real, because it's so wonderful to find out your dad's not really dead after grieving. But at the same time, we're all going to back each other. I have Vanessa with my support. I have my partner, my partner in crime, my best friend, the love of my life. She's cheering me on. We've got Claire. We've got Mark.
Speaking of Claire.
Speaking of Claire.
Mama Claire.
There's so many of us that have each other's backs, and they want us to think that we're divided, and we're not. We're not divided. Right. We're working together to stop the abuse.
I just called Claire Mama Claire when the post came out, and I'm 6 months young. I'm 6 months older than Claire. So sorry about that, Claire. I love you, and hi.
But she is like a mama. It's just like she's like
wonderful.
Amy. They're that elder, or not elderly, because that sounds bad. They're the generation that we still look up to because they started this, and we're slowly becoming the generation that other generations can look up to. And it's like this great pyramid where you're just like, everybody's respecting each other. Claire's been through so much of this first, and she still takes my calls when I'm crying because sometimes this gets to be a little much. Like, am I going to be able to do this? And she gives me courage to at least keep going. And E, thank you so much, Nora. The fact that our sense of humor is so close and spot on.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It's amazing what Claire has done between the foundation, between testifying, in the trial and everything like that.
Yeah.
So right, Melinda. So right.
Absolutely, Melinda, because a lot of times we're looking for someone to help guide us, someone to listen to us when we're upset, and someone that's been through this, give us advice because this is how they survived it.
Yeah, my husband and I were watching, I think it was the court TV. We were watching the 60 Minutes Australia and all the different things that have been coming out after Leah made her big, amazing announcement. But I think it was the one, yes, I can't remember which one, but they asked her about her, I think it was court TV, asked her about the lawsuit. And she gave such a thorough, amazing answer where my husband was just like, whoa, I would not want to mess with her because she tells it like it is. And you can see the fire in her eyes, even though she's just such a sweet, calm, amazing person. She has that passion and she's not going to stop. So thank you, Claire. And thank you for all the support you're giving to the second gens. And you're giving us, the will to support you all and to just see justice. We are all for you. We're only us right here, 3 and 4, Juliana. We're 4 of thousands and thousands of people that are rooting for you all. So we just send our love and our support and anything we can do.
Hey, really quick, just to throw the promo out there, we haven't spoken much about the court TV episode that came out just 48 hours ago. If you haven't had a chance to see it, mods, could you grab that link to the court TV episode? It's a short. It's what is it? Maybe 30 minutes long max. Yeah, thereabout. Yeah. And it's a great. It was like very much. It's like 3 segments. One segment is Claire. One segment is Tony Ortega, and the other segment is I forget who the third segment was, and I should remember that. But anyway, just a great interview. Again, post Leah making the lawsuit announcement and talking a bit about Danny Masterson. It's just a great, I shouldn't even say his name. It feels dirty. But anyway, it's just a great little interview. It's wonderful out there. Also the 60 minutes Australia. Oh, Chris Shelton. Thank you. Yes. Yeah. It was Chris was the first.
Chris Shelton and Tony Ortega and Claire.
That's right. And then Claire. Claire was the middle of the 3. And just fantastic. And then the 60 Minutes Australia, if you haven't had a chance to see that, check that one out as well. It's fascinating to see the difference between like 60 Minutes Australia and
60 Minutes United States.
Right. Yeah. Right. 60 Minutes Australia holds no punches.
They're threatening us. They're sending all kinds of letters, and we don't care.
Yeah, and don't care. And 60 Minutes US or 2020 are all like, we're going to be very gentle here because we know that they might threaten to sue us, even though they won't actually sue us. It's just a complete difference in the two. And bless you to the folks at 60 Minutes Australia for doing that.
For having the guts to help us.
Keeping speaking out. I mean, they're the ones that was the wonderful the wonderful interview where Tom Cruise got all testy several years back. I mean, it was just wonderful. I think that was around the same time.
You know what you're doing.
You know what you're doing.
You know manners back. You know it.
I saw that. Yeah. He's like, you're crossing a line.
I thought he was like seconds away from doing a touch assist. To be realistic, like feel my finger. You feel my finger? Okay, feel my finger. Like,
and then at the end,
they made Peter Overton do 4 hours of some sort of training before of Scientology training before he even got to talk to Tom Cruise. Yep. And
again, it reminds me that in order for there to be a welfare check, most of the time the officers that are going to do the welfare check have to watch a video first. Now, I don't know what video it is, but so much of me thinks it's just a Scientology recruitment video. Let's see if we can get this person to turn. Because realistically, the fact that they even have to watch a movie besides doing their law-abiding job, like, okay, like that's not going to help them get to know Scientology. You got to practice my song. Remember my song, Marilyn? It's a cult. It's a cult. It's a cult. Cult. It's a cult. Cult.
Yeah, that's the answer to everything. Yep.
It is. Just answer the question.
Hey, reporter, you may decide to leave this building and go and blow your brains out. Isn't that the old the old recruitment video?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for offering me imprisonment for a billion years.
Right.
And so I did read this morning. Mike Rinder's blog talks about the laws applying to he has a new submission. It's blocking you, Liz. I'll read it quick. Mike Rinder's blog talks about the laws applying to elders in California and how now that Shelley is 60, someone can file a complaint from that angle. Why can't the same be done for Bob Ferris?
So we have done where it says
He's trying to fix it.
It's basically you making a report with Adult Protective Services, and then a social worker is supposed to go out.
Yeah.
We've done that route, and so we have to keep going whatever routes that we can until I can get a face-to-face with my father, and I can tell him the truth.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there are plans in action, and you know, I need the support because this is emotionally like the worst roller coaster you've ever been on. It's like you're going down and you're going to splash into the water, but really you're splashing into like sand. It's just one of those roller coasters where you're up, you're down, you're up, I'm getting seasick, but at the same time, I got this and we can get it together.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to do before. Thank you, Juliana, hiding in the background. No, bring that question back up. No, just the one that shrinks us so the questions so it's not blocking half of Liz. There we go.
Yeah.
So Jeff asks, and I love this question, and you know, it actually gets me a little sentimental just asking the question. Is it true that Liz heard her dad's whistle that she grew up with between them when she recently went to the int base?
Yes. So yes, I heard it. And this whistle was very particular when I was a kid. It was this whistle that basically said, "Hi, I'm your dad. Get the fuck out of the tree." And it was like, as soon as you heard that, you knew, like, climb down fast, climb down fast, climb down fast. You know, like, you've been caught. And it's something I won't forget. Just like, you know, he smokes 2 packs a day and his glasses look like bottle caps. So every time I got to go get a new prescription, I'm like, just please don't give me bottle caps. I know my eyes are bad, but can we just pretend? I know I'm going to be there one day. Big old bottle caps. It's a good thing my partner loves me.
We used to call them Coke bottle glasses.
Yeah. Because the 70s, that big, thick, like
Coke bottle. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's what he had.
Salted Caramel Whiskey says, just donated at GoFundMe and happy to help Liz reunite with her father. You are all heroes. Nice. You're a hero, Liz. This is.
Thank you.
I like that I'm stealing that from you.
And next goal.
That's my praise, Xenu.
Praise Xenu.
Live long and prosper.
Yep.
That one's my favorite.
I can't do that anymore. My look at this. I got little curly hand things. I used to.
Then
when
Nora
I was
would tell you're not practicing enough.
Well, so here's the thing. So here's the thing. When I was 11, I wanted to do that so bad, and I couldn't do that. So I would walk around with racket balls or tennis balls in between those fingers to do that. And finally, my hands started to form that way. So I couldn't close them. Right. Now I've got, apparently I'm starting to get a little old. So my 2 fingers on the sides don't want to come in anymore. And yeah, I can't do it anymore. It hurts me. So maybe I just got to get tennis balls again. I don't know.
Tape. I did softball tape to learn it.
Oh,
because you start walking around and then just keep spreading them out, and then before you know it, you're like.
It hurts me that at 48 I've got to train myself like I'm 12 again. You know, it's
all right.
But I'm there.
That is totally all right because you know
I want to get back to
it. So. In the Navy, we call them BCGs, birth control classes.
I could see that, but obviously it wasn't working as a birth control because I'm here and I look like the spitting image of him. So that day it did not work.
Liz, how old is your dad? Don wants to know. Don Lambert.
Technically, he's 72. He'll be 73 in November.
72. So he's
Yeah.
10 years past what is considered an elder in
Mhm.
California. Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's no retirement, there's no nothing. So it's, Scientology seems to celebrate people that die on post. So that's their position they work in. They celebrate it like, oh, she has so dedicated. He was so dedicated to Scientology that he worked himself to death. That's not a good thing to be proud of.
No.
Because they could have had a heart attack, they could have had a stroke, they could have had an aneurysm, and all of which can be prevented.
Yes.
We all know this. So let's not
That's
work
that
any more people to death.
extremism. Yeah. It's an extreme mentality of, oh, he was a martyr for the cause,
Right.
It's just
Be so proud they died on post.
Right. Hey, Juliana.
Juliana.
Hey, there you are, girl.
Of course, the other thing that you don't want to have happen is for him to get, or anyone to get disappeared into some mysterious old folks home, like apparently like Heber and many of the other older.
Yeah, let them
older-
have some kind of life.
Yes.
I'm sure his family would love to hear, and I'm sorry you were told I was dead. I would love to hear it. He can be out and be in the real world. It's not that hard here. And they tell you you'd be lucky to flip burgers at McDonald's. Again, I fucking love flipping burgers at McDonald's. That was the least stressful post I'd ever had in my life. Oh, you want me to scrub a toilet? I got you, boo-boo.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like you weren't
whatever.
necessarily doing that in the Georg anymore.
But yeah.
Hey, creepy.
Yeah, I was doing it 10 times worse.
Right.
Right.
Here's a question from Peter Anderson. Just a suggestion. Liz, have you contacted the Riverside County supervisor for District 5 or crashed a supervisors meeting online?
Well, I haven't crashed any supervisor meetings online because I'm still trying to be, I need to be different. I need to be respectful in how I do this. And it's not based upon anything else. It's for my own sanity. I have to do this in such a way where I can still look at myself in the morning and know that I'm doing the best that I can. So everything, anybody that's got tips that wants me to try things, you're more than welcome to email me. You're more than welcome to email anybody from SPTV, and we'll do whatever we can. But again, I'm shooting from the hip here, and I only have a 3-shooter. Like, I have to do things in order so that way we're being smart. Because they want us to feel dumb.
Right.
Yep.
And Liz, just for everybody that's on right now, what is the best email to send you thoughts, prayers,
So
ideas?
if you have, that'd be hashtag Bob, I think it's Save Bob Ferris. I think that's what it is. I want to go hashtag Save Bob Ferris. I'll have to ask someone, but I'll get it to you in, hold on. Let me do it this way. Do. Okay.
And I'm going to hide this comment just to leave that beautiful QR code
Thank
there.
you. Get the QR code back.
Because people said that it worked very well. So you guys, if you have a couple bucks to spare, please just point your phone to that beautiful QR code there and donate it to Liz.
Absolutely.
Highly appreciate it.
I do. I appreciate everything. I'm getting the email right now, so that way it's a great way to reach out to me. It makes it a lot easier. So it's basically like a step-by-step process that we can do. I like answering people's questions. Please be respectful. Again,
Is that what we're doing? We're donating. I'm sorry, Liz, you keep talking.
You keep talking.
Oh, we're reading that beautiful QR code.
I'm always so late to do this because we're doing the chat things. So since you're doing your thing, I'm going to do mine and get this taken care of.
Now then, Juliana.
Yes.
What are you drinking?
Coffee.
Oh, no espresso?
Nespresso.
Okay. I was just checking. I already had my espressos for the day. I'm all.
Yeah, it's not espresso, but like I have an espresso, so it's
good.
Almost. Yeah. It's a Chad-a-thon. We need our coffee on.
Okay, so the email is savebobferris@gmail.com.
Okay, I can type that here. Savebobferris@gmail.com. I'm gonna ask you to just Actually, let me do the following, Liz. I'm going to post it on the private chat back here for you to please spell check that for me. Just make sure.
Ferris. Yep.
Okay. Oh, Alex already posted it there too.
Thank you.
Sorry,
Alex.
honey.
Thank you, Alex. Alex has a question too, but I'm going to post it here again just because,
Okay.
Never hurts.
Enlighten me with questions.
We have a comment. Let me go back here. I don't know if Bo Beats, this is from a long time ago. Bo Beats had a question. I don't know if they're still on. What is my channel's name? My channel's name is Scientologist, but there's no content there yet except for our collective lives. But the idea is going to be for me to talk about the lore of Scientology. So I'm going to be a student of the theology, but I'm not a theologian. I'm a theologist because it's Scientology. So I thought it'd be fun.
Sounds interesting.
That's
Going to be fun.
And that's a name that also we came up with the name during one of Steve-O's lives, the Xeno Nation. So that was a fun moment.
I just started the channel under Liz Ferris. So it's just that. Liz space Ferris. Or Liz Ferris, but it's just my name. Because everybody knows me by my name.
Fair enough.
So
I see that you're broadcasting to your channel, so I'm clicking on the link there right now, and I'm gonna like it over there. Awesome.
Yeah, I decided to open it, be part of SPTV as well. Get out as much content as we can.
That's exciting. That's exciting.
I know, and for everybody that's watching, please smash the like, please smash the subscribe. The more people we can get the message out to, whether it's Juliana's, whether it's Clearwater Chad, any one of us that join, Steve-O, smash that like, just smash it so that we can make sure that these messages of people being treated badly is getting out.
Absolutely.
The more people that know, the more people they can't do it anymore, and they'll have to open the doors.
Absolutely.
Yep. Absolutely.
So I've just shared also the link to your channel in all of our of our chats here. Brian Lucas from A Poet, or we call him Poet, has a comment here for you, Liz. If you want to read that, you can read it.
Comment: the whistle story is what inspired me to write the poem, and the poem was amazing. He is skilled. Like,
yeah.
Definitely, I'm going to type out that poem or figure a way to type. I'll just keep watching it until I have it memorized. And
I could type it out if you want, if somebody can get it to me.
Yeah, and I'll put it in a frame somewhere when I'm finish setting up the office. You'll notice this side is wrinkly, this side is not. I'm trying to see which one do I like more, or is it going to be a little bit of chaos? So either which way.
Keep testing.
Yeah, got to test the water.
Change.
Yeah.
Chad, just a reminder, you cannot email your typewriter.
I know. Well, I have a trick, which isn't 100%, but I could take a picture of it and email the picture, and it's not as good, but you can still print it out.
No, but Chad, you know what there is too?
Or I can mail it to her too.
Post office, yeah.
Yep, I can mail it.
You're Clearwater Chad. You can mail it typed
up.
That'd be beautiful.
If you have a PO box.
I do.
Okay. Yeah,
I do have one.
Email each other later.
Yeah, Juliana. Once I take a break again to go grab something to eat, I'll put in the chat my PO box.
Okay, and then you want me to share it with the public or just with Chad? Because then Chad is in the group.
Well, if you're already in the group, you'll see it when
Chad's in the group.
I'm back into there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chad's in the group.
These guys know I like to type anyway, so.
Yeah, he does.
That works.
And I have my typewriter out for
nice.
Chad.
I love it. It's my favorite kind, Smith Corona too.
There it is.
Typewriter buddies.
Yeah.
But mine actually, okay. I wanna get to these questions, but
yeah.
Mine actually is a little bit different from Chad's because mine's personalized.
Yeah, it's very special.
My dad was a Photoshop guy before Photoshop. So he put up pictures.
That's really cool.
This was my dad's typewriter. So yeah, so all of it is full of pictures of that he,
Yep.
did a little collage there. So it's very special typewriter.
Irreplaceable.
Okay, so Witness says my mom had a whistle like that. My head still I didn't hear.
What happened?
He's arrested.
She was reading it. She was reading this. Thank you, but I don't know.
Oh, sorry.
My head still whips around.
Steve was double tapping. Steve was double
Not touching
I
you.
got to double tap. Why got to double
Not touching.
tap?
Not touching.
No tapping out. So my mom had a whistle. My head still whips around when I hear it. Yeah, when someone is like, it's kind of like when parents use the 3 names, the first, the middle, you're just like,
right. You're in trouble.
You know, your butt cheeks pucker. You're like, oh God, how much trouble am I in? What did I do? You know, you just can't help it. And it instantly reminds you of you in a tree, the moment that he was trying to teach you how to whistle. Because my dad taught me how to whistle. I had a hard time with the whistle. So now I New York whistle. Oh,
Ferris
thank
says
you, Anonymous.
Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
That is amazing. That's great.
Alex has a question for you, Liz. Do you want to read or do you want to
read? Liz, what is your journey like adjusting to the real world ethic? Like learning is okay to take your time to do, no rush, less pressure. Honestly, there is less pressure. You know, adjusting to my work ethic, I still have the same bloody work ethic. I am at work 30 minutes before my shift starts. I try to be the last one to leave. You know, no matter what it is, I like to help people. I have a corporate job and then I have another one. And my second one is more fun and relaxing and let me help parents understand Pokemon so that way they can relate to their kids. You know, let me show you some comics that, you know, I've been told that, you know, these are going to help you grow in the future. And it's like a savings account. So my work ethic is still the same, minus the fact that I do go to bed at a normal time. And I do get up at a time that allows me to have 8 hours sleep without passing out.
That's very important.
Yeah.
We have a comment here from your channel, my fellow Brazilian Karine, sending you love from Brazil. From your channel.
Nice. I love Brazil. I've been to quite a few places. I went to Rio once. That was a little bit of a shocker. I didn't realize that they really like, it's not just in the movies that they suddenly start dancing in the middle of town. Like they really do suddenly they hear some music and all of a sudden everyone in town is.
Oh, especially in Rio. Where I live is not so much like that because I live in like the south of the country, which is like the colder kind of population. You know, we had a lot of European immigrants and whatnot, and you know, but also Rio is like the weather is really hot, so I think it's really people are really warm and people. I think there's something related to that as well. I think Karine is from Rio, if I'm not mistaken. I could be mistaken because there was another Brazilian in chats here that was from Rio. Okay, we have a comment from Poet. He says that he just sent you the PDF of the poem to Save Bob Ferris' email address.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. I'll get it a frame and you'll start seeing it soon, along with my comics, my cards, you know, because it's still going to be the things that interest me. I'm all about getting people out of this cult, but I love comics and I love Pokemon. So I'm combining everything that I love into my channel. And I'm excited.
I want to pin this.
Excellent.
Steve, do you want to?
Sure. Jamie Lynn says, I'm still fairly new to Liz's story, but everything I've heard so far has been nothing short of strength, courage, and heartbreak. And she still comes across as someone so kind and funny through it all. Yes, she does.
Because realistically, I've had not the best childhood. And in those moments where you're thinking that nobody's going to give a shit, when your lip is split, your nose is bleeding, you've got a black eye, you're wearing these big giant sunglasses, you know, you think nobody's going to care. So the most that you can do is find little bits of happiness, and it covers up sometimes just how shitty things were. And if you can just smile, then the day gets a little better. And that memory may have a little less power. So laugh, smile, giggle, fart in the wind, you know, do whatever you need to do to suddenly just find a way to smile. And before you know it, it's kind of like fake it till you make it. That smile becomes who you really are.
True.
You have a very nice smile, Liz.
Thank you.
Speaking of smiles, yeah,
thank you so much.
Even if you're if or when you're maybe faking here with us till you're like, it catches on.
Yeah,
Like
my fake smile is the.
Okay, so no, I don't like that one very much.
No,
yeah,
don't do
because
that.
I don't know how to do my teeth when I'm faking, or I do the. Like, am I smiling?
And somebody else, I don't know if you guys talked about it when I was on my break, but somebody else commented very early in the stream that they can already see how much better you seem from month or
From
so
the
ago
first,
when you
yeah.
first, yeah. So that's
Because it
that's
gets
awesome.
hard. Absolutely. Finding out my dad's alive has been amazing and terrifying at the same time.
I can't even imagine.
Yeah, same here. Couldn't imagine.
She's
You know.
back. Hey, Mayor.
Around.
I can't. We can't hear you, honey.
Muted.
Now we know the secret button too.
Yes, I touched that stupid button the other day and I couldn't figure it out. Yeah, I was just saying, middle-aged ladies, you know, I gotta pee every 2 hours, so it's been 4 hours.
Is that
We
why
all
you
need
have to do
breaks.
that? Absolutely.
Trying
We
to
all
stay
need a break.
hydrated with my Osa smells like poo cup because
Yeah.
you know, in honor of Sea Org Day, I got my Osa smells like poo. But
That's
we want them
right.
to come out.
So hey, our friend
Fantastic.
and buddy Joel says, Liz, the best advice I ever got in my 69 years is always be yourself. Your channel is just that, you and your likes. Looking forward to it. And we all are. I just subscribed myself, so I'm.
I did too while I was in the bathroom. Best place to subscribe.
Why not?
Nice.
Why
not?
Why not?
Sorry if my cheeks
Wine.
go red. I'm still Irish.
That's good. That means your blood is flowing to that area because you're smiling and you're.
Yes, and I
Right.
am
you're-
very Irish.
All right.
Karini,
What else?
just to get it out of the way, Karini said, "Great Liz, I am from Rio de Janeiro." So Karini is from the place where everybody dances.
Where
in the
everybody
street.
dances.
You're right. Right.
Nice.
I don't know if everybody, but it does happen. Yeah.
Okay.
And-
as long as you're smiling, that's all that matters.
Right.
And guys, we have our next special guest already waiting in the wings whenever she
Where?
says she's ready.
Where?
I don't know if she wants to set up her YouTube channel to
She-
simul stream. No? Okay, so let's.
You want to hit stream?
I want to hide this. She said no.
No.
Let's give it up to the wonderful Laura.
Laura.
Hello,
Everybody.
everybody.
Hello.
Can you hear me next?
Welcome.
Just a second.
There
I
we
want to
go.
make sure my audio doesn't sound like Karazap. Hold
Sounds
on.
much better
No,
than
it sounds
mine.
Oh, it does? Oh,
fantastic.
good. It's already connected to my shirt. Okay, good.
Sound great.
I just
Hi,
realized-
Liz. Look at
Hi.
Laura's definitely
Look
talking
at
from
you
a
and your
shirt.
golden rod.
Nice.
Did you see
Better.
Billy's outfit?
You're gonna label me. You're gonna label me something. I'm gonna really label it.
Own it.
Nice.
Own it, girl.
Liz,
Oh, really
Terry
quick,
has
top
some-
of the Terry Ray says top of the hour GoFundMe update, $3,628. Woo!
Nice. Nice, everybody.
Wow.
Thank you so much. I would do
Thank
like
you,
the Air
everybody.
Fives, but I'm probably sure that people are gonna,
Nice. Let's keep it going.
Air
welcome,
fives are
Laura.
good. Air fives are good.
Thank you. This is so cool. This is so cool. I mean, obviously it's cool that you guys are amazing. The Never Ends hosting it. And it's just so cool because it's so supportive in so many aspects. Like we're making more people aware of what's happening. And then we're also, it's like very emotional really for everybody watching and listening that have their own personal, like my parents, my mom is there in at the gold base with Bob Ferris. You know, Liz,
Hi, parents.
hi,
Dad.
mommy.
Hi, Dad.
We're waiting
Hi,
for you out here. Let's
please.
go.
Hi there,
Yes.
parents.
Yeah,
Yes,
so it's
you
so
parents
cool.
in there, you're missing out on some amazing human beings that you could be loving and enjoying and getting to know and having part of your life. I mean, Laura and Liz, you're amazing, and come on, parents, be parents.
Yeah,
But
it's kind of like you have to think about it, because nowadays, like most of us have been brought up, you know, it takes two to tango, and then they make the baby, and both parents have to be involved. Like Nookie, you made a baby. Both of you did it. Not one person did it solo, but people do it solo. But in this situation, you know, we had two people, and it's about time both people stood the fuck up and said, yes, I'm your parent, so that I can go, good. This is what you've done by doing this. This is what we need to do to fix it. And let's get you out.
we're waiting for you. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
And in the meantime, I'll adopt you all. You guys have like hundreds of adopted moms and dads just waiting in the wings, and us four here of
Even dirty
Neverlands,
ones, though.
we're just
I've never had
we're
so many
four
Adopted older
cousins.
brothers.
Yes, but I
Brothers
was gonna
and
say
sisters, but
we're four Neverlands, but we're four of
Yeah.
thousands that are supporting
Yes.
you guys, and we're
Right.
just appalled. I mean, every single time you guys speak out and you say your story, I find something else that I'm like, oh my God, that too. Like, how
and
evil?
there's
Right.
and while doing this is another thing, we keep calling this therapy, but while we're doing it, we're also remembering things that were horrible that we just normalized or didn't we like squish so far, not realizing we squished something so far, and then realizing whatever that is.
I highly
Yep, and it's coming
recommend
to the
actual
surface.
therapy, just to make things clear. We are not therapists. We are not licensed
No.
mental health practitioners. We're here to hold space for you guys and support and send you love virtually. But yeah, talking helps, right?
Yeah, that's the thing.
The
It's
processing.
There's something with again having people who are involved in this exact thing. It's not like, oh, you know, we have a similar thing in our religion or whatever. It's like, no, these are people, these are kids from the parents, born out of the parents that are currently in Scientology, refusing to have even a conversation.
Absolutely. Well, Laura, I love you. I'm gonna hop off for a little bit, but I look forward to hearing everything that you say. Rock it.
Ya. We're here for you, Liz. We're so excited.
Yeah,
This is
love
amazing.
you, Liz.
Absolutely.
Perfect. Do your thing. I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, darling.
See you soon, Liz.
Bye, Liz.
Hey, Marilyn, just to point out something you said a little, just a few minutes ago. You know, there are you said there are thousands of never ends. Mathematically, did you know there are actually 7.8 billion never ends here to support? They just don't all know that they're supporting yet, that they need to support yet. So it's our message to get the word out to the other 7 billion people in the world that are never ends to fight the fight with us.
Right.
So,
and
hi,
anyone
Laura.
that has
Hi, Denver, Steve.
Yeah.
I think that's the first time we've officially said hello.
It is. It is. I'm excited. Yay.
It's so cool. Clearwater chat. I mean, I've been watching you guys.
Hi,
Like, it's
Laura.
so cool. Hi.
He drew a hi.
That's
drew hi.
amazing. Hi.
Hi.
That was
Next he'll draw a picture of
Clearwater
you.
chat's big hi. That's how he says hi. Yeah, I've been watching you guys, and that's what I'm saying. Like, if the therapy is not like you guys are therapists, we're doing this for therapy. No, like we started this to literally just start talking about the truth about things that have been purposely shut down and held, and like literally, like Bob Ferris being, you know, having to even tell his daughter or have his daughter be told like he's not dead, and that like
Who does that? Oh.
it's just this is just a normal thing that they do. And so and whether it's you know, we say it's L. Ron Hubbard's policy or whatever, it doesn't matter. These people have now mentally gone, you know, sort of like at effect that they're like being abused you know, the abuser of Scientology has done this for so long that they're now, this is how we're operating. They can't even leave. They can't even have a conversation with their daughter or with Liz. It's just like, pick up the phone. It is unnormal, even to the most extreme, that a mother or father doesn't pick up the phone and just have an argument with their daughter or their, like, about it. You're like, to just say, I'm not even going to speak to you about this. I'm just going to disappear. It's like, that's where the inhumane, that's where the mental abuse of Scientology is. It's like, to make a parent who once joined this group or organization because they were wanting to clear and help save the planet and the world and to make other people feel better and do better. And then 40, 30 years later, this is the effect of it. It's like, how is this illegal? How is this not senior abuse? How is this not mental abuse? How is this not child abuse? Like, on all the levels. So to talk about it right now, this is so cool. And to be fun, like, to be doing this raise in the support, just to be like, where's Bob Ferris? Get him to have a conversation with his daughter. That is good enough for me. Like, and so you guys see the little right there, that little code box there. The QR code, you can take a picture. I know for some of you elderlies and some of me young in occult babies don't know the little simple things like that. Like, just take a picture of the QR code and that goes right to Liz, the GoFundMe account, and everything.
I did it a little while ago. It works.
Yeah, it really does work. We can all do it right now. Are y'all watching? If you just lift up the phones and boop, let's see how much we can raise that little fund.
Yeah, every penny counts. And so we're saying no super chats today, please. Just if you want to do a $5 or $2, $1.99 super chat, please use that QR code and donate it directly to Liz instead, because we don't want YouTube taking 30% or anything. This is about supporting Liz in any way we can, and even watching and giving support helps too.
And to be, whatever you just said. I was gonna say, like,
no, go ahead, add to it.
Okay, I was gonna say that
I love your passion. You can say it so much better.
It's like, zoop, I sit down and I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna smoke my bong and just chill and just be here for late. And now I'm like, oh my god, yeah. So what I was gonna say is that if I had a fun, just a little support system. That's what it feels like. It's not the money, guys. It's obviously money. You can grab the gas, not worry about this. Go here. Oop, rent it up. That guy's coming this way. I can jump on this Uber. That is the safety. I have an account here that people are supporting me. Human beings are supporting Liz and Bob and all of this whole strive. And that makes it possible for the individual humans who have problems, mental, emotional, psychological, abusive problems, because we can't do it on our own. We can't. Right. That's why so many of our children have unalived themselves, and why we get so passionate, like crazy people, talking like million. It's because we are so lucky to be alive, to be fighting for Bob Ferris, to be doing that for our parents, even if I must be getting a little emotional, but even to do it when they didn't do it for us, it's just really, it's like, Mom, look, Dad, we know that we know you made some wrong decisions, and we're growing from it, and we want to show you what real love is. And to do that, we have to help you get out of the mental abusive situation that they're in. Yeah. And the only way we can do that is if you can continue hearing us and continue hearing these stories, so that it overpowers the abusive brainwashing and physically abusive mental brainwashing that Scientology has poisoned you with. That's all we're trying to do. The support system is the most, it's our kid, like the second generations and the kids of, this is the only way we have a voice now. This is the only way that we're able to finally yell and be there for the children that we were when we were younger. And they weren't there to do that. So mom, dad, we're going to show you how to be loving, and we're going to try to do that for you. So yeah. Okay. Wow.
It's beautiful, Laura.
That was beautiful. Yeah. You're showing them the unconditional love
right
that they couldn't give to you, and they don't know. They've never had it.
Yeah.
Because Scientology doesn't believe in it. And, I was thinking while you were talking, Laura, I left a cult myself, different type of cult, but, I never had parents that would, if my car broke down or anything, I had nobody to call, I was like an orphan, but my kids are in their 20s. And I'll tell you, right now I'm babysitting puppies in the other room, and I'm like, oh, I can hear them squeaking toys and stuff like yours do.
Yeah.
But yeah, they know that if they need anything, all they have to do is call us. And like you said, Liz, having that, needing that little bit of a support. If she needs an Uber, if she gets stranded somewhere, if she needs just a little bit to help get her dad out, and she's not even doing it for selfish reasons. She wants to help her dad to have that safety net. You guys never
And honestly,
had.
who cares? Who cares if she was doing it for selfish reasons?
Yeah, exactly.
The selfish reason is to get her dad out. So go ahead, Liz. Go ahead and you use up the money that nobody ever gave you to do this. And don't feel guilty about anything. You go spend that. You go help your dad, and everybody donating more. You're fucking amazing. Like this if Liz never spent even she's gonna, even if the point is, even if 50 grand was still sitting there, that is the point. It's that is the strength. That is like, oh, good. It's fine. I don't have this anxiety that was put on me as a child, to be feared by this organization.
Yeah.
And knowing
it's no
that
longer there.
You guys, you're worthy, you're deserving of love and of support and of, financial support, everything, just for being you, for being human. You kids didn't get what you should have had as a kid, just getting thrown in camps and hotels, like as Serge would say. It's just unthinkable, and all under the guise of religion. It's disgusting. It's
and to take away, like I say this a lot, it's an everyday abusive, every minute, every hour. So the scheduling for my mom, Bob Ferris, their job is planned and scheduled for them 24 hours a day. So there is that alone is hypnotic brainwashing, when you just have the same routine every single day. Like how is that alone in a normal human thing that's going to be later on healthier for the human? No. That's like dogs you don't even do that with dogs. There's like, oh, this walk's boring. Let's go another way. It's just like the simple things are being every second of the day. The thought I had, oh, I shouldn't be thinking about my daughter right now. Oh my God. Okay. Get back into PT, or, get back in, stop being in your bank. Because if something starts to make you emotional, so let's say Bob Ferris is getting a hold of this information, or let's say this has happened, because my mother has told me herself, you don't think I cry every night. But when we were bringing this up, let's just say if there is this, like, maybe want to get out, this is the best way to do it. It's just like when they come out, they'll be able to watch the videos. They have a little chunk of a little GoFundMe account that can continue to be funded while people are going through their mental healing and learning the world. And then this is just the faster way to be able to unfuck yourself, like undo what they've done quickly. Like, so you don't have to now spend the rest of your life trying to learn the world that you just got out, to be free in. It's so nice. The whole group, the SBTV, the platform that we're all talking, and whether we had, opinions or liked people at certain times, or they're an asshole because they were an executive and they treated me like shit, or they abused the shit out of me. Right. The point is, we're all talking about it. And if I don't like this person for this reason because of some other past thing, then that's something I can heal, but I can also watch them heal. And that will make it okay for me to heal about that. Like, if I see that they're changing, or they're having some sort of epiphanies, or realizing like Scientology is a tar poison it creates this disease of like it taking over your mind. So it's kind of like I feel like if we treat Scientology and the people that it's affected like an abusive thing, like alcohol or somebody addicted to something, then you realize you can't be getting mad at our mom and dad's like for the abuse that they were manipulated into. So that's where I go back to like, yeah, it's hard. Many moments where we don't just sit there and freak out in a moment like this, like I'm in the middle of having a major problem, which is so basic, like, whatever, car not working or whatever, right? And it becomes so upsetting and goes right back to my parents. And it's not that I'm going, my parents aren't, my parents made me this way. It's going like, I'm going, this is what I'm talking about. Like things like this should not be so difficult for me or for others.
Yeah.
I must be starting my period or something because
it's okay.
That's okay. We allow
we're all here
it,
for you. We're like, yeah.
Thank you. I don't have to go in session.
No.
Okay. I don't have my case on post. Is not
No, you
disturbing.
don't.
It's not interbulating anybody.
No, it isn't.
Nah, we've heard it all. I'm the queen of TMI. Well, no, actually, Reese is the queen of TMI.
Reese is the
She's so
I
funny.
love her. She's hysterical.
Sometimes I'm like, okay, if Reese, it's not funny anymore. Like I'll be like, and then she'll be like doing something, and then she says, whoop, just something comes out. I'm like, oh my god, where did that come from? Like that's so funny. I just
yeah,
love
she
it.
was giving Steve-O an education the other night. I was dying. I was like,
oh my god, Monday night.
I gotta wear Depends next time she comes on because I was laughing so hard. I was afraid I was gonna have an accident.
Monday night was TMI show.
It was
Hour after party Monday night was
Yeah.
just insane with Reese.
Laura, how old is your mom? How old is she, and how long has she been the Sea Org?
So I had to do the math on this, and I've done this, and it just goes right out of my head. I don't know why. So I'm 37, and I was born in 1986. I mean, she was 20. No, she was 37. Oh, look at that. She was 37 when she had me. I was pregnant. I mean, she was pregnant with me right now in my age. Isn't that weird?
And you're 37?
I'm 37. Yeah. So I guess she's
74?
like
74?
Yeah, she's in her 70s for sure.
She's old. She's even older than Bob, isn't she?
Yeah.
Bob's 72, I think.
Mitch
Briscoe says
Hi, Mitch.
Hi, Mitch.
Mitch was at the
Hey.
gold base. I mean, everybody knows, but he knows my mom for sure. And my dad.
Yeah, but that's okay. You can talk about that too.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
Mitch.
We love Mitch around here.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
Mitch.
do.
Maybe Mitch can help me with a music video sometime.
Oh.
Little,
Did you guys? Oh, Alicia's back.
Oh, Alicia's, yeah, get her in.
Okay, I'm gonna have to check. Oh,
Where'd you go? Where'd you
I
go?
think I let her
Triple
in. And you let her
tapped.
out.
There she
Triple
is.
tapped.
I just had to hop on before I take my kids somewhere. Laura, I fucking love you, bro. I love you. I
Thank
literally,
you.
I put on my pants. I'm hopping in really quick to say. I was listening. I'm like, fuck yeah, Laura. I love you. Hey,
Thank you.
Period. Hey. We can be cult sisters and blood sisters.
blood golden degraders.
Did you hear that, Osa? We're both on our cycle.
Yeah, we're both yeah. We're bleeding,
of us.
buddy.
We're BTs are coming.
They're all gushing out on all the eyes, the ears, the everything is coming out. We're detoxing.
Everything's
We don't
coming
need no
out.
purification.
No
rundown.
purification, bro.
Does this have to do with the cooter?
It's the cooter.
Just that whole cooter
There's
thing?
some BTs from the cooters, the BT cooters.
Oh, okay.
Oh, they be hanging on in there.
There's some flangers.
They're waiting to like catch the next one coming in. Like, what body can I take over? Hanging on the sides of the- hanging on the
for the
sides of the
noise.
lips.
The noise that I just made, I dropped my menopause fan. So
It's just a bunch of wild chicks.
See?
And
This
also,
is why-
Laura,
Chad, if you and I want to step
wanted
up
to
for a
tell
few.
you-
I know, right?
Just covering earmuffs. Laura, you
Earmuffs,
said
earmuffs.
something on one of your lives.
Oh, he's
that I
covering little
been
Chad's
thinking about. You said
What is
that
it?
we were not allowed to be gentle and soft, and I can't tell you thank you enough. As a girl, I was always had to be tough.
Yep.
Because if we weren't, we got taken advantage of, and we
Yeah,
got
and-
bullied and picked
and
on by the others, and we knew it.
And if we did, and if we were soft or gentle, it was considered flirting or out 2D
always.
Yeah, or
was always out
what,
2D.
why I was asked at the cadet org when Sarah Leobard, maybe some of y'all know her, or no, you don't. But Mitch would. That's so funny. But Sarah Leobard's parents and stuff. They were Sarah. I was told when she ran off one time, she was trying to unalive herself, and with some lye olive, like the chemical they use to curate olives.
Yeah.
Like to cure olives to get that. So she was trying to drink that, and I get pulled in. I got pulled in, and I had no reason why. They were like, where's Sarah? And I was like, I don't know. I know she blew because I was always blowing with her, or, she was my good friend. Then they were asking me, why are you hanging out with somebody who's 7 years older than you? Why are you so close with her? What are you guys up to? And I was like, I don't like, I don't even know. Yeah. I don't even know what you were. I don't even, I have
where
no
are they
idea what,
where
are they going? I have no idea. I don't even know where. I was just like, well, we do out ethics things together. I start bringing up, I'm bringing up like overts or whatever. Anyways, they were saying that because our connection and our friendship is so close, and that this person now tried to unalive themselves and is blowing and causing all this, interbulation, that I was connected to her they were trying to put something on me, that I'm the one creating this, her
emotion, her actual.
And it was because, and it's because we were really close as friends. We would run off and be out ethics together.
I wish we could have been out ethics babes together, because we would have been.
We can now. I mean, we started
we
already.
We totally can. Hey, it'll be a party. I'll bring my mom's ashes. Let's get it.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Yeah. It's okay. She didn't get to speak out, so I will.
That tour that you did.
I take her all the time.
The
it's
pictures that you took. No, it was. From what I read, like, it was beautiful.
Oh, thank you. I think a lot of people think it's a little strange, and I'm like, whatever. I'm an ash collector.
Whatever.
What do you want? What do you want from me? She's not just going to be buried and forgotten about, because I know that's the Scientology way, and I don't agree with that. So.
I really love that. And you still have some that you like in your future adventures. You keep.
Oh yeah, I have. It's a dime-sized bag. You'll love it. I had to ask the cremation place for some, right? Because she got it all, and she was going to bury it. And I was like, so you go over all the paperwork. And I was like, can I? And she's like, at the end, do you have any questions? And I'm sitting there, it's me and one of my siblings. And I'm like, can I steal some of, like, can I get a little bit of her ashes? And she's like, who are you? And she thought it was my brother's wife, which I was like, no, sibling. This ain't, no. And she's like, oh, well, yeah, that's fine. You can have some. And she's like, how much do you want? Like a teaspoonful? And I was like, no, that's not enough. That's not enough.
Wait.
I never knew that they measured it like this.
Who's the person asking you? Okay.
The crematory employee, like the woman that works at the crematory.
So this is so fucking weird to me. Like, who the fuck has the value or the godlike? Well, she
just didn't know how much I wanted. So she's like,
no,
do you want,
but
like,
it's just so weird to me that
and
you're
I'm sitting there and I'm like, no, like, how about, like, if we're measuring it like that? I'm like, how about, like, I don't know, a cup. I don't know. A cup seems like a cup. And she's like, do you want, like, so when they ship to me, it's in a box and it says human remains all over it.
Oh my God.
Because when they ship it, it has to say that. So it came in the mail. I was like, oh, it's here. But then all it is it's like a dime-sized baggie. And I took it out. I'm like, for the one that never really was into drugs, because Scientology, you ended up in a dime-sized bag. I'm sorry, but
you gotta appreciate the irony.
Yeah, she didn't want me to have her ashes, and I told her I was going to take them. She did not like it. She was like, that's weird. And I'm like, that's the weird thing out of all this?
Right?
Bro,
Yeah, we can go
on
the road.
You're listening to L. Ron Hubbard's lectures on the day you die. That's weird. This is fucking wackadoo. This is wackadoo. But, it's like, that's what they think. She regressed back into it towards the end, because I think she thought, I'm going to die. I need to get it right so that, I can go and come back. Because she did say, she's like, maybe I'll come back into as one of your kids and stuff. And I was like, I'm done having kids. I'm out. Uterus is closed.
Mary, do you want to just take a look at the questions.
I'm leaving. I just want to say hi and I love you. And I wanted to fangirl Laura so hard because I fucking love it. And we'll have to chat. We'll have to chat soon because we're both.
How do you do a heart with the?
Oh, like what's this?
You could. Oh, you could.
Oh, that's cute. She's like
go
a heart.
like that.
Oh, I like that.
Like a heart.
Chad's holding up a heart that he drew.
Oh,
yeah. Chad couldn't do it. If I don't know if Laura saw the beginning of when we were first doing hearts, and then Chad was like, "I don't know how to do it. I'll draw it."
He was
So
being a
drew heart.
dinosaur.
Yeah. So Chad is, you know,
Chad
has
over there.
Chad does what he wants.
He does what he wants.
He's an ethics little babe over there.
Yeah.
That's the godfather of all this whole operation.
Yeah, he's like the godfather of the SPs. The never
Yes, he really is.
Yeah, he is.
I love
it. Never
All right,
Elysia, you'll be back, right?
I'll be back
You'll
later.
back.
I saw Laura and I was like, fuck, I got up before Laura. I was fangirling, so I had to come in. So thank you. I love you. I love that you're out talking. Your goldenrod is awesome.
Beautiful.
Keep
It
your
is.
SP voice alive, baby. You are
Thank
doing
you.
huge
Woo!
things.
I love it.
I'm telling you, there's going to be so many like ranch kids that are like, fuck yeah. There's going to be so many kids from boarding schools that are going to be empowered by this. So
Yeah.
I appreciate the hell out of you.
I
Love
appreciate
you guys.
you.
I'll see you guys later tonight.
Hey, honey.
Bye.
See you
See you
later.
later. Thank you.
Have a good night.
So
All
cool.
right, Laura, I got a couple of questions and comments for you. Lone Dinosaur 13 says, comment, I'm knitting a Laura doll because that's what I do, craft and SPTV. I was inspired by Marilyn. Oh, thank you, Lone Dinosaur.
Nice.
I've been working on it today while watching. It's going to be cute. Next up, a Helicopter doll. So someone's knitting a Laura doll. That's
Wow.
Does that,
Love it.
they're making like a doll that's supposed to like be similar to me or something?
Yeah, they're making
Yeah.
it like a Clearwater Chad. See him up there?
Chad, hold up, Chad.
Oh,
All right.
great.
A Laura doll. I love it.
Oh God, I'm gonna be having conversations with the Laura doll by myself. I won't be live streaming with
Nothing
anybody
wrong.
else anymore. I'll just be talking to the Laura doll. What do you think?
Nothing wrong with that.
That's
Chad does.
pretty similar.
If Chad
I'll be like,
can't
this
make
is
it-
my therapist.
Yeah, your doll can sit in like Chad, mini
Yeah.
Chad
Yes,
does.
he's
He
therapy.
does.
One-on-one therapy.
Yep.
I love it.
Literally one-on-one.
Or maybe your doll could have a chat with a two-way with
They
dual
could
stream.
do comm drills. They could do
Yeah.
communication.
Oh,
They can
yeah.
have
Oh,
a whole.
we could do it
we
on
could
the
do it.
screen.
They just
I'll be
stare
like,
at each
long
other for
Hearing?
hours.
Yeah, the TR drills. Or
I'll be like
whatever.
Clearwater Chad flunk. And then you'll do the ashtray thing, or maybe we could do it with the bongs or something. You lift that bong. Thank you. You know that there's these TR drills that
Yeah.
you lift,
Mhm.
yeah,
Oh,
with
yeah.
the ashtray. So I was like, well, this is my ashtray.
Those are wild. I know.
That's
I
funny.
watched
Laughing
those.
so
Oh my
hard.
God.
Thank
I know.
you,
I
Bob.
love watching that. It's called My Scientology movie.
I love that. She loved that. I love it. It's awesome. I have a lot of random things around
I
me
looked
that
away and I was
bring me
like,
joy.
That's great.
And then the other day, I was like, Mom, if you're not going to buy me flowers, I'll just buy myself. I will buy
Aw.
myself flowers.
Nice.
But
I
I'll
love
buy
it.
Bob Ferris flowers too, Bobby. If you want to come out, we'll get lots
Get
of flowers waiting for you
flowers.
outside the Go base.
And you don't have to weed them, and you don't have to pick them or dig them.
And
out. Yeah,
no, you just
No.
have to give them a little water. That's all.
that's right.
No auditing
So-
sessions, no contact assist.
So this is about Leah. Jamie Lynn, I think that Emily D. Baker covering Leah's case will do so much more enlightening for us folks as well, and more
Yep.
people will hear your stories. So what do you think about that, Leah? Putting herself out there.
Yeah, I love that. I started following Emily, and she's just really smart, fun, knowledgeble.
Yeah.
Has her look, has her thing, makes her little cute jokes. Like she said that joke about about the Russia thing. She was reading the things like what they're fighting for, and she was like, oh, like how the Scientologists the response, and they're saying like, if Leah doesn't like religious freedom, speech, whatever, then she should go to Russia. And her comment
Who does
thereafter,
that? Oh.
Emily was like, "Oh yeah, they actually said that."
Yeah.
Like Emily, like as she's
Yeah.
like, "They said that," and like she just goes back to it. But I'm like, "Yeah, boom, boom, yeah." So she's
It
great
was like
follower.
a 12-year-old with a freaking TP.
That's
whatever
David
that.
Miscavige. That's little Davy baby.
Yeah, it
Little
sounds
baby
so
Davy's
crazy.
fake name.
He's got to be ecstatic with ChatGPT now. He doesn't have to think anymore. Yeah. Wine for me. Mm.
Davey,
know, a little angry.
Davey needs to go do a little bull baiting TRs himself. I think his his buttons are being pushed a little bit too much. He's getting squished and more suppressed every time.
Down.
He's suppressing himself. That's why he's so small. He's just constantly getting you're squishy, you're suppressing me.
I'm melting.
I have very little to stand on. Very little to stand on.
Yeah, but we stand tall, right, Laura?
Hey, oh my gosh. Catherine from who wrote The Bad Cadet, Catherine Spallino.
Spallino, yeah.
She I don't know if you follow her on Instagram. Her and a few of my friends that I've known my whole life that were cadets in the Pack Ranch Cadet or even at no, they're all Pack Ranch Cadets. But there's 4 of them, and they're all on their little girls trip in like whatever out in the mountains of Colorado, and they're all singing. They're like, "Hey la la," like they're all singing it on the middle of nowhere, and it was just so fucking fun.
That's what I heard outside this
We need
morning.
to do a parody, like changing, because there's verses to it, right? So we need to do a parody, changing the words.
for
like,
sure.
what is
And
it like?
the
The
music,
price of
like,
a freedom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we could even use Clearwater Chad's dolls and like the bobbleheads. We could do, this is what I was talking about with Mitch. We could
Directed
just
by
make
Mitch, yeah.
funny videos where even my vocal, because I do this a lot with my own music, but I do the vocal, like I'll be like, singing the piano part. So it'll be like down 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 down. So we're never actually using any of the music. We're only saying it all.
Hey,
but then and then everybody, hey lolly,
Praise Xenu. Here's Xenu.
Nice.
hey lolly, Xenu, stand stop. Wait, is Xenu's a dude?
That's Mike Render.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
my cousin.
His baby Xenu.
Wow.
Wow.
I don't think I ever seen babies in them.
I don't think I've seen. Well, I mean, he's probably a little Davy Miscavige BT baby.
Well, this is the South. You've seen the South Park episode, right?
Yeah.
So
Which was it's so weird.
I made 50 of these.
Almost. Here's Xenu embracing little baby Davy. There you go.
Oh my God. Why does this give us so much joy?
I am good baby Davy. Yeah, I don't know.
We're jokers and degraders.
Dude, I'm a
Clearly.
short little girl that enjoys making fun of David Miscavige, who's a little bit taller than me, not gonna lie. But I don't think he is, because he's such a little person, such a small little, The
Such
more
a
it's
small
like
little soul.
such a small little soul. It's like
There's very little
Like-
soul left in him. I mean,
That is
you can
true.
you can clearly see it.
Right.
that is true. So I think it's funny because he's such a mean person. He deserves the most irrelevant, stupidest kind of fun that we can make of him.
Yeah, we have compassion on most people, but he's fair game. He's fair game.
Yeah.
He's evil. So we got a nice comment from Carol here. Love you so much, Laura. I'm old enough to be your mom, and I wish I could reach through the screen and give you the biggest mom hug. Oh,
Aw.
I love
Are you
that.
hugging me, Carol?
What a
Thank
sweetheart.
you.
Oh, I
That's so
think this
sweet.
was for me. Lone Dinosaur. I have a menopause fan too. Preach. I hear you, girl. Lady. We just goof off here.
I was thinking, since I was never allowed to be a child, I was like, oh my God, maybe I'm going to get menopause early now. Because technically I'm like 60 years old in like, experience life world, right?
Yeah.
I mean, not mentally. I mean, but mentally I feel really old. Not old. Old isn't the word, but I'm just saying I feel like I have experienced like 70 or 60 years of my life already. And I'm like, oh, wait, I'm only 37.
I'm hugging you, Laura. There you go.
Yay.
There you go, honey.
Thank you for the support. It's so sweet. It really is so sweet. And sometimes it's a lot for us to even accept.
Oh,
like we kind of get shy or like, oh, thank you. So,
especially if you're not used to it.
Yeah, it feel right. It could feel even. I mean, it's not, and I love it, but it doesn't feel this way. It just feels because of all the fakeness and the lies. Sometimes it feels so sort of love bomby, even though it's not. Like when somebody's really, and then I'm like, okay, and then when I start to feel that, I'm like, oh, it's me thinking I should. It's me having that built-in trigger system that says like, if this person's being nice unconditionally, there must be something they're trying to get or manipulate me into.
I think there's nothing wrong with being a little bit careful, because
sure. For sure.
Just but still, yeah, I understand how it can be difficult for.
It's not. It's difficult to accept. It's difficult. It's difficult to be like, how can somebody have so much just nice, real, pleasant love, and I didn't get that from the
people you should have gotten it from.
Right. So it feels love bombing, but it's not. I love all y'all and keep love bombing me. Bomb me with love.
Yes,
absolutely.
And we don't want anything in return. That's the difference,
No.
That's what I mean. It's like, oh, okay. I'm just supposed to acknowledge it. That's all. Nothing else. Oh,
please.
Okay. Thanks. That's so fun.
I meant to start this one, but accidentally put it on screen, but it's relevant. So if you want to read it.
Laura, you were not let to be a kid when you were one. So now you are a free spirit and wild and crazy gal. You go, girl. You will never get old. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
I feel like my oldness is who I have been, sadly, like, and then who I will be even for the rest. Like what I feel is the maturity of how I'll feel probably like for the rest of my life. So whatever old is, then cool.
And you can still enjoy life. Yeah.
Totally. I'll be old and be doing whatever I want to be doing.
Right.
Like, yeah. It's
because when you were a kid, you were treated like a old Thetan or old Satan, whatever.
Right. So I'm still doing fun, childish things, whatever you want to call it. And I will do that for the rest of my life because I find the utmost joy in little dolls and little crocheted things and art things and videos and making just everything. It's just like, this is what life is for. We're not supposed to be feeling like we have to be doing something all the time or saving somebody or healing something. No, life is about enjoying.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, another donation.
Thank you, Brett Grace.
Nice.
Thank you so much.
Just a reminder, everybody, welcome everybody who's joining from the other streams. On the other way.
Don't cross the streams. Don't cross the streams.
Next to Laura, there's a beautiful QR code there that if you have a couple bucks that you can spare to help Liz Ferris, you can just point your phone in that direction and throw a couple bucks her way. And
or,
we're
or
asking
20 or 100.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'd
if
say
you all have the money, fun. Just do it because
donate what you can.
But say donate what you can, like if you can do a lot, do a little. If you can't do a little, do a lot. If you can do a little bit and a lot, do a lot. I don't know.
Yeah, I like that. If you can't do a little, do a lot. If you can do 100, then that's great because then the people who do $1 feel really good that they still supported it.
See, he doesn't want you to, so do it. Spite him.
Right.
Spite his name.
He's like
He's having a little fit.
And if you can't donate, if you can't help financially, you can help by spreading the word, spreading the links of the videos, spreading the story. Just getting the word out. And
I want to say one thing. I was talking to Vanessa. I know that they are putting together other ways to help Bob Ferris and this whole thing other than just money. So that's going to all be coming out. I wanted to throw that out there so that people can be looking forward to that. It's other things, being able to put stickers out or things like that. So that's all coming up. So I'm very excited for fun things like that. All supportive and really amazing.
Yeah, we have you're in our Facebook group. I don't know if you've seen this, Laura, but it's great. There's Michelle Carpenter that created the Discord channel for SPTV,
Yeah.
and she made a milk carton to stick on. She stuck it on one of the orbs.
Where's Shelly?
Where's Shelly on the milk carton? It is great.
That's
Well, you can
great.
see that from Bob,
Oh
too.
my gosh, that's
Yeah.
great. Exactly. Like just these fun things. Like, yeah, it's so inspiring. I'm like, what it's instead of being at effect to Scientology's crap and knowing like, oh, I'm not gonna do certain things. It's more like actually I'm gonna start doing these other things that are very relieving and fun and creative and supportive, and it still will heal and help in the direction of not having to think how fucked up everything is of Scientology's world and
Right.
yeah.
Well, we've got our next guest, but you can hang. You can hang
Yes.
with us.
Yes.
And before we introduce her, just a reminder, since we were just talking about it, whether you can or you can't donate today, please post the links up in your Facebook. All of your Facebook friends can see. Just get that. Instagram, whatever. If you're doing social media, do it. If you're not doing social media, that's all good. But just get the word out there to everybody, folks. That's going
Send
to
an
help.
email. Send out an email. Send this link in an email to somebody if they don't want to be signing up on YouTube or any of that. Just go here, copy, paste, send it to somebody. Hey, do you want to support? $5? Here you go. Boom.
Also, the links both to the GoFundMe and to the Venmo are in the description of the videos. So wherever you're watching this stream,
down.
I don't know if in all of them, but I think in all of them, there should be a link to that too.
Awesome.
So who wants to introduce our next guest? I have a very special guest.
I can do a little drum roll.
Yes, do a drum
like
roll.
that.
All right. Our next guest, because not everybody knows, is the OG auditor. You remember her from from Leah Remini and Scientology's Aftermath show. It is the legendary Karen Jayla Carrier.
Yay!
Hi.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Yay.
We can't hear you, Karen. You're muted.
You're muted, Karen.
You're muted. We can't hear
You're
you.
muted.
Where's Jeffrey? No, we can't hear you.
Your mic.
Just the mute button. Mute button.
I think it's just the mute
there's
button. Hi,
Jeffrey.
Jeff.
Hi, Jeff. And
3, 2, 1. Yeah, drum roll.
Almost unmuted.
Oh, it's that button. It's your button, Marilyn.
What?
I thought it was. I don't know. Jeff was touching the
button?
same button. No. Yeah, he was touching the same. Jeff was touching the same button.
Do you have the same mic as me? It might be
Oh,
that
yeah,
little
that
button.
button,
Is
that
there
button.
red?
That
Is
one.
there a red light? Try it.
Maybe. Oh, these pesky Shure mics.
The
Like you
AA
don't
Ron
have
mic.
one.
At least the Tamarina is matching Karen's beautiful
I
shirt.
tried to unmute her from here and it said I couldn't
You
unmute
can't.
her.
You can't because
Okay.
she muted on her end.
Now
Cute.
is there
There
a
you
little
go.
red button?
There you
on
go.
the mic?
There you go.
Yay.
You're on. You're good.
Yay.
Karen, you're good.
Thank you for the welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Just to put one thing aside, I am not an auditor and I have not audited in
Oh,
10
not
years.
now.
Oh, no,
No.
not now. No.
Way back
Historically.
when.
Historically.
Oh, no.
you are-
We know
Historic.
that.
Correct.
We know that.
Historically, yes.
Yes.
And you were one of the top auditors. ever.
Yeah, I was one of 8 people on planet Earth that ever trained up to class 12 CS. But
Right.
what does that
right.
mean?
I don't know. You
We-
tell us.
Well, I've done over 500 videos, and the one thing that I tell you is you can get a momentary, temporary gain where you go, wow, but it's transient. It's temporary. It doesn't last the test of time. So all your gazillions of dollars and your belief in what anybody can have a real boost. You can win a lotto and be on a high for an hour. You can go to Vegas and win $5,000 on a slot machine. You will get a high. You will feel glorious. Does that give you sustainability in the long duration? Anyway, this is about Bob Ferris. And this is
But this
I wanna
is
get-
Karen, it's so important because
It
Bob
is.
Ferris's mind and his mind of belief is in a prison.
Yes.
And it is because of him believing that Scientology's technology is so healing and therapeutic that if he feels shitty or he does want to step out those gold base and talk to his daughter really quick and just tell her, hey, you're being 1-1 and I can't be a part of that or whatever, he can't. It's actually out ethics for him to be wanting to have a beautiful conversation or just a healthy conversation with with his daughter. And it's because of the year long, all the his lifetime being programmed under bullshit beliefs that he's going to get some longevity, long-term relief and long-term freedom.
Wait.
Well spoken, Lara. Perfect. Absolutely
Very
perfect.
good.
The word is indoctrination. Your mind is gaslighted to believe. Look at me. I was in 40 years. 40 years. I must have had a brain aneurysm. I wanted it to be true. I wanted to believe. I wanted to believe I was doing something good and helping. It's quite a. What happened is I was talking to Marty Rathbun and Mike Rinder very extensively for about a month before I came out very publicly. And Osa ran over to see me, a top guy in the intelligence. And he said, Karen, this is your final warning. If you keep talking to Marty and Mike, there is no reversal. You will be declared suppressor person. And I said, how do you know I'm talking to Marty and Mike? Are you stealing phone records? And he was evasive and he said, I said, Marty's in Texas, Mark Rinder's in Florida. How the hell do you know what private conversations I'm having? And he said, we have private and PIs, and he was running around the bush. And sure enough, I kept talking to Marty and Mike. And a few days later, SB declared, a very tame SB declared, oh, she was interpolative and she shouted and she yelled and they should have been on the ship with L. Ron Hubbard. When he exploded, the whole ship could practically shake.
Janice was saying that exact thing. Like her job as a messenger, she felt was just to not make L. Ron Hubbard, like don't let anything on his lines that's going to make him get angry.
Yeah, he had a short trigger and he would explode, absolutely explode. So my SB declare said, oh, she yells. And years later, in part of the programs they ran on me, remember, I came out years ago, for 10 years ago, when I was front and central to their cannon fire. They even made a hate site on me about 3-4 years ago that I was a prostitute. They really did. I was married to the international president, Heva Jensch, for years, trained by Hubbard, worked for them donkey's years, and now I was a prostitute. Can you? Of course, before that, they had said I was a Russian spy. They actually had a hate website saying I worked for Russia, and nobody swallowed that. So then this prostitute thing came up. And then they used Steve Mango to say they find out what you hate the most and what you love the most and what you protect. And people naturally hate auditors who indoctrinate people in something that does not work, that is a scam, and can actually harm you. Endless sec checks are harmful. Sec checks are harmful to begin with. The assumption is we got to flush out the evil out of your soul. You're bad, bad, bad. You're bad. You've got secrets. You've got withholds. Cough it up. So then they got Steve Mango to say, she's an auditor. She's an auditor. Because positioning me as an auditor makes me a hateful character. Anyway, I'm
Well,
delighted to be.
you cleared that up. You're not an auditor. You haven't been for many years, right? Would you
Yes.
say at least 10 years? So going along the lines of just the lies and the you're supposed to be the most ethical people in the planet, right? But the horrible things they do, what they did to Liz. I mean, there's a question actually for you, Karen, about it. Witness says, Karen, what are your thoughts about why they told Liz that her dad was dead? Why do you think that happened? Like, what was their reasoning behind it?
You know, I have a lot of good stuff to answer questions. Did you know that I worked for Office of Special Affairs for 5.5 years? I wasn't in their deadly intelligence fig. I was basically a secretary to Heber. I was an assistant to the president, booking shows for him to go on the air and talk to religious leaders. So I was in a kind of mellowed out tame, but I was at OSA. And I will tell you from the OSA viewpoint why they lied that her father was dead. Scientology will do anything to hang on to staff. And they don't give a hoot in hell about family bonds. Family means nothing to them.
It's aberrated, actually, to have such a dependency to really love somebody so much that you are relying, like if something sad happens to them, that you physically get an emotional HENR reaction, then that's actually negative. That's actually a weak point, to be so close and connected to somebody.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Scientology is a love only me cult. We are your mom. We are your dad. We are your mentors. We are your power line. We.
We are your courts. We are your ethics. We're your justice. We're your own personal fucking ethics.
Spot on. So, lying that she doesn't have a father and that he passed is just meh.
Yeah.
No big deal. They you know, it's very unfair when you have a conscience to fight against $1 billion, $3 billion cult that has no conscience. There is no, these 150 guys working at OSA Inn, they don't have sleepless nights. They don't think, wait a moment, we signed a billion-year pledge for religious reasons. We thought we were helping the planet, but we are sabotaging relationships, killing family bonds. We are slicing and executing that which is so dear to people's hearts. They don't think like that. They can sleep. There is no conscience. And part of the indoctrination you get when you're in for that long is not to have that kind of feeling of a conscience.
Right. So if they're probably watching, because you're on here and Laura's on here, if they're watching right now, what do you think is going through their head?
What you mean? What are they thinking?
Well, in a way, yeah. Like it's not penetrating at all, huh?
No.
I mean, hopefully someday.
You said what is going through their head. That's the answer.
Okay.
It just goes right through their head.
Their SP. Look, the SPs are quacking. They just suppressive, more suppressive action. Anything you say against the cult publicly is deemed a high crime, a high suppressive action. So it's bundled up with a nice red bow. Laura, Karen, flaming SPs. They don't feel attacked. They just feel vengeance. Now, what hate page can we make on Laura and Karen? Now, what can we do to depopularize them, to make other people pay less attention because they're fair game, right? Well, they've done this to me for 10 years, so I'm alive and well and thriving. I'm probably the happiest I've ever been. You know, I wake up in the morning and I make an affirmation. And I'll tell you, I tell myself, today no one or anything is going to knock me off my beautiful state, because I'm happy, I'm joyful. I rescue animals as a high priority. My animals gave me the therapy to leave all that behind. So my postulate in the morning is nothing, no one, no matter what they post on me, no matter who yells, nothing is going to bump me off my beauty. It's a kind of a meditation. And I maintain my beautiful state. I don't know if you can tell, I'm joyful and I'm happy. And they can Oh, sir.
And you've been helping a lot of the second gens and being a stand-in mama to them. And here's one right on the screen here. And there's Vanessa that just wrote in. Degraded Daughters of Dianetics. Love our fellow rescue mama. You are the sweetest woman, Karen. Thank you and Jeff for opening yourselves up to attack for us second gens to be free. We heart you. V from Vanessa.
Thank you, Vanessa. Love you. I just want to tell you that my greatest shame in life, this is not going to knock me off my beautiful state, but one of my greatest shames in life is that I had a child in the cult and brought up a second gen who was dead at 27. But oh my God, you can't imagine how it feels to be a mom that gives birth and raises a child in that. I'm much harder on myself on that than anyone can be critical of me. Please know that he was dead at 27 because the cult cut him off from me totally. I was speaking up, you see. I was revealing their dark secret places. And when we sat with the coroner, Jeffrey and I, the coroner said, Karen, a $20 antibiotic could have saved his life. And I said, but I wasn't allowed to be a mom to get him the $20 antibiotic. So the cult had so much, they sent him off to Dallas, Fort Worth to get him out of Los Angeles so that I couldn't connect with him. And he was dead at 27. That's the penalty I paid. And now I can't tell you my empathy for second gen because my son was one of them. It's not something that can be looked on lightly. It's horrific. But second gen are rising.
That's right.
And
They're a force. They are a
force.
And Karen, we have someone anonymous, but that knew your son. Hi, Karen. I live in LA. I knew your son before he died. He was a great guy. I'm so sorry for your loss. So he did make his mark in the world.
Yeah. Wow. Thank you kindly for that. Laura, your tears really move me. I can't tell you how. I can't tell you how I'm moved. You are just darling there. That show I did, which people like Kramer and others use, that show that Laura and I did.
Over the Rainbow.
Over the Rainbow. It was to talk about Alexander and how they shanghaied him away from me. That was the theme of the show. They edited and took out, oh, God. That was an OSA program. Anyway, just so you know, I got some beautiful feedback like this anonymous who just typed in. And apparently Alexander started getting angry and said, I don't believe that I shouldn't be allowed to talk to my mom. He told people in Dallas, I'm getting fed up with this. I have to report to OSA every week on what I'm doing and stuff, but it's not right. So before he died, he was bucking and feeling, this is wrong. I can't talk to my own mom. This is not right. It was wonderful to hear that posthumously. He was dead and gone, but he did. He wanted to connect with me. He wanted that. you know. Anyway,
Yeah, you have. It said Naomi says Alexander may be gone, but you have so many kids now. Maybe you had a hand in pushing all these second gens to you.
Oh, I love that. Thank you, Naomi. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
The second gens should know that there is nothing that I wouldn't do to help on any help needed. Where do I send the donation to? I need to send a generous donation to Liz on the Bob Ferris thing. How do I just go to PayPal? Vanessa,
so we have the GoFundMe.
Yeah, you
do the GoFundMe. Vanessa's probably listening in. Vanessa, send me the link, and I'm going to do that. Listen,
And
love to all
Karen,
of you. Yes.
And there's this little QR code right here.
Oh, yes.
There. Exactly.
Yes.
And that's the actual GoFunding. That's because we don't want to take the super chats or anything. We're sending all the money to that.
Good.
All to the page.
Good.
Yeah, to that
Good.
GoFundMe. And Karen, I also knew your son very well.
Oh,
and I worked under him when I was demoted from CMO, where I was on the Lisa McPherson case. I was being a messenger for all the execs at the time that were on the case in Florida during that. And so I was demoted. I mean, I was demoted. Yeah. But when I was on the EPF, when I first got to when I first got to Florida to join the official Sea Org, he was the one that was running every time I got demoted back to the category B EPF or anything, I was always working under him and with him. And then eventually they put me on post under Fernando and him as the public areas cleaner at the Fort Harrison.
Oh.
So I got to know him really well, and we would joke, and he kind of, I think, had like a little crush on me or something. We would flirt like very sweetly. He was always so sweet. He never once got mad at me. Fernando got mad at me a few times. Never him. He was kind of just like so light and so great. And then that's why I'm so sensitive about this.
Yeah.
Because there's,
Yeah. Oh, Lara, I never knew any of that, but it was just lovely to hear. That was just that touched my heart. I do want to tell you, I'm going to sign off in the next 2-3 minutes.
We have Amy Scobie coming in, so we can
sign up
do
too.
the exchange.
I'll say hi to Amy before.
Sure.
Amy remembered me well. I think
Just bring Amy in then, and then everybody else can talk for a second.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Amy Scobie! Yay!
Hi, Amy.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Amy.
I hope you can hear me.
Amy.
Yes.
Hi,
Hi, Karen. I've been
Hey.
listening to all of you. Oh my God. Which way am I turning? Okay. 1 second. Come here. He's like jumping. Okay. She wants to be part of the action. But anyway.
That's Mango, right? Or that's Kiwi?
Oh my God. Okay.
There's
now
Mango.
Kiwi's that big already? Hi, Kiwi.
Kiwi like tripled in size in just like a couple of weeks. It seems
Wow.
like. Yeah.
Scobie.
Oh gosh. But let me just tell you all, thank you so much for asking me to be a part of this. It's just such an honor. And I've been in touch with Liz, and I just wanted to say I've been listening to your awesome conversation. And Karen, hi, I love you.
Love you too, Amy. Love you too. We share our love for that Christian singer, Lauren Daigle. It was like,
Oh yeah.
I just loved how you said, Karen, I have it on autoplay, and I'm trying to educate you to listen.
Oh yeah. I gotta just say, the first time that I met Karen, I was 16 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. She was already a hot shot at Flag in Clearwater. I was in Clearwater. She had this long blonde wig, just like long. And she's like got this perfect figure, and she's got these platform shoes. Okay. So she's walking around. Everyone else had uniforms, but she was like platform shoes, her beautiful hair, and she was just in charge. It made a big impact on me as a 16-year-old just arriving.
I bet.
Well, Amy, didn't you do something in the HGC? Did you fold a page or something for a bit?
I worked in the Solonauts HGC.
Oh, you're right.
Solonauts is OT7, and I worked in that HGC for a while. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I want to tell you one little anecdote, because this is an important show for fundraising for Liz. One
Yes.
little anecdote, which many of you may or may not know. When Alexander Jensch was in Clearwater at 12 years old, he was having sexual intercourse with Marie Warren, a 40-year-old who would take him to, what's that big hotel on I-75 that the Sea Org
The QI, Quality Inn.
And I think there was another, anyway, they were having sexual intercourse, which is child rape. He's 12 years old. And I knew nothing about this. The moment I came out, the day I announced my departure on Marty Rathren's blog, a dozen people wrote me and said, did you know what happened here? A girl who was at OSA, Kirsty, she used to work at Kirsty, a Norwegian Finnish girl, was at OSA. And she told me, Karen, the policy of OSA is whenever there's a criminal act, get them right out of town. Oops. Did I? Okay. Get them right out of town. So Alexander and Marie were put on planes as soon as it was discovered and shipped to Los Angeles. Marie Warren was put in the RPF. Alexander was put in ASHO. And he was instructed in a sort of mind control way. Don't you ever speak to your mom or anyone else. You were guilty. You encouraged this. You have evil that you encouraged and seduced me. A lot of the blame was introverted into his soul, that he, as a 12-year-old, participated in this.
Oh, she's frozen.
It's frozen?
Oh, you're back.
You're back.
You're back.
Oh, okay, sorry about that. So Alexander bore this huge withhold. Marie Warren currently lives in Clearwater and is an OSA asset. She spies and reports Clearwater resident. Okay, so she raped Alexander when he was 12, and now she works for OSA. I just want the name fully known, Marie Warren, because on my site, Outer Banks, there's a couple of Florida people, and they talk about what she's up to and stuff like that. So when I told you a few minutes ago how hard I am that I brought up a child in the cult, I brought up a child who I put in harm's way, who could be aroused sexually and have that going on, and then blamed for that having had. Please don't think I don't understand second gen. I do. I do. I know more than.
I remember Matt was.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Amy, tell. Matt was the treasury sec. They had to get money for those airfares to get him out of town. Amy, please continue.
Yeah, so Matt was the Treasury Secretary for the Flag Service Organization. And at the time when this rape occurred, he was told that he had to come up with money now to get these people out of the state so it could be covered up because it's child rape and that person should have gone to jail. So they're getting them out of the state. I don't know why they sent them to the same place. That's kind of crazy. But yeah, so he knew about that. And when Karen came out as I'm now out of Scientology, and Matt was like, I know what happened to her son. I should tell her. Should I tell her? And we were like, oh my God, what a horrible thing to tell her. You know, I wonder if she even knows. But I said it's the right thing to do, to let her know what the truth is. And because if there's going to be any healing, she needs to know the truth. So he told you, and you were really, really grateful. And I didn't know that a lot of other people were telling you as well.
Yeah. I valued Matt's communication. Matt's not a bullshitter. Matt wouldn't even think to invent when Matt said that. And then I got these other people all verifying. Who's the guy, Amy, who lives in Seattle, who has a daughter? He was COCMO Clearwater briefly.
Tom DeVocht.
Tom DeVocht was COCMO, and he put under Matt's, because I posted it, and he put, I verify I was COCMO Clearwater at the time, which get all the CCs on everything, and I verify Matt, verify Matt. Anyway, why am I throwing this in? I'm throwing it in because there are stories, and when we shed light, we disinfect the viral mosquito swamp of the dirty, dark deeds of the cult. That's the bigger picture.
Yep.
Lots of, Liz, lots of support to you. We've got to get him out of there. Next time I'm on the air, I'll tell you what happened to me when I was in prison 6 months in base where Bob Ferris is. I want to give you some insight on that prison camp. Well, Amy was there for donkey's years, so she's the speaker. Listen, love to all of you.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Great to see you. Thank you.
Bye, Karen.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Well,
Can you
back.
bump me off? Can you bump me
Yeah,
off? I'm not sure how to do it.
Liz is back just to say bye to you.
Oh,
I was gonna say
get away. We want to add her
Okay,
back
just to say
in.
bye.
Add her back in.
Bye,
Yep.
Karen.
Bye.
Bye, Karen.
Bye.
I'll be
Wow.
right back, you guys. I'll be
Sure.
right
Okay.
back.
I'll be right here. Hey,
Yeah,
Miss
it's almost like
Laura.
this. Liz is coming to, whenever they need a
Welcome
break. Liz
back.
comes
Yeah,
back.
we just rotate.
We just rotate.
So just wanted to put up this comment, Granberry, to you all. This is a great show and cause. Go second gens. That's right. Go second gens.
Absolutely.
Amy, you're muted.
I did that on purpose.
Oh,
My
the
dogs are
dogs
fighting.
I do that all the time.
And then I forget, and I've said something really brilliant. No, I'm kidding. So what is a second generation? Like my mom got me into Scientology. Am I a second generation?
I would think so. How old were you?
Technically, yes.
Like I
Were you a
wasn't
minor?
born in it. Do you? Yeah, I was 14.
I would consider
Then
it
yes.
a second gen.
Yeah,
Yes, 'cause you didn't-
Janice is a second generation.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
she was in it when she was 4 years old, and then 12 as a messenger and all that. So, and her
Right.
parents got her into it. So she's, even though she's older than most of our little brains and whatever,
Everybody. No.
our little bodies, she still is a second gen though. Because
Well, there's a
So that
born
would
in,
make-
and then there's second gen. You're definitely second
Okay.
gen if you were a minor.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm a second. Oh my gosh. So I'm a second gen. I love all you second gens. And
We love you.
that means that Claire's a second gen too. Claire and
Definitely.
Janice. Wow. Okay. Okay, good. So I wasn't putting that together. Somebody says, all the second gens, and I'm like, second gen. So my mom was in that, and then you go, okay, so that means that I'm a second gen. So that's cool.
You are.
Oh yeah, starting young. And Karen was just saying that I was at the int base for donkey's years, and I was there for 20 years, and it is a prison camp.
From
It is
what
a
years
little-
to what year, Amy?
1983, and I got out of there. I was sent to the RPF in 2003.
From Gold
and then-
Base, you were there the whole time? So you
Yeah,
definitely definitely know Bob Ferris, I'm
Yeah,
assuming.
totally.
And
Yeah,
you
that's what we're
definitely
gonna-
know Diane Anderson and Phil Anderson. My parents.
Why are they?
Yeah, I've been trying to talk to you
How-
and Matt about this. Matt doesn't realize who I am. I'm Megan Anderson. Little
Oh my
blonde
God.
Megan Anderson as a kid, but
No,
now I go
all
by
I know is-
Laura. Laura
No way.
FM, because that's my real first name. When I found out when I went to go get my social security, it's not Megan Laura Anderson, it's Laura Megan Anderson. So when
No
I was out,
way.
learning my new life, I was like, oh, because my drummer was making fun being like Lara, and I was kind of like, stop. But then they're like, why Lara? And I was like, well, that's my real first name.
Yeah,
but I didn't
yeah.
know that. But anyways, so I've known, Amy scooped, and I couldn't believe you and Matt when I was in FSO as an MAA. Matt was the Tresek. I was a little blonde girl running around, like little
Yeah.
HCO MAA.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I know you.
I love it too
I
when
know,
they connect.
Yeah, that's amazing.
I know
That
your
is-
parents.
Yeah.
And I know
And
your-
my brother,
I know
Jared
your
Anderson.
parents, and I know your parents.
Wow.
Jared Anderson is your brother.
Yep.
This is crazy. Oh yeah.
Isn't it?
I mean, and then plus a lot of the time that I was there, I was over personnel. So of course I know a lot of people there. I mean, because when you're in personnel, your life is knowing everybody. So and you do crew lists and postings, and you decide who's transferring to where. So you know a lot about people's lives. Bill Anderson, I know him so well. I didn't know your mom as much because she didn't work directly with me, but Phil did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that wild? I would love
Okay.
to have a whole convo about that later on my
Yeah.
LAR FM TV channel.
Yeah. Well, no. Anyway, so Bob. I knew Bob Ferris too. Bob Ferris. He was a staple in gold. Like he's one of these people that he knows what he's doing, and you don't question what he's doing because he just knows it, and he doesn't get transferred because he's so stable on what it is that he's doing. You know. So you went out. Oh, God, this story is just so heartbreaking. So you never were at the int base, right, Liz?
Correct. I was at CC.
You were at CC because that's where your mom was, right?
No, my mom was AOLA.
Oh, so when you were old enough, you went to work at CC?
I joined the Sea Org.
Okay. So I'm missing all of this. And you were at CC what years?
Quite a few. I don't remember the exact date when I started, but I remember it was just after the 4th of July.
Okay.
And there was a 4th of July party on L. Ron Hubbard Way. And I was very young, like very. And then I stayed till I was 20.
So what year did you leave?
I left right before my 20th or right after my 20th birthday. It was September 2002, 2000 even. Why am I thinking 22?
So I would have been the Watchdog Committee member over Celebrity Center while you were there, while you were in Celebrity Center.
Yeah.
So did you know
Yes,
that
ma'am.
I was?
No, I didn't.
You didn't.
I
You
didn't.
know?
But I did. You know that there was a flap in 2000 where someone tried to jump off the roof? That's me.
That
we go
was
again.
you,
Liz.
Oh my
Yeah.
God, this is so
Wow.
revealing. Okay, why? Why
Yeah,
did that
because
happen?
So for me, we were forced to watch the downward spiral that I had was I loved my post. I was the EPFIC. You know, I did, security when we had events. I loved it. And then we were forced to go watch The General's Daughter. And I mean forced. I asked my boss if I could step outside because the movie was just killing me. Because right before I started, I was actually raped. There's a
Oh.
long story. Unfortunately, no, I don't want to share it online.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you one day. And then basically, because of that, I started having nightmares. And then all of a sudden I was being told that I was, if I wasn't going to do my post, they were going to be transferring me to flag so that way I can become an auditor. And I was just like, you guys need to give me a break. You guys need to give me a break on something. I'm literally about to snap. And they told me once again I should try to recruit my mom. So I tried again to get my mom to come back. That failed. And then I was put on Dex. So
For no reason. For no reason. So
well, I was told it was because I was out ethics. And they, you know how many times I got told I was out ethics? I got a sunburn surfing on my birthday. I'm out ethics. You know,
you get assigned treason. Actually, if we were cadets, we got assigned treason for having to be taken off our post. Hats not wearing. Because our sunburns from our 7 at fucking 14-hour all day long Saturday renos was burning our, and we, you know, I said we would talk about like where it was the only day we were allowed to wear civilian clothes. So it's like, civvies. Look at us now. These SPs are all wearing civvies. Anyways, but we would wear like a tank top or something because it would just be different than a thing. And so we would not this isn't why we got sunburn. We were just excited to wear civvies, literally. And then we would get these bad sunburns, so much that like Lauren Hollander's skin was blistering one time. She was in like excruciating pain, and she had to do she had to do treason. I've had to do treason for being so sunburned. I had to be isolated, like, because I'm now decided, because I chose to be out first dynamic by not making sure that I wore something to cover myself. And so now I took myself off post. So sorry, not to go down a whole thing.
What was I'm just curious, Laura. I'm just curious. What was your understanding of the definition of the word treason? That's a pretty strong word.
Treason.
I mean,
well, there was two things. One is like just being like you're a treason. No, it was like for us, treason is the treason condition. Like, so it means like you're one condition below confusion, which is the lowest condition you can be in. And then you have to do all this work. But to be to be told you're in treason, that's very extremely like, oh my God, I'm back in I'm back out ethics in the bad group again. And I have to do all this work to get out of this.
And the stupid formula for treason is find out that you are, which is,
that's it.
I always thought that was the stupidest thing. Yeah, that's all it is. Find out that you are. So you're like, okay, I am.
Like, yeah.
Do you know how hard it was to sit there and
so
explain?
Hard. Oh my God.
I'm in treason because I have a sunburn, because I allowed my skin to get burnt.
Yeah.
You know, shitty
a
sucked, and then you have blisters.
Treason means you're a traitor, means you're betrayed.
Yeah.
Like,
So
your own
post.
skin.
Once
Like,
you finish treason, once you get through this one question of find out who you are, then you go do enemy, right? Because now you're coming up through the condition. So now you're just an enemy. Right?
Yeah. You're moving up slowly, but it still
so
sucks.
then that next one line, guess what the next line one-liner question is for you to do on enemy? Find out who you really are.
Yeah. So find out who you really are. So
isn't that what you do on OTA? Is it OTA? It's like all this was BS, and now we're gonna find out what you really are.
Yeah.
Actually, you're not. We were OTA'd every time we did treason and enemy.
And I hated walking around begging people to look at my out ethics and just look at my out ethics, and I need you to sign it that you approve for me to come back into the group.
Yeah, you guys were talking about that earlier.
Shit pissed me off, and or let's go down to the fact that I get a sunburn and I'm being ordered to go get a nerve assist, and so
where they go like this on your body, right?
And I'm sitting there like fuck tard, fuck shit, son of a bitch.
Feel my finger, ow! Feel my finger, ow!
Yes, that's
like don't touch the blisters.
Yes, I feel it.
And you know your back is out. You're supposed to do a nervous assist, and you roll over like a flopping fish in order to do this stupid procedure, and your back is out. I mean, it's just
while feeling like you're the one who created this whole thing anyway. So you're feeling guilty even wasting now somebody else's time to give you a nervous assist.
Yeah, exactly. But at least you're flying the tech.
So when so when you do your liability condition, Liz was saying, you have to go, I don't know if this was clear, you have to get a certain percentage of the organization or the group. It has to be more than less, right? In fact, actually, if there were more, at some point it was like if there's 20 more signatures that were no, they're signatures. You have to actually go get the. So yeah, if they said no, you would have to redo your liability until a majority actually did approve it. But you have to go. They have to sign your condition, the paper. They have to sign it, and there's a box for them that says, "Here's a line. You are allowing me to re-enter the Dianetics group."
Yeah, like when I was 14 years old, it was the first time I ever had to do lower conditions, and I did it because I got raped by a guy who was 35 years old, married. He was my boss. He kept me behind afterwards. I've told the story a number of times, and raped me at the church, quote unquote. And then and I had no way to get home. He drove me and then drove off somewhere else and raped me in the car as well, and got home. And no police were told. And I had to do lower conditions, treason, and go around and get people to sign my thing. So they told me I had to get everybody's signature. So I just took a blank piece of paper and I said, will you sign this for me to be back in the group, right? This is the first time. And then I was told, no, you have to say what you did. And I'm looking at them with like, I have to say what I did?
You have to write in the liability. They're reading your liability, what you did that was out ethics. And so in her case, she was being raped and it's being put on her as her out ethics. And that she's, to get out of this, she has to basically
tell everybody,
degrade herself in front of everybody because she's letting the group know that she is no longer that person.
And
then they have to read what you did to specifically fix that.
It's literally, for me, it feels like Oliver Twist when you're sitting there and he comes out for the porridge. Please, sir, may I have some more? And you're just begging these people to let you back into the group. Just like me again. Don't walk by like I'm.
No
I'm
one
working
said
this.
you're a 14-year-old girl who just got raped.
No, that would be sympathetic. That's not even used in.
I'm gonna need you to get
get
illegal.
your stop being a child. Stop being a baby. Stop acting. Get your TR. Exactly.
Osa, do you hear this?
Amy, you're muted again, baby.
Guys, I just wanted to say something here real quick. Terry and Goldie posted the update that we broke 4K in the GoFundMe.
Awesome! Nice.
Really nice.
Thank you, everybody. Just a reminder.
Thank you so much.
You can just point your phone to the QR code on the screen, and that's very easy to do, very easy to donate.
Very smart to do it like that. Yeah, nice. But let me tell you, I want to add my little kicker onto this first incident of doing lower conditions, of many, because 27 years in that god-awful place. But which was that man was later promoted to ethics officer, which is the person who's responsible for keeping everybody's ethics in, right? And he's a total pervert criminal that should have gone to jail. And my parents were never told about it. It was all kept inside the church. They handle their own. Everything is kept inside. No PR flaps, no shore flaps is what they would call it. And that person went on to become a serial child artist. I won't say the word just in case we can't, but sexual assault, and went to jail. He went to jail only because his brother, because it was his 8-year-old niece, and his brother broke his arms and made him, got him arrested and everything like that. So, but if it was in Scientology's hands, it would have been covered up.
Yeah, absolutely. They would cover up anything. Absolutely anything and everything.
Yeah.
Let's do a little dance. Happens at a restaurant. You've got to go in there. Oh man. You'd think I was emotional.
No, I caught that covered for you earlier.
But no, if you are to show respect for everything that you do, and if you don't show respect and you embarrass Scientology in any which way, you're PRing the shit out of it, like, you know, this is what started it, you know, racial, you know, whatever it may have been, to throw the eyes off of the fact that Scientology did something bad.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly right. Oh, I don't know why their PR is so important when it's in the toilet all the time. I mean, you would think that, like, because they do all these things for on account of their PR, but their PR is just the worst ever, you know? And it's because they cover up crimes, and they have policies like tell children that their parents are dead. I mean, what the hell? So how did this actually start, Liz? Like,
me, like deciding to go on this journey, getting the phone call asking for when I was going to make a payment on his freeloader debt. I'm like, I'm kind of confused. And they're like, do you know where he is? And I'm like, dead. And then there was a click. It literally was just two things: pay freeloader, you know, do you know where he is? And then dead, click. Like, I honest to God thought he was just swimming with the fishies, dead. No, that's not true. I thought he was buried on gold.
Right.
That's
so that was
crazy.
my
I was gonna ask, you thought he was buried at gold? Like that, like he has like a stone or something there, and they're further.
I didn't know.
Okay.
I just figured it was like, you know, because maybe a piece of paper that said his name, like a flag, because they don't spend a lot of money on the crew.
Right.
So I just thought he was buried near a tree, like they had a cemetery there or something.
Oh my God.
Okay, so now that they're calling you, asking you about freeloader would mean that he took off, right? Like he was somehow was out of there.
I didn't know that. I thought it was just someone fucked up and they were calling about his freeloader debt. So it was more along the lines of, okay, so do I pay this? Have their collection policies changed? Like, I thought you're only supposed to collect from the person, not their family, but maybe something has changed. And then all of a sudden I'm like, you know what? I sat on it for a day or two. And then I messaged Claire and I'm like, has the freeloader debt policy changed? You know, and, you know, do you know Bob Ferris or Robert Ferris? He went by Bob, you know, and then of course I know Bob. And what do you mean freeloader debt changed? And she started the bombardment of letting me know that he was alive in 2005. So how can he die in 2004 if he was alive in 2005?
That's right.
And then that did okay, we're doing welfare check after welfare check after welfare check. And I want to see my dad. I want to see everybody's parent. Like, you can explain to me why you thought it was okay for your family and your daughter to be told that you were dead. Like, this is for the greater good. Like, I don't, like,
it's unbelievable.
I don't get the purpose, because I believed what they said was gospel, even though the whole, if it's not written, it's not true.
Mm-hmm.
It's more along the lines of, this is how I grew up. This is how I believed. I still believed up until I was 40 that the cans may not work, but the study tech fucking works. Like, that's golden, on point. And it wasn't until it was pointed out you can't believe in something without believing in all of it. And then that hit me like a ton of bricks. Also, the Leah Remini show, you know, let's be real, finding out there was more than just you going through the torture.
Oh my God. You know, that actually opened up a lot of people's eyes, like, wow, I'm not the only one. Yeah. You know, because
that's what got me. Like, I can't tell you how many times I justified it, you know, after being told to dig a hole and my body should fit in it, and looking around and it's only me and I'm right behind. So I'm behind the new birthing center at Cece, in that little like 10-foot area. And I'm thinking nobody's ever going to find my body. I'm digging my own grave. Like, why would I need to fit in it? You know, that doesn't make sense. And I thought I was the only one that had ever been told to dig a hole.
Oh my God.
Like in that moment, I justified it. And then the more I listened to everybody else, the more dig a hole, dig a hole, dig a hole. We all got told to dig a hole, and we all had to go through it.
Yeah.
And we all have little tortures that we've justified in our head, and thank God for therapy. I'm working through it.
Yeah.
Because when I found out that it wasn't real, we had 2 nervous breakdowns.
Mhm.
Just the last one really did me in.
Right. I can imagine. Oh my gosh. They specialize in messing with people. Like they say that they're the authority on the mind. Yeah, authority on messing people's minds up. You know?
Yeah.
Because I mean I did all the way through OT7, right? Which is where you're auditing these body thetans for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours for years. Okay, if that doesn't make you, I mean, I could just scream right now talking about it. Just stop doing this to people. They don't have the authority on the mind. It messes you up so much. You're constantly thinking that there's all these things around you, on you, causing problems, giving you bad ideas. It's just nuts. It's completely nuts. And it's just like, it took
But
so
we believed
long
it.
to, oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So finding
You know,
out
the
that it
other
wasn't-
thing, the other thing also, I mean, we believed it, but like our belief system starts from, I was going to talk about the study tech. Like even the study tech is already lying to us. The way that we're supposed to be clearing a word, or the fact that because we're committing overts, it's because we went by misunderstood words. Things like this.
Yeah.
So we were made to believe this whole system from a child, from
Yeah.
you know, so we think, oh, maybe my dad is buried at gold, and you know, it's okay, it's just a body, and you know, he's in the Sea Org. So like there's ways that we think that possibly this is right, and I'm not being lied to my whole life.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then when you find out it's a lie your whole life, then
You
it's
literally
like,
have a fucking panic attack. That's exactly what happens. You're
You
like,
have to restart your brain all over again. You know, it's
yeah.
the weirdest.
So what's real?
What's exactly what's real? And you know, and what do I think about things? What do I think about things? Not what was I indoctrinated about things, or what told to think about things. What do I actually think? You know?
yeah,
And,
what is actually true for me? What do I actually think is real, and what do I disagree with, whether it was Scientology or not?
Yeah.
What is
exactly.
really true for me? What's true for you is true for you. Thank you.
Yeah, well, they
Has
don't
anybody
practice
else
that at all.
True. Has anybody else, like, you go to a fair, you go to like, I don't care, like a football game, baseball game, and and you see the military's walking out, and then you hear left, right, left, and all of a
To the
sudden you
rear,
find yourself
march.
like nearly doing the
Yep.
about face, like,
You know what? I was loading a car when I heard this, and I remembered, oh my God, because I was loading this car, like getting all this. I was like working. It was so hot, and I was just like, just get it done. And I was like, just remembering, like, this is the way we would think this year. Like, it's hard work, but just get it done. And
hold your body straight, shoulders back.
And so I was just like, okay, we're almost done. Just load the car. And I remember I was thinking about, like, just be a marcher, just be a soldier, push through. And I remembered for like 5 minutes, I was thinking, oh my God, we used to compete on who could keep up with left face, right face, to the rear march, forwards. You know, like we would be drilling each other to see who would be like, nope.
Thrown off.
Yeah, you're not doing about face properly. You have to have your foot like this. You know, we would really be like, what was the reason for this? What is this? What is this
to
for?
get you to conform. It's to get you to conform.
To be in this machine every day. You're not worrying about the news or the weather of the day. You're worrying if I'm marching correctly.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like a stimulus.
Somebody has. I'm sorry. Somebody had the speakers.
Was it Amy? Not me.
No, not me.
It's like a stimulus response. They're trying to get you to be a robot, like a stimulus response. You comply to an order without thinking about it.
Yep.
So,
which is what they do in use of the training drills. They make you, Chad, your Clearwater doll, Chad. They make you use a doll And the reasoning for this, for people psychologically watching, is because once you can be numb enough to the idea of a doll doing it, then it's fine that the human is now doing it.
Yeah.
I promise I will never chant that on my way up the stairs again. Because I do. I literally do. But I think that'll trigger me now. So no more. No more, I promise.
It's
Oh
the
my
context,
gosh.
right? You were not traumatized by having to do that since you were a little kid.
Yeah.
I get traumatized by ham, like or not ham, by scrambled eggs with no salt
Scrambled
on
eggs.
them, put into
That's
a giant
me.
container, and then dry pieces of toast with a jar of honey next to it. I'm no, I'm not gonna eat today.
Yeah,
That's
like
all.
today.
The scrambled eggs.
Not
Can't do
scrambled eggs, but today I sent a picture in the group, and then I felt like I don't know if this is triggering for Liz or not, so I apologize if it was, because I had rice and beans for lunch, and I sent a picture of, like, in honor of Sea Org Day, I'm having rice and beans, and then I said, well, actually, it's because I'm Brazilian, so that's like a staple here. I eat rice and beans every day, and also because my mom made feijoada, which is like beans. It's a bean dish, Brazilian bean dish, on Thursday, and I'm too lazy to cook, and I don't like cooking, so I've been eating rice and beans for 3 days.
Leftovers.
Well, here, let me give you a heads up. Your rice and beans did not trigger me. The thought of rice and beans absolutely triggers me. But if you'd actually seen the rice that we got,
it looks different,
and
right?
the beans, it's like, think of like dog food. And that's how most of the time
Exactly.
the beans looked.
Wow.
The rice was dry. We're not even
Mine
soy
looked
sauce
good.
could have survived it.
And the beans were like, okay. So see, I say all the time, you know, when I was leaving, I was only fed for like 2 months rice and beans for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And people are like, I like rice and beans. It's not like that.
I like rice and beans.
It's like-
I eat rice and beans almost every month, but not for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. For lunch.
And not dried out rice and beans. Yeah.
No.
Right. And it was a punishment. So it would be like slop, you know, put on a runny slop on a plate.
Yeah.
And I would squeeze mayonnaise into it to make it taste like something, you know.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
I
So that
talked
was-
about
that was
eating the
bad.
butter and the chicken. Like I would take butter chunks and chicken, and I was like,
Oh, God.
this is the best thing in the world.
Oh God.
I
love butter.
some
I still love.
calories.
I definitely love butter still to this day. Like I
Yeah,
love
yeah.
butter.
I love it too. Laura, you're not the
The
only one.
butter. Yep. You better believe it. These SPs love their butter. We got freedom with our butter out here.
Yeah, that's the cultural
We
thing.
can.
Like,
You can have
All
toast.
the butter you want.
You can have
I love how
toast,
people-
butter. You can have sunny side up eggs. No, you don't have to have scrambled, wet, soggy eggs.
Scrambled.
That's mixed with a little bit of granola and yogurt in there.
And why
I
did
can
it always
do-
turn green? Why did the
Because
scrambled
they were
eggs always
mixed
turn-
with, because they were in a weird metal pan, which is
Oh,
probably the
God.
toxins coming out. Anyways, and they were
no way.
yeah,
They did. They
would
did.
put them in
turned
big
green.
dish pans, and you just scoop it out of there. Especially
Yeah.
at the Int Ranch as cadets, we'd be like,
I'm
fuck.
so
You would
sorry,
put a
you
pan
guys.
down, and it would be like brrr, gone, like
Yeah.
ants. Fast
Yeah.
forwarding.
You guys
Like
were
the food's
starving.
gone.
I am so
We
sorry
didn't
to
think
hear
we
that.
were either, because we have we have the whole farm and the property out there at Happy Valley, as some people call it.
I lived out there,
and there was the farm, and this is where we would be producing, vegetables and all these things. So it was almost like, okay, whatever we were like, normal food was the food that came in, like eggs, and then. Yeah, I might be having to write OWs a little bit later, but for stealing carrots or, plucking a corn out and eating it myself instead of giving it prepping it for the executives at Gold Base or whatever. So it was an over
I
for me to
think
be
they
doing.
were actually my scientific opinion as to why they actually were green. Think about it. Like when I was on the EPF, we literally had to scrub all the dishes from the previous night. And sometimes people got lazy, and instead of scrubbing them, they just hosed
degreaser
them
would still be in
with
there.
the degreaser. And so the degreaser was technically still on the pan when we put it away.
Ew.
So, but
What?
again, we didn't know any better
Ew.
because no one said safety.
Nobody said anything
know.
about chemicals and stuff. They told us not to wear perfume because that's
I can't tell you how many
distracting.
times
degreaser.
someone Yeah, but someone would
bleach and
you
ammonia.
Also had people that did bleach and ammonia together. They'd
You
be like,
literally,
"Oh, let
people
me
were
scrub
fainting.
this."
There were
Yeah, 'cause
kids
it's called
fainting.
mustard gas.
Yeah, they were fainting and like had to go locational. They were put another kid or somebody was taking them on a locational to wake them up and they were like drinking having them slowly drink milk to like. It's just so crazy.
Yeah, it's okay. It's
So,
just mustard.
Do you
gas.
mind if we change the subject a little bit and get some questions and comments here
Oh.
before the hour's up?
Sorry.
No, I mean I don't mind it. I just really wanted to get to ask you if you guys if you could get to some of the comments and questions
Hey,
here
before we
the hour's up.
do really quick. Hi, Amy Scobie. You and I have not talked face to face before, and it is a pleasure.
I know. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm so happy to be here. And it's so funny because I was like, okay, so I want to give Clearwater Chad a hug. I want to give you a hug. I want to give Juliana a hug. I want to give Marilyn a hug. Laura FM, I can't even believe I haven't seen you. And then now I finally get to see Liz too. I spoke to, Liz, and we had a wonderful conversation, but now I get to see you in person, even though I'm in Florida and you're in LA, or California. I don't know where you are actually. California, somewhere
Sacramento,
around
but
there.
yeah.
Sacramento. And so all of you, I've seen you, I've watched you, I've paid attention,
Same
and
here.
I'm just so thrilled to be with you. Yeah. So I didn't want to let that go unacknowledged, but boy, I'm also in love with talking with these guys too.
I know. It's great.
Yeah.
I just believe this is our third Chad-a-thon, but this is the all-star event, because the first one was like impromptu. The second one was a mix of ex-Scientologists and never ends and whatnot. And then this one, because of the nature of it and because of the urgency of it, because it's ongoing, we had the special format, which is different from we're going to be trying different things every time, I think. And we're all for it. And it just goes by so fast, and we have to kind of keep things flowing because we have other people coming up next, and we have people that send questions and this and that. So I really don't want to interrupt because we're really enjoying the conversation too. Like your reaction when you realized who Laura was, it's like
I
everybody's
can't
like,
believe it.
Yeah, that was magic. Yeah.
That was
Liz is filling in little pieces here too that I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah.
I have 100,000 questions. We're going to be talking a lot because I've got lots of questions. I've got lots of information myself from being where both of your parents were for so long. And, anyway, so we'll do that. But of course, we want to also answer everybody's questions.
And I'm going to jump off soon too. And I love you all, so I won't keep interrupting either.
Oh, you're not interrupting.
No, you're not. No, I'm just saying. So somebody else will be here to interrupt.
We're happy to have all of you. We really are.
Yeah,
It's
we are.
such a privilege. And we're just giving the platform for all you to talk about Liz's dad and your mom Laura, and all the pieces are getting put together, and then keep the conversation going because we're not going to shut up, right? You're not going to shut up. We're just going to keep talking, and we want to bring this cult down. The abuses are every time I hear any of you speak for even 5 minutes, it's like another thing, and I'm like, oh my
Same
god,
here.
Yeah,
really?
Yeah.
Hopefully, it's like a domino.
Juliana.
Exactly. No, I was going to say, Mary, do you want to get to the questions, or do you want to?
Sure, we can.
Sure.
Yeah.
Can I just ask Laura? So, where are your parents now? Just out of curiosity.
I don't know exactly where my dad is. The last I found out recently is he's possibly in the galley in the AO here in the LA org, washing dishes or something.
Yeah, good use of his talent.
And then my mom is stuck at the gold base and is completely untaken care of. She has arthritis. She has so many issues, and she's just being hidden up there.
So are they still married?
Still. Apparently I don't know now.
Separated.
Yeah, David Miscavige separated. My dad was sent to the RPF like 10 years ago, 9 or 8 years ago. And he was a sales sec or something. And then and then you got him and a bunch of other people were all sent to the LA RPF.
Mm-hmm.
And
I have some OSA docs that say where people were sent. So I'm going to look that up.
Yes, please find out where Diane and then Phil Anderson are.
Yeah, I'm going to look it up and see if their names are on it.
Can I read this?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm so proud to be Stephen Britton, and I am so proud to be a member of SPTV community. We're glad you're here too.
Yes.
It feels good.
Britain's been
we
around.
always say us four Nutty never ends. We're just four of thousands of people that were never in, but we're all supporting
7.8 billion
and-
never ends.
Oh
Yeah.
there's billions.
More
Billions
than
of
more of us
never
than
ends.
them.
And
Britt-
Stephen
Yeah, I was
was
just going
on
to say.
with us.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, he was on with us last time, and he creates fun limericks and all sorts of fun
He's
stuff.
a blast. Yeah, there's
Yeah.
just so many great
I
people.
keep hearing about Denver Stevo from Mark Headley saying do you have like these all night-a-thons or something like that? Or
sleeping with
Stevo. Yes.
Mark gets a kick out of that.
Yes. And I found out earlier today that who did I find out? Jackson has slept with me. So I mean, it's huge. Yes. No,
It's a thing now.
So I'll tell you what I did is a really quick story is I did this when I was first trying to get monetized. I needed watch hours, and I'm like, wow, what's a good way to get watch hours? Because I was an impatient person, and because all of the funds from any of the monies that I'm getting are going over Mike's way. So I wanted to get to monetization as quickly as I could. So I came up with this idea based on an idea that Juliana had, or based on something Juliana had forwarded me.
That I saw.
That she saw from a Brazilian Twitch guy streamer who did a bunch of stuff. So I'm like, well, why don't I do this sleeping with Steve-O? But then I realized I'm doing it on a Monday night, and I've got to work the next. I've got the real job the next day. So I turned on my feed, and then I just go to bed, and I just leave the lights on behind me and play some
all night?
crickets or soft music. And at first, I'm like, yeah, this is going to work, whatever. And I left. And then as I started being the creeper and going back through the videos to see what was going on, fantastic chats were happening. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm just going to turn my feed on all night, Monday nights, and let people talk. It's let the chatters chat.
The chat's
and
gone.
The chats go.
Yeah. They're having
so
fights
yes.
that have been.
Yeah, they make up. They're having therapy
Oh, yeah.
sessions. They're sharing
On
recipes.
The same night, people were fighting and making up through the night.
So I mean, it's just so it's been fantastic, and we've just kept it going. I was a little ill this weekend, so I didn't do it this week. But ladies and gentlemen, Sleeping with Steve-O will be back Monday night, right after the after party, after show, after the big prime, whatever. You guys know what's going on. So, but Monday night we'll have it back, and it's just a blast, and people just, like I say, they just chat all night, and it's
And
just a
so
huge
what
thing.
are they looking at? Like nothing? Or are they watching you sleep?
If I can,
Listen to
I mean, you're not
crickets
seeing the whole thing.
Soft music.
But soft
Yeah.
music, you got my lights, which I turn into a
Yeah.
flickery thing, and
Yeah.
So it's a little.
So you're just creating a mood.
I'm creating a mood. One week it was
Mhm.
jazz music. Last
setting the
week it was
tone.
frogs. It was
4th of July, you had fireworks. you had
4th of July, had the fireworks going off.
sleeping with Steve-O.
Yep, that's true.
So, guys,
What do you got
let's just
there? Oh,
go through
salmon.
those questions real quick because we have our next guests already popping up there.
Okay,
We still
let's
have we
just
still
pick a
have, like,
couple
5
of them. Okay,
4 or 5 minutes.
let's pick a
but-
couple of them that we can discuss. This is, I think, an important one because it's Sea Org Day, right? Does OSA have today off since it's Sea Org Day?
It's not
With
really
all the
a day
flaps?
off. Yeah, and definitely not. And I think Sea Org Day, we heard from somebody who's still in that Sea Org Day has been canceled. So I don't think that they are taking days off, or if they are, it's just a couple hours to, do something as a group or whatever. But generally, probably not.
You mean
Too many
cancel?
flaps.
Cancel. I was going to ask. Canceled for what purpose? Is that why? Just too many flaps?
Because there's too many external flaps. Yeah.
They're busy watching all
Here's
these
one.
channels,
Here's
right?
one.
Yeah.
Hi, Osa.
Yeah.
Yes,
Where's
yes.
Bob Ferris, Osa?
Yeah, you smell
You
like
have
poo,
no
guys.
right to. Yeah. Yeah, you do.
You're gonna let him go.
We got one for
Yep.
Laura, just a statement of love and support. Brainy Dreads. Laura, I wish I could carry some of that pain for you. Please know I will share it to lighten your load. Lots of hearts. So
Appreciate it.
Yes.
I was going to say that came from Brian Edwards, but that's Brain
yeah.
Brain Edriads. Brain.
That's what I read it as.
All right. Hey, Brain.
Thank you. Thank you for
Yeah.
being a emotional, brainy person for me.
Hey, you can be both, right? Japan of Green Gables. Question for Amy. Be honest. Are you still angry at Janice for making you sing Elvis?
You know, it was so funny. So I was just on with Janice and Mark and Jackson talking about SO Day at the international base. And one time, and I started telling this story, I said at one of these SO days, you know, somebody like made me get up to sing Elvis on stage. And I went, oh, Janice, it was you. And she said, I did it. Yeah.
Nice.
She made me get up there and sing because she was my boss at the time. And she's like, no, you're going to do it, you know. And I got up there and sang.
Laura was just talking about how like suppressed memories come up as you guys are talking. Like, wait a minute. That was you.
Because then I got the picture of the person who told me, and it was Janice.
Nice.
She started laughing so much. Yeah. So am I still mad? No, I love Janice. We go back a long ways. Yeah.
Got one question for Liz. Was your wife nervous when this all started? So glad you have so much love and support to fight for your dad. Was your wife nervous?
Thank you so much. She was, but she also knew that I was terrified and what the fuck am I getting myself into? Sorry for bad words, but you know, do I really want to go against this billion-dollar company? I can't call it a church. For me, it's a company.
Right.
Yeah. And she said, either which way, I have your back. And I knew right then and there I wasn't going to stop. I'm also a little jealous because her dad, again, amazing. I kind of want a piece of that if I can.
Yeah. Well, at least you have him, which is awesome. And then Kiwi. And this is his little puppy bark, like and you have all of us also that are in your corner. And I can't even imagine the pain that is. I just can't because, you know, anyway. So evil Scientology is going to have to change its ways, and we'll just keep working to get your dad freed. I mean, in the past, when somebody has spoken out about Scientology or whatever, they would usually just offload the person because they're PTS and they're creating a problem. So I would be surprised that he's still up there, but I don't know what they do nowadays, you know, just lock everybody down. Who knows? He might know too much.
There's so many people describing him as like the stable datum of gold. So it's almost like, you know, for lack of better words, what do you know?
Yeah.
Like,
he knows too much.
What have you seen?
Anyone who's been up there for a number of years has seen a lot. So because
he's been
David
there 40
Miscavige
years.
was, I know, he's like freewheeling. What year did he go up there?
So my dad was staff for 10 years and then joined the Sea Org in 82 per my mom.
Yeah.
It's either 82 or 83. She's
Yeah.
old. She doesn't remember. I don't know how or why, but whatever. So he's been in there since 1983. He was at Bridge Publications for 1 year.
Okay.
After Bridge Publications, he went directly to gold and has been there since.
And so I would have known him the entire time because I got up there in 1983. So I was at the int base the whole time he was.
Mm-hmm.
Minus when I got sent to the RPF.
Yeah. So whatever reason they're using to not release him, you know.
Yeah. We're
going to get him out and then he's going to spill his guts.
Yep, that's right. Yep. Free Zunu.
Yes. Oh, we missed their comment earlier. I think they should cannibalize a bunch of Furbies and put them in dolls like little Chad and Laura's new doll so they can talk for themselves. We were talking about the crocheted and knitted dolls that people are making. And
no Chucky Chads. No Chucky Chads.
Chucky Chads.
No.
Yeah. No, we get all kinds of comments.
Once she get there, she went to get her bee, I think. Oh no. Oh, mango.
Oh, mango.
And I put the Kiwi, and I put this little
Oh, the Duke of Chug. I love it. That's the Duke of Chug hat. I love it.
Yeah,
Nice.
There you can see better. Sometimes I don't know why my light sometimes goes really crazy.
Yeah,
but
it's like an autofocus.
Mine
Talk to Aaron.
So cute.
I love it.
I like
Anyway,
it. I like it.
I love this, and I love the bee that I got too. I have a bee. You know, one of my. I mean, come on.
Aw, that is
And
adorable.
it says SPTV. But then from somebody I got 2 bees. One was a little one and then one big fat one. The big fat one the dogs got. I'm sorry. They still run around with that. And then the small one I gave to Leah Remini. When I went to LA, I said the community is so amazing and they make all these amazing things. And so I gave her and put it in this jewel box, really nice, you know, this little tiny bee, and gave that to her about this big, you know. Anyway, so
that's nice.
So along those
likes
lines, really quick question: does Clearwater Chad have a Marilyn Honig doll of himself? Does little Chad have his own like Marilyn?
No, does Clearwater Chad have a Marilyn? I think the question is if Chad's little doll is made by Marilyn. That's the way I read it. Am I reading it wrong?
Does Clearwater Chad have a Marilyn? Oh yes, yes,
Who made
whistleblowing
that?
good witch. Yes,
Yeah,
sorry,
I
I
made
understand now.
I made the little chat. Yeah. Yeah. I want to make one of all you creators. It's going to take me the rest of my life, but I really want to do that.
oh my god.
Wow.
Anyway,
Thank
you
you,
guys
everybody.
are awesome. I don't want to keep whoever is in the wings waiting.
We've got
That's
the
okay,
entire cast of a podcast, so we're excited.
Yeah,
about
but
this.
Vanessa told me that they asked us for a couple minutes because they're fixing some kind of
all right.
Oh, sure.
techno problem. So
Well, let's give a quick update from Terry Raid. Jeff Augustine just made a $300 donation. That's our top of the hour report. GoFundMe is now at $43.77.
That's great.
So just to do the math, Karen donated $300 last hour. Jeffrey this hour.
Nice.
That sounds like a $600 family right there, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
both.
so much, you guys.
It's amazing.
Someone did ask a question, and I guess I wanted this question on live. Amy, what was my dad like?
What your dad was like? He was not talkative. He was a workaholic. He was smart. He was the go-to guy to figure things out. Technically, I don't know. He just had like this. It's like my brother. My brother's a senior computer scientist for NASA. That's what my brother does. And even after a stroke, they still have him hired, and his right side doesn't even work, and he's still been working for them but so he reminds me of my brother because he's just smart and a go-to person, and the person who can debug, like, you know, what debug means is like find a snarl in something, trace it down, and then rectify it rapidly. And so my dogs are going to bark because Matt just came home and the garage door is going up. So that's what they're going to bark.
Okay.
Anyway, this is important to answer though. And he, so he would smoke a lot. I noticed. Did you know? Did he smoke?
Like the center of his beard was a different color, and he always had the cigarette finger tan.
When you think of Bob, you also think of cigarettes because he would smoke a lot, and then he had very light color hair, and so you can see the nicotine. But that's probably because he wasn't sleeping a lot, because he was always needed for something, you know. And at one point, so I was in management most of the time, but at one point I was posted in gold, and I worked in the division where you manufacture the e-meters, and I was called the circuit board assembly in charge. So I literally was doing electronics on circuit boards for the e-meters. Put a total rookie on that everybody's supposed to audit with these damn things. Anyway, so that's when I saw him the most, because he worked in the manufacturing department. So we were in the same pretty much area, and we would muster together and everything. And he was just always there, always on time. He was married to Olga, who I thought was just amazing. an amazing person, she was also a staple there. So those two were like, when you thought of gold, you would think of Bob and Olga as a team, you know, really. And so he wasn't somebody who would like get up on stage and like be fancy pants or anything like that. But he had nose down, and he was a hard worker, and he could be depended upon.
And he had a pocket protector.
He did. Why do these guys wear pocket protectors? My dad always had one too.
But yeah, he had a pocket protector, but guys, I guarantee you, he would have an ink stain right next to the pocket protector because he put his pen outside his pocket and it would drain right there. And so he still had his pocket protector, but ink stains everywhere. I love that
on his one uniform shirt. It's because we didn't get enough shirts. Yeah.
It's a style.
Oh my God.
All right, you guys, the podcast ladies are ready. So
we're ready.
Okay.
We could just,
And I'm
gonna
head out.
Quick break.
There's just
I want to say I love all of you. Degraded Daughters, thank you. I love you so much. And
thank you so
I wish
much,
you the
Amy,
very
Laura.
best. And contact me anytime. Okay. I love you.
Love you
Thank you
all.
so
Thank
much,
you.
Amy and
Support Bob
Good luck,
Ferris.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So much. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Hey, Matt.
Thank you.
Hey.
You have to take me out.
That's okay.
Oh,
I just.
we can do that.
You want to do that? Where? Here.
There
Oh, squished her.
right.
Squished Amy.
We just went.
So we have
Like
we have
pushed into
a
a
full
heart.
team. I'm gonna have to remove the QR code now from here because we have a full team, a full
Here, what I'm gonna
podcast.
I'm actually gonna step out for a few seconds.
Okay.
But if you can give me a little bit, I'll come right back.
Whenever you want to come back in, we're here.
Excellent.
We'll just remove you here. So we have a full podcast here. Is this right? Yeah. Okay. We have the Children of Scientology.
Yay.
Hello, welcome.
Welcome. Let me change this.
Oh, I'm waving off screen. Hi.
Yeah, because it's like, let me see what's.
I guess I should do that.
Cutting you
No,
off.
but I'm cut off. Ah.
There we go. We're centered.
Perfect. I'm very confused.
Okay.
Over.
Oh.
There we go. That's better.
Now we're wide. Hi.
Welcome, ladies.
Hello.
Thanks for joining us.
Welcome.
Thank you so much for coming on such short notice.
Thanks
And
for having us.
yes, thank you. And if you want to introduce yourselves, most everybody in SBTV land know who you are, but I don't see the names because we're kind of squished up. So if you want to introduce yourselves, we can start because I'm just looking at the top here. Christy, welcome. If you want to
Hi.
introduce yourself.
Sure. I'm Christy Gordon, Children of Scientology, the Lighthouse Project, second generation Scientologist from a long time ago. Forever. But in for 20 years and then out.
Thank goodness.
Excellent.
Yeah.
We got Victoria.
Yeah, that's me. Hi, I'm Victoria.
Hi.
Also of Children of Scientology, the Lighthouse Project. I am a second generation Scientologist as well. I was in from childhood up until about when I was 21, 22, and I left. And I've been speaking out since about 2019. And here I am. Yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. And Miriam,
Hi, yeah.
you know who you are. Welcome.
Thanks for having us and including us in this effort. We're really excited to be here. And yes, my name is Miriam. I was on the Leah Remini Scientology and the Aftermath show. So you may have seen each of us actually. And each of us are second generation members, and we came together to do the Lighthouse Project to talk about issues that affect second generation members. And that's why, it's relevant for us to be a part of this conversation too and support Liz. But yeah, I spent 26 years in Scientology. I was born and raised in it. I joined the Sea Org at 13 years old and then left via the RPF at 17 years old. But then I still had years to, undo that indoctrination and figure out like what's true and what's not and all that crazy chaos that, unfolds after that. So yeah, it's been an interesting ride.
I love how we all love how we watch you just all support each other, and you second gens that are speaking out are so brave. And we've got another second gen that just chimed in here. Degraded Daughters of Dianetics. I think this is Elysia. Yes. Oh my gosh, look at these beauties. Hey,
Yes.
Christy, Victoria, and Miriam. So in awe of y'all's bravery and amazing podcast. Elysia.
Girl,
Thank
I'm
you.
in awe of you. Thanks.
It's awesome. I'm so glad that you could be here to support Liz. Liz kind of popped out. She's been popping in and out. She's
Saw
got
that.
to get something to eat and whatever. So,
Yeah.
So she said she'll be back in soon.
Cool.
It's been a day already, you guys. We've been watching since this morning when
Yeah.
we started. Thank you so much for doing this.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Thank you
and
for
it's,
joining us.
Oh my gosh. of
For
course.
watching and for being here.
And Miriam's in Australia, so we had a little, scheduling, navigating, logistics. But no, this is fantastic. This is just exactly what needed to be done. So
yeah,
thank you again for doing it and including us.
That's our.
Hey, just a reminder to the 174 folks that are watching right now, make sure you like, subscribe, and share to wherever you're watching from. And swing over to the other channels and like, subscribe, and share those as well. Remember, we're not doing super chats or super stickers or super thanks. We're not doing any of the super stuff today because this whole thing is super. If you've got questions, just post them in the chat. And if you want to make a donation, we've got the QR code down on the bottom left. Just scan that, and that'll take you to the GoFundMe page. Also, the moderators are posting Liz's Venmo links, as well as the link to GoFundMe as well.
And
so you
both
can,
links are also in the description of the video.
and also in the description of the video down below. So feel free, go right in. That's how to make a donation. That way we're bypassing all of those crazy YouTube fees. But yeah, please, if you have any questions, any comments, anything, just post them in the chat of whatever channel you're on right now. We're getting them all, and we'll address the ones that we can. So thank you. Hi, everybody.
I'm just putting up some little comments. Miriam was great on Leah's A&E show. Yes.
Season
Yes,
2,
you are
episode
also great.
1, was it?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. I recall.
And I'm impressed.
Not just a hat
Christy and
rack.
Victoria have also both taken part in their own specials or episodes in the series as well. And
I do remember.
everyone-
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't mean to point at you. I'm like, I do remember.
What was really special about the second season of Leah Remini's show was that it did have that focus on the second generation members, and that's really where our heart is. We're really focused on those issues that affect those people, whether it's mental health, whether it's the heartbreak of disconnection, whether it's the cover up of crimes and all that sort of thing. So that's where we're sort of diving into and what we focus on.
That's specifically the perspective of being a child in it, and during your formative years, being raised in cult mindset, and how that affects your brain and your mind and your everything, your whole soul,
heart. Yeah.
And
So
not
guys-
having a choice, not having a choice in it. You're raised in
Liz is
it.
back.
There's Liz.
Liz.
Hi.
Hey, everybody.
Hi.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I had to
that's
go
better.
run
You're
an
good.
errand real quick.
How dare you take a break for 6 hours?
Marathon.
It's like a new drink.
You're good.
Yeah, that you mentioned, that the aspect of being trapped in something you didn't ever choose for yourself is a whole nother layer of the trauma, aside from no emotions, no family, no freedoms, no boundaries, no protections. Like all that stuff is really awful. And we could talk for decades about each one of those things. But the idea of being trapped in that scenario when you never chose it for yourself is really, that's quite a different prison. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
It becomes a prison not only on the outside but on the inside.
absolutely. You are so inside yourself. You retreat And
having absolutely no one advocate for you at all.
Right. So you build this false persona or these walls. If you want to have a boundary, you have to keep even your thoughts, your feelings, because you go in session and they might pull things that you didn't want to talk about. And so you just learn to really put up all these boundaries and barriers as much as you can, and you internalize everything. And that, I think that, obviously that's one of the major causes of mental health issues for second gens, is that this false personality situation for so long, or never knowing who you were, never even getting to discover yourself. Anyway.
Well, yeah, the imprisonment is such a topical conversation because, Liz's father is behind bars there. And one of the things I know that a lot of us who have left share in common is that, well, particularly in the Sea organization, that they had nightmares after leaving. And I know that for years I had those nightmares of, all of a sudden you're back in the Sea Org and you don't know, you've been tricked and you're back there somehow, and you're like, oh no, now I got to escape again, and people are chasing you, and it's wild. Recently, over the last couple of years, my dreams have changed, and it's been that I've been a Scientologist, and I've been like, oh no, I'm a Scientologist again. So there is that second layer of entrapment, that second layer of imprisonment. And so even when I think those physical barriers are removed, they're absolutely, and our brain is trying to correct something in these nightmares. It has to eke out somewhere.
Yeah,
it does. Your emotions they'll get out somewhere, one way or another.
They always do.
Yeah, I know for me, they kind of went.
Yeah.
And I lost it. I didn't know up from down, left from right. I was questioning everything. I was questioning everyone around me. Like it's almost like that one piece of stable, like you grew up so were there good times? Yes. Was there bad times? Yes. Did the bad times outweigh the good? For me, yes.
Yeah.
But
well,
then
Liz, did you have the
hold on
right
to it.
for education? Yeah. Did you have the right to an education? Did you have freedom of choice? Like, did you have any of those things? Yeah, exactly. And so kids will always try and find
like some kind of reason that it's okay.
Yeah. Kids will always try and find that silver lining. That's about survival, and that's how kids survive. And that's also how we can separate ourselves from the trauma too. So it's a way of getting through. And all those things are really important. We needed to do that when we were there. We didn't have any other means or things, advocacy, Victoria mentioned. So we didn't have anything else to get us out of there. We just had to survive it. And then at some point, recently we talked about this in one of our episodes, but at some point, if you do find that life raft, you get out of there. And the thing is that it can't really happen any sooner than that moment when that opportunity is available to you.
Yeah. So we just, for me, it's about creating more opportunities for everyone, for not just one person. Because yes, I am just one person, but there needs to be opportunities for everyone. We're all a second generation. We're all have some kind of link. And as weird as it sounds, a bridge can be built if we just unite together, and then nobody can get past our bridge.
Yeah.
Sorry for using the bridge term, but
no, reclaim it.
Take it back,
right? But if we unite and we stand firm, our stories are all so very similar. And,
so similar.
Someone has this, but another has this, but it's just like this. The fact that you've got thousands of kids, male, female, blue, purple, I don't care. You have thousands of kids that are saying this shit happened. We're not all linking together and making up the same story. We all have a story. And if we link together.
Yeah, us two, or us three, we were just talking about this, a couple weeks ago of, if Scientology was doing something wrong to me in the moment, I felt that it was my fault and that I was not applying the tech appropriately. But then years after, once we start comparing notes, it's like, oh my God, this happened to everyone. All of these stories, like this is the tech. This is systemically abuse. And it's just, the comparing of notes and realizing it happens to all of us, and it's disgusting.
Yeah.
It's
And
scary.
if we can save one person, then we save
Yeah.
2, then we save
Exactly.
3, then we save 4. And before you know it, the people that are just like us are going to be like, I got your back. And then
Yeah.
we'll create a new family.
Yeah. We already
Because-
have.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We're all uniting, and it's people from all walks of the world,
Yeah.
all experiences, good or bad. It's really, I feel like we're uniting every single day more and more and more, and we're getting stronger and stronger, and
I think so
we're
too.
going to keep doing it. And we're bringing them down. We're coming.
I think so too.
Looking in from the quasi outside, I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, they created warriors, and you're gonna just rise up and you know save others, and you know all that.
So I was having a
Yeah.
conversation the other day, and we were talking about we somehow, second generation, third generation, were born with the key in us to get out and have that somehow a little bit more, I think, than the first generations that chose to be there, that were so committed and dedicated. And even if you were born and raised in it, somewhere there was this little escape hatch key in you that you just had to find it in there somewhere so that you could leave. And a little, so we were saying it's Scientology escape room, which is hilarious.
Oh, that is funny.
I know. But we were talking about the other day on this episode that we haven't released yet about what they do when you want to leave and you're in the Sea Org and you're a kid, basically. And it led us to pigs birthing and how you're segregated from everyone and put off in a garage or in a boiler room or out of sight and being penalized and put in these living conditions that are even worse than typical Sea Org living conditions.
Yeah.
And it made me think of your dad so much because it's what they do to you when you want to leave, when you don't want to be there anymore. It's like they just start ramping up the pain points even more, which for a Sea Org member, those are already really, really extreme, you know? So I just think about your dad, and if he was able to sneak off briefly, it just breaks my heart. And so I love that as we're constantly and have been for some years now, really working hard on building a second generation community, which didn't exist. Well, it's always existed. There's always been little pockets of kids here and there, but really doing a gathering. Like, this is safe. We can all talk about this. So we have Facebook groups and whatever that are secret. It's been so empowering because we're having these conversations that Victoria and Miriam were talking about, where we're finally saying, this happened to me. It happened to you. It happened to me. And that's super powerful. And what a huge relief to understand that you didn't pull this in fact, and you're not insane. Like, because it really does, the gaslighting is real, and it makes you, for me, I ran off and hid under a rock for a really long time. I was so ashamed of my childhood and my coping mechanisms. But so we've been working really hard on building this second generation community, and we've done it on the backs of ex-Scientology kids, Amy Scobie, all these people that have written books, of course, Mike Rinder, second gen, that came before us, Blown for Good, Mark Headley, Claire Headley, all these people. But we've got the largest collection, I think, of second and third generations that's ever existed, all united at this point.
Yeah.
And it's so remarkable to look up on the screen here. Aftermath was fantastic. It was scary. It was weird. I think it was worth it. You know, I didn't want to be on TV, but it was worth getting the second generation experience out there. We each did our part in that. But this, to not have a gatekeeper, not need permission, just come on here and say everything as we feel it, when we feel it. It's just incredible. And the fact that Liz is going to start dialing into finding a pathway out for seniors and Sea Org members,
Absolutely.
like whatever she shines a light on is going to help others, whether, and I don't want to give in or give up, but if we can't get to Bob, as you keep saying, we will get to someone. We will shine a light and build a path for somebody else that's trying to get out, that escaped and they got back and isn't happy and is suffering, you know?
So it reminds me, my partner, her dad, he said this amazing thing. Hope is amazing, but hope can also kill you.
It's painful. It's painful.
It is. It's
Hope.
very painful.
Yeah.
But I still have hope. I still have that inch of hope. And you know what? If he decides that he wants to stay in, fine. I now have a written path of what you know, another second gen needs to do. Sorry, my hand disappeared. But another second, I'll forget it. But another second gen needs to do. So this is the path that I took. He wanted to stay, but it doesn't mean your brother, sister, aunt, uncle, cousin, best friend is going to take the same path.
Yeah.
And we will now have a way to get, you know, all of them out away from. Okay, so this is sound. I just don't want to trademark his name, so we'll just call it Mix-a-Bitch. You know, they'll get away from him. They'll get into like a freedom zone and know that there is an entire world of people that are there to defend us, be there for us, just as we will be there for each other.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. It really is.
Absolutely.
And you know, we were just talking to Claire Headley recently, and we were comparing notes of lawsuits, and of course the Danny Masterson situation and the current, all the trafficking ones and the child abuse ones and all these things. And Lordy Crescenzo, we were just comparing and talking about arbitration and how incredibly just trailblazing she's been. No, I was talking about Claire. Oh, it's all preposterous. Arbitration is incredibly ridiculous, and it's just so insane that they get away with it when all of us know there's no arbitration. Where's the policy on that? Like, that's not part of the ethics and justice system. So
I'm just going to say, out of all the HCOPLs I had to read, that one must have evaded me.
I know. That's a new one.
Because I'm pretty sure it's called the Mix-a-Bitch PL.
It is the Mix-a-Bitch story. So Claire said, she was talking about her lawsuit because she was one of the, an OG in suing Scientology. And we were just talking about her case taught us how to correct and change and alter course and edit. And so it led us to exactly where we are now with these things. And I think what you're doing is going to do exactly the same thing. Okay, this didn't work. Let's try this. Okay, this didn't work. Let's try this. And if we can get other kids interested in, or family members in doing these wellness checks, we'll work out the bugs and the wrinkles, and we'll start to get to the cheese, to the people, to the humans that deserve freedom, that actually don't want to be there.
Absolutely. Because there are people that don't want to be there. They're just scared to say those words.
Well, I can tell you, I was one of them. Miriam was one of them. Liz, you were one. So every single one of us were, and I'm not talking about the whole time. Yes, I was miserable the whole time. I didn't want to be there, but I didn't have a choice. But I literally was trying to leave repeatedly, and they trap you there. And that's incredibly painful to say, I don't want to be here. And they say, okay, you have to do these steps or this routing form or this process in order, security checking and messed work, hard labor, live in the garage, all these things. And you do those things and they still won't let you leave. It's just insanity. It really does drive you pretty bonkers.
It's imprisonment.
Yeah.
It's going to
false imprisonment. Yeah, it's illegal. And most it's illegal.
Yes.
But they get away with it because they're a religion on freaking
They're a business that uses people up until there's nothing left.
Right.
They're a business that
away with
people
it.
are giving money to, on the basis of, again, let's even pretend that what LRH founded was good ideas.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that he's been dead since 1986, yet there's been how many volumes of each of his books rewritten, fixed. Oh, this is what he wanted. The man's been dead.
Yeah.
Unless the Ouija board is telling you to fix it, like, oh, no, that's wrong. I meant this. I don't know what to tell you, people. You're buying tapes, movies, books where he's dead. This is computer animation. He's dead.
Yeah.
Stop holding our parents. Stop holding our friends, family, sisters, brothers, uncles. I don't care. You're believing in snake oil, people.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to make you better.
I think the main thing as well is basically it's just clearing the path for external advocacy to come in. And that's what we never had. And Liz, you didn't experience that, as you were growing up through it. It was just, you were just in that Scientology bubble, unfortunately. And I think it's amazing that you know, as an adult can then have that type of compassion to come back and create that for your parent is pretty amazing. And my hope is that you're able to make that contact, to have that conversation, because this is really shining a light on how extreme this group really is. Not only did you believe that he was dead for years because they told you that, which is insane, but you want an opportunity to just have a conversation with your father. And why is that so bad? Why is it bad, Scientology? Why can't you not talk to her father? This shows how absolutely extreme this group is. It's an extremist organization.
Yes, it is. It is.
I do want to say, Christy, it's nice to see you face to face.
Always in the chat thread. So I want to say something about that. Liz, you were introduced to me several years ago. Some nice guy that you bumped into, and I don't know if it was in a chat group or one of the Facebook groups or if it was on Reddit or whatever. But this guy
might have been on something.
Yeah. So we started chatting, and that was good. And we had some tough conversations, which always happens when you haven't spoken to another person who understands you and knows exactly what you went through firsthand. So I remember you having some nerves around it, and we took some time, but we had a nice long conversation. But you had not been part of our community, and in order to keep us all safe in these secret groups that we have the system where we have to kind of vouch each other. And I wish that wasn't necessary, because it's heartbreaking not to just reach out and grab every kid that was raised in Scientology the moment that they hit our radar. But we do it to try and protect these really sensitive conversations we have. And so then you disappeared into life or whatever. Okay.
My breakdown.
Oh no, I didn't know the breakdown. But anyways, you came back and resurfaced, and I was so glad. I was so happy to see you back again and engaged and doing well and ready to just take this shit on. Like, it's just incredible. What a story of resilience, because you had your own horrible experience. And like Miriam's saying, to find it within yourself to come back, which we're all doing, come back and now get safe, get stable enough, try and understand what you experience, which is super hard for us to even find language around what we experience, because we weren't raised with this language, to try and understand it, and then talk to each other about it, and then decide to do something about it. And that's kind of where we are, really all trying to do something about it. And I'm just so incredibly happy that you are with us doing that now. I can't wait.
Thank you so much.
What we can do together.
Absolutely. Because realistically, yes, we did talk a long time ago. And I wasn't ready for my story to come out. I wasn't ready to be in the limelight and deal with the shit show that comes along with it.
It's hard enough doing it privately. It's hard enough just accepting that you were a victim in literal human trafficking. Like, that's what? And doing that privately, but then, stepping out into the public eye, and all of a sudden people's opinions, you have to, it's hard. It's really hard.
Yeah. And then, so I have my own story, as you know, Christy. And then you come around and I think my dad's dead. And then suddenly it's just fucking kidding. Sorry again for the cussing people, but it's, just kidding. And all of a sudden I'm livid. How dare you make me believe that he was dead for 20 years? And then people, I'm so angry. And then all of a sudden I'm his illegitimate child. Mm-hmm. He didn't even know I existed. Like,
it's awful.
It's terrible. And then it just infuriates me more, and it makes me want to drive harder. And the way that they came after Vanessa, like if Scientology, I know Osa's watching. Osa, if you're watching, technically I was ready to walk away because my heart broke so bad at the gates. I was ready to walk the fuck away from this whole situation with my dad, with the illegitimate child. But the fact that you came after Vanessa, okay. Let's do this. Gung ho. She was there for me, so I'm going to be there for her. Everyone who stood by me, let's rock the boat. We're bringing this down. I'm sorry, Scientology, you're the Titanic, we're the iceberg. Here we come.
Do you hear this, Osa? You're failing, right? you're trying to scare them into submission, and you're doing the exact opposite.
You're driving
So,
us
You're driving.
together.
Yes.
Yeah.
So come on out, Osa. You know, let
right.
Davey go down by himself. You know,
We are the second generation co-mutiny, not just
Mhm.
community.
I like that.
love it.
Mhm.
I like
I
that.
love that.
Really good. It's true.
Now,
We're just
so that's
not
the
going to
next
have it
t-shirt,
anymore.
right? Co-mutiny.
Co-mutiny. We're not going
Oh,
to have it anymore.
Chad, write it down. Merch idea.
It's merch right there, Chad.
Yeah.
What was the saying again?
Oh, I was saying
Co-mutiny.
community versus community, second generation community, because I feel like that's all we do is just literally raise hell constantly. Like, nope, not going to have it. Not taking these rationalizations, not accepting these justifications. No more. It ends because we had no heroes. We had to come back, be our own heroes, and now we're the ones going to protect the next generation because it's not happening otherwise, which is really annoying. But once you accept it, it's just a true cause, you know. Like we're going to be the people that we needed and didn't have, and so that's kind of, it's empowering and it's heavy, but it's good, especially when you see some small successes, cases winning, people coming back up after they disappear and having, you know, taking their power and their voice back. It's incredibly powerful and inspiring and empowering and motivating, and that's just, our community is full of that. And also a lot of sad stuff. There's, you know, there's a lot of sad stuff that happens all the time. And then we deal with it together. And we don't always agree. And we're a little delicate and fragile sometimes, and sometimes outrageous. But it's all,
But that's okay.
It is okay.
I
And
make
we're all,
Kristen, not delicate and fragile, human.
Yeah,
Totally.
it's all part of the process.
Correct.
Absolutely. That's a better word. We are human. We are not homo novus after all.
Yeah.
But
right?
And again, we're not all going to agree. We have a common goal, but the
Right.
trick is now we're talking. So we may not agree in that moment, but you know what? We can get back to, we can come back together, and we have that one common goal that every single one of us has. So petty arguments, petty fights, it's just that, it's petty. It's not worth the bigger goal. The bigger goal is getting everyone out.
Yeah, right. No, I think we can accomplish anything together. And then it's remarkable to have folks like you guys that don't know anything about this, just stepped in, went, this is not okay. What can we do about this?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just remarkable. The outpouring of support from Aftermath, this incredible development that I'm going to give Aaron Smith-Levin 1,000,000% credit for getting on YouTube, and then getting us all on YouTube and promoting us until we are a force to be reckoned with, and we're just getting started. It's just really remarkable. And I guess, I don't know if you guys know how much we appreciate you. Like, it's to have people that care, to have people that are willing to stick their neck out. When you see what these people are willing to do, when someone, you know, speaks their crimes aloud, it almost makes you want to cry, but then you just say, no, I'm not gonna cry.
Yeah.
But if you want to, and if you have to, do it. You know, like I was telling Laura before.
We do all the time.
And we allow HGNR here, so.
If you want to see me cry, just go to Aftermath. I cry through the whole episode. I was the crying lady. Oh, I had to talk about my mother. That's tough. So here
It's
I am.
hard.
My mom got out, but not before she was wrecked mentally. So that, I guess, I'm so invested in any kid. And there's a lot of kids that don't want to go back for their parents. So Liz is an exception.
And that's valid too. Yeah.
It is absolutely valid. You have to heal not only yourself, but that relationship. And that's hard.
It's very hard.
Sorry for the shit, but it's hard shit. And so I'm so impressed by kids that go, like, I forgave my mom because I had to. That's just what happened. I didn't ever get closure with her. We didn't get to have these tough conversations. So I want anyone that wants to have that conversation to have that conversation. Because it's a part of your healing. Or deciding you don't want to do it and you're going to move on.
But it's your choice.
It's so much
your choice.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's too many times and too many memories of having zero choice.
Exactly.
Zero anything. And a voice Like I know that a few of us were badly beaten at stands. Not just one, not just two. There was a couple of us, and I know that we went to some of the parents, and the parents acted like it was no big deal. You know, I got broken ribs once, and again, it was no big deal.
Yeah.
And so it's like one of those things where it's like nobody had our back, so it's really hard for us to have someone's. But in this, we're in it together, and your story is not more important than mine, and every single person has a story. Let's hear it. Let's join in, you know, for back support each other.
I feel like we are almost kind of like raised by wolves kids, or, you know, feral a bit, a lot of us.
Yeah.
And so it was so easy for me to go, oh, you're my tribe. Like you're like my sisters and brothers from another mother, but much more than maybe other families. Like we have this trauma bond, I guess. But it's not as easy to feel that way about the people that chose to be there, or the people that forced us to be there, or the people that look the other way, or even did the harm to us willingly. Like that's tough. That's a tougher pill to swallow. And so I think probably the first person that you would want to decide about that would be your parent. And, you know, so Liz is doing that. She's not going, what happened at Stan is your fault, and so I'm never speaking to you again, and rot in hell, and which it would really be easy to do, you know.
But you know, because they had us so shitty, I've promised myself I will be better. And so if that means that I have to eat crow, or I do. And
It's
there
not
are
eating
times that
crow. It's just being
Well, I
a
mean, it's more
compassionate
like-
human, you know?
yeah, being what they never were.
Well,
Sure.
being able to swallow your ego, or put your ego
Yeah.
aside for a bigger cause or a better cause. And the fact that I think all of us are trying to be the change, like literally living that path of being the change for our kids, for our community, for our parents, giving them back what they never, like I have to take care of my mom a lot, and she wasn't around for me. So it's
For
an
our inner
interesting,
children.
our inner children.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Reparenting
Yeah.
yourselves.
Yeah.
Can I say Miriam's mom is still in?
She's at gold, Liz.
Oh.
She's at gold.
She's at gold. Oh my goodness.
So that's now 3 kids that are parents are at gold.
Yeah.
Yes.
That have
So
been
her
here
name
today.
is
Just from here today. Yeah. Laura, Miriam, and Liz.
That's right.
Wow.
If
Sorry,
you're
Miriam,
ready to
what's her
start
name?
the path.
Sorry?
You
What's
were
your
saying
mom's
her
name?
name is?
Yeah, her name's Carrie.
Carrie.
Because
So
your
last
sounds a
name-
little. I saw you're having technical difficulties. I think your sounds a little echoey, muffled.
We can hear you, but just
We
barely.
can hear you, yeah, but
Okay.
It's better.
Let me see if I can just.
no, but we can hear you. I'm
It's
just
better.
Okay, as long as you can hear me, that's
Yeah.
the main thing.
That's fine.
Yeah, my mom's name is Carrie, and she's been at Golden Era Productions for probably about 25 years. Yeah, or maybe 30. I think 35 years. Sorry, I think I got that wrong. 35 years, and yeah, she abandoned all of her children, so she does not have a good track record, and. Like you, Liz, I can forgive a lot. The abandonment, the absence, and all those sort of things, the lack of advocacy. For me, I don't have the same. I have compassion towards her situation in that it's a human trafficking situation. However, she wants to be there. She's told me very clearly, I've sacrificed everything because I'm doing what I want to do. And like Christy touched on, the passion of the first generation members is like, it's such another level.
Yeah.
So my mom is definitely that for sure. And she has her trauma that she had before Scientology, that she believes that Scientology saved her from, where she was almost dragged into being involuntarily held at a psychiatric ward. So for her, the juxtaposition of the enemy of psychiatry is what keeps her in, because psychiatry is out there and Scientology's in here, and we're doing. She believes she's saving the whole entire world from psychiatry. She believes that wholeheartedly. So yeah, I have compassion for her situation, but I literally have no feelings towards her as a parent. However, but also, sorry, what I should say is that where that changed was only about that wasn't until 2013. So up until then, I held the same, I really loved my mother and really wanted a relationship with her. But where that changed was that she refused to provide a police statement to police about the crimes that she knew of and had known of for years. And so when that occurred, I just couldn't go on any further. So there can be that fork in the road where you just go, okay, that's too much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You do. You go, this is toxic for me. This relationship is toxic, and I have to know the difference. Love is love, and love is. Liz, we can't hear you.
Liz is saying something.
You're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you mute yourself?
I might have. It happens. But if I get to that point and trying to get him out, and he tells me or he doesn't tell me, or if I reach my breaking spot, then I've at least gotten far enough for someone else to pick up the reins.
Yeah.
And I mean, again, may not get my dad out, but you know what? Someone else is going to be able to from this action. Someone is going to get them out.
And between you and whoever comes next, we will test every weak spot. I heard Gary talking about, how as they tried to escape from Gold Base, they would reinforce something else, make the fence higher, add the razors, put the chain links under the thing, add more cameras. We're going to keep testing it. We're not going to give up.
Yeah.
We're not going to give up. We're going to test
And Liz,
every
that's the thing
corner.
is, as long as you know that you can do something, you will do something. I really appreciate that. And the other thing as well is that, this is your relationship, and this is about you, and this is about how you feel about things. And as you said, I feel like you have a very, rational perspective on the whole situation. And the main thing, you just want that contact. You just want to know. And why is that not okay? Why are you not allowed that? It's insanity. So I completely understand. Yeah.
No, I agree with you. It's insanity. But at the same time, it's like, we all have to, as long as I give it my all and I'm, for a lack of better words, my stats are up. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I'm also not going to give up when there's still fight left in me.
Yeah.
Well, you have a team of fighters with you.
Mm-hmm.
All of us.
Good. And you all have, as much as you all have my back, I have got yours 100%.
Nice. That makes all the difference. And, all the stuff that's been happening recently, I'm not going to name any names, but all the shenanigans on YouTube and stuff.
Shenanigans.
No need to name names. No names.
We will call them shenanigans. It's been, disgusting, and it's been just infuriating to watch people go after weaknesses and things. But it's so par for the course, and it's basically per policy, and it's all just whatever. But behind the scenes, of course, we do have this really strong community, and I think that we all know at any moment anyone can say the word and we all show up. And that's really, that really makes you feel much safer and secure that you have a community that's strong and trustworthy and has integrity and isn't here for any other reason. There's no other agenda other than
no alternative motives. Someone asked me once, why was I still doing this? Because I can. And because what they did was wrong.
Right.
What they did to me, what they're doing to him, what they've done to everybody, it's wrong. And if someone doesn't keep standing up and saying it's wrong, they're going to believe it's okay. And I'm sick of them thinking it's okay.
Liz, your courage is absolutely contagious, and doing it publicly as you are. I can't even imagine how many kids are watching right now. And not just kids, but other, even first gens that have people trapped or whatever. Like, you're really you're on stage, and not to make you nervous, we're all on stage. We're doing this together publicly, and it's the way it needs to be done, and it's the way it should be done to expose it all. But it's just brave, and it's beautiful. I don't think I've ever seen anything as beautiful as when I turn on YouTube and I see 9 or 10 second generation kids that have been hiding in our little private groups having these same conversations for years now, finally having them publicly, and not just in fear of whatever they might lose, which is a lot, jobs, friends, family, livelihoods, mental health, balance. Like it's a lot. It's a lot to navigate. So it's just,
It is a lot.
I feel so good.
And I am grateful for my therapist, honestly.
They're getting
going
the
to a
work
psychiatrist has helped me start doing my deprogramming, because I'm still doing deprogramming while I'm doing all of this as well. It's all helping me. And I remember years ago, people would always be like, don't listen to that psych talk. And my mom said it a couple of days ago, that's psych talk. And all I could think of in those moments was, thank you, because that's what's going to make me better.
Exactly.
So
Right.
Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah, exactly. You found your own tools.
Yeah.
We talk about mental health way too much, but it's because it's necessary. I mean, no, I'm just saying.
Never
It's
too
like, I
much.
think every single conversation leads to some mental health conversation.
Yeah,
and
because
it's so-
honestly, you're taking away someone's stable information and telling them, by the way, this information you've believed your whole life is a pack of horse shit. And by the way,
It's scary.
It's so hard to come out and be like, all this was a lie.
How do you not have an identity crisis and a mental breakdown afterwards?
Yeah. What in my life is true? Was there anything in my life that was true? And then you're stuck, and you've got to get the help, whether it's talking to a peer, whether it's going to peer support, whether it's going to, a therapist, a psychiatrist, whatever it may be. You've got to be able to navigate it correctly, or it does implode. Just like holding in anger with someone, you hold that shit in for too long, and they may fart or burp in your face as a joke, and you're losing your shit because you've held it in for so long. You're imploding, and it's just, you're destroying everything around you. And so it's easier if you just seek the help, listen, learn, take what you can, find you again.
Yeah, and I would argue that we don't talk about it enough. I would say that's where I am on that spectrum of information. Yeah, because there's so much. We have this huge vacuum of this learning deficit that we've had, and there's so many tools out there. And I would love for more of those tools to be shared. What works for you, or what have you come across, or what does your therapist recommend? And that might not work for everybody, but there's a lot of techniques that can, the trouble is as well is that we were really disconnected from our feelings and our body sensations, and our brain body connection was completely obliterated through Scientology, because that is literally what the technology of Scientology does.
To make you a robot.
Yeah, and we had that from a number of different angles and sides, not only just through the ethics technology, through the technical training, through all these different aspects. Through the lack of the parent and child relationship, the neglect and the abandonment. So all these things, have really affected us, and we really need to build up that connection. There's some really lovely things that you can do. And in Scientology, you are not allowed to do other practices. So for us, things like meditation, yoga, these really gentle, or even just take a walk, take a daily walk, get out into that sunshine.
Write down how you felt for the day. Journal.
Beautiful. Yeah. Excellent. And through the therapy that we've individually experienced, or just reading articles or books or whatever it is, we may have, put together a little bit of like a tool, tools that we will reach for when we need it. Victoria's really got some great ones that she uses in her life on a regular basis. I'd love to learn more about that, and we'll be sharing those things as we go. With our podcast, we try and what we decided from the outset is that we were going to have a toolkit, and that we would just kind of every episode pop something in there. So whether that's sharing a link or talking about a particular book or anything like that. And so there's so much information, which how fantastic is that we get access to the internet. We're no longer in a cult, and we can really work on our real self-improvement in the way that we want to do it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then you have
Uh,
support behind you. Go ahead.
We have our next guest waiting, and we still have a few minutes, and it started a little bit late. I just wanted to check with Marilyn if I just want to quickly take a look at the start, see if we have any
I'm looking,
urgent questions or comments for the ladies. Or nothing specific, or if you want to
Nothing
pop
too
something up.
specific. I can do. There is one question. There's just a lot of nice statements, but there's things that have already been talked about. So it's just reiterating everything you're saying. And there's a question from Don Lambert for Liz. I'm not real familiar with your story. That said, did your dad know that you were told that he was dead?
That we don't know. We honestly don't know. We don't know. In this situation, we don't know if he was told that his whole family was told that he was dead, or in reverse, what Scientology told him about me or about his family, because they could have said yada yada, spray painting whatever on an org building, and suddenly I'm public enemy number one.
Yeah.
So who knows what he was told. But once I get that face to face, if I only have 5 minutes, I'm using that 5 minutes to say, look, you're with someone that abused your daughter, treated her like shit, made it so I was ready to jump off a building. You were digging holes, but hey, let's not top the fact that your whole family was told you were dead. And now guess what? You're not. So we've all been going through some shitstorm. I've been experiencing life that I could have reached out to my dad and said, hey, this is what's going on. But instead I gotta rest in peace, but no answers. So no, I'm going to use that 5 minutes and I'm going to let him know everything. And I'm going to let everybody know that this is what they do. It's common practice. And as soon as we stop giving them power, guess what? Their common practice won't work.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I saw this meme the other day, and it said something about it's not just about the trauma that you experienced. It's about the things you didn't get to experience. You were just robbed of almost 20 years.
You have to grieve all of that.
I mean, it's so it's heavy. It is heavy. So
Absolutely. So I have one more statement I wanted to read that summarizes a whole bunch that I have in my list. So I think it's a good way to put it.
Did I double tap over you? I just wanted to send her hugs. I just want to send.
Oh, that's great.
Because
So
Dawn sent
Care-
hugs to Liz.
Care for JC YT. I'm a never in who has been a COS watcher as Church of Scientology, but we don't always call it a church. I don't know what you guys call it. I know Liz has a certain name for it.
we
Cult
took
of
that
shit.
back, and it's children of
There you go.
It's Children of Scientology now. So
Oh, okay. There you go. Take it
I'm
back.
just joking.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
Put that back too.
Sorry.
You can
Cult
call
of
it.
shit is good.
I like that. I like them both. You folks are the change that has been hoped for. Bravery in the face of a giant monster. Don't ever give up. I think
Thank
it's well
you.
said.
Not the plan.
Yep.
Not the
No,
plan.
not
and
happening.
second gens, if you want to reach out at any point in time, you're watching this, you get stronger, reach out to Christy, reach out to any of the SPTV people. You know, if you don't, if for fear of what you're losing, it's okay. We can do this on as down low as you need, or
We've
as
all
up high
been
as
there.
you need. We've
all been
been
there.
on that roller coaster. So, you know what, just reach out, let us know, friend, family, uncle, brother, sister, I don't care. And we will do everything we can to know that person's name and let you know what's going on.
Absolutely. Love that.
Awesome. Well, thank you
very
so
much,
much.
ladies.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'd like you to stay a little while longer, Liz, if you have to go. I don't want
Okay.
to.
No, I'll stay.
I'd like to ask you for Vanessa to ask you to wait to say hello to Charlie. Charlie's going to join us soon. But ladies, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you
with
so
us.
much.
Thank you
It's
so
Great
much.
to meet you.
Thank
and
you,
we'll
Christy. Thank you, ladies. Miriam, Victoria, thank you so very much.
Thank
It's
you.
We'll
been
be
a pleasure
watching
meeting
and
you.
listening and rooting for you. And thank you so much for coming on today.
Thank
and
you so
supporting
much.
our lovely Liz. We love.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. May we
More to
continue
come.
doing great things.
Bye.
Take care.
All right. Bye. I'm sorry if I took you out too soon, Christy. I was just trying to keep things going here. I'm sorry.
Who's Charlie?
You'll
We
see.
have Charlie. Are you ready?
Who's Charlie?
You're about to find out.
Okay.
Hi, Charlie.
I'm Charlie.
Hello. Welcome.
How are
Clearwater
you?
Chad says hi. Very special hi.
Oh, he's saying hi.
Hey, Chad. Hi,
Can't
Mary,
talk, Chad?
Juliana, Liz.
Hi, Jeffrey.
Hi, Charlie.
Hello. Liz is one of my angels, and
right.
it's themed after Charlie and the Angels, the TV show.
Oh, got it.
okay.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like a
wondering
little,
was-
it's a little inside thing, you know.
I love it.
So those of us
I'm
that,
not
wanna-
inside anymore.
yeah. So today I just want to say I've been in the movement a lot, 20 years probably. Old guard. This is historical. What's happening today is a big deal. It was so touching to me to see Lara FM and Amy Scobie talking.
Yes.
And Karen talking to Amy, because for so long, Scientology's Office of Special Affairs has not wanted second gens to talk to the people who went in, or to never ends, or to me, like I was a little bit in. Yeah. Hi. Hey, Vanessa. So this,
No, that was the other one.
I was telling Vanessa, this is historical.
That's scary.
This is amazing.
Scary.
We should, it's just amazing to hear all sides get together and talk.
Yeah.
It really is.
I agree.
It really is. I'm
Absolutely.
honored to be a part of it, and it took a lot to put together. So, Liz, we're talking about your father, Bob, and what went on. And I wanted to tell about the behind the scenes. What really went on.
Okay.
When it was the day. I'm looking at my notes. So, June 10, 2023. Now, you go out to base. It wasn't that simple. There was a lot of pre-planning that went on, Liz. And, basically where Liz went out with Vanessa was there, and Liz's spouse. We went out there and me. So as a private investigator, I have a lot of things in mind to go out there. You just don't drive out there. So this is what I want the public to know. Scientology's goal base, which also has the int base, and please, any of you jump in anytime you want if you want to fill in a fact, right? You can't just drive. You just can't drive up to the base. The main entrance is a killing zone, and by that I mean it's so heavily planted. There's no public walkway. There should be a sidewalk, or at least dirt to walk on, the side of a road, but they planted it right down to the road. Traffic's about 70 miles an hour, so you basically have a killing zone they've created at the driveway. You have to basically stay right close to traffic moving 70 miles an hour, or you're on their private property. And they've planted it with desert plants, succulents, and cacti. There's a bus stop there, but they've obstructed that. And the bus doesn't really stop there. It's not a real bus stop as far as I'm concerned. So my first concern in going out there to see if Bob Ferris was dead or alive, because this is a missing persons case, was the safety, life safety of my clients. They're more than that to me, obviously, my dear friends. Their life and safety as well as mine, because I want to get home too, right, in one piece. So I talked to behind the scenes before I went. You plan this, and what I did is I talked to Jackson. Gary Moorhead, who was the former head of security, who's been on earlier. Shout out to you, Jackson. Jackson and I spent an hour on Skype going over Google Earth and Google Maps. And Jackson acquainted me with the layout of the base, the best approaches, the dangers of the base. We also found, coincidentally, what might be a new SP hole at the base. That's a story for another time.
Yes, that does sound like a story for another time.
Oh,
my God.
We found plenty of stuff. Jackson is a gold mine. Whenever as a private investigator, when I can talk to a security expert to get filled in for a visit, that's part of the pre-planning. And so, so we went through, and I used Google Earth where you can map, and the driveway where you enter, where the guard base is, it's only 60 feet across. And so on one side where you enter, you come off a high-speed highway and come in, which renders that unsafe. You got to get up on the ground away from that. The other side, the bus stop is unsafe. So what I decided to do, how I laid it out to be safe, because I was thinking in terms of safety. But I also had two things in mind that I want to make clear to our listeners and to Scientology and its Office of Special Affairs and the Gold Base. We did not go out there with protest signs because this was not a protest. Okay? Was not a protest. Between, Karen and I know at least 20 media people. We could have brought a camera crew with us, but this was not a media event. This was a very limited event to see if a daughter could meet with her father, who she had thought was dead for the last 19 years.
Yeah.
And Liz, I told Liz later on that I wasn't crying. I just had got something in my eye. But Liz told me that she didn't want to be the daughter who abandoned her father, that if there was any possible hope that her father, Bob Ferris, was still alive, she wanted to meet him. And that is so touching for any parent. I'm a parent, and that she didn't want to give up on her dad when he'd given up on her. And I mean, that meant a lot. So the way this went down, they Vanessa and Liz, they came down, and we met for safety at the San Jacinto police substation. And so we went there, and the best plan I arrived at was to take Uber out to the base. And the reason I did this is it's the simple, quickest, safest way, because there's no parking. If you go on Google Maps, Google Earth, you'd have to park well over a mile away. And if you remember during the anonymous period where people were protesting out there, Anon Orange, one of the protesters, they had parked out on the other side of the base, and Danny Dunnigan, one of the security guards for Scientology, tackled Anon Orange, wrestled in the ground, and placed him under citizen's arrest for trespassing. So they make it so you have to park far away, and they know you're coming, and they make the way to go impassable, or they could subject you to citizen's arrest. So basically, why the County of Riverside allows them to create a dangerous situation for pedestrians, why there's an unworkable bus stop, those are different questions. So Uber, we park at the police station for our safety. I told an officer, even though the substation was closed that day, a patrol sergeant was pulling out, and I told him who I was. I'm a private investigator. I gave my card. So we were going out to Scientology's Gold Base to try to look for a missing person. So I let the police know ahead of time. In some cases, as a PS, it's advisable to let the police know what you're doing. So I informed the authorities. We parked at San Jacinto for a reason, at their police station for a reason. We go out at Uber, and we bring water. I have with me a first aid kit, a camera, both a still camera and a video camera. My cell phone, I have a 3-hour battery backup, and plenty of water, because this is not an accommodating place. So that's a lot of pre-planning. And in my mind, I know the facility. I know where we're going to stand. And I kind of, in my mind, have worked out all logistics to keep us safe from getting hit and killed by cars or seriously injured, right?
Yeah.
So we pull up, and the booth, the guard booth at the base, the first thing I noticed when we get out of the Uber, and the Uber driver, drops us off, does a U-turn, turns left, and then drops us off, and he leaves. The first thing I noticed, the guard booth has like 2-inch thick bulletproof tinted glass. You can't see into it. So that's their control
you barely
factor.
see a shadow.
Barely see. And Liz goes up to the booth and says, she identifies herself as Liz Ferris, and she wants to see her father, Bob Ferris. And I remember, Liz, I heard them say, let's change subjects. Do you remember what they said exactly? That's what I heard.
I could barely through the guard booth with the people. I would ask what, like, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, it was very muddled. I thought they said, let's change subjects or something. So we identified ourselves and then stood on the public side of things, of land, which is just a narrow spit of land. Is not much at all. They don't do anything for 45 minutes. There's no response. They do nothing. We're there in the hot sun and they do nothing. That is, we don't get any response from goal-based officials. And they know we're there.
Correct.
So after waiting in the hot sun, I called the Riverside County Sheriff's Department and I requested an adult welfare check. I identified myself as a private investigator. We're missing persons and I want an adult welfare check. So nothing happens for about an hour. Then they call us. I can't hear it. So noisy with cars. I can't hear my phone ringing, and they get a hold of you, Liz.
Yep. They call
And
my
you put
phone.
On your phone, they call you. And so what happens next is just mind blowing. So we talked to a corporal or an officer, and he said that he made telephone contact, but he said he had to get permission, that your father, Bob, had to get permission from a church attorney to talk to you. And that's, Scientology says it's all about communication, the ability to communicate with anybody about anything. Except if you're in the Sea Org, you can't talk to anyone about anything without permission of a church attorney.
Yep.
Yes, you heard that correctly. You can't talk to your daughter without permission of a church attorney? That to me was like, you have got to be joking. This is Bob, they had to call an attorney. They didn't know what to do. There's no one in charge at the base who could make that decision. So they call the church attorney. And then the next event's pretty shocking, where the officer tells us that, among other things, he's not ready to talk to her, and that Bob Ferris is still dealing with the fact that he had a daughter he didn't know about. Now, that was just evil. That was malicious. That, in my opinion, was intentional infliction of emotional distress. It hit Liz. My heart just broke. Her own father said, despite all the photographic evidence and all the other evidence that he knows he has a daughter, Liz, right? They did that just to be sadistic, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Just pure sadism.
Just to be hateful.
And that's fair game in its essence. It's sadistic hatred. It's disinformation. It's libel. It's slander, invalidation, and every evil thing. And that hit Liz hard. But then the police officer gives us contradictory facts, as they say, right? He said that he tried to write her. And then he said he doesn't want to go to get a TRO against his daughter, a temporary restraining order. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking as a PI. This is contrary. First of all, he's saying he didn't know he had a daughter when we have photographic evidence and other evidence that he did have a daughter. So does that mean he has dementia and Alzheimer's and doesn't remember his daughter? Or is he not being truthful? If it's the earlier case that he has dementia or Alzheimer's, then he needs medical care.
Yeah.
If he's not being truthful, then who has induced him to not be truthful or to actually lie? So
lie to a police officer.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great point, Liz. So one of the reasons I'm there, I have some professional detachment from this. You know, and Liz is so blessed to have Vanessa there as her emotional support person. And this has to be a team thing because we want to take care of Liz. We want to protect her.
Yeah.
And I'm noting that, and I'm making mental notes that I turned into a report later. So when Bob says he doesn't remember having a daughter, I don't think he's being truthful, but I don't know. He could have Alzheimer's or early onset dementia. I don't know.
Yeah, because as you and I talked about it, his father died of brain cancer and his mother was dying of MS.
Yeah, so there's a family history. Also, I want to note that the police did not go out to the base and physically make contact. They did it over the telephone. And
So it
I
might
think
not have been him?
Pardon me?
You're not positive it was him that they talked to, right?
No, because no, I'm not. You raise a good point, Marilyn. an officer talked to a person who said he was Bob Ferris, okay? But because there's not an officer making physical contact, and on a missing persons case, the first thing you want to determine, one, is are they alive or are they dead? That's the first thing you want to determine. Secondarily, you actually want to determine, is this really the person to whom I'm speaking? That's why, to just pivot for a minute, when the police met with Shelley Miscavige at the coffee shop along the 210 freeway, the church brought Shelley Miscavige in person, and she would have showed ID to satisfy the LAPD that that was in fact her, that she was Shelley Miscavige. This is why Riverside County Sheriff's Department, I don't trust them. I respect law enforcement, okay? But when it comes to Los Angeles Police Department, Church of Scientology, I don't trust LAPD. Other matters, yes. When it comes to Riverside County Sheriffs and Scientology, I don't trust them. Other matters, yes. So we can agree, right, on that. And no one has to agree with me, but that's just how I split it out. The fact that they only made telephone contact, Marilyn, and you raise a good point, they didn't actually see him. The requirements of adult welfare check are to actually put your eyes on them, okay? So that's why a report was made by a mandated reporter, and that's why they physically had to make a visit later on to the base. So look at how simple it could have been. This is we determined that an individual who's Bob Ferris, that the police haven't physically verified, is not dead. Mm-hmm. We're just asking for a humane gesture that Liz get to see and talk to her father, even if it's just for a few minutes. And they won't even do that. And people would say they don't have any humanity. And I say, yeah, because they don't. This is something that's mind-blowing. Scientology does not consider themselves to be humans. L. Ron Hubbard said that Scientologists were a master race called Homo Scientologicus or Homo Novus. And they call us human beings Homo saps, meaning idiots, humanoids, right? All the attacks on us is for having human emotion and reaction. So there's no humanity. And if you expect any out of the Church of Scientology, you're not going to see it. In fact, what they want to do, beginning with the TRs, is rip the humanity out of you, rip it right out of you. So when Bob Ferris invalidated his daughter, Liz, oh, that just ripped my heart out. How could you do that to your own flesh and blood, to your own daughter? If Bob knew how much his daughter loved her and how much went on to just get her there to see if she could say, I love you, if he knew, he would be moved to tears. But those, the fact that a lawyer intervenes, I see this as pure fear on their part, weakness. They're scared. They're scared because we showed up and Liz wanted a relationship with her father. They can't tolerate the fact that a family might be reunited, because their game is takeaway. If you don't obey us, we'll take away your family. We'll take away your loved ones. We'll take away your job, your career, your reputation. It's all takeaway and destruction. And I wish we had Amy on. I'd like to talk to Amy about some people in the Judeo-Christian faith traditions would call this satanic, and it is. It's in you would call it an opus cognaturum, a work contrary to nature. So the police officer to whom we were speaking said that we needed to leave so there wasn't a trespass situation. So this didn't get into a trespass situation. Hmm. And I said, yes, sir, thank you. We're leaving. Our Ubers, we'll be out of here as soon as our Ubers comes out to get us, right? Well, Scientology creates a trespass situation. In fact, they create, like I said, a killing zone.
Yeah.
So once I determined, and I was running the operation, and I'm responsible for it, and I'm responsible for the life and safety of the people I'm with, as well as my own, I called an end to the operation to try to get Liz to meet her father, and called Uber, and we got out of there. I told the deputy we were going to be in compliance with the law, but we were on public land nevertheless. And I was very mindful of that. And that's where I appreciated Jackson's help on where the boundaries are. So Uber came, got us out, then we went to a restaurant and ate. Now, a couple of things I want to tell you, Liz and Vanessa, about the operation. I had 3 attorneys on standby nearby, friends of mine who practiced down there. In case anything went south, I had 3 attorneys ready, standing by. I also had a prominent media person and a camera crew standing by, just in case anything went south. So I had some assets backed up, ready and waiting. Because this is not my first rodeo with Scientology.
Yeah, it won't be your last.
And it will not be my last. And OSA, it won't be their last rodeo either. So it was a pretty intense day. And this all fell on Liz. Because this is new to her. Imagine being told your father's dead, then 19 years later, oh, no, he's not dead. We lied to you. And you just want to see if he's dead or alive and what shape he's in.
Still can't see him. Yeah.
You know, it's what are these bastards doing? This is all Aaron Hubbard's creation.
Mm-hmm.
And so we were there a little bit over 2 hours. And we forced this issue. We forced the Riverside County Sheriff's Department to go out and make actually a physical visit.
Yes, we did.
And yeah, we did. So we know that Bob Ferris is alive. We know that he's not free to communicate with his daughter.
No.
Either they're not letting him. We don't know if he has freedom of choice in the matter at all. So it was a very intense day. It was very intense, but it was also very well planned. And that's why Vanessa and your spouse were there for the emotional support. You know,
yeah.
We were all there. Yeah. We were all there for you, and it was important to take care of you, Liz. Because I couldn't imagine just the feeling when we look. Karen was on earlier. My wife Karen was on earlier. My lovely wife. And nothing will bring back Alexander. Okay, we know that. And
I'm sorry for your loss, and I'm sorry for hers.
Well thank you, but thank you, but nothing will bring him back. But we can try to bring down the wicked, tyrannical system.
Yes,
we can try to. And the IRS does need to revoke their 501c3. Nothing will bring back Alexander, but we can keep fighting the system that created, that was responsible for his death. Yes. And if he had been 17 and not 27, his in-laws would have been charged with negligent homicide along with the church. And they know it. Vicky Poporescu knows it. Now, another thing, I was at the Masterson hearing when Danny Masterson was pronounced guilty on 2 counts of rape. And we'll put him away for 30 years to life. And I did a video on it, just sharing what happened, and it got like 150,000 plus views. And I didn't do it for views, it just got views. But to see after 20 years, Liz, Marilyn, Juliana, Chad, everyone is watching. It took the Jane Does over 20 years, and 2 of them got justice. Mm. And to see Danny Masterson put in handcuffs by a female deputy and led away.
Yes.
That was vindication for everything that son of a bitch Danny Masterson did to those women.
Yeah.
Yep.
It should have been all 3, but that's the way the jury system works. And I reported on it.
Yes.
Oh, the church was pissed that I made that video about what I saw. And you know what really just fried me, Marilyn? When Danny Masterson was pronounced guilty, when he first heard that guilty verdict, the rage on his face, the blind rage, you could see his sense of entitlement, like, how dare you convict me? Don't you know who I am? And then the second count, guilty as charged, comes down. you could see his sense of entitlement as a Scientologist, that he should have been protected. This all happens really quickly. It takes 21 years. There's a saying that the wheels of justice turn very slow, but grind exceedingly fine. And that's what had happened to him. The third count hung. And it happens in less than maybe 3 minutes. He's in handcuffs, and he's out the door. I mean, so just keep that in mind. Is a game that takes a long time.
Yep.
And that's not even the right word. I take that back. This is we're seeking justice for the victims of Scientology. And the most hellish thing is to grow up a second gen. Just growing up into that system. It's everything it's almost perfectly designed to destroy a child.
Yeah.
From the very beginning. It's just an insane system. But when Danny Masterson was led away, he was the worst of the worst, when it came to second gen and that some of the people he was with. And I know, and I'm not going to talk other than to say some of the people who I thought were going to be called to testify are probably breathing a sigh of relief. But Danny Masterson is going to be put away where he belongs, So things have to be set straight, and there will be a reversal in the order of things. So I'm glad we're doing this, where we can talk across the generations.
Yep.
And share stories.
Definitely.
Because Scientology is the common enemy.
Yeah.
So
we all have one enemy.
Yeah. Yeah. And I don't mind, I consider them to be an enemy. They have proven themselves, the things that they put Karen and I through, you guys through, and this current operation going on that's failing badly. Oh, wait till you see how this ends. It's not going to end well for a certain individual legally, in legal terms. It's not going, I don't think it ends well in legal terms.
God,
So
I hope you're right. Because I'm so sick of that. I'm so sick of that dude.
Yeah, well, I'll just hold back now, okay? There's a file on him, that's all I'll say. Stupid motherfucker. Anyway, sorry I said that.
It's okay.
You're good.
Yeah,
we're keeping quiet too long, and we're gonna keep quiet too.
Well, things are well in hand on that individual. That's all I will say. So
good.
Yeah.
Good.
One step closer.
So you have questions for me? But I just want to give you I was there. I ran it. So
this was an excellent rundown.
Pardon?
I just want to read this this comment from the lovely Vanessa, I think, right? Degraded Daughters of Dianetics are protectors forever. We love you both. Thank you, Charlie and Jackson. Angel V. So actions speak louder than words. Hashtag. Definitely.
Yeah. And we do have to work together. I know we have differences of opinion because we're all individuals. We're not trapped in a cult mind thing, so we can honestly disagree.
Thanks, Zeno.
Yep.
Oh, man. One thing I want to point out is because we all think differently, there's going to be disagreements. But because we're all fundamentally strong people, or we wouldn't be speaking out, sometimes our disagreements will be intense, But, you talk it out. There's such things as you can forgive someone for being stupid or making a mistake. And, it's like you work out your differences. It's not like if Juliana says something or looked at me wrong, I don't have to write a knowledge report on her. It's like, Liz, here's my KR and Juliana. And then Denver Stevo said this about LRH.
I did.
And then
that's the things that shouldn't be.
He said a lot of things.
That's the things that shouldn't be right there.
And look at Clearwater Chad. He has face crimes. He's acting also innocent. But look at
he's acting squirrely.
And this BT stuck to him. That BT stuck to Chad.
The mini Chad.
He's falling into Chad's valence. Or maybe Clearwater Chad's holding that's his body in pawn. Chad, what are your crimes? Spit them out. Are you a whole track implanter?
The one's right there.
Yeah. So, Yeah, right there. I saw it at the meter. So Liz, I think you're so courageous. You're so courageous because of what you've been willing to fight for. Fight for your right to see your own blood father.
Yes.
You know, and
Fight
I
for all of
really,
them.
and you know what? There was a book back in, I don't know, I'm old, but there was a book, I don't know, the 70s or 80s. It was
I thought
called,
you were going to talk about the Bible after you said you were old. I was like, we called it the Bible. Or
well, you know,
Odysseus.
if you go back there, I remember I was talking to the Apostle Paul saying, you know, I don't know about 2 Corinthians. Like I suggested him some changes and he told me no. No, but seriously, there was a book in the 70s called Feel the Fear and Do It Anyway. And I was a young guy coming out of a church, a faith community experience myself, the Pentecostals. And I was so afraid. I was so afraid, you know, when you leave a faith community or a cult, and mine faith tradition was kind of culty. I was so afraid, but this book, Feel the Fear and Do It Anyway, it was such at that moment in my life, you feel the fear, but you're going to do it anyway. And that's a great message because that's what I see Liz doing. She feels the fear, the pain in her heart from not seeing her father, but she's doing it anyway. Like Liz really manned up. She went out to the fucking base.
Yes.
Yep. Go big or go home.
Yeah, no kidding, Liz. I was so proud of you. I was so proud of all of you. It's like, yeah, go big or go home. We're going out to the base. And we did it legally. We stay within and that's an important thing. Always stay within the bounds of the law. Don't ever do anything stupid. Don't ever write down anything. You know, it's always better to write something down and sleep on it. Don't post stupid stuff on the internet, you know. Go about this logically and intelligently. That's why I started my blog, The Scientology Money Project. And that's now going into its 10th year.
Amazing.
Wow.
Well,
that's a long time.
Well, yeah, but you look at it. You build the temple of your life brick by brick, a little bit every day, right? So I started with one post. Degraded Daughters of Babylon started with one video. And now you guys are running the show with a Chad-a-thon that it's never been done before. Like I want more of these.
Chad-a-thon has, but not like this.
Yeah,
No,
not like this.
No, well, no, not like this. I'm just
Yeah,
saying it's
no,
like
this is
all day,
fantastic.
all day long, where you can trade stories. Like when Lara was talking about how she was little blonde Lara, and you know, Amy was in a German. That was so endearing.
She's like, wait, those are your parents. You're her. Her name was Megan, right?
Yeah, and that's what happens when people connect up. So I started my blog with one stupid post, and then I keep adding and adding. Then I got into like investigating more and more because I came out of a corporate background where I'm a good researcher and investigator, and I'm good at money. And then I started like taking territory people didn't want, like because a lot of people did not want to. I mean, there's always been gatekeepers, right? Become franchises, things like that. I had a lot of financial stories and people didn't want them. Like I would go to media and they didn't want my stories on Scientology and money because it wasn't like Tom Cruise stories. So I thought, well, good, then I'll just stake out this niche is my specialty and whoever wants to read it can read it. And it's become very influential. And it's read by, like I've said, law enforcement, lawyers, you know, private equity firms. It's because it has its own audience. So the nice thing in creating and having your power and your voice, even if you don't have 1 million people audience, I have a pretty big audience in my blog. About 20,000 people read it. Not that many people subscribe, but a good story, my biggest one would be like once I did a story, like I had 150,000 people read it and it blew me away. So the thing is, your natural audience will find you and you find out what you want to talk about with Scientology and your experience, and you do it. So that's why when the Degraded Daughters of Babylon came out, I thought, what an amazing thing to do. What a brilliant concept. And Liz, like, how did you guys, like the title, how does the title come about?
Which title?
Degraded Daughters of Babylon. It's such a unique title.
Of Dianetics.
Oh, I think you mean
I'm sorry.
Degraded Daughters of Dianetics.
Yeah, I meant what did I say?
Babylon.
Oh, I was thinking of Jack Parsons. I have a note over here on the Babylon working. Sorry.
He'll do that to you.
Well, no, I've got
We'll have to ask V.
Well, somebody, just to digress before you answer the question, I wrote a thing about L. Ron Hubbard and black magic, or what's called Goetia. And so I'm getting notes back on the Babylon working and L. Ron Hubbard and black magic. And I want to do a show on it. I want to do a show on some real stuff I have that's not known, because I have some sources people don't have. Okay, so go back. Degraded Daughters of Dianetics is such a cool name. It's like D3. How does the name selection go?
I think V would be the only one that
Yeah.
could describe it.
Well,
I know it
she's
has
gonna-
a lot to
Elysia.
do with daughters, degraded daughters, because that's what we are. And then,
Well,
there's so many people that are just,
I think
she would
from
be
what
the
I
best
heard,
one to answer that.
that's
Yeah.
that's Vanessa and Elysia.
Well,
And
okay, well,
and then
when,
what I heard them say, I'm sorry, is to reclaim like the terms, like to reclaim the degraded beings. Yeah, we are the degraded beings,
well, yeah, and it's good. Humor is important. I thought it was a cool name. The my Otate is great humor blog. Not everyone gets it, but I did that because if you don't laugh, you'll cry. So it's important. Something that's so nice when people leave Scientology, they reclaim their sense of humor. And there's some things you can laugh at. And the church just hates that. They hate the internet, they hate humor, they hate pretty much everything, even themselves.
Yeah, pretty much.
I think
And it's all about finding their button.
Yeah. Well, Liz, how are you doing since we visited the base?
Fairly well, still have a plan to do what we need to do. That's what this is. We're going to keep doing it. We're basically rinse, recycle, repeat. We're going to keep going back there, keep asking to see them, getting our police reports, and just keep on keeping on. It's all about repetition. Like one of these times they're going to break cover and they're going to do something, and I'm going to be there.
Yeah.
And they're going to let me see my dad.
It's so unfair that Riverside County Sheriff's Office you have to come all the way down to pick up the report yourself. It's
But I
almost
believe
like
so. I haven't heard much of anything else other than that.
Well, I mean, it's not a good reflection on Riverside County Sheriff's Office that they can't do you the courtesy of emailing you the report. It raises suspicions that are fair. Like why can't you get a report through email? Why do you have to show up in person? That would be my question.
Yeah, I tried submitting it to an email address. It was like some form you had to fill out, but my phone did not like the form. So then I tried via my iPad. My iPad didn't like the form either. So going down there is the only option.
Wow.
Well, that's, because I would go out there and get it, but if they told
But
you
they
only
say
you
I
can
have
get
to
it.
get it.
Yeah, see, sometimes only family members can do certain things because only you have standing as a family member. But I'm really proud of you for doing that much work for your dad. And like I'll reiterate, if you knew how much you loved him, that would bring him to tears. And but I thought it was interesting what Amy Scobie said about your father's character. He's very reliable in what he did, and he didn't get transferred. So, that same character is in you, that you're reliable. And so you're the daughter of Bob Ferris, which means you're not going to give up. You're going to stay on the job until it's done.
Yep.
And David Miscavige he knew, I bet he knew within 10 minutes when we showed up, Liz, unannounced.
Probably.
Because we weren't invited.
I'm pretty sure he was handle that flap.
Well,
this is ridiculous. And
they hit, probably what happened. We pull up in an Uber, like we pour out of this Uber, right? We just out of the Uber on their doorstep. They don't know we're coming, right? And they probably hit the COB panic button. And COB
is it like the bat signal, but instead of the bat signal, it's like short man signal. So
Yeah.
they like shine it on the ground instead of the sky.
There's this little tiny
that's
thing.
funny.
It's like no bigger than a tube of chapstick. They hit the COB panic button, and then wherever he was hiding from service of subpoena, someone came in and like took him out of the bunker, that's 5 stories underground under flag, where it's like you have to unlock 5 secret levels to get to him. So, sir, there's SPs at Gold Base. What do we do? Well, and then he said, well, you'd better call the lawyer.
Yep.
And it was like, you have to, but I could imagine, see, they don't take surprises well. They're not like prepared, right? But you know what's so weird, to change gears, but this is related to how scared they are. Remember the Black Lives Matter riots here in LA, the protests?
Uh-huh.
Scientology boarded up with plywood, and I have it on my blog. I have all the photos. They boarded up all their orgs with plywood, all the windows, all the doors.
Yeah.
And then here's what's mind-blowing. Here's why Scientology TV is a $100 million waste of money. They boarded up all their orgs to protect mast and not, you know what I mean, to protect their property. And they had 20,000 people in the Black Lives Matter march right in front of the Scientology Test Center. They could have been out there with their volunteer ministers handing out the Way to Happiness, Test Center, OCA. They had 20,000 people on their doorstep on Hollywood Boulevard, not a mile from where Karen and I live. And they were boarded up. They couldn't, reach society.
No, they couldn't chance glass breaking a window. Oh, heavens to Betsy, what if it breaks a book or someone reads it and lets someone know that it's from another author?
I know. And it was sort of like there were 20,000 people on their doorstep and they couldn't disseminate. So it kind of puts a lie to the eye. Oh, look, it's Vanessa.
I'm going to trade places with Vanessa real quick. I'll be back.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Very good. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Is today going like better than we ever could have imagined?
Yes, it is.
It's amazing.
Today is amazing the amount of people that came out to love my dad. Love me and my dad.
Yeah, and thank you guys to the Never Ends for hosting this. Y'all know I've been watching behind the scenes and playing scheduler all day long and making sure everybody doesn't have problems getting on the stream so that Liz can have no issues talking with her dad and getting all the support she needs. And I'm just blown away that I asked this favor and Liz asked a few people and Elysia asked some people, and then it was just people who knew Bob and or worked at Gold and escaped who were actually asked to attend just on such short notice. We had so many people confirm. We had to not make cuts, but almost like just really out of the consideration of everybody who's so awesome, give you guys enough time to talk because it's so important. So we're always happy to do another one when and after there's more, because this is just, where we're at now and getting Liz back to Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and we're doing a revolution. Like Viva la Revolution.
Oh yeah.
The revolution will be televised on YouTube. On SPTV. You guys. Oh, wait. This is my own. This is my own.
That's great.
But I had to make it special for today. I have my goldenrod dress on, but I had to make it kind of me. It's so dorky the other way. I'm sorry, but when you're like handing out water bottles in a disaster zone, trying to recruit people who are going through current trauma to a cult, you get to wear it on lives like this,
Yep.
Yeah.
Rock it on Sea Org Day, or what used to be Sea Org Day.
Yeah, I'm sorry your house was destroyed by a hurricane. Here's a copy
Here's
of The
some
Way
water.
to Happiness and a bottle of water that we stole from the National Guard.
Wow.
I hope
the
you feel
fund
better.
is at 4,600, you guys.
Isn't that great?
Nice.
Holy moly.
That's
You've been
great
going
work.
for all day. We've all been going glued to the YouTube, to be honest. This is the
Yeah.
most
Right?
interesting day I've had in a long time. It's beautiful. It's unexpected. It's like I didn't even know if the scheduling was going to work out. And all of your friends came through. All my friends came through. Jeffrey's friends came through. And it has just turned into the most lovely day.
It's amazing. It's an SP house party all day where you just
Right?
drop by. I mean, it
Mhm.
is like an SP house party.
We hope so.
It is a lot of fun.
I mean, nothing this big has happened since Anonymous. I mean, really, this is like Vanessa. What you did online is the equivalent. You know, it's like to do something like this and have this many different people from this many different generations telling their stories, showing support for Liz. Yeah, this is a big deal. And you were behind the scenes.
Here.
Oh, I wouldn't miss it. And you were behind the scenes like air traffic control, bringing in all the SPs into land and take off at
Everybody's
the right
been
time.
watching me on the messenger, calling like, "Hey, how do I stream? How do I do this?" And it's really
Yeah.
cool. We've been moving all the SPs around, and you know something I've noticed about one of my friends who's under the radar, I won't even mention, but they're in the service now. Sometimes Scientologists who were raised in the org end up in the service. But he totally is like, watching all this. So many people are watching this, and he is pointing out that all my childhood photos, I'm grimacing. So he would always be like, "Do you ever smile?" And like, I'm always like mad dogging,
You mean like this?
Yeah, always. There's not a smile. And what I've noticed is since we've started all using our voices,
We're
sorry,
smiling.
I'm a little glitchy, but
Yeah.
I hope this sounds okay. Since we've started using our voices, we're all smiling so much, and I'm catching pictures with teeth, and it's really like exciting. This is a whole new era, and it's 2023, and we're here to get Bob Ferris a day off.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Or the next,
Yeah, to meet with his-
billion.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I hate to cut this short, guys. I'm going to run real quick, go stretch my legs before they fall off. I will be back, everybody. Charlie, waiting for the next time that we meet. And B, I'll talk
Likewise.
to you soon.
Likewise.
Okay, Liz. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
So I was listening on the story, and you guys were going over the details of that day, huh?
Yeah, it was a pretty intense day, Vanessa.
It was. It was
was
so
very intense.
something I knew we needed to record. So we do have the cell phone footage coming up. So even that moment that you were talking about, what did he say? I recorded it, and I listened to it so many times. What that guard said, I still really couldn't figure it out. I think you had a good guess. But they were really not talking to us.
No.
We tried to even bring help with us that day.
Yeah.
And it turned into being listed as a trespassing call. So I don't know how that,
Well, that would be interesting if they wanted to proceed with that. If they listed as a trespassing, it was because they created basically a kill zone. So that's an ongoing thing, a matter of reporting a public safety issue.
And you were going to
So-
report that, right? Like,
We'll talk about it off screen. I can't.
I mean, honestly, it's just like
can't.
you literally had to push us out of traffic. And that's
Yeah.
like because we saw it personally, that
Yeah.
there was nowhere to stand.
Well, I won't confirm or deny anything at this point. Okay. Thank you. It's like the Air Force with UFOs. I don't confirm or deny anything.
I mean,
Anything.
somebody
Although they're
should.
confirming
Maybe
things
Jeff
these days.
doesn't. Maybe Jeff doesn't need to do it, but somebody
Yeah.
should. I don't know why we're the ones like
Yeah.
just out there. It kind of doesn't make sense. But anybody who's seen it could report it, I'm sure.
Yeah. So, Vanessa, just one question. When I was talking to Liz, I asked how you came up with the name Degraded Daughters of Dianetics, because it's such a cool name.
Thank you so much for asking. My whole thing is that joking and degrading is like super fun. It always has been. And so getting in trouble for being a joker and degrader was like not real to me, but it means something different in Scientology. It means that when you're degraded, there's no helping you. So if you're labeled a psych case, if you've ever seen a psychiatric caregiver or taken a psychotropic medication or been in a care facility, like a mental health care facility, you are kind of labeled a DB who cannot get auditing, a degraded being. So in philosophy, I just don't believe that any being that is sentient can feel, could be degraded. I just believe in recovery. And I think that the way that people recover is truly believing that about them, not that they're degraded and there's no help for them. They don't have an answer for the mentally ill. I work at a psychiatric care facility as a peer support specialist, which is why I volunteered to go with Liz that day. I felt prepared and I felt I deal with trauma every day. How could I be more qualified than to go stand by Liz's side because she thinks they're literally going to kidnap her. And I knew you weren't going to let that happen.
Yeah.
But, so the channel is kind of a repurpose on words that used to be an insult. And then we found out that essentially the real world, I don't know what you want to call it. I'm trying to not say the slur.
The real world, yeah.
The real world.
Or the non-Scientology world.
Yeah, because we're conditioned to call it something else. But I'm very conscious of my words. I don't want to keep using those words because it keeps those thought patterns alive for me. And I'm just like, let's just use real words from now on. But so in the real world, usually it's like somebody degrades you. Like Danny Masterson degraded those women by not respecting them, having sex with them, beating them, threatening them with violence, raping them, right? But it's not something you are as in the real world. But in Scientology, you are degraded. So both Elysia and I had lost our dads, as well as her mom passed away from cancer too young. And my mom is still around, but neither of my parents have spoken to me for over about 6.5 years. My father longer. So I understood that Liz had to do everything that she could to go get her dad because I had to try everything I could. And then I had to accept that the prison of the mind is sometimes stronger than your love for your very own child. So I didn't want Liz to expect the worst, but I did want to prepare her, and I wanted to stand by her side while she told Dad, we're here for you, because we do think he tried to escape. We're not expecting anything bad. We actually know, like, they did what's called the blow drill, right? So we believe that Bob is awake and Bob needs help. And since we've gone, maybe things have even gotten worse for Bob. We need help. And that's why we're here organizing this. You guys are freaking awesome. Our channel is an ode to the fact that no being is degraded, period. No matter their sexuality, race, religion, belief system, all of it.
That's so very well said.
Yeah. Thank you.
Beautiful. I've lost track of the schedule and who's doing what where. So
I have it right in front of me. Do you have any questions? I can.
No, my only
question.
my only question is, do you guys have time for a few questions?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. We've got our group has the wonderful members of chat have asked some questions here.
We totally have time for questions. We have also Mitch Brisker coming up. So when he gets here, we can bring him up. But Jeff and I wanted to talk a little bit too. So we could definitely take questions for at least 10 minutes.
You guys have totally just, I mean, I've been fanboying all day, right? Everybody that's been here, including the two of you, have just made me giddy. Mitch Brisker is like my current, my current dude crush, my current SP crush. So,
dude, he's the godfather of Dianetics. Like, what is even going on here? Like, my mom is a really intense Scientologist, and she's a great field staff member. She talks a lot of people into going to Scientology. I don't know what came over me today. I have her genes. I am like on the other portal of the outside world, and I'm just really loving what we're doing and using our strengths to help Liz and help everybody who's trapped in the prison of the mind.
Yeah.
Wonderful. So Apostate Alex is asking, Apostate Alex is asking, Jeffrey, what do you think is going on behind the scenes in OSA right now in response to, not right now in the moment, although that would be cool too, but in response to SBTV and what Liz and V are doing?
Hi. Well, first of all, hello, Apostate Alex. Well, what I think is going on is there's a lot of screaming that something must be done, heads must be put on pikes. How did this happen? So probably some people are going to go to RPF or whatever their new analog for it is, however they renamed it. And there's probably a lot of screaming about how certain people in Hollywood do certain things on Hollywood Boulevard and they're ineffective failures, and that there must be retaliation, revenge, and more fair game. But what they're doing right now is failing. It's like, oh, we got this. We know more than you think. We're ahead of you, OSA. So probably just screaming. And one indicator that I'll do is I stay up late at night. And tonight, my predict is this, OSA. I'm going to go by the HGB at 1 a.m. tonight. I'll drive by. And if the lights are on the 10th and 11th floor, then I know there's a shit storm going on. That's one barometer for local Hollywood people. You go by, if the lights are off at like 11, then not much is going on. If they're on at 2 or 3 in the morning, then they had mid-rats to eat, which is midnight rations. They had mid-rats to eat, and they're going to be up all night because COB, David Miscavige, is screaming from his hobbit hole in Clearwater about make something fucking happen to the SPs who are doing on YouTube. Because, like I said before, Scientology TV with their $100 million studio here on Sunset, it's a waste of money. They can't do anything, can they, Vanessa? $100 million. And they have to go to some moron on YouTube who won't even use his real name because he's too much of a coward. You know who I'm talking about. That guy won't even use his real name. In my world, our world, it's name, rank, and serial number. Shut the fuck up. So if you're not going to use no, let me talk to this clown on YouTube. Unless you use your real name, you're shit. You're nothing, boy. So name, rank, and serial number, or shut the fuck up. So Osa's boy, who's hiding behind a screen name. So that's my answer. They're incoherent and they're foaming at the mouth. And they're going to get down to some point, they'll chew on the carpets. But that'll get David Miscavige mad because he's a dramatizing interior decorator and he likes his carpets. So I hope that answers your question, Alex.
I think it does. Hey, SB, no. If there was a preferred way, it would be Venmo by a little bit, just because of the little fees that go into it. But both GoFundMe and Venmo are very donation friendly. So, and Vanessa just vanished. But so there's your answer there.
I wonder if she was raptured.
Oh
no, she wasn't.
She's
raptured.
back.
She was
There
not.
she is.
There we
She
go.
was not.
Shoo!
Jeffrey,
Hi, can you hear me okay though? Because
Very
my
well.
like,
Yeah.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
my headphones are
Right.
being so weird right now, but we're good.
No, you sound good. Jeffrey, Free Xenu Project, one of our very close friends of the SP community here. Can you coincide your next visit with the people doing the welfare check?
Well, they the Riverside County Department did do an adult welfare check, and they determined that he wants to be on the base, and he's not. Liz, correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe you should take this.
He wants to be on the base, and he's feeling harassed.
Okay.
Is what we had so far. But again, We don't know if it's the lawyers talking, if it's him. If it's him, he can say it to my face and we move on to the next person. It's
Yeah.
pretty simple.
Yeah, that's
I'm not going to force.
I think you should mention what happened with the address, though.
Oh, that my address and phone number was given to the police officer asked if he could give it to my dad. I was like, okay, yeah, sure. Give it to him so that he can call me. That way he can say it to me. And he wouldn't accept it. He just looked directly over at his handlers. And I do say handlers, and then told them to get the piece of paper. So willingly giving me my name and address and phone number to these people. Yay, let's do this. But it could have been done under duress. Like, you're not going to look at my name or my phone number. You don't have the power to do that.
Yeah, it sounds like duress, because unlike David Miscavige not touching a subpoena out of, deliberate misconduct and fear, your dad probably had duress, would be my guess. Because if he accepted the piece of paper,
I think he did it on purpose because he's awake. Honestly, if he had accepted it, he would have handed it to the people inside right when he walked in anyway. So him not taking it is his only form of protest that these people are controlling my life without risking his own safety on the inside right now. That was my take.
That's very insightful. Yeah.
That is.
Yeah.
So it's
fascinating. Yeah.
Okay. So Jeffrey Liz, hope you invite some such as Riverside County District Fire Superintendent, blah, blah, someone similar to political influence. Political influence sounds great and all, but here's the thing about political influence. They're going to do what's right for them so that they get elected, so they get put in a seat. They can pretend they have your back and then suddenly don't. I want people that, like you guys, will be here, will stand up and hold up the torch and will say this is wrong, not change their mind at the last second.
Yeah. I wanted to add something too. Down at Gold Base, there's a 9-hole golf course, and it's owned by the Church of Scientology. When they bought the property, the county required them to reopen the 9-hole golf course, and they allow local community groups to use it for free. So you can use that. It has a dining room and a golf course, and you can do charity fundraisers. So for them to safe point themselves out of Scientology, they use that 9-hole golf course to maximum effect.
You mean like if I wanted to get married on a 9-hole golf course? Like, wouldn't that just be fitting?
You know what? They couldn't discriminate. You know what? You're onto something here. That is so suppressively clever. You should ask to get married in that church, or I'm sorry, at the golf course.
Yeah.
I think you're onto something because it's open to the public. Now, when Scientology TV applied for their permit, they said they would be open to any other religious groups and community groups using their facilities. So maybe we should apply as a group, as a SPTV, as a community group here in Hollywood. We want to use Scientology TV facilities since you're opening to the public. And if I need to start a religion, I will. I think
we're going to call it the
whatever, but we could have the Church of something. But the thing is,
I got one.
Yeah,
the Church of Charlie.
That would be too. Thank you, but I would have to decline because I don't have that kind of need for.
So we have Mitch Brisker in the
Mr. Cool himself.
Yes,
right.
we
Mr.
bring
Cool
him
himself.
on in.
Well, I want to see.
And
Mr.
I'm back
Cool.
too.
Hello. Yeah. All right. So we'll
Very
have 8.
good, too. Wonderful.
All right.
There he
And then we
is.
can.
Hey.
Oh my God,
Hello,
Mitch
Brisker.
Hey.
Hi guys.
Oh.
Hi, Mitch.
Hey, can you hear me? Okay.
Mitch.
Oh yes.
Hey,
Okay.
Denver
Hey.
Steve.
Fanboy.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Hey, Mitch.
Hey, Mitch.
Hey, Jeffrey. When I
Yes,
was,
Mitch.
some people are the thing you just brought up about the Scientology opening the studio up, SMP to other religions. Well, the B'nai B'rith Society, the Jewish group, they used to use KCET for their, their big telethon.
Oh, okay.
And Miscavige promised to let them keep doing it for free, but he never did.
Really?
Yeah, like he offered it to them. I mean, maybe they turned him down. Maybe they said
They want to be around him.
we don't want to do it. But he tried to make good on that promise. So anyway.
Wow.
But your idea is a great one to try to use the golf course.
Well, let's get behind the scenes and meet on that, Mitch.
Yeah, we should definitely.
Yeah, and I've enjoyed your work since you came out.
Thanks.
You're like Mr. Cool.
Hey, you
We
guys,
should-
I want to give Mitch his time. So I'm going to pop
Yeah.
back and start getting into my organizing because guess what? We're on hour 8, you guys.
We
This is,
are.
like,
And-
we are.
wild.
Jeff-
We've got so many
Yeah, Denver,
moments.
Steve, I'm going to exit too.
Oh, Jeffrey, before you leave, really quick.
Stay on. There's more questions.
I got one
Please
last
let me
question for
finish
Jeffrey.
just really
okay, so
quickly
here,
so I
okay.
can hop off. I just don't want to
Sure.
talk over everybody because I have to get to organizing. So I just want to let you know we have 2 more awesome hours of incredible marathon. We only have about $500 left to our goal. Please get on the GoFundMe.
Yeah.
Please send Liz the Venmo. They do not take a fund from the Venmo. So far, people haven't super been using that option. It's a good one. They keep putting up the Venmo code. Thank you all so much for being here. I'm going to hop backstage. And if you need something, you just live on air. I'm watching. Thank you, Mitch, for hopping on last minute. You're so
No
awesome.
problem.
I can't wait.
Thank you.
Cannot wait to talk Dianetics with you.
Yes, please, anytime.
Thank you, Vanessa.
Bye,
I
you
just
guys.
want
You're awesome.
talk to you soon. I just want to say to everybody, as I'm looking at the GoFundMe right now at a goal, or not at a goal, at a raised $4,695. Yes, we are $305 away from our goal right now. We've got 2 hours to do it.
Woohoo.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, if we can do that and more, that's even more fantastic. We're on our way. So please, please feel free to hop in and volunteer there.
And I wanted to give a big shout out to all our moderators, but especially to our wonderful Terry Ray, who's been moderating 3 channels of all those 3 people on top of there. She's been moderating and doing a fantastic job fundraising
Amazing,
for the
Terry.
cause
I agree.
all
I
day.
agree,
Thank
Terry.
you
Thank you
so much, Terry.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
You're awesome,
you.
Terry.
I just wanted to get this question out there before we kind of do that full transition over. But Jeffrey, if you've got any insights, Apostate Alex was asking, are you able to give a brief rundown on what Scientology are doing with Kozrecki and the $100 million loan?
Well, I'm going to abbreviate this, Alex. We could do a podcast. Kozrecki is the Church of Scientology Religious What is it, Mitch? Church of Scientology Religious Education College.
Yeah, I don't remember the whole acronym.
It's Scientology for the Commonwealth countries. And Alex and I have reviewed this. He did a beautiful piece on his new blog, ScientologyBusiness.com. Basically, Scientology in the Commonwealth under Kozrecki is $100 million in debt, which means they can't exist in England, Australia, the other Commonwealth countries without substantial loans from IAS and other Scientology organizations. So there's just not enough members to sustain it, the UK or the continent. And Alex did a wonderful job. So I don't want to go deviate from Magnetic North on Liz. Alex, I hope you can respect that. We'll do a podcast on it, though, my man.
Appreciate that. Last one. Can you, from Peter Anderson, can you request the body camera footage from the officer that performed the welfare check?
Already have.
Have? Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
There it is.
Good update.
Guys,
Thank
we're
you.
asking that you guys don't super chat. We're not being ungrateful here. I thank you for the super chats. We had a couple like in the past few hours. I'd like to address those very quickly. But we're asking you guys, please, if you can, instead of super chatting, just donate to Liz. because that's the cause we're all here for, today. And YouTube takes 30% of their super chat, and it goes to the creator, and then it makes things a lot more complicated. Of course, the creator can donate that to Liz, but it's a whole thing. But just to address super chats here, we had one earlier that I just where did it go?
I think I unstarted because it was there for like 2.5 hours or something.
Yeah,
I just
but it was-
unstarted right like the second before you started talking. Sorry,
But
Because
thank
I
you for
saw
it,
the new
Destiny.
one.
thank you for it. Yes.
Yeah, and Chad thanked her. Chad thanked her, but I wish we had brought it up. And then Lori has just please.
I won't touch. Sorry, I'm sorry.
No. I'm not frustrated at you. I'm not mad at you. No problem. I
Nope,
double
we're a
tap all the
team.
time. I just want
We're
somebody to read that.
on this together. Liz, I'm a retired cop of 24 years, says Lori Plays. If I could get there from Florida I'm happy to take the ride with you. Very little brings fear my way. So.
Thank you so much. I
Yeah.
I definitely thank you. We're not releasing any time phrase as to when we're doing this to keep you and myself in safety.
Yeah.
So right now we have
Good
to.
idea.
I appreciate it. I do. I truly appreciate it. But thank you so much for the consideration. Just keep liking, keep sharing, smash the like, smash the follow, subscribe. Get the
So-
word out so that way we can let people know.
Please subscribe to everybody's channels that are on here. Excuse me. You've heard it from myself, Marilyn, and Chad before. Liz just launched her channel. And are we correct? Am I correct in remembering? Because I don't know that I have a link to it. Is it at Liz Ferris?
Yeah, it's just my name.
No,
Yeah.
the handle is not.
Oh.
So it might be harder for people to find it. I'll just share it here.
Oh, if you've got it, that'd be great.
Oh yeah, I got it.
Wonderful. Thank you.
I just put it as.
And and by the way, here was the other super chat from earlier from Destiny. And Destiny, thank you. Liz, bless you for your endurance in this fight for families, not just your own. You're a real hero. And I hope that your efforts can bring you and your father, as well as other families, together.
I hope so too. I do. I hope it destroys this thing.
Yes.
That's the best word for it, is a thing. Without a doubt. So, no doubt. So, were you, Juliana? I'm sorry. Maybe I'm blind. Did you bring it up?
I posted it. Yeah. I
Oh,
posted it
Juliana. There it is. At Liz
posted
Ferris
the
5.
link.
Okay, so at Liz Ferris 5767. They like their numbers here at YouTube. We don't.
Chad just subscribed.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Also, for those that haven't been here thus far or may have forgotten or whatever the case, the ways to subscribe. I'm just going to make that go away for a second, but I'm going to star it. The ways to subscribe are, you see down, there it is, that QR code. You can scan the QR code, and that's going to take you right to the GoFundMe
subscribe.
page. What?
Donate, not subscribe.
To donate, not subscribe. My bad. Sorry. To donate, click the little thingy, the little QR code, and it'll take you right to the GoFundMe. Otherwise, our wonderful
Moderators.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's
So
28
don't
hours.
click the little thingy.
Can't you tell?
Point
There you
your
go.
camera. Don't click the thingy. Point the
Don't
camera.
click the thingy.
Just
Point
point
the
it.
thing. Well, you got to click the
You got to
thingy
point
after
at the thingy.
No.
Point at the
you
other
don't-
thingy.
Don't I have to touch the thing after I point at the thing?
Yeah.
You point the camera to the
it'll-
QR code.
Yes. Then you touch the little thingy under the QR
link.
code and it takes you there.
Yeah.
The link. You have to touch
On the phone, but it don't click. You don't touch the QR code.
All right, you guys know how
No.
QR codes work. If you don't, there are links in the chat. Thanks to our wonderful moderators, both to the GoFundMe and to the Venmo, so you can connect in either of those ways and donate by both of those. Remember, we're targeting $5,000 to the GoFundMe within the next 2 hours. The other thing that I was saying is subscribe to anybody here, to everybody here, not anybody here, to all of their channels. You've heard it from Marilyn, Chad, and myself. Yes, subscribe to Mitch Brisker at youtube.com/@Scientology -the-big-lie.
I love
make
it.
sure you get the lashes in there. Make sure you get the dashes in there.
Or just clicking the link to one of our 4 channels.
Or just clicking the link to one of our 4 channels. Liz has got her channel. Jeffrey Augustine's channel is Scientology Money Project. There's Liz's right there. Liz Ferris 5767.
Here we go.
Or at is it the Scientology Money Project or just Scientology Money Project?
It's Scientology Money Project on YouTube.
Okay, Scientology Money Project on YouTube.
On YouTube, yeah.
So yep, subscribe
Links.
there. And
Going up in chat in 3, 2, 1, go.
I can
There
go
are
now?
also numbers.
Oh, and there is also so there's the
There it is, yeah.
Scientology Money Project
Thank you,
8496.
Chad. Thank you, Clearwater Chad.
Yep, wonderful Chad.
Yep. I just
And
saw
then
the and
also our Juliana has her channel out, and it's
No content.
There's no content there yet,
Still a
but
great channel.
she's here and she's streaming
There's
with
no
us
the.
today as well. And there's going to be some fantastic content as soon as it appears. And she is at she is at Scientologist.
Wow.
There it
Theologist.
is. Right,
Wow.
fancy. So
That is sophisticated.
yeah. So okay, now we're done with all the whatever the that stuff for a while, the junk. So now, yes, Free Xenu Project
Yes.
says hi, Mitch.
Hey, hi.
Hey.
Nice to be here. Hey, when I was going through the gold video, I did a reaction video to the gold video I said, and I noticed Bob Ferris appears in that video. There's a very short clip of him walking as an extra away from camera. So that
The
was
last
like
one you did? Which one
yeah,
was it?
it was I did a video. It's the reaction. I think it's called The True Story of Gold Nora Productions, something like that, where I reacted to this video that I helped to make and that I was in. I actually have it here. I wonder if I can.
I've seen your reactions, but I'd like to find that one now specifically.
Yeah, there's just this quick little clip. I don't know how to bring it in.
Is it this guy down here?
Yeah, there it is. There he is. Thank you. There he is.
Wow.
That's Bob Ferris right there?
Yeah, on the right,
Oh, I
on the
missed
right
it.
side. He walks in, he waves.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Hi, Bob.
Amazing.
Come on
Yeah,
out.
so when I was editing this thing the other day, I went,
cool.
"Oh my God, it's Bob!" Anyway, he's a nice guy. I knew him for years. I mean, we didn't interact a lot, but I definitely saw him a lot. And it's just so scary because they honestly believe they're protecting him from something evil. It's just so crazy. Anyway,
Yeah.
we
That was
need to
great.
And the
change
evil
it.
is me.
Yeah. Exactly. Right. It's not just you.
I'm so evil.
Look at the screen.
No, but
Ching-ching.
she's 1-1.
Yeah. You are. I was going to point that out, but it takes one to
I
know
know.
one.
I know it does, doesn't it? I woke up this morning and I was like, let's be evil today.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to take over the world.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
that's it.
My name's not Scientology.
Right. Right.
Awesome.
Anyway, I just wanted to share that with you because I found it and I was like,
Well, thank you so much.
No,
it's
thank you
it's
for
so
sharing
nice
that.
to see him and talk to anybody that knows him.
yeah.
I didn't know a lot of him, and as far as I knew, he was dead. So this is all trying to find out everything I can.
Yeah. I mean, that's the reason when I heard that, I'm telling you, that's the reason I don't carry a gun because that is just so crazy.
Hey, Mitch, I want to jump on. At the protests in 2008, the anonymous protests, two things. First of all, Angry Gay Pope took a picture of Donatella Kavanagh, who was a very high-ranking member of OSA.
Right.
And I think she was right under Linda Hamill. And the church filed a privacy complaint, even though we took it on a public street where there's no expectation of privacy.
Right.
But question for you, when Anonymous was happening, what orders were you getting to try to counter it? Did you have to film anything or do anything? Like
No,
what?
not myself directly. I mean,
No,
I did a
no.
bunch of videos.
Yeah.
I did an interview with Mark Fisher and Janice specifically about all that. I did a bunch of videos and stuff, but they had an army of PIs. I mean, they're not going to have me go down to LA and like shoot those people.
Well, there were just some sinister videos about, that have a heavy voiceover with anonymous cyber terrorist, anonymous cyber. I just didn't know if you were involved in any of that.
I did those. I'm proud to say I'm a perpetrator.
Yeah.
I grew up on bad 50s sci-fi, and I basically used those like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. And
I'm glad you share that because they had that creepy vibe of like we're some sinister organization.
Oh,
and then
yeah.
this thing they did, the orgs mailed themselves, or OSA mailed the orgs some white powder and then said
in
Anonymous
Glendale.
was sending them anthrax.
No, it happened in Glendale. The little mission on Brand Avenue in Glendale, it got shut down. There was a massive first responder response, fire, and do you remember that when that happened?
I remember when the whole thing was happening.
Yeah, but that one, there was a real envelope of powder, but they obviously did it themselves because they needed to do that thing where they say, this is, the protests are causing violence or perpetrating violence against us. It was just so sad.
Well, one other question, Mitch. Since you worked at the base so long, when Liz and Vanessa and I pulled up to the base, what do you think their response would have been when we pulled up wanting to see Bob Ferris? Just from all your time you spent there. What happens?
What happens is, if it's anywhere near a mealtime, you should definitely go during a mealtime. No, because
why?
Because they'll basically cancel it until everybody to stay in their offices and not to come out. Okay. So I don't know when they used to eat it. They changed it from 5 to 6. I don't know how you could get the intel on when they're eating, but if you could, let's say they were going to have dinner at 5, if you just showed up at 10 to 5, everybody would have to stay in their offices and they'd all miss a meal because, they can't be seen outside walking around because they're just super paranoid. So as soon as there'd be anything like that, everybody would be ordered to stay in their office. Like, don't even go outside from one office to another. And then
I picked lunch muster.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, that's perfect. Well, were they already mustering when you did it? Because that would be very.
I wish.
painful.
I wish that we had short. Well, they were probably in the mess hall.
Yeah, well, they had to stay in there until you guys were done. I guarantee you. And then they have like a little squad of guys, a couple of cameramen, and they grab them, and then I'm sure you guys were videoed, right?
Well, no, what happened, and
Really?
Mitch, we were preparing for Port Captain Catherine Fraser to come out like she did when Louis Theroux showed up.
Yeah.
And what happened is nothing. It's sort of like they didn't bring out cameras. They didn't bring out any officials from Gold Base. No Sea Org officers. Nothing happened. And in fact, I had even made contingency plans if we were followed from the base back to the San Jacinto substation to just have another Uber to go to the main Riverside, sheriff's office.
Right.
But I was surprised because we just showed up and there was no advance notice. They didn't know what to do. So they called an attorney. I think they pushed, I was saying before you came on the air, I think they pushed the David Miscavige, the COB panic button.
I
to
heard
let them
that.
know that
Yeah,
the
I
Mark
heard-
Cabs, they probably thought we were the
Yeah.
Mark Cab mass landing. And it would have went straight to COB. And then,
I don't think so.
No?
I'll tell you why. Because gold is it's the land that time forgot. I mean, Miscavige blew out of there in 2013. He's never going back. I mean, he has no plans of going back. He's never been back. I mean, he told me personally, just one-on-one, that so many people had fucked him over at gold. Excuse me, but that's what he said, that he was never going back. And then Mike Rinder pointed out, and I thought that, Mike Rinder pointed out that also he was paranoid about about an FBI raid. So he got the hell out of there. So it's kind of like, there's a small handful of RTC staff he has there that handle, dispatches going back and forth. and there's still communication because they theoretically still produce content for the network, but it's kind of like, no, it's off the main lines. It's kind of just, I don't know. It's probably compared to what it was when he was there, it's probably a paradise. But plus, I don't think they want to put their problems on his, as they say, on his lines. Do you know what I'm saying?
Oh, so they would. That's what they called the attorney. But you
Yeah.
know, all those houses on Sublet Road, they purchased them all. They bulldozed them. So I
Yeah,
noticed
years
that
ago, years ago.
Sublet's gone, and they keep the grass cut. All we saw was a fellow on a lawn tractor mowing the grass. We didn't see
Yeah.
anyone else, so they probably ordered everyone inside.
Yeah,
You know,
absolutely.
hide under your bunk. And
Yeah, there was two people.
yeah,
that I saw.
one other
the guy
fellow,
that
yeah.
was that was
And-
sweeping the concrete, and one that was mowing the lawn.
Yeah. And
so bizarre.
It's just
Every
so maybe
time
it's-
someone comes to visit, they have to do that.
Yeah, pretty much. It's just the basic drill is stay inside. It's like when they have an intruder, like which has happened. You know, somebody. There was a couple of guys trying to get away from a bank robbery, and they made the mistake of jumping the fence onto gold.
Oh,
yeah. Like one of them got caught up in the razor wire, and the other one, I think the police shot him. But anyway, it's pretty much the dumbest thing a bank robber could do.
Yeah.
Would be to break into gold to try to escape. So there's a drill when things like that happen, and it's similar to when there's a protest because they would consider you guys showing up to be a protest, like when Anonymous used to show up, and everybody would basically just have to stay inside. It's very annoying. It's a total pain in the ass.
Yeah, Mitch, a question because I've you know I looked at the I followed very closely Danny Sherman's writing for David Miscavige.
Yeah.
And I knew what they were trying to hit. Your professional opinion, because I admire your intellect, your aesthetic. How good of Danny Sherman, I always thought he was overblown, overhyped. And it was just bizarre, the stuff he did. What was your professional opinion of his abilities as a writer? Was he just giving Miscavige what he wanted?
Well, he once told me something that, fortunately, Danny and I were good friends. He was the best man at my one-time unsuccessful wedding, and so I knew him the whole time I was at Gold. Fortunately, we were friends because he once told me that he wrote to make David Miscavige look smarter, and boy, if he ever knew he'd said that, that would not have gone over well. But he was, I mean, you know, I don't really want to impugn him. He passed away. He published a couple of decent books, spy novels.
Yeah.
The stuff he wrote, the speeches he wrote and so forth were, I don't know if you've ever read the definition of purple prose. There's a good article in Wikipedia called Purple Prose. Danny was a master of purple prose. It's just overblown, too many adjectives, convoluted ideas. And then he would just he once wrote this piece about Hubbard going to Rhodesia. Remember when he was kicked out of Rhodesia?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And in the speech, Danny said that he had been exiled. And after the event, I said, hey, dude, listen, he couldn't have been exiled. You can only be exiled from your home country. Hubbard was deported. And he was like, yeah, but I'm not going to say that. It doesn't sound cool. So, you know, that was Danny.
Yeah, that was what's interesting. We called it Sherman speak.
Yeah, I know.
It was a convoluted hyperbole, you know. And I'm offering an opinion not as an amateur, but I actually am the possessor of a real English degree, and I have a 4-year degree in English literature, and to a variation on the old joke, that and $5 gets me coffee at Starbucks.
Right.
But no, but we as critics were studying the aesthetics of the movement, you know. And one thing, you remember Tammy Faye Baker wrote after the meltdown of the TBN that the worse things got with Jim Baker at TBN, the more mascara and eyeshadow, you know, the more makeup she would wear.
Right.
My observation was the nuttier that Miscavige got, the bigger his stage sets got, the more it looked like a Nuremberg rally.
Right.
Because at some point it got this creepy Nuremberg rally, and his podiums got bigger. I actually have a thing of his podiums progressing that I think I'll do a YouTube video on.
Please, I would love to see that.
Oh, I would love to collab with you, because
Sure.
his stage at one point he switched to where there's a blue background, and he appears to have beams of light coming out of his physical body. That became his aesthetic. It had to match the
Right.
color of his eye. The
Right.
last event I was at, when I went to the 2007 New Year's Eve event at the Shrine.
Mhm.
And I would say the production values were very good.
Mhm.
And in fact, the music was outstanding. They opened with like 3 drummers to get this drumming, like this tribal energy up.
Mhm.
The music was very good. Stacey Francis, believe I sang, she was very good. And everything was good. And then the speeches start, and it's just like, oh, how long? And you have to, it's like you have to get up every 2 minutes to applaud.
Right.
And you have CR people watching, and then they have sweeping. Now,
Right.
did you coordinate those events? At
No.
no.
I was in film, which was an entirely different unit. Early on, when I first started successfully making films there, it was the fact that we were getting these films done is what really motivated the events to get started. Because remember, they started in the early 90s.
Oh,
And
yeah.
it was because all of a sudden Miscavige had something to show. So I was doing like song videos and these things called quote videos, where they take a quote from L. Ron Hubbard and then I would turn it into like a visual tone poem, and they'd start show these things. So I kind of helped to get the events going. It wasn't my mission to do that, but it just happened. But then the events themselves, I had rarely anything. Occasionally I would be asked to contribute something. But then if I did an ad, like a Dianetics ad or a Super Bowl ad or something, they show that at the event. And then I would do ads that they would show. But they were, I'm jumping around, but those ads were all fake campaigns. They were presented at the events like, here's our new Dianetics campaign, or here's our 4th dynamic campaign. Those insane, like those sort of info, like the ones that would have these insane statistics. Like,
I think it's called propaganda.
Yeah, I beg your pardon. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, those propaganda videos. But
like Major says.
Yeah, but
hey, just pointing out the obvious for the person who's been out a decade versus the person who just came out, because it's a long and windy road ahead of you, my friend.
Yeah, well, you haven't read my book yet, so I have a whole chapter on Nazi propaganda and
Cannot wait.
The Church of Scientology. But it's absolutely propaganda, but it's disguised. Those particular ads were disguised as actual campaigns that the public were paying for and that were being shown to the world, but they were really just made for them. And they were really just made to fool them, to trick them into thinking that the church was doing good work. So to answer your question, I had nothing to do with the events except the propaganda of fake ad campaigns.
Well, now the Super Bowl ads that they would run, those were the big dollar ones. Were those your responsibility?
Yeah.
Super Bowl ads? Because those were the most interesting to watch.
They still run them every year.
Yeah.
Well,
I didn't do the first one. I supervised the first one, and then I did all of them up until the time that I left, which the last one I think I did. And I actually did one at SMP. I think it was in 2017. It was the last one I did.
Well, but propaganda and fair game and micro-targeting. And down at the organic level of fair game, they get stuff from PC levels and micro-target individuals.
Right.
But up at the level of a Super Bowl ad, they push that line where science meets spirituality with the e-meter.
Yeah.
And that, I thought, was well done aesthetically, but it fell flat because it didn't communicate to culture. To try to communicate to culture with an e-meter doesn't work in,
No, it would never speak outside the bubble. Nobody got that stuff. It was just word salad. I mean, some of the initial ones I took from Alan Watts, you know, these kind of crazy ideas that Alan Watts would spin.
Oh, yeah,
And I was a huge fan of Alan Watts.
Likewise.
And the way that he would sort of join words and concepts, and the rhythm and the flow of his communication was a big inspiration for those Super Bowls. I mean, Gold had no idea how much stuff I use as inspiration from research psychology, sociology, other philosophical movements, because there was so little within what Hubbard did that you could draw on to actually communicate something meaningful about the human condition.
Not at all. In fact, one thing I did one time as an experiment as a writer is I used William Burroughs' cut and paste method. So I took Hubbard and I printed out 4 or 5 different things, and I just cut and pasted at random, a la William Burroughs, one of my favorite authors.
Right.
And it actually made sense in a Scientology context. It held together, which was bizarre because you could use cut and paste, and it read like this Scientology version of Naked Lunch, and it was funnier than hell. It was funnier than hell. But that was just an intellectual game I was, playing.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Jeff.
Yes.
What is that quote I've been saying that I learned from The Art of War? Because I'm born and raised. Like, I used to read this stuff.
Let's discuss this. Let's go to this. The Art of War.
So in the midst of chaos, there's opportunity. And what I believe fair game tries to do is create chaos. That's OSA's whole job. And if we seize this opportunity, like we're doing today, of gathering everybody together and making our voices strong, not to talk about them and not celebrities, but Liz and her dad. And like, how can we reunite just these 2 people so that Liz can see a father who she thought was dead for 19 years? Like, I don't know if you guys can possibly understand how it feels. And I'm sure people in different situations feel it all the time. So I think you can. But in our situation, we've been screaming for help, and nobody has helped us for so long. And it's like, we tell people what we need, and they just have to make it make sense with what Ron says. And we tell them we're depressed. We tell them we just need to get normal education, and it's not heard. It falls on deaf ears when you're raised by the book of child Dianetics, because your parents fell for that catchy ad. And it was kind of as simple as it was a Star Trek world, and the world was ripe for some UFO religions and stuff. And this guy was maybe an evil genius. Maybe he did open the portal of darkness. But honestly, it's 2023. We need to stop worrying about why it happened and start doing things to get the people who are stuck there out. Because I would never call it a utopia or anything nice. What we saw was a bunch of scared elderly people who were not, she could not even see her own father. And that's so incredibly upsetting, the fact that they cannot access emergency services. It doesn't matter why our parents signed up. I don't care. I want them to be okay. My parents are not behind bars. They're in a prison of their own mind, and they don't want anything to do with me. I am such an SP because I work to help people who have mental health problems, and they can't do that. So, like, it's just a challenge. Everybody who showed up today, all you never ends, everybody in the chat, everyone who's on all these channels, watching, supporting, every guest, like, thank you from the bottom of our hearts for hearing us scream, showing up. Jeff, you came with us. You continue to check
Charlie.
on us. Yeah, Charlie, like, we're your angels for life, because, like I've been saying, actions speak.
Wait a minute.
What?
Okay, now you girls go do this. Liz do this. And
Actions speak louder than words, you guys.
Yeah, they do. They do.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Vanessa.
The other way, Liz. The other
Yeah.
way. The other way.
There you go.
There you go. There you go.
Bang, bang. Bang, bang.
And thank you to the 244 people that are on right
I
now
mean,
that just saw that.
That's wild, but you guys know people catch it on replay. And then this is like,
Of course.
we're going to have to chop this up. Like some of these moments today, I don't even know how to process what has happened. This is historic. So it's just all done with like close friends. We get by with a little help from our friends. So.
Yeah, you reminded me with what you said, Vanessa, that they have a real problem at Gold. You saw old people, right? There's so many people up there that are aging, and I mean that place. I used to joke that eventually Gold's going to be an old age home for Sea Org members, but I don't know what's going to happen to these people. If we don't start doing something about it now and calling them to be accountable, it's just going to be a real.
I mean, I'm not going to
disaster.
name names today, but people who have been guest participants have had parents dropped off at their doorstep after having mental health crisis after serving in the Sea organization for years and years and years and decades. So that's what happens to them. It's not like, oh, they're out on the pasture at Gold, like living this country club life. Like they do tell people that's not what's happening.
Yeah.
That's an internal party line. And what happens is they get dropped off on the street or with their children. This week, we've discussed just the other night, a different host who came on called me having their own mental health crisis because another second gen we know who has not been named at all, we're not even going to name them, is somewhere in Los Angeles near us having a mental health crisis. And we're out here trying to help. We are Aftermath's doing the best they can. Liz is doing the best she can. I'm doing the best I can. You guys know this takes a lot of work. Like, I don't know what came over us, but now we're in so deep. We're not turning back. So,
Nope.
Hey, they made us. They're going to deal with us. And we got
Yeah.
Jeff, we got Mitch, we got Juliana, we got Chad, we got Steve, we got Marilyn. We got, honestly, the whole crew. So come at us. It's not hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the values of Aftermath, before Aftermath existed, and Leah did her show, it's like 2012, Karen got a DM, and the son of one of the prominent members of the Office of Special Affairs Intelligence Bureau, her son was living in his car shooting heroin.
Oh.
And a former Sea Org member reached out and said, Karen, can you help? And Karen had the decency to contact this woman in OSA, and she knows who she is, and this is all documented, and said, if you don't get your son handled on living in a car shooting heroin, I'm going to have to step in, meaning call the police, call 911. And the son did get help. But the point Karen made is these people in OSA intelligence are so filthy. They're so hell-bent on revenge and destruction propaganda that their own children can be dying of heroin, living in a car, and they don't give a shit because they're saving the planet. And when you have a culture of throwaway kids, that's dangerous. One thing I talked about was right around the time Alexander died, Johnny Lewis murdered his landlady here in Los Feliz, killed her cat, and then he walked off a third-story garage and plunged to his death. And Stan Gerson wrote on a Scientology forum, what's happening to our children? That got leaked. And Mitch, I wrote, what's happening to your children?
Thank God, though, because, Stan Gerson's the magician at all the parties. At least I know that, that got leaked and it was a big deal,
Yeah.
and that's what gets reported on. But thank you, Stan Gerson. I'm sorry. You did all
No.
the magic things for us our whole lives. You did all the magic shows. You're still at the Magic Castle. You were just there 2 months ago. My friends saw you. So thank you at least for saying that, because it does take balls, and I know that he got in trouble.
He did. But what happened is he raised the right question. What is happening to our children? He was sort of the canary in the coal mine, if you will, because that was a horrific period to go through. And Scientology had no good answer for what to do. Aftermath does. That's why it's important. That's why it's important to support it. And the things that go on, the second gen, third gen, even, you know, growing up in Scientology is just its own hellish nightmare. And that's one reason we're here. And it's interesting to see all the people who have suffered from it, you know. And I think today's show is important because it marks a lot of things, Vanessa. You know, there really is like a generational shift. There's a reshuffling of things going on that's important, you know, because guys like Mitch and I are getting older, you know. We're still important. We're still players. Don't underestimate. One thing I will say, and I shouldn't say it.
We ain't aging out, Jeffrey.
No, we're not. And there's an old saying that age and treachery will always defeat youth and beauty. And that's why you have to be on your guard against these old people, and also they're treacherous. You
Well,
know?
I finally have a tattoo that I want.
Well, you know, this is why culture.
Wait. Hold
What?
on.
Go
Stop.
ahead.
What's
I'd mind-
Mitch's tattoo?
Oh, here's the saying that he said.
Yeah,
A treachery and
Old age and treachery will always defeat youth and beauty.
I have a saying from a Leonard Cohen song that's about Scientology. It's called Famous Blue Raincoat.
Oh yeah.
And it says, I see Jane's awake. She sends her regards. And one of the main lines is, did you ever go clear? And it's about her, And then I sent this to your wife. She loved it. And then I also sent her the song Suzanne, because it's like about a muse's job. And Leonard Cohen was a Scientologist for a short time.
Yeah,
I think
for a
you guys
short
would
time.
love it. It's like beautiful rock and roll philosophy poetry that was really about what we went through. So, you know, we're still getting our Charlie's SP Angels tattoos for sure. But I thought Mitch wanted to get in on it. That's just why I paused you, Jeff. Sorry.
Well, no, this is why I'm saying we need the generations, because culture is different at every, you know, in every generation is different, but it's great that we can come together and talk and compare experiences, because I don't know what you know, Vanessa. Vanessa and I talk a lot on the phone, and I'm learning so much from her that I just didn't know. Mitch, it's, you know, how it's astonishing. You're old and you realize how little you really know the older you get. And it's so refreshing to learn new things. And I'm learning a lot.
Yeah, I mean,
working with Vanessa.
I don't feel comfortable saying this about myself, but I've always been like a lifelong learner. Like I've always just been like a sponge, and I'm just to the point of. But Vanessa, I'm going to hold you to sending that to me, because I'm really I'm super interested. So please do. You have my email address. One of you guys does. So
Yeah, we got it.
yeah,
Thank you,
thanks.
Mitch.
Yeah, I really want that for sure. Yeah, there you go. I mean, I think part of, since we're on the subject of age, which I think is kind of a ridiculous subject, but yes and no. But it's just the diversity of this group. We're old, we're young, we're straight, we're gay, we're all every different color. It's like there is probably not a more genuinely diverse group of people than those who are coming together as a community to hold Scientology accountable. It really is amazing when you look at it.
Yeah.
It's just awesome too to like compare notes with people who have been gamed for over, you know, all this time. And then you just, and I've studied the mind control techniques and just seeing how this works on groups of individuals. So it's kind of like you almost just see it so easy. So talking to people who also see it so easily is what saves your sanity, because it's actually not being paranoid, it's being hypervigilant, because we had to adapt and see things.
Right.
So we see reality, and then everyone's like, well, are you sure? I'm like, wait, you guys have read the OSHA check sheet? Like how, hello? Like this is obviously we're a threat. You guys aren't giving yourself enough credit. So
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, it is interesting. Vanessa and I have been mapping this latest fair game attack. We're mapping it in a way OSA could not even comprehend, Mitch. And
Really?
Yeah, and that might be an interesting podcast. We're mapping it, and you're fascinating because you were creating the message.
Mm.
But now,
Yeah,
did
now
you?
I'm suffering
No,
for that.
well, no, you're
I
subversive.
laugh about it, but I got to tell you, man.
But
yeah, sorry, go on. Never
well,
mind.
I wanted to ask you because you're somewhat have a subversive side to you. I detected as a PI. It seems like you departed in some ways from the LRH advices you were given for PR and kind of free agented. Did you ever get in trouble for going outside the confines of LRH?
No,
No.
only with respect to like 2D rules, but but we all know what a bunch of crap that is anyway. I'm trying to think if I ever did. I don't think so because.
Yeah. Well, I mean, were you given all the LRH advices and you had to comply with PR? Because some of his PR is such crap.
It's horrible.
Yeah, I mean, you look at one thing that cracked me up was those early shots out when Hubbard was at the ranch in La
Yeah.
Quinta. You remember
Yeah.
he was taking those horrible color photos?
Oh, the shoot. What was it called? The shoot org of the still shoot.
Yeah,
org.
something
Yeah, he
like
had an
that.
org. Yeah, and they were like big clay demos. Yeah, I remember.
Well, but he also did like this picture of Moses and Buddha and
Yeah,
Jesus all
yeah.
leading up to the Scientology minister, and the photos were such crap. And
Yeah.
yet, Danny Sherman will ask you about him. He writes this thing that Mr. Hubbard was such a great photographer that Kodak was calling him about color science. I worked in lighting. I was with Philips Lighting and Osram between my career, so I knew a lot about color balance and photochemistry. So anyway, we'll do another podcast. But
Yeah,
creating
we should talk about that sometime. 'Cause
Yeah, that's not the
that's
problem.
just bullshit. They made up so much stuff about him. It's insane. I mean, right up
Yeah.
until when we opened Scientology Media Productions, they had a little LRH office there, as they always do, with a little museum in it, as they always do. And there was a framed letter in there from a producer at Monogram Studios, which that building had once been Monogram Studios. And it was an invitation to L. Ron Hubbard to come to the studio to work as a screenwriter. And they made that thing up 15 minutes before they hung it on the wall. I mean, the thing was it was so obviously BS. It was just like,
Yeah.
But whatever, we can talk about.
Yeah.
We should do something on that.
But going back to Vanessa and I are running this analysis that's so intriguing because with her training, with her academic training, and also knowledge of the tech and what I know about the tech and fair game.
Yeah.
So we're doing what's interesting about what's going on now. After we did the visit with Liz out to the base, they launched this fair game campaign.
Right.
And it is interesting to see what they're trying to do and how they're trying to do it. And they've moved off the printed page. And Liz is very perceptive because unless you've been in, there's things you will absolutely miss. On the other hand, sometimes people on the outside will catch things that are never, that someone who was in will. So it's great it's enjoying working with Vanessa as a colleague.
Might I add,
Yeah.
unless you're the one experiencing fair game, sometimes they just work to keep you so busy you can't even explain all the details, and you're the only one noticing the little, like you've mentioned, Jeff, the little nuances of what's from your PC folder that they're using that maybe you didn't even have time to tell somebody. So it's like, how are they supposed to read your mind? But their whole point is to overwhelm people into just utter silence. And that's like so silly. So when you have people who understand what's happening and you can just easily be like, oh yeah, they pulled that from my PC file. This is my auditor's name. This is what they're going on, just FYI. Everything they say, it's opposite day. Don't even question it. Everything is like hilarious. And you're like, oh my God, they're melting down. Like you called it, Jeff, a very long time ago, from day one, actually. And we've been using that kind of strategy that, I had walked into something I didn't even understand what's going to happen. We all did. And then we just have been fighting this. Like, it's kind of funny to see them just trip up so easily and use their references. Like, it's silly.
Yeah. Well,
but
this goes.
we're raising so much money, you guys. We're almost to 5,000.
Yes,
Holy.
Hey, Mitch, what
Yes,
Vanessa
sir.
was just saying, this is the schizophrenia of Scientology I want to ask you about.
Yeah.
There is fair game that's very micro-targeted and precise by OSA, and then you're communicating a PR message.
Right.
And it's so schizophrenic because what Scientology actually is, what culture sees for what it is, what survivors see it for what it is, ex-members, direct testimony, legal documents, court documents, especially as we saw in the Downey Masterson criminal trial. What do you do in the existential, the reality of the Downey Masterson criminal trial? 2 rapes, 2 felony rapes, 30 years to life. Leah Remini suing. Whoever took your place, how do you try to create positive spin in the face of what culture really knows what's going on?
Well,
Isn't that schizophrenic?
yeah, but what you do is they'll continue to do what they always do, which is not address it. They'll just pretend it doesn't exist. They'll just pretend they're a bunch of yapping little puppies biting at their ankles. You know, it's that old, whatever the policy is about when the SPs are outside howling, you have to redouble your efforts. You know, the noise coming from the SPs is just proof that they're being effective. That's what they believe.
But what got to you? What caused the cognitive dissonance in you? Because when you left, it was like, who left? Are you kidding? Are you Mitch left?
Yeah.
I was like,
Well, it wasn't a sudden thing at all.
Was
I mean,
erosional.
yeah, it started years ago with my actually seeing firsthand the physical and emotional abuse, the terrorism that Miscavige aimed at his staff, and that was like unbelievable. And then it was just this level of there's a level of participation. You know, one of the things that high demand groups do is they insist on this incredibly intense level of interaction with them. And it just wore me down. And it got to the point where I just couldn't take it anymore. And that plus, just as an artist, the sort of droning sameness of dealing with the same subject matter over and over and over and over and over again for years. And, you know, and knowing that it was bullshit and that a lot of the numbers we came up with bullshit. And then, you know, they decided to start paying me less. And so I said, it's not worth it. I'm the fuck out of here.
That's
How much
interesting.
should they pay you? What do you mean paying you less?
Oh, I'll tell you privately, but I don't want to.
Okay. What I wanted to say is maybe it's not so much the word schizophrenic because that is a medical condition. I would say that they're showing, because they do create an environment that definitely enhances medical conditions such as schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, borderline personality disorder, ADHD, PTSD, CPTSD, the list goes on and on. They create that environment. That's why we're so concerned. We've seen all of our friends deal with that. It's a real thing that's happening. People don't even see it from the inside when you're a Sea Org member, which is wild because they control that narrative sometimes, unless you're just under the radar, you're not even hearing it. But what I would say is it's like a very knee-jerk reaction. Like they had definitely laid a plan to some degree, in my opinion, to try to work to combat the incredible work that Aaron, everybody who's been creators out here have been doing and getting all these awesome supporters, Juliana, Marilyn, Demercio, you know, Poe, all these cool people who just care. Of course, they're going to have some kinds of plans. You guys, you're not giving yourselves enough credit. You guys are awesome. And they are not happy. Jeff, your description of what happened at the courthouse, please, like goosebumps. People tell us that all the time. So I know it's just us. And sometimes it's like, well, why would they attack little old me? I'm not that important. But truly, this is also for you. And if you think they're going to let a bunch of second gens talk about mental illness and run around with Jeffrey Augustine without an attack plan and without showing their little behind here and there, which we've caught over and over. Dev and I are like, at this point, it's like comedy because it's too obvious, right? So it's like,
Yeah.
thank you, Alex. It's just so cool to see everybody like coming together, doing this together. All USPs who are supposed to be SPs are the nicest people I've ever met in my life. And you're helping our good friend Liz through a time that like
Yeah.
is
Love you,
uncertain, and
Liz.
it shows that we all just show up when she needs it. So you guys are out here with your stories. We want everybody to like continue the conversations because today was about bonding, and it was about bonding for Liz, Ferris, and raising
Absolutely,
this
and-
money.
Yeah.
And we're so close. Like I just saw that, you know, we're like,
Yeah.
what is it?
$120?
180.
180. So
$180?
180 away
Oh.
from the goal, but it'd be
We're very close.
Very close.
Like 205 away from making 2,000.
Thank you.
So
That's
it-
terrific.
Love
you know,
you, Terry. Thank you. I
thank
can't wait
so
to
much
see
for
you.
allowing me. I love you.
Look at
Your
her, look at her
partner.
smile, man. I can't even.
I
Whenever
love
see
that
kind
smile.
of smile. I'm like, oh.
She's
Yeah.
she's the bee's knees.
Yeah.
Well, Vanessa, to speak to your comment about that they must have a plan, and I'm absolutely sure that they do, but I think they're also becoming a little overwhelmed. Like I think
Yeah, because
they're-
there's more than just one or two of us.
Yeah,
There's
I'll
like,
tell you. I mean, I have my own.
There's a
anecdotal
whole train
reason
of SPs.
for saying that, because you know that video that we produced at Gold back in 2014, the Inside Gold Nora Productions, which I co-produced it and then was probably in it more than anybody else. And at the time we did it, and it's one of the reasons I did the reaction video, I didn't know that the whole was still going on. I mean, I was helping to produce this video, heavy-duty propaganda video about how wonderful and humanitarian this group is. Meanwhile, within 200 yards of where we shot the interviews, they had fellow staff members like locked up in a literal prison. So I'm like, this is intolerable. I'm going to do a reaction video to this and make them take that video down from YouTube and from their website. It's still there. Like, you can go on YouTube right now and you can watch the official Golden Era Productions video with me just extolling their futures. And then you can go on my channel and watch me saying that's a bunch of bullshit. And
Well, what
it's a
sucks is that we have to rely on people to know our character to not believe what's on the internet about you. And it like,
Yeah.
who has to do that other than people who have a multi-billion-dollar business on their back?
Yeah,
I don't know what else
yeah.
to say. Like, normal people don't have people trying to ruin your life at every step, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, you're absolutely right, but why wouldn't they have just taken it down? I mean, it's so nothing for them to take it down. I thought they would immediately take it down. When I was at Gold and we'd have somebody like, Larry Anderson would split and we'd have to redo orientation, that film was gone immediately. They didn't replace it when it got redone. It just got pulled, so, but they don't seem like they're not doing any of that stuff. Or at least that I know that's just one little data point, one little bit of anecdotal evidence, but I looked at that and I'm like, why is my video
Wait,
still up?
they're not doing, like taking those videos down?
Yeah,
as
they didn't take it down.
because
They
they
didn't.
don't fight, they always attack. They never defend,
no-
they always attack. So they're just gonna keep the
Yeah,
stuff
but
up.
they could have easily pulled the Gold video down or re-edited it without me in it. Kept a team of people up.
Oh,
for
like
a
that guy
week.
that the when you just or you could just load up I'm not even gonna say it, weapon or walk off a bridge. Remember that guy left
Yeah,
and then
Larry
they
Anderson.
edited him
Yeah.
out because it was so creepy,
Well,
right?
no, we actually reshot that whole film. We didn't edit him
Yeah.
out. Yeah,
Hey, Mitch, one thing. I'm sorry, you done?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to jump on. One reason they won't take it down, my opinion.
Yeah.
Scientology plays the long game, and I'll give you a perfect example of what we've been able to do over time, meaning critics. Back in 2005 and even earlier, we started attacking the church's false lies about L. Ron Hubbard's World War II record.
Right.
He was not a war hero, never fought a single day in combat, did not earn 2 Purple Hearts, did not earn a Bronze Star or 27 medals. They kept fighting that, but they slowly walked it back and kept sanitizing it little by little by little. So that if you look at 2005's internet, where all the lies are up, and now they walk back to L. Ron Hubbard participated in World War II. But, you know, commander of corvettes, fought in all 5 theaters of war, returned as the first casualty of World War II and the Secretary of the Navy's private
He
plane.
had one wife too,
It was
allegedly.
it was all bullshit. No, I mean his World War II record was all
Not
bullshit.
even at a time.
No, and well, if you look at Scientology's website, you'll see LRH. He's been sanitized to look like this bachelor.
Right.
You won't find Mary Sue Hubbard. You won't find his second wife. You won't find his first wife. You won't find the kids. You'll find only one mention that when he passed away, he left us a bequest for his family. So they sanitize stuff. Like there was a website called Solitary Trees. It dealt with L. Ron Hubbard's racism. It was exemplary. They purged that. So over time, they've taken down things like the OT levels and all kinds of stuff. So my prediction.
Well, they also took her book that I used to study as a child called The Hat of a Wife. That was her advice, like as a 1950s housewife on how to take care of men, especially Sea Org men, to how to have their dinner prepared so that you are a good wife, how to listen to what L. Ron Hubbard wants. But it was essentially my training on how to be a woman as a young lady that I had to unlearn. They've taken that out of print, but we had it because we have all the vintage books, or we had it in my family.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're going to take stuff out, but Mitch, they're not going to give you the satisfaction right now, or you win. So they will take it out. Predictably, they will take it out, but it'll be unexpected and you won't notice. And they'll de-index it from Google, and it'll be like it never existed.
Right.
So yes, they do stuff, but they don't give you a win right now. It's like Ms. Scavenge is saying, oh, fuck me, Mitch is not, we're not taking it down. You leave it up and stick it to Mitch, tell him he's a nobody, but then take it down, 13 months, 2 days,
Right.
1
Well,
hour
fair
from
enough.
now.
I still had fun doing it.
Yeah. Oh, I'm glad you did it. It was a hoot.
Yeah.
And it interbulated Scientology
If
organizations.
it interbulates you or bothers you, they're just gonna do it. So like,
right.
Guys, if
Yes.
I may, I just wanted to say out loud that we have reached the $5,000
Okay.
$5,000 goal. Yay.
Nice.
And
Yeah.
You guys can keep donating. You can
Let's
keep
keep
donating
going.
we
because
still have over an
Wow.
hour.
Yep.
Liz,
Yep.
We're
and
still
Liz
here.
is gonna need the money. She has gonna have a lot of expenses, and also I'd like for us to take a look at the starred questions and comments. Also, from,
yes,
you know,
you guys, I was gonna say it's only 50 minutes left. Some of you guys we've been having the most fun conversation. I want to make sure the hosts get what they need for the next 50 minutes, right?
Right.
Okay.
Let's get
so
some questions.
I
All
think there
right.
are some for Jeff and Mitch, just so you know. So we'll
Okay.
just let
yeah,
them
like
ask
just
you.
try to.
Sure.
That's Steve-O and Marilyn's job.
All righty.
Okay, so Mitch,
Yes, sir.
Got it.
what would they do if somebody accidentally landed? I haven't proofread this question, so bear with me. If somebody accidentally landed in the in base by mistake, in quotes, as a skydiver or parachuted in.
Well, that's actually
Trespassing.
that's not actually not that unlikely because one of the major skydiving centers in the country is a half hour from Gold. So somebody, I don't think they would do that much. I mean, I think, I think Jackson would confirm this, that they like to, like Jackson, remember he was a volunteer fireman, and they really do like to sort of get involved in this public safety, ideas. So I think they would probably rescue the guy and play it up like as a big PR story about how this poor troubled skydiver landed on their property, and they made sure he
It was
safe.
fate.
Yeah.
Or somehow they're gonna twist it around and be like, he landed, he's safe, he's now watching a video on how to be a great Scientologist.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
They
I would say the opposite, though, to play the counter.
Sure, go ahead.
By mistake means that they're going on purpose and they're trying to do something like save somebody. So Scientology is all about calling the police to say that they're receiving harassment. I think that they would file charges to the fullest extent for somebody landing on their property, because we know second gens who have been charged with crimes for like walking in, and young men who have had like mental illness after being raised in the Sea Org. I'm pretty sure we all know who that is, like who got literal crimes against them, younger people. So I don't think it's like, oh, haha. They're just like, oh, we're going to make this cool. They're not ever cool with somebody showing up on their property and announce.
No,
We
they could
can all
also
testify to that.
Yeah,
That-
they
it,
could-
it would trigger what they call an intruder alert. That is
Yeah.
for sure.
They could argue that their use of 88 millimeter anti-aircraft guns were ecclesiastical in nature and First Amendment protected, and they were sorry
Right,
that
right.
his sudden exteriorization.
Yeah.
Who knows what they would do? They could do everything from a touch assist to opening up with the anti-aircraft guns,
Exactly.
batteries.
That-
Yeah.
it's that random. It just.
Hey, I did an interview with a podcast years ago with Jackson on Eagle's Nest where they had sniper rifles.
Yeah.
And when you have to learn how to use a scope on a sniper rifle. And someone one day was practicing with it, and they crossed David Miscavige's path,
Right.
and that came up, and he went batshit crazy because someone put a scope on him. But I tend to think it's sort of the extreme, and you don't know what mood in there that day. So Vanessa could be right; they would
Yeah.
have the guy arrested. All the guards would jump on him and pummel him, or they would give him a touch assist and love bomb him. I guess it depended on what the weather was that day.
Yeah.
What kind
guess.
of but
Well, it just occurred to me, we look a little bit like Hollywood squares.
I know.
Yeah.
Some people might be too young to get the reference, but it's just like.
You guys keep going with the questions. I know you got a lot.
And I just want to say, Poet said they'd offer him a personality test.
Totally.
Yeah.
Well, they already know that they're an SP. Don't worry.
Yeah.
You got the next one, Marilyn?
Sure. I'm going to start from the top, though, because it's a earlier question.
Sure.
We got Apostate Alex. Question, Mitch, what was Bob's post/job while you were there?
I don't actually remember because I didn't interact with him very much. I believe he had a technical job where he would address electrical issues like with audio equipment or maybe the filming equipment, because I know he worked. He was one of those technical engineer types. Do you have any idea, Liz, what his background training was?
Before the Sea Org, I actually do. He was basically the technician for all computer parts in the U.S. Air Force.
Yeah, that makes sense. That he was
Hmm.
like a computer. I knew he was some kind of a technician, but I didn't really interact with him. He was just somebody I would see all the time because he moved around the base a lot. Because there was a lot technicians generally did.
This might be a question for both Jeffrey and Mitch. What are the chances that they move Bob to another location? What do you think?
Again, it's the same odds as with what they would do with the skydiver. I mean,
right?
They certainly could move him. I guess it depends on how much of a threat it represents. I don't know. What do you think, Jeffrey?
It's one of those things. I don't think they'll move him because they will not want to give Liz the satisfaction.
Yeah.
Sometimes here's my observation. When a crime's been committed, oh, fuck yes, get him out of the jurisdiction now,
Right.
yesterday. When it's Liz pushing back, no, he's staying right here and you're not going to do a damn thing about it and stop
Yeah.
trespassing, stay off our grass.
Oh, that's a good point.
So I think you have to differentiate the situations. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Interesting. Mitch, that's not the one I clicked.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
I'm going from the top. I'm going older to newer.
All right, then I'm going newer to older then.
Okay. That's all right.
Mitch, have you experienced any fair games since speaking out?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
Yeah, but I could be like Wile E. Coyote, who has the safe, dropping from the sky.
Yeah.
So
It's
he
coming.
squished in a second.
It's coming.
I don't know. I have this weird feeling that people are like, David Miscavige doesn't watch YouTube. He's not sitting around, keeping track of all this stuff. He only knows what people tell him. And at least for a while, I think people might be too paranoid to tell him that I'm speaking out. Like whoever tells him a bunch of heads are going to roll. Like half of gold's going to be in deep, serious trouble.
Beans and rice. Beans and rice, baby.
Yeah, and a lot of people at OSA are going to be in trouble because they let it happen. That's his attitude. So I think a lot of people are just shutting up about it, at least until it somehow gets out. So
They're not ising Mitch.
yeah, exactly.
Gotcha.
Sorry.
Just an agreement here, Mitch. Hollywood squares with Shadow Stevens, but instead it's SP squares.
SP squares. Yeah, we should maybe start a game show.
We should, right? With Jeffrey Augustine and the Paul Lynde Square.
Like to be here, my favorite place.
Yeah, exactly. SP squares.
I love it.
I think
All
they
right,
have.
I'm back to you, Marilyn.
All right. Question about a possible protest. Freezino Project wants to know, question, Mitch, what would they do if there was a protest that they rotated people around the clock for days?
You mean
To
at
all
the base?
technicality, when there has been protests, we're forced to stay inside. Security will be outside. You know, they try to stall them until one of the PR aides shows up. Once the PR aide shows up, you know, for a lack of better terms, they're going to start screaming, like, get off the property, blah, blah, blah. Why are you trying to destroy church hours, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
And, you know, they're going to make a scene where you're the one in the wrong, but realistically, you could be calm as day and they're going to be screaming at you to your face. You have to just, you know, unfortunately, for a lack of better words, everybody up here, TR0, you gotta keep those, like, scream at my face, scream at the wall, do whatever you need to do.
We've been there. We got to tell you guys, until your own religion that raised you, raised you or anything does this to you, it's very easy to think that they don't really do this. Like, you've read it, but maybe like they're not as crazy as you think, because you kind of want to think in your head that like maybe it was okay what you did. But honestly, they're that crazy. We showed up. They were so insane to us that they did not let Liz see her father. Where else in America does that happen? And now it's how long later since we went, and we still need to ask for help and beg and scream. So let's just all like, wow, they do this, and like, whoa, can we get Bob out? Like, it doesn't
Marilyn,
even
I love
matter.
you.
Yeah, we love you so much, Marilyn. Like, you have been all of our second mom who's been there.
I want to adopt you all. I'm here for you. I'm sending hugs.
Well, our
And
hair
no,
tone matches. Our hair
I'm
color
very-
matches.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. See? See?
Passes your kids.
But I'm so concerned about the safety. You know, my kids would tell you I'm a total worrywart. Why the hell is there not a right of way? Like, I live on a state highway, and there's a 15-foot, like, you can't plant trees or anything. You can't plant cactuses.
Are you talking about an easement?
Yeah, like, where is there like what's the local like legislature? Is there a town? Is there like a board of selectmen that you can go to? I mean, I know that there's the sheriff and the county, whatever, but like, what?
Yeah,
who does zoning.
Marilyn, there's definite code violations, and that's
Yeah.
something I'm not going to talk about, but I'm working on.
Good.
There's definite code violations, and there's also something called dirty politics, lack of enforcing code. So there's a whole bunch of things that maybe the state of California has to get involved in, because Riverside County won't, even though they technically own the road, because the Scientology attorney worked to get the road, that portion of the road, transferred from state of California to Riverside County. So there's some jurisdictional things that I'm looking at, along with some people who happen to have law degrees and are
Also,
licensed to
just
practice in
to
the state of
point out,
California.
Part of why I've always thought second gens are going to be the ones to take this down is they can no longer deny what they created and what we've been through, and they have it in our PC files. So what they're using against us is their own fault. Liz has a lot of things she could be talking about right now, real juicy things, all day. We've been here all day. We could have been dropping celebrity bombs instead. All of us, actually. That's what happens when you grow up in Scientology. That's why they're so afraid. And when we can casually talk like that and explain it in terms that the real world can understand, they are shaking in their but especially with the information Liz has. So you don't just go show up at Gold Base and expect everything to be hunky-dory.
No.
That's why we're asking for help. We're like, hey guys, we're out here. You guys said like there's this community if we go do this kind of stuff. Hey, we did it. Can we get the help? Because now she's got to come back. Now we got to order these reports. She had to order a computer. Like, we're doing that work, and we really appreciate you guys showing up for us so that she can keep searching for her dad, and we can just be there
Correct.
for them.
Yeah.
And if I don't get him out, I don't get him out. But at the same time, then someone else will have a path to take.
Yes,
Someone
exactly.
else will be able to
100%.
use my footprints and go forward.
Yeah.
And if that's what it takes, one person getting their footprints in there, then other people follow the footprints. And that's, again, we have a revolution on the way if we can follow each other's footprints.
Yeah.
You know?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Is
hopefully
it
it's like a
suck at times?
domino.
Yeah,
Exactly.
line up those dominoes, because you know what, they want to pretend like, from what I've noticed, Scientology wants to pretend that, or the Sea Org wants to pretend they're having such a great time. I promise you, they're not. There was nothing about it that was like, oh my God, everybody, I'm just having a great old time today. No, it was literally like, like almost military style, where you were just, shoulders back, chest up, let's go, arms at side, relaxed position. And, just like muster, you think it's fun for a little bit, and then all of a sudden you're like, this sucks.
Yeah, Liz, to that point, the regimentation, Karen and I live here in Los Feliz, and every evening I walk my Borzoi Sebastian and down Franklin. Usually go 10, 10:30, 11, and we have a walk. It's his job is to make me walk every night for a few miles. Now, I see the Sea buses going home, usually around 10:30 to 11, and it's so regimented. I think of those poor lonely souls on the buses. The windows are tinted. They obviously started work real early. How many times a day do you muster in the Sea Org?
3.
3 times. Yeah, so they eat in cafeterias. They're transported on buses, and I don't do anything. I just let the buses go by, because it's like when I go take journalists around L. Ron Hubbard Way or Celebrity Center, I never photograph Sea Org members, because I know what it's like, what it is like. I mean, my wife was in the Sea Org for a long time, so they're not really. It's the church policies and conduct. While there are individual Sea Org members who are sadistic and should be in prison, definitely the rank and file are in there against their will. So I see that bus going by every night on my walk, and I think of them as trapped, hopelessly trapped. We are separated by contract law, First Amendment. We are separated by millions of years. The difference is I'm out free. I'm walking my dog. Yes, we have 2 Borzois, Terry Ray. We actually have 2. Karen and I have 2 Borzois. So the Gulf, they can be 10 feet away in a bus turning on a certain street. But the gap between someone who's not in the church and someone who's in the Sea Org is light years.
Yeah.
And it's nightmares. The difference between I go home and I sleep, and if I need to sleep 8 or 9 hours, I can, is not like that for them. So the regimentation is just staggering, I think Mitch had a lot of freedom. Mitch had a lot of creative freedom. But the second gens, when you grow up in it, it's a different kind of like no freedom world. You have this enforced identity. I remember growing up being in Sunday school, being told I could go to hell.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
That terrified me when I was 5 years old, that I could go to hell. Yeah. And so you grow up in Scientology, it's worse. It's even worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least, you disconnect, you'll have no one, you're going to be living on the streets. Lucky if you're flipping burgers, your life will be destroyed. Nobody will love you.
You don't even know how to speak English. You speak
No.
Wronglish.
Wronglish.
English.
Guys,
Yeah.
we're getting closer to the 10 hours.
Okay.
I would like to ask Jeffrey and Mitch to stay with us for about 5-10 minutes,
Sure.
just to finish whatever questions we have for the two of you specifically. And then I'd like for the rest of us to stay for the remaining 30
Yeah.
minutes and
I
just
just-
wrap things up. If that's okay.
Yeah, Juliana, just one thing. I got a text message from Zenu.
Okay.
And he's apologizing for missing graduation tonight, but I'm telling him it was actually last night, Friday night.
Oh.
So what
Yeah,
condition?
Friday night graduation at the atrium, or which one?
So what condition do I assign him for missing graduation?
I don't know.
Who's the EO? Is he in?
Liability.
Okay,
Yeah.
Zenu, you are in liability. Okay, I had to take care of
Okay.
that. Next question.
Nice.
Thank you very much, Jeffrey. That was
Great
very
question.
important.
Great
one.
question.
Great
That
question.
was
Someone
funny.
had to be the EO on that ass. The whole.
Right. How about Apostate Alex wants to know, other than donating, what can people do to really affect change here and make a real difference?
Spread the word.
Yeah.
Spread it. Share, like, follow, remind people, hey, Claire Headley, Mark Headley, remind Amy Scobie, her husband, I'm blanking on his name right now.
Matt Pesh.
Vanessa, the people above us. Refer to the channel, look at it, actually spend some time looking that we're not putting out propaganda hate speech. We're literally putting out, this is what happened to me in my life.
Right.
And there is not one person in this world that connect to someone spilling their guts and having raw emotion.
Also, we've been working on some other grassroots ideas that we just didn't have ready to announce today. But they're going to be ways to help other than donating, more like volunteer, street scene, kind of old school, how you actually affect change. Sometimes you
Right.
do it through art, sometimes you do it through activism, sometimes you do it through fashion. And we're a new generation. We see what's worked and we see what hasn't worked. So by just watching these channels, you guys are all doing the right thing. By supporting our friends, by supporting us, you're already doing it. Don't feel like if you don't have extra money to spend, you have to. Please don't. But we are so grateful if you do have it. Liz needs all the support she can get. But we're going to have a lot of options coming up that just weren't ready for today. But I do
Yeah.
want you to know there's like so much coming.
Teaser.
Dun, 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 dun.
Question: when they drop a parent off at a kid's, is it only kids in good standing, or will they
Yes.
take parents to SPs too?
No.
No.
I sorry. I probably should have waited for the whole question. If you were in lower conditions, no, you don't get to see your parents. Just like if they're in lower conditions, they don't get to see you. If you're in good standing and all your stats are up, even though they don't use the real word statistic, but whatever. But no, you cannot. If you're in lower conditions, there's a lot of things you can't do. You can breathe, you can fart, but you can't really talk to anybody. Beans and rice.
Hey guys, I can do both of those things out here.
Thank you.
Mona. Next question.
All right.
So question, do any of you have, well, this is a great question. Do any of you have a gut feeling about all those dominoes falling? Do you think they are well on their way?
I think we've made the steps and progress towards it. Because look at the people here. You got Jeffrey Augustine, you got Mitch, you got Elysia, you got V.
Vanessa.
You got Chad, you've got everybody. Look at all the people we had on today. These are all people that we love and respect and cherish their opinion. So yes, we are all putting our dominoes down, and it's going to bring more dominoes, and then eventually it just topples.
Yeah, something
It's
I
not
wrote.
sustainable. It's not
No.
the whole. Just the way it's configured, it's just unsustainable.
Well, two things. The Church of Scientology is inherently self-destructive. Self-destruction is built into its DNA. One of the reasons is because lying is a central principle of its own existence. Something I wrote in 2005 that Anonymous adopted. I said the goal as I see it is to systematically dismantle the Church of Scientology in its present form. So systematically dismantling is attritional long term, and it's been happening because, Mitch, I think you'll agree. If you look at Scientology 2005, when Tom Cruise was at CAA at the top of the world versus now, look at the difference. Look at what's happened in 20 years, Mitch.
Right.
I mean, OSA used to be able to strike fear into the heart of Hollywood, correct?
Absolutely. I mean, yeah.
Now, what would happen if someone called and said, "Hey, I heard your show is going to broadcast a joke about Scientology"?
They'd hang up on them.
Yeah. And Mitch, yeah, because long-term veterans, we can see the difference. So it is attritional.
Huge.
Sometimes you get, here's the thing about karma. Sometimes it happens fast. It's like when Danny Masterson was convicted of rape, Lisa McPherson. Sometimes there's very sudden things they don't see, like Anonymous, they were blindsided. And other times it's attritional, like they had to back off of forced abortions because of pressure from the Catholic Church and their friends in LDS, the Latter-day Saints. Some things are attritional, some things are sudden.
Yeah, and they're still doing it.
So,
I don't care
yeah.
what anybody says. They're still doing forced abortions. Let's be realistic, people.
Well, they're hiding it
every time.
They may be hiding it better then. But so some things, and look, when you look at chaos theory, I've always thought Scientology will be like chaos theory. It'll be a sudden and catastrophic collapse due to an unforeseen event. It'll happen very quickly overnight, but it will have been a result of long-term attrition and weakening of key structural failure points.
I think this goes back to what Liz was saying about the footprints. I think every new generation, a new thing, a new movement, a new wave of things that's happening is, building on top of what was done before. And the ones who came before had it harder and are making, paving the way for the ones that are coming out to walk on, and that makes that makes other people, I think, feel safer also to come out and speak up and
Yeah, and for the people that don't want to come out and speak up for fear of what they lose, job, money, friends, family, whatever it may be, it's okay. And I want everyone to know it's okay. There's no judgment. But if you have a family member in there, let us try to get them out. Again, mother, brother, father, sister, I don't care. But if you don't want to come out, let us do the work.
Yeah.
We're here.
Oh, thank
we're
you,
here,
Goldie.
we're clear.
Yeah.
No.
We're here, we're queer.
I almost wore my Portland protest shirt today because my parents were there and they actually did chant that at the Portland protest. We're here, we're clear.
We're clear of Scientology.
That's what we're doing.
I have exorcised the demon.
And some of us are clear.
Thank you, Mary. And thank you, Jeff and
Thank you.
Mitch, for joining us. And we're just going to wrap out this show because
Okay.
we're ready to just.
It was an
hope that-
absolute pleasure.
Thank you very much,
Yeah,
you
it
guys.
was.
This has been the most fun day ever. Thank you guys.
I've been
for
watching a
joining.
lot of it. It's just been
Thank
amazing.
you so much.
Thank
All
you
these
so
amazing
much.
people.
Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you, Mick.
Oh,
Thank you, Jeffrey.
pleasure, ladies.
See you guys.
Okay.
Bye.
See you
Good
guys.
night.
Adios.
Bye bye. Good night.
Thank you.
Let me remove here. And here we go. Let me organize.
There we go.
Look at that.
Professional.
You got a thing right there.
Liz is in the center.
And then,
Yes, there she is.
Alrighty, guys. Let's
I'm
almost.
pretty sure that's called a menage a trois, but
Ooh,
I'm taking it.
Liz, you're getting
Ooh.
kind of wild already.
It's
Oh
been
my
like
God.
9.5
so much.
hours. So you guys, we might be naughty at this point. Apologize for what we say. We're not even
The
thinking
cheesy
straight.
flows maybe
We've been
here.
organizing, but this has been incredible. And oh my God, we reached her goal.
Yay.
Right.
and then some. Yay.
Amazing.
So do we have any
SP after
additional
party.
questions?
Let's see. We went through most of that.
No, I think we had a comment here earlier, but no, because we try to keep not yet. But
We're at
people, you can
5,100 right now.
Awesome.
5,100.
Yeah.
100. Nice.
Everybody who's still watching, you can still send us
You can ask
questions, comments. We have 30 more minutes
yeah.
with you guys. We're just gonna end just the 5 of us. We started just the 4 of us because we are Clearwater Chad is the originator of
hostess
the
with the mostest.
Chad-a-thon. He's the host.
The OG, yes.
And then we
Yeah,
are
where he
the
belongs.
hostess. We are the co-hosts. And then the Degraded Daughters and Liz are the co-hosts. So
It's a whole party.
so we
Coco.
wanted to finish
amazing.
up just
You're the guest
yeah.
of honor. Definitely.
Liz,
Well,
how
I couldn't
loved
have
do you
made it.
feel?
I feel very loved. I mean,
Good.
realistically, you know, I started this thing by messaging you, got a soul sister, you know, I got my sister, but you know, V has been through so much because of standing tall with this journey with me. And it's about time we let people really know that, yeah, she's being hit hard. We
We stand tall.
We stand tall. You guys wanted it. We are singing it for you. We're always going to stand tall because we had to listen to that silly song over and over. And we don't
had to watch that video as kids.
We don't desert comrades in need, and Liz is our friend in need, and that's why we're here. It's been actually really fun, even though we've been receiving all this ridiculous nonsense.
Hate and
I mean,
disgusting.
honestly, I
Yeah.
just cannot with the fair game like that. I go to gas stations and people follow me and never get gas, and then come up to my window and try to freak with me, and then I don't post it because people will say, oh, you're doxing them, prove it. But Scientology moves money 5 times, and it's like honestly more of a hassle to even try to pay attention to anymore. It's just happening everywhere. So for us to be able to just throw something together, because we do deal with those kinds of things when we're going through this experience, and just like I was telling Juliana, like, yo, I planned this on my lunch break, and this came out better than any SMP program they could have ever plotted, planned, programmed, yelled at Sea Org members to work all night. We did it with love. We did it with respect. We tried to accommodate everybody. Hopefully everybody had fun. We shed some tears. Like, you guys, this was an incredible day.
Yeah, it truly was.
Absolutely.
I have to thank you, Vanessa, publicly.
Yeah,
Turf
no
word.
worries. This was
Publicly
fun.
now, because no, not there. Because you really have done an awesome job, because like I said, like last time I was the one, Marilyn and I actually were the ones like making all the contacts and everything, but we were dealing with a lot more people. And now this time around, it was easier in the sense that you were dealing with people that you know personally or that you're closer with, but you were able to do it in a very fast and organized and very, like, you were on top of everything. Only like before, when preparing to it, and you were very thoughtful in the way that you talked to people, you invited people, and then all our communication leading up to the day, and then throughout the day-to-day, you have been she wasn't here on camera with us the whole time, you guys, but she was on the phone or somewhere, you know, dealing with something and organizing things from somewhere backstage, and she was amazing. And she's I think she's the great reason why this whole thing flowed, or you know, for the whole thing to have flown so well or moved so well today. So thank you very much.
Of
You were
course,
amazing.
it is my pleasure. I think when we use just compassion, I consider myself an empath on a warpath.
Love it.
So when we use, don't let them weaponize our. We've already made merch because it's my best friend has it tattooed, empath warpath. So we've like spray painted our own shirts, and I have one I brought for this special occasion. I'm not wearing it today, but I was planning on doing an outfit change, but this has just been so enthralling. I wanted to join back in on the conversation. But warpath on an empath, and they're not going to weaponize our empathy, but we're gonna use respect and just the human psychology we know at the outside world to just treat human beings like human beings.
Like human beings.
And it all turns out so cool instead of so poorly how we used to have it turn out when we used like tech from Ron. So it's been really nice experience to, it's like a restorative experience having everybody be so cool today. Nobody had any problems. I mean, you know, there's tech stuff like you guys said. I was on the phone. I was making sure everybody got in, but it takes a lot to get everybody together for people, and we're all willing to do it. So thank you guys.
Troll free, yes.
And we did it
like
troll free.
Troll free. Wow.
Yeah, yay!
Troll free
Thank
over
you to
10 hours.
Thank you to all the moderators and Goldie,
Yep.
Terry, Penny
Thank you
5A,
again.
all of you.
Thank you
so
again,
much.
everyone that donated too.
Just say Peggy,
Everyone's
Peggy, because Peggy arrived towards the end, and I said Peggy.
Peggy, Peggy,
Oh,
Peggy.
I got one for
Well, if
her.
Goldie is still
Peggy
in,
Sue.
I would just like to say,
Peggy
Chad
Sue.
Goldie, you're it.
Tag Goldie. And Penny
Nice.
says, big hugs for Liz. And I love that she's found family and the other second gens. Yes, your sisters.
We're
Always. Always. Charlie's Angels, always sisters. Like,
I love
like
that.
it's Scientology is a lot of words and not a lot of actions. And we just have to watch what other people do and how they treat us.
Good point.
And it's easy to tell who's here for the right reasons when you can tell that you feel good being around them. And it's really rare.
Yeah.
I mean, not like all the time. Sometimes like people will do things like love bombing. But at the same
No, yeah, I know
time,
what you
when it's like somebody who is, you know, using that experience of being through that PTSD, it can be very comforting.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Alex.
Yes, a round of applause. Yes, you've been the glue. Keep everybody together.
Like I said, we could do a round two.
We
like to
can
give her a
totally
round of
do a hip
applause.
hip hooray.
No, no hip hip
Hip, hip.
hoorays. No
No,
hip hip
okay.
hoorays.
Nothing that's triggered. Hooray! Not
I
to
love you
our age,
guys.
though.
I love you
Aren't-
guys.
wait. Aren't we reclaiming, even though I was never a Scientologist, I am a Scientologist, so I am reclaiming something that was never mine, such as much love. And
I love
as much
that.
love is much love. So hip hip.
Hooray.
Hooray! Hooray!
Hooray.
Who are we hooray?
You, all of us.
And
I
the
was
10
trying
hour.
to- I was trying to not take that, but okay, you tricked me.
No,
Thank you
I really
guys.
would like to. I'd like to hip hip hooray and give a round of applause to all. I want to say 6 of us, but
Yeah.
it's been 10 hours, and I don't know, 4, 5, 6, 7 of us. Am I right? 7. 7 is a
been a
good
day.
number.
7 on screen.
Yeah.
7 on screen. No, yeah, the 7 of us who. No, yeah, no, I'd like to everybody, but the 7
And
of us.
226 currently in the audience. Thank you.
Okay, so first of all,
Wow.
the 7 of us, because I think we did great. We're a great group of people working together. Woohoo! To us.
Yay to us.
Hip hip.
Hooray!
And
Hooray!
thank
Now
you-
to
thank-
all of our guests who are here throughout the
Yeah.
day.
Mhm.
Hip
I want
hip.
to say
so much,
thank you
so
so
much.
very much for showing up. Thank you for helping. And I can't wait to do more and hear stories about my dad. And,
Yes.
you know,
And the last
we're
one I'd
one
like
step
to
closer.
ask for cheers and applause and to our wonderful community in all the chat throughout the 10 hours. Everybody who's been hanging out with us, asking questions, commenting, lurking, donating, sharing, and everything.
That's the 226
Yeah.
of us.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you for watching.
You say 226 at the moment, but you gotta
At the
remember it's
moment,
been
that
10
says
hours,
you
so
now.
it's-
That's no agreed.
I'd like
Agreed.
to thank everybody throughout
And the
10
replay crew and the replay crew, all 27,000 of you.
Yep.
We love you.
Hey, Zeno.
Love
Praise
you
the
all. Thank you so very much.
Question from Apostate
Oh, I
Alex.
could answer this. I
Go
can
ahead.
read it out. Okay, question.
Please.
We've hit the 5K target, but Liz V, could you give us an idea of what a difference it'd make if we raised more than the target? Like what does 10K do? Like better legal support? No. So we're not even to the point of legal support. We're still like deciding which attorney Liz is going to be using in her thing. So this is purely to recoup the expenses from the first trip, essentially, as well as cover the trip that she needs to make in order to if she's able to view the body cam that everyone keeps telling her to, they will not send it. It's been challenging to get it seen, but there have been officers who have said it's him. But like, honestly, why can't she just see her dad? So there's
Right.
things that need funding. She bought a brand new laptop. I think the $5,000 that we've raised today will be awesome for covering kind of everything she's spent so far.
Yeah, and I was
as
smart
well as
about
what
it.
was listed on she kept receipts, but I always tell her you don't need to list your expenses or even tell anybody what we're doing. We're dealing with OSA, and anybody who has dealt with an intelligence agency that is used by other governments at times, you don't need to list what you're doing. They want you to list what they're doing. So like, as much as we want to share, we also have certain intelligence things that we do for our own safety that we're never going to be like, this is how I watch OSA. Like, come on, you guys, this is not so.
Absolutely.
So we do
Absolutely.
have
We have to
we're
be
happy
very
if we
careful.
raise the extra. Today we've raised our 5,000. We are like, oh, this is killer. We're not trying to get up to 10 today. If we want to do it too, then we're gonna we'll be very transparent about what it's about,
Absolutely. But we do have to maintain a small level of secrecy, not that we don't want to,
Absolutely.
because there's a part of me that I want to expose everything. But I also want my family and myself to remain safe. And if I expose every plan I have, then I just threw that out the window. And so keep following. You'll all find out eventually.
Right.
It's just ahead of time. It's very hard because we have to be safe. We have to be smart.
Well, we know there's a need. There's a great need. We saw the footage after the fact of your first trip to gold, and it's not cheap. It's not easy. You're doing it again. And at any crowdfunding, if it's not for an actual nonprofit, you don't get a line by line, play by play of
It's
what's
not
spent.
a requirement. It's not a
trusting, right?
nonprofit.
No, it's not. So, we're asking you to trust. You see the evidence. You see what's been happening, the risks that have been taken, all of the strides that have been made. And it's just, what do you say, Liz? Rinse,
recycle, repeat.
All right. That's what we're going to do.
Yep.
And we're going to keep doing it, right? And
now Alex also said, sorry, Mara, sorry.
Alicia's like
Sorry.
falling asleep.
Sorry, I'm
on
talking
screen.
too much.
Like, are you good?
No, you're not.
I'm not. I'm reading the comments.
Okay.
I'm like trying to catch up. I'm sorry.
Oh, and I start a bunch of things here. I just wanted to compliment with this one that Alex also suggested that you request for a copy of the buddy cam. So I think this is also something that's interesting too.
Yeah, we have to remain in legal limitations because there's only certain rules that but body cam is technically released to the public. And so we still there are guidelines that we have to follow. The Scientology
You don't have to
may
explain.
not
You
follow
don't have
one.
to.
Yeah, don't
You don't have to
explain
tell
it,
us. You
Liz.
don't have to
We're
tell us
dealing
anything.
with it. Don't even answer
don't have to
questions
explain
like
it.
that because we're doing everything we can. People are trying to be helpful, but don't ever please feel like you have to explain yourself.
You don't
We
have
need
to.
protect
No.
you.
I just
Okay.
wanted to post that there as a suggestion. So just take it or leave it or say, okay, thank you for the suggestion. And then you don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. Because I know, guys, like we've been saying, we're dealing with something big here. So, it's not like it's a good idea to necessarily be talking about details.
Yeah.
You guys want to get some more of those comments or questions or?
Absolutely.
Steve-O.
Nah. Okay. Yeah. One sec. Let me get to the right screen here.
I really thought you were going to do Lion King. My
My cats are sleeping. Otherwise, I would pull a Titus and drumming on.
Circle of life. Okay. Peter Anderson suggests or offers, would it be possible to put a temporary sign, like a political sign, 4 by 8 feet, or building a mural at the locations that routes near Gilman Hot Springs? So, like, I don't know, on each end of the road, or
I don't know that whole situation. Would it be great? Yeah. I'd love for my dad to see his name, like Save Bob Ferris, you need a day off, or, the Daughers right here. but you know, you have to be mindful that the only space for you to walk is roughly about a 12-inch space between you and the curb.
Insane.
So again, I have a size 10 foot. So I'm walking like a ballerina.
But also, like, the weird part of driving out there is, yeah, we drove through the desert for a long time, but then we also in the Uber passed like an elementary school, and there is normal life outside of the Gold Base, not too far away, maybe a mile.
Yeah, about that, maybe a mile.
I mean,
2
it's a
miles.
small town, but there's places for murals. It's not unheard of. And we were also talking about doing murals in other places. So that's just where our
If,
head's at too.
If the property owners on the other ends were good with it, or some, you know, to put something there, and yeah. Thank you for the suggestion.
Good idea.
Sinfully Good, our friend Seneca says, but this is about Liz and Bob, and I want to support them both. I don't know where the previous comment to this was, but even if things on my end aren't the best at the moment, love to you, Liz. So
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. As again, share it, spread the word, smash the like button, smash the subscribe. Just share it. The more people we get the news to, the better and more people will have with us.
Yeah, and you guys, I mean, right now, live, you guys have our permission. Like, chop it up and screw it. Like, this has been the funnest day. Like, use it, promote it, put it on your channel, make shorts. It's just like, wow.
I need to ask Never Steve to do that for us because
I
he's
think I
the
have a project to do
editing guy.
tomorrow, don't I?
Yay!
Yay.
He's the editing guy. He's the editing wizard.
Thank you. Lone Dinosaur 13 suggests I say reclaim the much love and leave the hip hurraying. Anyway, much love.
Twist around.
It's so creepy.
Right?
Wait till you hear like
1,000 people do it.
You know, okay, I need to ask you ladies something, okay? If you had to answer this question, honestly, do you think that L. Ron Hubbard is like a god to Scientology? Like, do they worship him?
I asked if L. Ron Hubbard was God. I could answer that.
Or a god,
in
like an idol.
Yeah, so in my opinion, like, because of every religion has a god. So there's two answers to that. One, L. Ron Hubbard is like the guru.
Or like
that's
the
why I
savior,
love,
guru?
the Van Morrison album, because you know Van Morrison was a Scientologist for a short bit. He has a couple albums about being in Scientology, a couple songs about the ARC Triangle. But Van Morrison has a song called "No Guru, No Teacher, No Method." So I think, and it wasn't even about Scientology. It's just a beautiful song. It's an inspirational song, and L. Ron Hubbard was the guru, but the individual practicing Scientology is your own God. Like, there's no God other than you. You are the most powerful. And L. Ron Hubbard is the man who's source. So in that way, if you call him source, he's the provider of everything. So you could say godlike, but you're also believing that you're the one creating everything. So
prophet,
More like a prophet, maybe.
or I was told he was mankind's best friend. Like, he was the deliverer of the tech this lifetime.
Ooh, what a friend.
The
But
weirdest
if you're
friend.
saluting a picture of him and you're hip hurraying to a picture of him, and I don't know,
It's
it's sort of like
mortifying.
praying to him.
Honestly, it's mortifying.
It is like worshiping him, I would think.
Yes.
You know, a picture of him. He's been dead for how long?
Why is he still ruining our lives? It's
Yeah,
2023. He died in 1986. Hello, Serge. Where are you with the FBI photos?
Like, he can
Witness
just go.
says instead of prophet, he was prophet.
It was his pocket. How much could go in his pocket?
Right.
Exactly.
I mean, they're destroying the human family unit. How much more egregious can you be?
Yep.
That's right.
Every single one of us on screen on this bottom row is a definite example of that. So please take note.
Yeah.
Anything that destroys families on the regular, please stop it. It should be illegal.
Absolutely.
Liz, how hard was it to be open publicly about this situation?
At first, it was more along the lines of finding out, well, is he dead or is he alive? And then when I found out close enough that he was still alive, it was scream it from the fucking hilltops. Like, don't give up, get that bullhorn out. I mean, I'm a loud person. I tell jokes, I get it. But at the same time, me and my loud voice were going to a top of a hill and just screaming. Okay, here's the situation. Look at what's going on. See how wrong this is. Let's get him out. Let's get everyone out. I'm done. Like, just done. So no, it wasn't hard. Once half of the situations were coming up, it was more vindicating.
Good.
Understood. Paris asks the question, will some of you make a highlight reel of the best of this amazing show? There were so many great clips. Yes, we will. Yes, we will. Mouse isn't clicking well. There we go. Witness suggests. Good Lord, mouse. I think I've killed the battery here on this thing today. Witness suggests keep it legal. Apostate Alex does say you don't need to release it to the public, but if you can have a lawyer to check whether or not you can get a copy, do it. Who knows? It might be evidence or helpful later on. So just a great
suggestion, I think.
Just a great suggestion.
Suggestion.
Absolutely. Thank you. Hold on, I'm deleting now that I've got the mouse to work. That was the one. Liz, what's the symbol? Liz, what's a simple thing you do or tell yourself that motivates you and reminds you to keep up the fight even through the tough times?
You fucked with my friend. Now I'm going to fuck back. Okay, that sounded really wrong and raunchy, but it was basically the same concept. You fucked with my friend.
Fuck
now I'm
around
coming
and
for you.
find out, motherfuckers.
That's right.
Pretty much. Fuck around and find out. Now you lied to me about my dad. That's some fucking bullshit. He's alive. You're going to produce him for me.
Yep.
I love that movie.
Me too. Best Christmas movie ever.
That's right.
Yep, I don't care what anybody says.
Just an interesting note from Tassie Devil here. Regenerative culture is something I teach in Activist Rebellion. Anybody who teaches anything in Activist Rebellion is interesting to me. Plan, do, celebrate, rest, self-care, and group care. So
nice.
I wouldn't be here without my therapist and my support system.
I'd call it the celebratory phase with this last 8 minutes, and then we're
yeah.
I wouldn't say we're very good at resting because we just love to do what we do because those who just can't help it. But hey, that's awesome.
Our friend Jeff says y'all did an awesome job. Was glad to have been here with y'all.
Thanks for hanging.
Thank you
with
so
us.
much for everybody, and you guys never ends. Again, we all drank some kind of Kool-Aid. We all fell for some kind of snake oil. So it's not about in or not in, second gen or not. Sometimes it's about just being there for some of our stories and from some of the shit we've been through and just saying, I got you.
True.
Yeah. Thank you for holding space and thank you for taking the time. It's so appreciated. Liz, I hope you feel how loved you are. And I really, really, really hope one day Bob gets to see this and knows how loved he is, how much people rallied behind you to get him. I really, that makes me excited to know that maybe it's a possibility.
Absolutely.
That'd be nice. That'd be nice to be able to show him that.
Here's a quick selfish comment to me from Seneca. My old lady is showing her age. She's gone down on her back end and can't get up on her own. You have dogs that own you, that own me. That's right. I was wondering if she caught me petting my puppo. But you always have a special one. Yes, indeed. Sabbath is that dog for me. I know exactly. I was petting Billy, who's my special one as well. So
Y'all make sure you give your pets some pets for us, please. Degraded Daughters fucks with animals heavily, so give your little fur babies some love for us.
Yep. It's all about the fur baby packs.
Mine are probably not gonna let me go to bed because they have been sleeping all day because I've been there.
Oh my God, you guys, we have like 5 minutes, and I really want to tell people follow Liz's channel, like,
Yes.
subscribe.
Yes.
Liz. Please come back and leave comments because they, I think, kick us out at 10 hours, right?
I don't think I don't think they do. Do they?
It's
I think
a
we stayed
loose
a little
10
bit,
hours. but
yeah.
we'll
Okay,
get
well,
some-
just so we get everything out that we want.
let's get all the important. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
just like that. Please go follow Liz, like the video on whatever stream you're subscribing on, watching. It's on so many channels today. It's been all over this YouTube platform. You cannot have missed this video. Some ups, some downs. Jeff said this was as big as the anonymous movement. Like, whoa, Chad-a-thon
nice.
3 turned VIP, you guys.
Yeah.
What is even going on today? But we were just feeling it, going with it, and like, thank you. Thank
And once
you.
again,
Absolutely. Thank you so very much.
And once again, then, since you said that, I'd like to acknowledge the one and only Clearwater Chad, who one day sat in front of his computer and went live and said, "Okay, let's do this. I'll stay live for 10 minutes." And 4 months later, and
10 hours. Yeah.
Thanks.
Oh, and there was a comment
job.
from Tuesday Weld, who's somebody who's very special, and they had said, the never ends, the compassion that you guys have showed is like inspiring people from the inside that maybe you guys aren't even aware of. And I want you guys all realize 50% of the community is, to the never ends. Your participation is simply an amazing example of compassion and understanding. Thank you so much. So I was a not speaker outer for a long time, just watching. And I want you to know those messages mean a lot to us on the outside. You're never going to get a comment. You're never going to get a like, and you're never going to get a phone call. You can always talk to us, but just know it's double that under the radar, watching, listening. And I just want you guys to be aware that you guys standing up for us today and just helping host this, it gives other people like totally different viewpoints of the log world.
Outside, yeah.
Right?
And
It's
that's
nicer
what
than the
we
world
need
we grew
to
up in.
see.
Well,
That's
we're a little
encouraging
bit nutty, we're a little bit naughty, but we are very nice, and we really do mean that we care.
But we are
And-
nice, notorious, and nerdy.
Yeah, I'm pretty
No,
sure.
go ahead.
you know,
Sorry.
Very nerdy.
I'm pretty sure most of us have glasses, can't see without them. We're not even to discuss what my SAT score was. So I will claim the nerd.
I just wanted to keep with I just wanted to say the positive words. Said they're very nutty, and then I said it, but notorious and nerdy and nice. Sorry, Mayor.
Okay.
No,
And we love you, Marilyn.
We're just
You're the
getting
mom we
tired.
always wanted to have.
Yeah, I love you, Marilyn. So
No,
much.
you're
I love all of you
appreciated.
guys.
You guys, we just did 10 hours like it was nobody's, like it was
I
nothing.
know, it's
Like there was not
awesome.
even a struggle. So take a breath. We're killing it. We're saying words wrong, but we're like 3 minutes from calling it. So
I'm a
We'll
lot
see you
less
back here in the
tired than I
morning.
was last time.
good.
Last time was all night. I was exhausted when no, it's damn fine.
Yeah, it went back quick.
So let's see if I can do this in an apostate Alex accent.
Oh, here we go.
Liz, before you all no, I can't do it. I can't.
He does not sound like
No,
that.
I was like,
I
no.
don't. Pip pip cheerio, Liz. Before you all wrap up, no, can't do it. Sorry, Alex.
Nope.
I tried, man. Before you all wrap up, I just wanted to acknowledge your strength and courage in speaking out and showing your honest, raw emotions. Thank you, and I truly hope we can help get the answers you need.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I hope so too.
And our top of the hour total is 5120.
Yay!
We get to 5150. It's a great Van Halen album. Let's try. Anybody want to donate $30?
2 minutes.
Well,
Yes,
let's be real.
50
5150 is also the thing that saved my life.
It's also in honor of all the second gens who've been through a
Yes.
5150 because of the
Oh.
bullshit they put us through.
What's the
Hey!
5150?
It's a mental health hold for usually a week or
Mm.
72 hours.
$30.
Oh, there we go. $30. That's all we need.
All you
And then
Yeah.
once we hit 5150, let's go for OU812.
Oh,
Serge!
Hey,
Hi,
Serge.
Serge! Oh my god!
He got it here just
I
in
love
time
his
to
face.
watch us say goodbye. Hi, Serge.
It's okay. Serge, hi. We love you.
Chad says hi in
Chad says hi.
crayon.
Over yonder.
Oh, saying hi. Serge.
Hi. To Serge.
Adorable.
Rawr.
No, it's
Rawr.
the
Rawr, rawr.
That's it.
All right, guys. I think that's it. I think we're coming up to 10 hours in 5 seconds. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you
Thank
for
you,
hosting,
V.
having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Chad is saying goodbye in crayon.
And just a reminder, everybody, you can continue to donate if you took down the links early, or if you grabbed those links earlier, you can still donate through them. Also, the QR code over on whatever side that is over there, down there. So, I'm assuming the
replay?
the thing, what am I calling it? The GoFundMe, the GFM, the
Yeah.
GoFundMe is going to stay up regardless. So
Yeah.
So feel free to, if you didn't get a chance to donate, if you're waiting for Sunday for that paycheck to finally hit the bank account or whatever, Sunday, right? That happens on Sunday. Monday when all that happens. Yeah, sorry. I said as soon as I said it, it didn't seem right. 10 hours. That's right. Please feel free. You can continue to donate, or you can donate if you haven't had a chance to. Thank you all for
Chad.
being here, and thank you
and joining
to-
us on this journey.
Yes.
Thank
you
for
guys.
everybody that came on.
Everybody who
We
came.
love it.
Yes.
It was
Watched,
epic.
donated. Donated.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Liz,
And
we
we'll
love
see
you.
Love you
Thank you, everyone.
guys.
Liz, and we got your back. We'll
Yes,
talk.
we got you.
We'll keep talking, and the four of us up
Thank
here
you.
will see you all. I'm tired too. Monday night.
Monday night.
the
After party.
Monday night for the after show.
party.
All right. Perfect.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Thank
Good
you
night.
so much. Bye.